The Rule of Democracy 1905–1914. By Elie Halévy. The final volume of Halévy's great history covers the turbulent opening years of the 20th century. During these years, wrote Halévy, England was hastening alike towards social democracy and towards war. The two great parties, the Unionists and Liberals, stripped of their historic significance, were yielding with a unanimity which was resigned rather than enthusiastic to the pressure of the working masses. The first part begins by describing the downfall of the Unionists, who had linked their fortunes with those of an aggressive imperialism, and the advent of a new and more democratic liberalism. It recounts the events leading up to and arising from the Conference of Algeciras and the Anglo-Russian Agreement, and the long overdue reorganization of the army by Haldane and the navy by Fisher. The second part examines the work of Winston Churchill at the Board of Trade and Lloyd George at the Exchequer and continues with an analysis of the constitutional crisis that culminated in the passing of the Parliament Act in 1911. The remainder of the second part and the third part are the prologue to the terrible human drama that opened in August 1914. The theme is one of international and domestic anarchy. The West was faced with the problems of armed peace, the East with the principles of nationality. At home, labor, women, and the Irish jostled for their separate freedoms, and, while the rest of Europe watched the convulsions of the Ottoman Empire, England and Germany girded themselves for the unwanted but seemingly inevitable conflict. Before them lay trial by fire and frightfulness. Without attempting to interpret this crisis, Halévy concentrated on explaining the intermediate period from 1905 to 1914 which, though not the 19th century, may well be regarded as its epilogue. I England in I-815 n. The Liberal Awakening m. The Triumph of Reform 4. Victorian Years v. Imperialism and the Rise of Labour 6. THIRD-Rule of Democracy. Oakheim College Library. British Columbia AFFLSTORY of the English people. In the 19th century 6. The Rule of Democracy 1905–1914. Hi. Elie Halévy. Introduction. His new volume of my history, or, to speak more accurately, the second and concluding volume of the epilogue to my history, requires no preface. Though 6 years have passed since the publication of the previous volume, I regard it as the continuation of the former. Certain topics, for instance the development of religious beliefs, I shall treat very briefly, justified in so doing by the fact that I have already said in the previous volume all that I have to say about them. On the other hand, as I pointed out then, I reserved for the present volume the detailed treatment of military and naval questions. I have kept my promise. There is surely no need to explain why military and above all naval problems assumed a special prominence at the opening of the present century. During the years whose history I relate, England was hastening alike towards social democracy and towards war. It was hastening towards both with equal rapidity. We must not be deceived by the noise of party strife. Apparently the Unionists were the party of opposition to socialism, the Liberals the party prepared to make concessions to socialism. In reality both parties, stripped of their historic significance, were yielding with a unanimity which was resigned rather than enthusiastic to the pressure of the working masses. Apparently the Unionists were the party of war, the Liberals the party of peace. But when it was a question of voting the credits for which the Admiralty asked, there was no distinction between the two parties. Neither wanted war, both yielded inevitably to the pressure which the increase in the German navy exerted upon the nation. We shall be witnessing a drama whose denouement was predestined from the outset. For me the drama comes to an abrupt conclusion on the 4th of August 1914, when England declared war on Germany. I have not attempted in a concluding section to interpret the crisis which began that day not for England alone but for the entire world. 7. Introduction. The contribution which I have made to its understanding will be my study of that intermediate period which, though it is not the 19th century, constitutes its epilogue, and while not yet the anxious and troubled century in which we are living today, is its immediate preparation. The task to which I am impatient to return and to which I propose to devote the remainder of my strength and my faith will be the story of that great epoch during which the British people cherished the splendid illusion that they had discovered in a moderate liberty, and not for themselves alone but for every nation that would have the wisdom to follow their example, the secret of moral and of political stability. Elie Halévy, June 1932. Contents. Introduction. Part I. Problems of liberal policy. I. Imperial and domestic problems. Tariff and imperial questions, domestic questions, Ireland, education, labor. 2. Foreign policy, the Army and Navy. From the Conference of Algeciras to the Anglo-Russian Agreement, Haldane and Army reorganization, Fisher and Navy reorganization. Part 2. 4 years of crisis. I. Winston Churchill and Lloyd George. Churchill at the Board of Trade, Lloyd George at the Exchequer. 2. The constitutional crisis and the House of Lords. From the dissolution of 1909 to the death of Edward VII. From the death of Edward VII to the passing of the Parliament Bill, Lloyd George and the National Insurance Act. Page. Part 2. 4 YTARS of crisis. 3. From the Bosnian crisis to the crisis of Agadir 369. The Austrian annexation of Bosnia and the naval scare of 1909, attempts at a rapprochement between England and Germany. Part 3. On the brink of the catastrophe. I. Domestic anarchy 441. The syndicalist revolt, the feminist revolt, the Irish revolt. 2. International anarchy 567. The West and the problem of armed peace, the East and the principle of nationality. Index 677. X. Part I. Problems of liberal policy. Chapter I. Imperial and domestic problems. I. Tariff and imperial questions. I. W. H. N. On December 4, 1905, Balfour tendered to King Edward his own and his colleagues' resignations. There was enacted in the political history of the British nation a rapid drama in 2 acts. In the first the performers were the handful of statesmen whose task it was to agree upon the composition of the new Liberal government, in the second the anonymous mass of 8 million voters invited in January to give that government their approval. We shall briefly sketch its episodes. Balfour's resignation had been undoubtedly determined by the sudden campaign launched against him in November by Chamberlain and his group of uncompromising protectionists. But why had it been launched just at this particular moment? And why did Balfour reply with such an air of eager haste by the resignation of his cabinet rather than by dissolving Parliament? We may well suspect that recent events at Liberal headquarters were not without their influence upon the actions of the Unionist leaders. Until September, it had been the universal belief that the Liberal Premier would be Lord Spencer, a veteran of the Gladstonian epoch, whose titular sovereignty would give offence to nobody either among the Gladstonians or the Liberal Imperialists. On October 13, however, congestion of the brain had incapacitated him for active work. Who would take his place at the head of the party? Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman, the pro-Boer, or Lord Rosebery, author of the watchword Liberal Imperialism and founder of the Liberal League? Ever since October the question must have been frequently discussed by Unionist politicians, but when Chamberlain, on November 23, at a meeting of the Liberal Unionist Council called upon Balfour to give a clear pronouncement on the question of tariff reform, the quarrel between the 2 Liberal leaders had already been reopened on another question. On October 21, Haldane, addressing a public meeting at Edinburgh, declared that the Irish policy of the future Liberal cabinet would be that of Sir Anthony MacDonald and Windham, Rep. 3. Dialed 4 months previously by the Unionist cabinet. 4 days later Lord Rosebery employed almost identical language and into the bargain he explicitly rejected complete Home Rule. But Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman, however, in a speech at Stirling a month later spoke in very different terms. He expressed his wish to see the effective management of Irish affairs in the hands of a representative Irish authority, that is to say, he advocated Home Rule, not mere devolution. It is true he advised the Irish to content themselves as a beginning with a measure of more restricted scope, but only if this restricted concession was consistent and led up to their larger POHCY, and he stated his conviction that before long the question would receive its final solution. To this utterance Lord Rosebery decided to reply 2 days later by a formal protest, emphatic and explicitly, he asseverated, once and for all, I cannot serve under that banner, and declared that on the Irish question he agreed with Haldane. The other leaders of liberal imperialism, Grey and Asquith, could only reply, in language which betrayed their embarrassment, that they saw no opposition between Campbell Bannerman's POHCY and Lord Rosebery's, and that heated controversy about a question which presented no practical urgency was gratuitous. Maintenance of the parliamentary union between Great Britain and Ireland had been the avowed platform on which the Liberal League had been formed in the spring of 1902 in opposition to the old National Liberal Federation. Since then the two groups had become reconciled in the defence of free trade. But Rosebery, who for 2 years had lavished his energies and eloquence upon a series of important orations on behalf of free trade, complained bitterly that Campbell Bannerman was depriving the Liberal Party of the benefit of their reconciliation by his persistence in inscribing Irish Home Rule on his programme. Surely at a moment when the issue of a return to protection had placed all others in the shade, this resurrection of the Irish question was a welcome omen for the Unionist election agents. And must we not conclude that the spectacle of this dispute confirmed Balfour in his decision to resign as soon as possible, that it might be seen whether his opponents would be able to compose their internal differences before the general election? If this was Balfour's motive, he was mistaken on a preliminary point. Campbell Bannerman's declaration on November 23 on the question of Irish Home Rule had been carefully discussed beforehand, not only with the representative of the Irish party, the most moderate and most engaged of the group, but also with the most important and at the same time the most moderate of the liberal imperialist section, namely Asquith. Indeed, you had only to read its terms carefully to see that Campbell Bannerman's acceptance of the principle of Home Rule did not involve any kind of undertaking to introduce a Home Rule bill in the new Parliament. It was Lord Rosebery, who, in his violent eagerness to protest, had repudiated what would be the accepted programme of the entire Liberal Party save himself. But even now, when he had excluded himself by his deliberate choice from the cabinet about to be formed, it is indeed possible that he had already informed the Liberal leader in October that he did not wish to be included. The Tories did not lack grounds for reckoning upon serious dissensions at Liberal headquarters. Registered it was on the morning of Monday, December 4, that Balfour handed the King his resignation. The same evening Sir Edward Grey called on Sir Henry and informed him that he would be unable to enter his cabinet unless Sir Henry were willing to quit the House of Commons for the House of Lords. But Grey's haughty ultimatum did not take the prospective Prime Minister by surprise. As early as November 3 we find him calling Asquith's attention to the report that that ingenious person, Richard Burton Haldane, proposed to dump him on the upper house. No one was better acquainted with the rumour than Asquith, for it concerned a project he had himself concocted in collaboration with Grey and Haldane, and for which they had secured King Edward's ex-fiat approval. Banished to the Lords, Campbell Bannerman would be a figurehead Prime Minister. The functions of party leadership would in fact be exercised by Asquith in the House of Commons. Sir Edward Grey would be in charge of the Foreign Office. Haldane would be Lord Chancellor, and not only would he preside in that capacity over the House of Lords, but his functions would be so extended that in conjunction with the Premier he would exercise a control over the general policy of the country. Behind this staff of imperialists no one would notice a Prime Minister, by no means a marked personality, who was opposed to the policy of force and national prestige. There were plausible arguments which could be presented to Sir Henry to dissuade him from undertaking the double task of Prime Minister and Leader of the Lower House. Now 70 years old, he had never been a hard worker, and for several months past his health had been seriously affected. He had just returned from a long rest cure at Moranbad. King Edward, who had met him there, advised him on Monday the 4th to spare his health, remarking that neither of them was a young man. But Sir Henry stood firm. If his health made it necessary, he would accept a peerage later, but he wished at any rate to open the session of 1906 not only as Prime Minister but as leader of the Commons. Weary of argument, he postponed his decision, since his health was the objection put forward, until he could consult Lady Campbell Bannerman on her arrival from Scotland. If the imperious members of the party counted on her womanly fears to urge her husband to leave the Commons, they were disappointed. She loathed the CHQUE and decided in favour of a firm front. Was the Tory opposition to have at least the satisfaction of seeing Asquith, Grey and Haldane refuse to enter the cabinet, since their terms had been rejected? So the Times behaved, and raised a paean of triumph. But the very morning the article appeared, Friday, December 8, the situation took another turn. Asquith had yielded and accepted the office of Chancellor of the Exchequer without the leadership of the Commons. Deserted by him, could Sir Edward Grey and Haldane carry on their strike? Grey seemed inclined to that course, but the ingenious Haldane persuaded him to accept Campbell Bannerman as leader, if Sir Henry would consent to give the Foreign Office to Grey. The war. Augustine Berriew, a talented man of letters, went to the Board of Education. To attract the sympathies of the working class, the local government board was given to John Bums, who, although he had not accepted the program of the Labour Representation Committee, could claim to be a socialist of long standing and was of proletarian origin. 2. Thus the Liberals, though banished from office for over 10 years, had successfully solved as expert politicians all the problems raised by the constitution of a government. They had avoided a SPHT between the Gladstonians and the Imperialists. That Lord Rosebery's name was absent from their list hardly mattered. Pub-HC opinion had become accustomed to regard this haughty aristocrat as permanently retired. And though the opposition refused to admit it, they had formed an administration far superior in the individual worth of its members to that which had just resigned. But although Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman was now Prime Minister and leader of the Commons, the Unionist politicians cherished a forlorn hope. For the second act of the drama had still to be played. Within a few weeks, the Liberals must confront the electorate. They would emerge victorious. Of that there was no doubt. But what would be the extent of their victory? It must surely damage their cause to take the field under the command of a prominent pro-Boer, whose sole recommendation to the notice of the public was the fact that during the late war he had made common cause with men notorious as enemies of their country. Even in the Liberal camp it was regarded as dangerous to speculate on the basis of the numerous by-elections won during the past year. At a by-election, voters freely allow themselves the pleasure of giving the government a slap in the face, because they know their gesture can have no serious consequences. The utmost that could be hoped for was a majority of 100 over the Unionists, just sufficient to prevent the 80 Irish Nationalists from dictating their terms. And many Unionists expected a less decisive result. Chamberlain prophesied that the Liberal majority would not exceed 80, would be at the mercy of the Irish members, and that the swing of the pendulum would not be long delayed. At this period the elections were not completed in a single day. They lasted a fortnight, and the order in which they were held ensured the Liberals from the outset an easy victory. After an isolated election at Ipswich, where they gained a seat, 10 Lancashire constituencies were summoned on the following day, January 13, to elect their representatives. In 1900 had returned Unionist members, Balfour at their head. Now all returned Liberals or Labour men, 6 Liberals and 4 Labour. And these victories were the more sensational because in several instances the successful Liberal had been faced not only with a Unionist opponent but with a Socialist as well. It was in vain that Balfour had prevaricated, and the other Unionist candidates declared against a tariff on foodstuffs had been irremediably compromised by Chamberlain's propaganda. It was undoubtedly a misfortune for the Unionists that the first boroughs to vote were situated in the Holy Land of Free Trade. But the same day in a number of other manufacturing constituencies where the tariff reformers flattered themselves that their propaganda had been more successful, the result was the same. The initial impulse once given, Liberal victories followed in unbroken succession so long as the borough elections continued. In London, which in 1900 had returned 8 Liberals as against 51 Unionists, 40 Liberals and Labour men were returned, and only 19 Unionists. In the remaining boroughs of England the respective positions of the two parties were almost exactly reversed. In 1940 Liberal members had been returned as against 127 Unionists, now 124 Liberals as against 43 Unionists. In Wales, the Unionists lost even the tiny minority returned at the last election, the 2 representatives of the Welsh boroughs. 9. Were Liberals. In Scotland, the Liberals reconquered the supremacy they had appeared to be losing for some years past. Instead of 15 to 16, they were 25 to 6. On the 19th, when the borough elections were almost at an end, the county elections began. If, owing to the growth of the suburbs of large towns or the development of mining, some of these constituencies had become urban and industrial, the majority were rural, and the Unionists might well hope by maintaining their position here to mitigate the disaster which had befallen them in the boroughs. But it soon became clear that even in these areas the tide would sweep away the last dikes behind which the old Conservative Party was entrenched. The agricultural labourers from dislike of the landlords' arid farmers, the farmers from dislike of the Education Act which had made the rates heavier, and the electors generally disgusted with a government of aristocrats and dilettanti which had shown itself incompetent either to preserve peace or make war, and after the conclusion of peace had given no proof that it had learnt the lessons of the war, voted for the Liberals. The old county families who constituted the picturesque element of the Unionist party saw themselves deserted by those whom until the dawn of the new century they had been pleased to regard as attached to themselves by a tie amounting to moral serfdom. In Dorset a Bathurst was defeated, a Kenyon in Derbyshire, a Lowther in Cumberland. Chaplin, for the last 10 years Minister for Agriculture and a Lincolnshire member for 32 years, lost his seat. The sole comfort left to the Unionists was the fact that their defeat was not so overwhelming as in the towns. In England the counties returned 74 Liberals and 60 Unionists, in Scotland 35 Liberals and 4 Unionists, in Wales all the 19 members were Liberals. To sum up, the new House of Commons contained 430 Liberal and Labour members, 157 Unionists, 83 Irish nationalists. If from the 50 working-class representatives returned we subtract those who, having accepted the nomination of the Labour Representation Committee, might claim to be regarded as a group apart, there were 401 Liberals, 157 Unionists, 29 Labour members, 83 Nationists. Any lingering hopes Unionist headquarters may have entertained on the eve of the polls had been dissipated. The government majority was so vast that, even if the Liberals were deserted by their Labour and Irish AUs, they could still dispose of 130 more votes than the hostile combination. The only strongholds remaining in Unionist hands were the wealthy districts of London, a certain number of seats in the agricultural counties of the south, Birmingham and its environs, where Chamberlain reigned supreme, and Liverpool, where, no doubt, the violent anti-Irish sentiment checked the Liberal advance. To find a similar electoral landscape we must go back to the general election of 1833, which followed the passage of the first Reform Bill, and it was indeed a revolution of the same kind which was taking place at present. The paradoxical feature of the situation was that the reforms of the franchise effected as long ago as 1867 and 1884 had not borne fruit until now. Anti-Irish panics, waves of imperialist enthusiasm, the failure of the old Gladstonian party to understand the aspirations of the working masses, had kept the Conservatives in office. Their power was now a thing of the past, and many, who, after 1895, had been inclined to write the Liberal Party off as annihilated for the next half-century, now regard 1906 as the year one of a new era, an era of liberalism regenerate and democratic. In the new House there were only 16 bankers in place of 50 in the previous Parliament, and 21 members of railway directorates as against 53. There were 310 new members, almost half the total membership. and of these 310, 220 were liberals, well nigh 3/4 of the party representation. Among these 220 were a large number of young men, intellectuals, gymnasts, university professors, champions of all those eccentric causes which arouse the enthusiasm of British philanthropy. They had stood for election or allowed themselves to be put up simply in order that as far as possible the Liberal vote might be taken in every constituency. Now they found themselves returned, often to their utter amazement. On what platform? This is the question we must now examine. For the new members felt, no doubt, some difficulty in analyzing the movement of vague enthusiasm which had landed them at Westminster. 3. The programme on which the new majority had been returned was undoubtedly first and foremost purely negative opposition to tariff reform, which the Liberals regarded as reactionary. Chamberlain had intended to give the election the character of a referendum on the question, and the overwhelming majority obtained by the opposite party seemed a hostile verdict upon his policy from which for many a year to come there could be no appeal. But although a number of long-established conservative organs in the provinces charged him with precipitating the conservative defeat by his insubordination and intemperance, he obviously retained the sympathy, secret or avowed, of the London party press and the vast majority of provincial conservative papers. The conservative defeat, his supporters maintained, was due to the fact that Chamberlain had been compelled to play a lone hand, while the old Fahmies with Balfour at their head monopolized the official leadership of the party. The consequence was that the party had lost touch with the mass of the electorate. A new organization and a new program were indispensable. Though he inspired this campaign, Chamberlain dared not claim the leadership of the party. The established conservative hierarchy was too powerful. Relying, however, on the fact that of the 150 Unionists returned to the new Parliament, over 100 had been elected on the full programme of imperial protection, he called upon Balfour to adopt it. On February 15 the papers published 2 letters exchanged between the official and the unofficial Unionist leaders. In the first of these Balfour informed Chamberlain that he considered fiscal reform should be the first constructive work of the Unionist party, demanded more equal terms of competition for British trade, and closer commercial union with the colonies, and admitted that the imposition of a general tariff of a moderate character upon manufactured articles and a HGHT duty on imported cereals were not in principle objectionable and should be adopted if shown to be necessary for the attainment of the ends in view or for purposes of revenue. He was indeed careful to add that the new duties must not be imposed for the purpose of raising prices or giving artificial protection against legitimate competition. And he added that to protect the British export trade and tighten the economic bonds between the mother country and the colonies may be possible by other means, and that it is inexpedient to permit differences of opinion as to these methods to divide the party. But these reservations did not alter the fact that by placing tariff reform upon 12. The official programme of the party on the morrow of the debacle at the polls, he had surrendered to Chamberlain. In any case, it was in this sense that Chamberlain interpreted Balfour's letter, which, he said, he cordially welcomed. The following day, February 6, the reconciliation between the two leaders was sealed by a plenary assembly of the party at Lansdowne House. Could it however be regarded as complete? Were its terms unambiguous? Balfour had no doubt accepted Chamberlain's programme in principle, and that was a great deal. But he had attached to his acceptance so many reservations that their common enemy were tempted to put to the test an alliance at the best of times weak. On March 12 the member of the Ministerial HST majority in the Commons invited the House to pass a resolution declaring its determination to resist any proposal whether by way of taxation upon foreign goods, to create in this country a system of protection. Balfour, thus driven to bay and compelled either to defend Chamberlain's entire programme or reject it categorically, evaded the issue by a speech as ambiguous, complicated, and Balfourian as possible. When he had finished, the Premier did not rise to reply. When, however, Chamberlain interposed to charge him with a breach of parliamentary etiquette, Campbell Bannerman decided to speak. His speech was brief and incisive. He denounced Balfour's speech as futile, nonsensical, and misleading, only justifiable if his object had been to waste the time of the House. I say, enough of this foolery. It might have answered very well in the last Parliament, but it is altogether out of place in this Parliament. The tone and temper of this Parliament will not permit it. Move your amendments, and let us get to business. So these two statesmen, Balfour and Campbell Bannerman, faced each other on the floor of the House, the former unanimously regarded as a great artist, and a master of fence, the prince of the House of Commons, the latter an honourable man no doubt, but a bourgeois far from keen wit and without prestige as a debater. And it was the obtuse bourgeois, who, at the first passage of arms, a stab shed his authority over the newly elected Parliament by informing his adversary amid the applause of his majority that he considered Bim a sophist and refused to waste his time by stinning to him. There was indeed a third statesman to oppose Campbell Bannerman, namely, Chamberlain himself, whose imprudent intervention had provoked the Prime Minister's withering reply. 13. Would he not very shortly give his party its revenge by employing more direct methods better suited to a democratic audience? On this point we are reduced to conjecture, for in July he suddenly disappeared from public life, a victim to the disease which made him a permanent invalid and a paralytic. But it is not likely that his ardour would have succeeded, where Balfour's subtlety had failed. The situation was too unfavourable to protectionist propaganda. When the advocates of tariff reform opened their campaign in 1903, they had reckoned on a period of economic depression and industrial stagnation. For after 3 or 4 years of prosperity, the bad years before 1898 seemed to be returning. Their calculation had been falsified by the event. The years 1904 and 1905 had been prosperous. 1906 was better still. Imports rose from JT $65,020,000 to carat. 14. Distinct grievances. To examine them the government had appointed 2 committees of inquiry. Both complained of the increasing number of foreign seamen employed in the mercantile marine. But a remedy was not easy to find. It was impossible to dispense with these men, especially in tropical waters, and the difficulty was all the greater because the non-British seamen, the Lascars, were Indians and therefore British subjects. The first and the more important of the committees had recommended stricter regulations to ensure the crew's better conditions on board, for example, better sleeping accommodation and food, and so attract a larger number of Englishmen to the service. This recommendation was very largely carried out by the Act of 1906. It had further recommended the introduction of a rule by which sailors in the merchant service must know sufficient NHSH to understand orders in that language. On this point also the Act of 1906 carried out its recommendation. Actually, in the course of the debates, an amendment more directly hostile to the foreigner was inserted in the statute. Pilots' certificates would in future be granted only to Englishmen. The ship owners had also complained that since for the past 20 years they had been subject to very strict regulations as to the amount of cargo and life-saving apparatus, it was not just to allow foreign vessels not subject to these regulations by their national laws to compete with theirs in British ports. A second committee was appointed to investigate the question and, so far as existing international agreements permitted, its recommendations were incorporated into the Statute of 1906. The Act subjected as far as possible foreign vessels entering British ports to the regulations imposed on British vessels by NHSH law. Of these new provisions, some, as we have seen, were obviously national HSD in character, the others, however justifiable they might appear, abandoned the orthodoxy of free trade. Foreign vessels were indeed permitted to compete with British, but only if their competition was on an equal footing. This was all the fair traders had asked for. They were quite ready to accept free trade on equal terms. In 1907, Lloyd George took a more decided step in the direction of fair trade. For some years the question of patents had been causing anxiety to English manufacturers and the officials of the Board of Trade. Too many foreign firms, especially American and German, had taken out patents in England, often deliberately drawn up in complicated and obscure language, to prevent British industry using particular methods or machinery, or permitting their use only on payment of a royalty. The extent of the evil can be gauged from the fact that of 14,700 patents granted in 1906, 6,500 were granted to foreigners. A committee had been appointed in 1901 to examine the problem. Its report led to the passing of a statute in 1902 with the object of enabling an inventor, injured by a patent willfully misdrafted, to obtain redress from the courts. It proved inoperative. A Lancashire manufacturer brought a test case. It cost him 4,000. To a poor inventor such costs were prohibitive. The Patents and Designs Act of 1907 was a more thoroughgoing measure. Not only was the procedure for modifying patents made simpler and therefore cheaper, but other provisions were laid down. In future the government would be entitled to cancel a patent, if within 3 years of the grant it had not been used in the United Kingdom. All applications for a patent must be accompanied by the production of specimens. And measures were taken to put an end to the system of leases which tended to subject British industry to foreign control. "I'm not afraid of foreign competition," Lloyd George declared, "as long as British trade is free to fight it. British industry shall be made perfectly free to engage on equal terms in the severe struggle with its competitors." The German press raised the cry of protection. From the opposition benches ironical congratulations were showered on Lloyd George. Attention was drawn to the fact that the Bill of 1907 had been prepared and its clauses worked out by the Board of Trade, before the advent of the Liberal government, at the demand of a group of industries whose leaders at least shared Chamberlain's views. Were not the Unionists entitled to surmise, as some actually did, that this young minister whom they detested so bitterly might perhaps follow one day in the footsteps of that other great demagogue, the protagonist of tariff reform? Lloyd George was certainly no doctrinaire and, more attached to democracy than free trade, was perhaps glad to prove in these early days of the new Parliament that he was not enslaved to the old formulas of Gladstonian orthodoxy. But this was a very slender foundation for behaving that he would shortly join the protectionists. One thing was certain, he had no political inducement to take the step. He shared his colleagues' perception that it was politics to leave the Unionist Party to bear the responsibility for Chamberlain's new program and to confront it with the alternative of disavowing it, which would leave them without a positive program to oppose to the Liberals or frankly adopting it as their platform, and thereby courting defeat at the polls. We must not, therefore, ascribe to the Merchant Shipping or the Patent Acts the importance assigned to them by contemporary Unionist speakers and journalists. We must, on the contrary, draw attention to the measures ostentatiously adopted by the government to retrace the few steps taken by its predecessor on the path of protection, tentative so misconceived and blundering that its task was easy. 5. The budget of 1906 abandoned the $2,000,000 yielded by the export duty on coal imposed in 1901, which had the air of an indirect concession to protectionist principles. But on what grounds could the duty be rationally defended? Its authors had argued from the necessity of preserving the reserves of coal in British soil indispensable to British industry but by no means inexhaustible. A royal commission, however, appointed after the imposition of the duty to undertake a comprehensive study of the problems connected with the coal mining industry in Great Britain, had reached the conclusion that the supply of coal was in no proximate danger of exhaustion. There were 100,000 million tons of coal to be raised, and the annual output of the mines in England, Wales, and Scotland was only 230 million registered. It had been argued that British industry would obtain its coal on better terms if export were rendered more difficult. The expectation, however, was not fulfilled at a time when the price of coal was rising all other prices, and the opposition thus introduced between the interests of the manufacturing consumers and the miners sharpened the hostility of the huge mining electorate to the duty of 1901. The supporters of THIRD reform could only retort that if, as the opposition implicitly admitted, the British producer suffered from the imposition of this export duty, it would be the foreign producer, not the British consumer, who would suffer from the imposition of duties on imports registered. This logic chopping represented the entire opposition of Unionist speakers during the debates on the budget. The theorists of free trade, the miners, and the powerful group constituted by the merchant service were united in opposition to the export duty on coal. In fact, the opposition was a mere formality. Austen Chamberlain, Chancellor of the Exchequer in the late cabinet, had already promised to abolish it. In 1907 a more important step was taken in the same direction. On June 6, Sir Edward Grey, in his capacity as Foreign Secretary, informed the Permanent International Sugar Commission that the British government could no longer continue to participate in the Union under the conditions imposed by the Brussels Agreement, since the agreement was inconsistent with their declared POHCY, and incompatible with the interests of British consumers and sugarism manufacturers, and claimed for Great Britain freedom from the obligation to subject sugar which had received a bounty to the retaliatory duties it prescribed. On July 25, the Commission met at Brussels and in 2 days drew up the draft of an agreement supplementing the Convention of 190A, which was ratified on August 28 by the adhesion of all the contracting powers. It suspended the International Union for 5 years from September 1908, and freed Great Britain during that period from the obligation to penalize sugar in receipt of a bounty, the other contracting powers merely reserving the right to require that any sugar refined in the United Kingdom and exported to their territory should be accompanied by a guarantee that no portion of it came from a country which accorded a bounty for the growth or treatment of sugar. The tariff reformers protested, and their protests were similar to those they had made against the abolition of the export duty on coal. They amounted to no more than the argument that the Brussels Convention had not produced all the ill effects foretold by the free traders. The quantity of raw sugar imported, far from decreasing, had increased by 15%. The export of confectionery had increased and had never before reached so high a figure. The plantations of cane sugar in the West Indies had been saved, which however did not prevent some manufacturers from making preparations to introduce the sugar beet industry into England. Unionist speakers further taunted the measure with being a compromise. If the government wished to keep its election promises, why was there not a complete rupture with the International Commission? Nothing came of their protests. The Liberals had promised the electorate cheap sugar, and the pledge was fulfilled by the Brussels Compromise. The Convention of 1902 was not calculated to win the British voter to the cause of tariff reform. For the only British producer it protected was not NHSH or Scottish but the West Indian planter. The object of the Unionist cabinet in signing it had been, by saving the West Indian colonies from ruin, to inculcate in the British public the belief in a solidarity of interests between the mother country and her colonies. The problem of free trade was thus bound up with that of imperial unity. Chamberlain's revived protectionism was not intended to be a parochial protection of the interests of the mother country alone, it aimed at an imperial protection, the protection of Greater Britain as a whole against the outside world. From this point of view Chamberlain had bequeathed to the new government a legacy of singular difficulty. It was all very well for the majority of the new ministers to proclaim their opposition to imperialism, they could not escape responsibility for the settlement of imperial problems. Their anti-imperialism signified at most their unwillingness to increase a burden of responsibility, a heady overwhelming, by further conquests, and their belief in the desirability of applying more hybrid methods in ruling the hosts of nations and races subject to the British Crown and thus perhaps consolidating the empire by liberalizing it. 6. In April, 1907, after an interval of 5 years, the Colonial Conference met in London. The Liberal government did nothing to diminish the solemnity of the proceedings. Campbell Bannerman was at pains to lay to rest any suspicions of an intransigent Little Englandism, to which his attitude during the Boer War might have given rise. He invited the prime ministers of the self-governing colonies to his official residence in Downing Street and made the reception as imposing as he could. A special table was put up which had the shape of an E to symbolize the empire by its very form. Above the premier's head a likeness of Pitt by a projector presided over the meeting. By an innovation which did not pass unremarked, he did not leave it to the colonial secretary to open the proceedings, but made the opening speech himself, a profession of faith at once imperialist and liberal. No question, he said, must be excluded from discussion, and the fact that the British government might on one point or another find itself in disagreement with a particular colony would not weaken the bonds of friendship which united them. Paying an ironical tribute to the statesman who had sought to cement the bond of imperial unity by commercializing it, he quoted the words in which Chamberlain had spoken of the sentimental character of the tie which bound the mother country to her colonies. In fact, the question of granting or refusing a preference to the colonies was the most important of those discussed at the conference. The Australian Commonwealth, New Zealand, and Cape Colony, whose government was at the moment in the hands of imperialists of British origin, put forward resolutions advocating a system of mutual preferential tariffs between the various self-governing colonies and the United Kingdom. The Prime Minister of the Commonwealth was a vehement supporter of Chamberlain's project. Alone the Canadian Premier, Sir Wilfrid Laurier, held aloof. Like his party, the Liberal Party of Canada, he was committed to a fiscal policy entirely independent of the rest of the empire, and reciprocity not with Britain but the United States. What arguments did the other premiers bring forward? It was no longer possible, as it had been possible 3 or 4 years ere, to argue that since the growth of commerce was more rapid between the mother country and her colonies than between the mother country and the rest of the world, a system of preferential tariffs followed the natural line of historical development. Unfortunately for that argument, the statistics for the past year yielded diametrically opposite results. But this did not prevent Chamberlain's supporters from making use of them. England, they argued, sent too much capital and too many immigrants to the United States, not enough to Canada and the other parts of the empire. If, however, by an artificial system of protection, commerce could be diverted into colonial channels, capital and human labor would follow in the same direction. From every standpoint therefore they would be assisting the progress of the empire. The hopes of these self-governing colonies were damped by the opposition of 3 ministers. Asquith, speaking as Chancellor of the Exchequer, made the pronouncement in favor of the official free trade orthodoxy which might have been expected from him. He refused to inquire whether Cobden had regarded British free trade as the prelude to universal. If he remained loyal to free trade it was because he believed it was demanded by the special and immediate interests of the British people. Lloyd George disappointed any hopes which his merchant shipping and patent bills might have aroused by defending the principle of free trade in terms as uncompromising as Asquith's. Since Winston Churchill was only Under-Secretary for the Colonies he might have kept silence. As a convert from Toryism, however, and, like all converts, suspect in both camps, he thought it necessary to state his position and put forward political arguments in favor of the complete fiscal independence of the mother country in regard to her colonies. We have had occasion to appreciate their gravity. Sentiments of deep affection united the different parts of the empire, and, if the mother country attempted to dictate to a colony, or conversely, if a colony attempted to dictate to her, the fiscal system to be adopted, everlasting conflicts of interest would result. The effect would be to weaken, not, as was hoped, consolidate imperial sentiment. At that very moment a number of disputes brought home the danger of attempting to give a systematic form to a union which continued somehow to function in total disorganization. Asquith and Lloyd George declared their intention to do everything in their power to foster commerce between the different parts of the empire. This, however, was not always an easy task, and the obstacles did not arise exclusively from the attitude of the mother country. It was because of the Australian government that imperial penny postage, already in operation throughout almost the whole of the empire, did not yet extend to Australia. It was all very well for Canada to advertise loudly the project of an all-red route between England and Australia via Montreal and Vancouver. Australia showed no enthusiasm for this piece of imperialism but put forward in London a totally different scheme, the organisation of a line of rapid communications between Australia and England which would not touch Canada. Registered moreover, For more than 10 years an open conflict had existed between the mother country and the self-governing colonies about the laws controlling merchant shipping and the coasting trade. In 1894, when the Liberals were in office, they had dared to violate the principle of colonial home rule, and the Parliament of Great Britain had passed a merchant shipping bill registered which, while it conferred on the colonial legislatures full powers to prescribe the conditions of coasting trade, imposed the twofold reservation that any such legislation must place British vessels on an equal footing with colonial, and must not conflict with any right granted by British treaties to foreign states. But the constitution granted 6 years later to Austria gave the Austrian Parliament unlimited jurisdiction in this sphere. This at least was the interpretation placed upon the Act in Austria. Accordingly, the Commonwealth Parliament passed in 1904 a statute whose provisions were in conflict with those of the British Act of 1894. And in 1903, New Zealand overrode the restrictions laid down in the Act of 1894 without even troubling HKE Austria to justify her action by an appeal to the text of her constitution registered in London, a commission registered appointed to inquire into the Austrian statute and in particular to determine how far it was authorized by the Commonwealth Act of 1900 referred the examination of the question to a maritime conference which began its sessions a few days before the colonial conference met. It failed to reach a settlement and left England at grips with serious difficulties at two opposite extremities of her empire. In Newfoundland the United States refused to recognize certain provisions of the local mercantile code, and the Foreign Office, siding as always with the United States against British colonists, ordered the cruisers stationed in those waters to protect American vessels against agents of the Newfoundland government if the latter attempted to enforce its legislation on the Americans. And Austria actually introduced a bill during the following summer which not only excluded from the coasting trade all non-Austrian vessels, including British, but interpreted coasting trade so widely that it seemed as though the deliberate object of the measure were to aim a deadly blow at British merchant shipping registered should the British government, to maintain the imperial order, quarrel with the United States and Austria. British diplomacy, both within and without the empire, once more employed its favorite methods: discussion, compromise, delay. 7. On the fundamental issue of preferential tariffs the offers came from the colonies, the opposition from the mother country. But the former were not unanimous, and even those which offered Britain a preference became suddenly hostile to any kind of preferential treatment where the regulation of merchant shipping was concerned. As regards the military organization of the empire, the proposals for unification came from London, and Campbell Bannerman left the matter to his Imperia HST Secretary for War, Haldane. The opposition came from the colonies, who were opposed both to a supreme imperial command and the permanent representation of the colonies on the Committee of Imperial Defense. They were content to request that the colonies might avail themselves of the committee's expert advice on questions affecting their local interests and in such cases send a representative to participate in its discussions. As regards the political organization of the empire, the late Unionist colonial secretary, Littleton, had submitted to the colonial governments a proposal that the colonial conference should be transformed into an imperial council, on which their representatives would have permanent seats. The suggestion attracted the Austrian premier, Deakin, but he was faced by the opposition not only of the new Liberal government but of the Canadian Prime Minister, Sir Wilfrid Laurier. It was finally decided to retain the conference. In future, however, it should be termed imperial instead of colonial. The Prime Minister, not the colonial secretary, should be its president, and it should meet regularly every 4 years, though, if necessary, special conferences might be summoned in the interval. In default of a council, Deakin proposed a permanent secretariat of which the Prime Minister should be president. His proposal was defeated, but a secretariat for the self-governing colonies was formed, at the head of which the colonial secretary was placed. All these measures could be interpreted in two senses. They might be regarded as steps towards a federation of the empire. but they might equally well be regarded as tending by the constitution of the new Secretariat to detach from the rest of the empire the self-governing colonies, the dominions, or self-governing dominions as they were officially entitled for the first time in 1907, and the fact that the president of future conferences would be the premier might be and to imply that they were nothing more than conversations between the prime ministers of nations completely independent of each other. If the dominions chose to draw the federal bond tighter, so much the better. If they decided to loosen it, the parting could be effected on friendly terms. In 1907, breaking for the first time the established tradition, the Foreign Office permitted negotiations between Canada and France for a commercial treaty to be conducted at Paris, not by the British ambassador, but the Canadian premier, whose decisions were simply registered by a representative of the Foreign Office. The solution of the question in whatever direction it might he was left to the future. For the moment they discussed, compromised, postponed. 8. In this way, by adopting an attitude which combined generosity with caution, the Liberal cabinet managed to emerge from the conference with prestige unimpaired. But the problem of the relations to be established between the mother country and the dominions was perhaps the least of those with which British imperialism was faced. Far more serious were those raised by the direct government of the different parts of the empire. And nowhere were they more complicated than in South Africa, which had just played such a prominent part in English history. It was a compendium in which all the difficulties of imperial politics were summed up. British South Africa contained between 5 and 6 million inhabitants, 4 or 5 million of whom were black, 5 or 6 black men for every white. Among the blacks the Hottentots, whose culture was of a lower order, were declining in numbers and being swamped by the invasion of the Kafbrs from the north, a race morally and physically superior. The problem was further complicated by a host of mulattoes, the colored people, who regarded themselves as closer to the whites than their native ancestors. Originally, all the blacks had halved, and the majority still halved, under the tribal system. The individual was without rights, the chief of the tribe absolute master of persons and property, custom an even more despotic ruler, imposing its supreme command on the chief and his subjects alike. Men fought and spent the rest of their time in idleness, the women provided for their wants by cultivating the soil. But this indigenous system was now subject to the solvent action of new social forces. The liberal legislation of Western Europe had given the blacks in the old Cape Colony equal civil rights with the white men. If they could prove that they possessed the requisite property qualification, they were entitled to vote on the same footing as British or Dutch whites. And the government furnished their children with a generous supply of schools. Where the old tribes survived, steps had been taken to facilitate the transition from collective to private property. Elsewhere, the whites had pursued a different policy, protecting the tribal system against the corrosive forces to which it was exposed, segregating the blacks and refusing them access to European civilization. This method itself could be upheld in different ways. In Natal, for instance, racial equality was proclaimed by the Constitution, but the officials entrusted with its execution took care to render the principle nugatory. In the former Boer republics of the Orange River and the Transvaal, the law sanctioned the subjection of the blacks. In the protectorates of Bechuanaland, Swaziland, and Basutoland, on the contrary, the sole object of an administration at once despotic and paternal was to maintain the tribal system intact and safeguard it against every encroachment of civilization. Almost everywhere, however, the new forces were tending to individualize the blacks. Mass production, and such were the methods now used in gold mining, brought it well within this category. Withdrew the black man for a time from his kraal to return him to it with money of his own, eager to acquire land and assert his independence. These conditions gave birth to a revolutionary agitation and the Ethiopian movement, which for the first time in Africa organized blacks, the native Christians, against the whites with a program of national claims. On the very morrow of the general election of 1906, a serious native revolt broke out in Natal. The blacks refused to pay a poll tax imposed by the local parliament, but it was stated that the Ethiopian propaganda played a part in the insurrection. It was repressed by the provincial government without assistance from the imperial army. A small local force of 5,000 put it down in a campaign which continued from February until July and cost the natives 3,000 halves. The summary condemnation to death of 12 rebels as a preliminary to the suppression of the revolt outraged humanitarian sentiment in England and faced the cabinet with a problem which on many occasions already during the past century had embarrassed British liberals. Was the independence of the colony, in other words of the colonists, to be scrupulously respected? Or were they to protect the freedom of the natives even against the colonists? At first the government decided in favor of the second course and ordered the execution of the condemned men to be postponed until the Colonial Office had established the justice and legality of their sentence. But it was now the turn of colonial public opinion to rise in revolt. Protests poured in from the Cape, from Australia, and from New Zealand. The government of Natal resigned. Then the British government yielded and sanctioned the executions. In point of time this was the first outstanding episode in the colonial policy of the new ministry. It was humiliating, and the Unionist opposition at Westminster raised paeans of triumph. But it was in fact important only inasmuch as it called attention, perhaps for the first time, to the gravity of the problem of the black races in South Africa. For the moment it was another racial question which clamored urgently for solution. For the blacks were not the only lower race whose presence in South Africa made difficulties for the British government. During the last few centuries the white peoples have systematically manipulated and transported, as it served their interests, a large variety of races. 29. They have called into being a Negro America whose slave labor was a fertile source of wealth but whose emancipation has raised grave problems for which the United States has found no other solution than the paradoxical return to a system which in some of its moral aspects resembles the Indian caste system. In South Africa, as though to continue the circulation of races around the globe, the Anglo-Saxons invited an invasion of Asiatics in constantly increasing numbers. We have already spoken of the problem created by the importation of Chinese labor into the Rand gold mines and the important place it occupied in the mind of the British public on the eve of the general election. The invasion of Kuyuis aroused the hostility of the workers in the Transvaal, who objected to the competition of this cheap Asiatic labor. And the British workers sympathized with their grievance. On the Rand round Johannesburg a group had been formed which entitled itself the Labour Party, the first item on whose program was the expulsion of the Chinese. The Chinese labor also gave offense to many Boer peasants instinctively hostile to strangers and who, moreover, had good reason to be alarmed for the security of their property and persons. For these workers from the east were too often the refuse of Chinese crime whom the government had cleared from its jails. Too frequently they escaped from the compounds where they were segregated, plundered farms, and murdered isolated Boers. The British humanitarians made common cause with these two classes of objector. It is a state of affairs tainted with slavery, Campbell Bannerman declared in one of his election speeches, and he had barely become Prime Minister, indeed his government had not yet received the ratification of the popular vote, when he announced that he had given instructions to stop forthwith the recruitment and embarkation of Kuyus in China and their importation into South Africa. But at the very moment when he gave this pledge he found himself faced with the fact that in November, licenses had been granted for the importation into the Transvaal of more than 15,000 Chinese. How could they be cancelled retrospectively? The lawyers pronounced unanimously that it was impossible. The Liberal ministers were therefore compelled on first taking office to assist passively at a new invasion of Yellow Carrot speech at the Dottenbert Hall, December 21, 1905. 30. Labour, and make a public declaration that the settlement of the question would be postponed until the Transvaal had been provided with a responsible government. It was a humiliating admission of impotence at a moment when the election campaign was in full swing, and when the employment of Chinese laborers in the mines was the topic with which radical speakers found it easiest to excite the indignation of the masses against the Tory candidate. Nevertheless, For a whole year the British government could do nothing more than cooperate in repatriating individuals with a number of capitalists who had adopted an independent line of action and make preparations to replace Chinese labor eventually by a combination of white and black labor locally recruited. Then, in the spring of 1907, in the lobbies of the Imperial Conference the enemies of yellow labor at last won the day. General Botha, the Prime Minister of the Transvaal, was struggling with pecuniary difficulties which placed his government at the mercy of the Rand magnates. He secured from the British cabinet the guarantee of a Transvaal loan of $5,000,000. He was therefore free to gratify the wishes both of the Boer peasants and the mining proletariat by ordering the repatriation when their contracts expired of the Chinese workers actually employed. The question was thus settled without involving the mines in the catastrophe predicted by Lord Milner's friends and the Rand capitalists. It must be added that the Chinese were not the only Asiatics whose presence in South Africa gave anxiety to the local and the imperial governments. The Hindus had traded along the entire east coast of Africa long before the first Europeans made their appearance. At present they were established in large numbers not only in Natal, where the annual number of Hindu immigrants was estimated to exceed that of the British, but even in the interior of the continent at Johannesburg, where they made a having as petty traders and artisans. The whites, however, took alarm and began to pass legislation subjecting the Asiatics to a special code, as though they were an inferior caste. The Hindus rift by revolt. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, a devout Hindu ascetic, who, however, had studied law in London and practiced at the South African bar, where he defended his compatriots' interests in the courts, had begun his formidable career as an agitator. He V.D.V. Athulya, The Life of Mahatma Gandhi, 1923. 31. Revolted first when he saw his fellow countrymen deprived of the suffrage and subjected to special legislation condemning them to a fate of semi-slavery. For a time he enjoyed the support of the High Commissioner, Lord Milner. For the Transvaal was at this time the scene of his activities, and Milner welcomed a further pretext to oppose the aged Kruger. Gandhi had therefore throughout the Boer War displayed the most ardent loyalty to the British cause, hoping presumably to win for the Hindus the favour of Great Britain after the victory. But, if such had been his hope, he was speedily undeceived. The Hindus in South Africa were exposed to an ostracism increasingly severe and new legal restrictions were imposed upon them. In 1906 Gandhi inaugurated a novel method of resistance, not active insurrection but passive resistance, silent and inactive refusal to obey any of the regulations laid down by the law. 9. The Hindu agitation in South Africa was destined 5 or 6 years later to assume formidable proportions. And it would prove the prelude to an even more serious agitation in British India, for which reason it deserved mention. For the moment, however, one question in South Africa dominated the rest, another racial problem. How were the Ngshare and the Boers to be reconciled a few years after the war which had raged between them? In conformity with the promises embodied in the Treaty of Vereeniging, the government had already begun in 1905 to bestow on the Transvaal a measure of political liberty. A preliminary constitution had been granted by letters patent of March 31, 2 days before the departure of Lord Milner, who had resigned on March 2, Lord Selbourne leaving the Admiralty to take his place. How are we to explain the change at this particular moment? Can we avoid the conclusion that Milner, while proclaiming the grant of a constitution to which, moreover, we are told, he gave a general assent, did not altogether approve it in detail and preferred to leave to a successor the difficulties its introduction would involve? 2. One thing at least is certain, his resignation was a godsend to the Liberal government, which thus escaped the necessity of dismissing a few months later an orthodox disciple of Chamberlain. Lord Selbourne was no doubt a very conservative statesman, but a man of moderate temper with whom Campbell Bannerman could get on well. In the December of 1905 the need to take a further step in the Transvaal was urgent. For the Constitution of 1905 had completely failed to satisfy the Boer population. A legislative council of 40 members, of whom the majority were elected, this at first sight seemed a considerable concession. but the franchise was based on a property qualification determined in such a way as to give the vote to a far larger number in the towns than in the country districts, to the benefit of the British element and the detriment of the Boer. Moreover, the powers of this council were limited. The British government had the right to disavow within 2 years any law it might pass, and the initiation of financial measures was strictly reserved to the governor. A formidable agitation against the measure was organized by General Botha. He announced that he and his friends would enter the Legislative Council only to make any regular work impossible by their obstruction. He demanded not only for the Transvaal but also for the Orange River Colony the immediate establishment of a system of unrestricted democratic self-government with a responsible cabinet. The Liberals had barely entered office when they decided that the Constitution of 1905 should not be put into operation and dispatched a commission to South Africa to conduct a rapid inquiry and report before the summer. By July 31 the government was able to lay before both houses the main lines of the Constitution, definitely granted to the Transvaal by letters patent of December 6 registered. The suffrage was for all practical purposes universal. The constituencies were arranged in such a way that no one could claim that old traditions were outraged, for the former boundaries were respected. And though the Ngshire would possess a slight majority in the new assembly, it was only because they possessed it in the population. In the debates the two languages were to be on an absolutely equal footing, whereas under the provisions of the Constitution of 1905 Dutch would merely have been tolerated. A second chamber nominated by the executive was reluctantly set up and the government was at pains to defend it. It was indeed an arrangement of which nobody is particularly enamored. But all the colonies possessed such a chamber, and this second chamber, avowedly moreover of a temporary nature, might serve as a useful check in the interest of the Kaffirs on the native posse of the popular assembly. The two speeches in which on the same day Lord Elgin in the Lords, Churchill in the Commons explained the intentions of the cabinet, met with violent protests from the opposition. But the Unionist press was more reserved, and when in December the matter came once more before Parliament, the protest of the opposition in both houses seems to have been merely formal. During this same December the government promised to extend self-government to the Orange River Colony. The following June it carried out its pledge. It was an even bolder experiment, for in this case the population was homogeneous and completely Dutch. But in the Transvaal itself, to the great disappointment of the British government, the Boers secured the majority of seats. This did not necessarily mean that the Boers were the majority of the population. But it proved to the hilt that the pro-Boers had been right in condemning a war undertaken in the interest not of the British inhabitants but the mine owners. For an entire section of the British population, particularly among the working class, rejecting the Progressive Party which entitled itself the English Party and was manipulated by the mine owners, voted for the candidates of Het Volk, the Boer Nationalist Party. In this way it came about that General Botha, a general of the Boer army, represented his country at the meetings of the Imperial Conference. He received from the Secretary for War the honours British courtesy owed to the valour with which he had fought England on the battlefield. The great problem remained to be solved: the union of all these free states into a single state. From the economic standpoint it was intolerable that customs and railroad charges should form a perpetual source of conflicts between them, suspended from time to time by laborious and precarious agreements. From the political standpoint it was absurd that a white man should acquire or lose the right to vote by changing his domicile from one state to another, or black men be subject to a different system. Circumstances were particularly favorable for settling the problem. The imperialists of Milner School favored a federation of South Africa, as the first stage to the federation of the entire empire. It was to make it possible that they had engineered the forcible destruction of the two independent republics. It was in fact the group of Lord Milner's former subordinates in South Africa, headed by the youthful Lionel Curtis, who undertook a serious examination of the question and drew up the important memorandum communicated by Lord Selbourne to the Home Government in January 1907. The British Liberals on their part wished to prove that their methods, not those employed by Chamberlain and his disciples, provided the true solution of imperial problems, and that, by granting a system of complete political independence to the Transvaal and Orange River, they were taking the quickest road to reconcile the two races throughout the whole of South Africa. If Milner had not left Africa, if there had been no general election in 1906, would Lionel Curtis and his friends have carried out their task with the same freedom? And the Boers expected the unification of South Africa to compensate them for the Treaty of Vereniging by establishing their predominance by peaceful and legal means throughout the entire country. For the Orange River colony was wholly theirs. In the Transvaal they disposed of the majority of seats, and if Dr. Jameson, the hero of the raid, was Prime Minister at Cape Town, it was an accident due to the disenfranchisement of so many rebels. The amnesty had supervened, once more they would be masters, an expectation actually verified in 1908. The task of framing the constitution of the future British South Africa was entrusted to a national convention of representatives of the various South African governments which sat from October 1908 to February 1909, and whose labours resulted in the statute by which the Imperial Parliament granted the Constitution of September 1909. No general solution of the native problem could be found, and for that reason the different systems of franchise obtaining in the various states, henceforth provinces of the Union, were left intact. Where the blacks already possessed the franchise they continued to possess it for the elections to the new federal Parliament, and the Constitution even laid it down that they could be deprived of it only by a majority of 2/3. But they were ineligible for membership of the Union Parliament, and the utmost the home government could wring from the Boer representatives was the nomination by the Governor-General of a limited number of senators on the ground of their special knowledge of the needs and wishes of the colored people, an extraordinarily indirect form of representation. All the economic difficulties on the other hand were overcome by a political unity so complete that it exceeded Milner's federal ideal and eventually enabled the Boers to override opposition by NHSH Natal. The capital was the Cape, the Supreme Court sat at Bloemfontein and the executive departments were established at Pretoria in the Transvaal. The statute was passed without amendment in an almost empty house. At a moment indeed when the attention alike of the nation and of Parliament was absorbed by questions nearer home and exciting political passions more directly. Nevertheless, this easy acceptance of the South African Constitution 18 months after Campbell Bannerman's death was a triumph for that Gladstonian liberalism of which he had been the convinced exponent. 2. In northern Africa, Egypt from the juridical standpoint formed no part of the empire, and Egyptian affairs, therefore, came within the competence not of the colonial but the foreign secretary. For Egypt was simply occupied by a British army and the British consul general at Cairo possessed only the influence the presence of the army of occupation conferred upon him. This, however, was very great and the consul general was, in fact, the imperial governor of the country. A legislative council which met every month and of whose 30 members only 14 were nominated by the government, the remainder elected at second hand on the basis of a franchise practically universal, had the right to criticize but not to reject or amend the bill submitted to it by a cabinet entirely subject to British influence. A General Assembly, composed, in addition to the 30 councillors and 6 ministers, of 46 elected notables of whom 11 represented the towns, 35 the country districts, had the right to refuse its assent to any new tax. But the Khedive's government, subject for 20 years to Lord Cromer's beneficent supremacy, had never found itself obliged to ask the Assembly for new sources of revenue. The budget always showed a surplus, and the country enjoyed a prosperity unknown until the arrival of the English. The Sudan was completely pacified, and by the agreement of April 1904 France had finally recognized England's privileged position in Egypt. When, therefore, the Liberals took office at the end of 1905 they had no reason to expect trouble from this quarter. A keen supporter of the Anglo-French agreement, Lord Cromer was certainly convinced at this period that, free at last from the constant difficulties caused by the opposition of the French colony with the more or less open support of the Quai d'Orsay, he could pursue without further obstacle the complete anglicization of Egypt. But suddenly a native agitation sprang into existence more embarrassing and possibly more dangerous than the French obstruction had been. In one aspect it was a nationalist movement. A powerful group belonging to the ed of the native population, doctors, men of business, barristers, jamasts, argued that since the British government claimed that the object of its occupation of Egypt was to bring that country the benefits of Western civilization, it should not stop halfway but grant Egypt those parliamentary institutions of which the Legislative Assembly was a mere shadow but which, it would seem, constituted the pith and marrow of European civilization. In another aspect it was a pan-Islamic movement, not confined to Egypt, but active along the entire northern coast of Africa. As such it appealed to the lower strata of the population, untouched by Western influences. The pan-Islamic agitators, their eyes fixed on the Sultan, preached a revolt of all Muslims against the oppression of the colonizing powers and their culture. In the opening months of 1906 the relations between the Anglo-Egyptian government and Turkey were disturbed by a serious diplomatic incident. It concerned the frontier between the Turkish and Egyptian territory in the region of Sinai. The Turkish government sought to extend its jurisdiction to the east coast of the peninsula. The British government not only contested this claim but maintained that the territory under its control extended to the Mediterranean coast, to a point east of El Arish. France and Russia supported Britain at Constantinople. The admiral in command of the Mediterranean fleet informed the Porte that he had made all arrangements to land a force in the most important islands of the archipelago. In Egypt, the army of occupation was reinforced. Finally, on May 14, the Sultan, faced with an ultimatum, submitted. It was a diplomatic and military incident belonging to the foreign relations of the United Kingdom rather than to the administration of the empire. If it concerns us here, it is on account of its strange repercussion on the domestic situation in Egypt. Reading the contemporary British press we receive the impression that the British government was defending the interests and rights of Egypt to the east of the Suez Canal. But in Cairo, 38. And Alexandria the episode by no means appeared in that light. It was regarded as a reinforcement of British control over Egyptian foreign policy, a machination to embroil the Egyptian with the Turkish Muslims. In the Sudan an Arab rising had to be suppressed by bloodshed, and Lord Cromer recognized that the troops hastily summoned from Malta to Cairo would be better employed in keeping order on the spot than in making war on Turkey. They were exposed to the hostility of native mobs. On June 13 at Denchawai, near Tanta, in the Delta, 5 officers attempted to shoot pigeons without first obtaining permission from the inhabitants. Their imprudence provoked a riot in which one of them was mortally wounded. 52 arrests were made and after a summary trial 21 of the accused were condemned, 4 of them to death. The death sentences were immediately carried out. But would Lord Cromer be content with repressing the disorders by force? Aware of the increasing gravity of the insurrection against British rule, he must surely perceive that concessions were inevitable. He categorically refused to admit this. The utmost he was prepared to concede was that it was desirable, though difficult, to give the natives a larger share in the administration, and he appointed Zaghloul Pasha Minister of Education. He also admitted in principle the possibility of convoking the provincial councils more frequently, and increasing the number of their members, possibly even to some very shght extent, their jurisdiction. But he would take no step in the direction of transforming the Legislative Council into an Egyptian parliament. Such a parliament would be unworkable. It would soon be superseded by a despotism of the Oriental type which would destroy all the fruits of the 20 years of British administration and whose first victims would be the blue-shirt fellas. Lord Cromer would not allow that he was himself a despot, for he was subject to the control of the Foreign Office and the British Parliament, where radical opinion was always on the alert to denounce abuses in the administration of the colonies, and was liable to the censure of the Egyptian press, against which he refrained from invoking the protection of new laws. In any case the grant of a constitution worthy of the name could not be contemplated until an indispensable preliminary reform had been effected, the abolition of the system of capitulations and mixed tribunals which enabled criminals to escape the clutches of the law if they could claim foreign nationality, and made a host of administrative acts dependent on the consent of 17 governments. He suggested the establishment of a council composed exclusively of Europeans to draw up the laws governing the relations between natives and foreigners. He suggested at the same time a reform of the mixed tribunals. Their composition, while remaining international, would no longer be exempt from the control of the imperial government, and they would apply a code which the government with the assent of the Legislative Council could alter from time to time as local needs might require. But this reform would itself be extremely difficult, requiring as it did the assent of 17 states. In any case, it was not Lord Cromer's task to carry it through. At the opening of 1907 he resigned on grounds of health. 10 years ere his departure would have been a triumph. In 1907 it appeared almost a flight. To be sure, his successor, Sir Eldon Gorst, the son of Sir John, declared his intention not to depart from the line of action followed by his predecessor. But did he believe what he said? Confronted with the problems of the new Egypt, could he succeed where a greater than he had abandoned the field? 12. Keir Hardie, the leader of the Labour Party, declared in July 1906 that the terrible event which happened in the Sudan the other day, with its attendant brutalities, reduced the administration of that country under British rule to the level of that of the Congo Free State, and he could not think of the massacre of the natives in South Africa without shame and horror registered were we to witness a revolt of British humanitarianism against the excesses of British imperialism. What actually happened was the diversion of humanitarian indignation into another channel. It turned against the atrocities of a foreign imperialism, atrocities whose theatre was that state of the Congo to which Keir Hardie alluded. In 1884 at the Berlin Conference, the great powers, having agreed to renounce for themselves the annexation of the Congo Basin, had decided to set up in those regions an independent state whose administration was entrusted to the King of the Belgians. He had governed the Congo as his private property with the greed of a very astute man of business. And he had delegated the administration of entire districts to companies who, to compel the natives to cultivate the rubber forests, had employed the most brutal methods, not even shrinking from massacre. British humanitarian sentiment was outraged and found vent in an outburst of indignation when in 1902 at the close of the Boer War HSM once more prevailed over the imperialism popular during the preceding years. The agent of an important Liverpool shipping company, Edmund Morrell, resigned his post to devote himself entirely, with the financial support of the Liverpool mercantile magnates, to a campaign of propaganda against the abuses in the government of the Congo. He denounced as violations of freedom and humanity, violations also of the conditions laid down by the Berlin Conference, the exactions to which the natives were subjected, and the closure of markets to European commerce by the monopolies granted to the companies. He won the support of the political groups and the churches. In fact, British public opinion was so hdly at his back. The King of the Belgians, against whom the campaign was primarily directed, decided to shelter himself by transferring the responsibility for the government of the Congo to the Belgian Parliament. Morrell and his friends were willing that the British government should approve the transfer, but only provided no reservations were made, with the aim and effect of perpetuating all the abuses he denounced. The struggle would continue for several years. Success was at last in sight when at the end of 1909 Leopold's death raised to the throne of Belgium King Albert, more humane than his uncle and less of a man of business. But it was not until 1913 that the militant philanthropists of Liverpool obtained complete satisfaction on the 2 points in dispute: protection of the natives against the exploitation of which they were the victims, freedom of trade by the aviation of the monopolies. This campaign of aggressive humanitarianism aroused little sympathy on the continent. When the British government called upon the other signatories of the Berlin Convention to support its demands, France and Germany refused. England found support only in Washington, the other capital of the English-speaking world. One in Paris and Berlin, as at Brussels, it was pointed out that Morrell, far from being a martyr to the cause he espoused so zealously, lived by it and lived very well, and moreover that his financial backers were merchants, not apostles. Lord Cromer was loud in his denunciations of the disgraceful administration of the Congo. Was it to cover Denchawai? Or was it perhaps because he wished England to regain possession of the Lado enclave on the Upper Nile, which she had too generously abandoned to the King of the Belgians? Lord Lansdowne on behalf of the Unionist Party had called upon the British government to intervene on the Congo between the Negroes and the whites. Why had his attitude been so different when in Natal the white men were of British race? But when all this is granted, it remains true that the abuses denounced by the Congo Reform Association were hideous facts, that when Morel called upon the Belgian government to abolish in their colonies the privileges granted to private companies, he was only asking them to follow the example England had lately given in her own, and that England was not pursuing any secret design of conquest but simply claiming equal freedom of trade in the Belgian Congo for her own subjects and the entire world. Moreover, if his campaign directly served the interests of some exceedingly influential groups of businessmen, in other respects it ran counter to the policy pursued by Great Britain. At a moment when the Foreign Office in its fear of Germany was working hard to conciliate all the European powers, his denunciations had aroused the indignation of the Belgian public against British hypocrisy and arrogance, and though Sir Edward Grey did his best to sweeten the pill by the courteous language in which he couched his government's demands, he could not prevent Belgian foreign policy from remaining consistently pro-German until the eve of the Great War. 13. But why at this particular moment did this problem of the government of the native races suddenly assume such importance at the two extremities of Africa? What was the underlying cause of the Ethiopianism and the Pan-Islamism which in South and North Africa alike caused such embarrassment to British imperialism? We might be tempted at first sight to see in the phenomenon a reaction to the British general election of January 1906. If British imperialism had begun to mistrust itself, what wonder if the subject peoples began to doubt the solidity of the edifice? But we cannot believe that the election played such an important part in the history of our planet. We should rather, we think, regard this African agitation as the offshoot of a general insurrection of the non-European races against Western domination. The movement had its center in Asia, its origin in the victories won by Japan at an interval of 10 years. Over China first, an Asiatic nation had proved itself capable of sharing in the partition of China on an equal footing with the Christian nations. Now over Russia, an Asiatic nation had successfully resisted a Christian empire whose power was then regarded as more formidable than that of any other, and on Chinese soil had replaced by its own imperial sway the dominion of the European power it had defeated. The lesson given by Japan to Asia had been further enforced by the Russian Revolution. On the frontier between Europe and Asia the spectacle was witnessed of a mighty nation rising on the morrow of its defeat against a military and administrative despotism of venerable antiquity. For several months the overthrow of the Tsardom was believed to be imminent. Why should not the Oriental nations follow the example set by the Russian revolutionaries and overthrow either, as in China, a corrupt monarchy which had proved incapable of defending its people against the 43. aggression of 4 or 5 foreign powers, or, as in India, a foreign government established by conquest? From 1899 to 1905 British India had been governed by a statesman who was one of the most typical representatives of the imperious spirit and creed. Already distinguished when appointed Viceroy of India for his expert knowledge of the problems of the Far East, Lord Curzon had displayed during his 7 years' rule the qualities and the defects whose combination composed the perfect Chamberlainite: industry, obstinacy, ostentation, despotism, and an overbearing harshness. But in Lord Curzon the overbearingness passed all bounds and involved him in actions which, whether justifiable or not, arrayed everyone against him. Fi had hardly entered upon office when he claimed for himself, as Viceroy over 300 million subjects, an independence comparable with that possessed by the freely elected parliaments of the dominions, and pursued in the north around and beyond the passes of the Himalayas a policy of aggression which caused no little anxiety to the home government. He had antagonized the natives by taking steps to check the influx of candidates for the university examinations with the aim of retarding the growth of that intellectual proletariat whose temper alarmed the supporters of order in India. In 1905 he decided to divide Bengal into 2 separate parts, consolidating one of them with Assam. It was a measure for which excellent administrative arguments could be advanced. But its effect was to create a province of eastern Bengal and Assam in which 2/3 of the population were Mohammedans, thereby arousing what was nothing short of an insurrection among the Hindus. At least he might have won for his posse the support of the sowed mass of Anglo-Indians. But in the hope of conciliating the native population he had ordered that the ill usage to which they were subject at the hands of the conquering race should be punished as severely as the sporadic acts of violence committed by the natives against their masters. He had thus alienated the Anglo-Indians also. By a final caprice he quarrelled in 1905 with Lord Kitchener, who after signing the peace treaty in South Africa had secured the command of the Indian Army. The original ground of quarrel was a dispute as to the respective authority of the Commander-in-Chief and the Rotary member of the Executive Council, whom we may regard as the Viceroy's Minister for War. Kitchener claimed complete independence in all purely military questions. 44. Tariff and imperial questions. Lord Curzon refused to admit the claim and demanded a measure of control for his meadery member, in other words for himself. A commission of inquiry was appointed in London which pronounced in favour of Kitchener's contention, attributed only minor functions to the meadery member and called upon Lord Curzon to appoint a new official to fill a post in future subordinate. He proposed a candidate whose name appeared to spell defiance to the report of the commission and who was not accepted. Lord Curzon thereupon resigned. H. He was succeeded by Lord Minto, an old soldier who had been Governor-General of Canada. If he belonged to a family which so many other great families had gone over to Unionism some 20 years ago, the family tradition of the Elhots was Whig, and, moreover, he had performed with tact in Canada duties identical with those of a constitutional sovereign. He might, therefore, be expected to bring to British India a period of calm after the 7 troublous years inflicted upon the country by Lord Curzon. Thus, when it took office, the Liberal cabinet had been freed from Lord Curzon in Asia, as in Africa from Lord Milner. Even before the Landsfeite of January 1906 the mifitant imperialism of 1898 was crumbling. Half a century ere British India had already experienced its revolution. Having suppressed it at the cost of much bloodshed, England had pledged herself to govern the country with a scrupulous impartiality, to respect native beliefs and customs and appoint so far as was possible native subjects to administrative posts. She had kept her promise, though very slowly and very incompletely. Official regulations, whose terms, however, had often been altered, had reserved for the natives the monopoly of certain posts in the local government and had even admitted a proportion of them to more important positions. An Act of 1892, couched however in very ambiguous and indirect language, had empowered the Viceroy to introduce into the provincial councils a proportion of elected members. These concessions had not been uninfluenced by an agitation whose mouthpiece was a body which met annually and entitled itself the Hindu National Congresses. Its adherents demanded for British India Swaraj, Home Rule, a Hindu parliament, freely elected and governing the 300 million Indians by means of a responsible cabinet. They did not declare war on British sovereignty or civilization. They simply claimed for the natives the right to collaborate on an equal footing with the civil servants of British birth in the westernization of India. They confined their agitation to strictly legal methods, public speeches and the press. They made little impression on the imperialists of the Chamberlain school, who were convinced at the close of the 19th century that the concessions already made were more than enough to satisfy the native races. My own belief, wrote Lord Curzon in 1900, is that the Congress is tottering to its fall, and one of my great ambitions in India is to assist it to a peaceful demise. During the last year of his viceroyalty he would not have used the same language. For the repercussion of the Japanese victories made itself felt and a new party of extremists soon came into being. Who were the leaders of this new movement? There was a certain Tilak, the author of learned works in which he sought to prove that the Vedic culture was the oldest and the most Nordic of all cultures registered. He began his career as an agitator by organizing a movement of protest against the law which had been passed prohibiting the marriage of Hindu girls before the age of 12. And his League was the Gandhi whose acquaintance we have already made. He came from South Africa, famous throughout India for his defense of his fellow Indians there against Ingshare persecution. He had brought with him the program the agitation must follow. It was non-cooperation, Swadeshi, the boycotting of everything English or European, institutions as well as goods. In itself this method did not involve the use of violence. But it was not long before the malcontents, not content with refusing to buy British goods, publicly burned them. And very soon they grew tired of these attacks on property, and assassinations by shooting or bomb took their place. The movement was a return to the national traditions, a revolt against Western materialism and utilitarian, a movement to preserve Brahmanism in its integrity. It attached itself to the avowed anti-Mohammedan agitation to which the separation of the two Bengals had given birth. The leaders, however, perceived the danger to their cause which would be involved by a civil war between the Hindus and Muslims of which the British would reap the benefit, and sought for a banner that would unite both against the common oppressor. Moreover, both the Tolstoyan program of passive non-cooperation and the dynamite outrages betrayed Russian influence. The difference between the movement by which Japan had successfully asserted her hegemony in the Far East against the supremacy of the European powers and this movement by which India was attempting to throw off the British yoke may be summed up as follows. In Japan, a monarchy and an hereditary aristocracy of ancient and proud traditions borrowed from Europe her industrial and military methods the better to resist the invasion of her culture. In India, an entire people, also the heir of an immemorial tradition, borrowed from the European nations, though we must admit from the least European of these, namely Russia, their methods of revolutionary agitation to achieve the same end. Under these circumstances it was an act of courage for John Morley to accept, even perhaps to ask for, the post of Secretary of State for India. He regarded himself as the official representative in the cabinet of the Gladstonian tradition. Perhaps in playing this part he was a little too obviously conscious of his own importance. He was a great liberal, a liberal veteran, a survivor of the golden age of liberalism, and as such his attitude towards the new tendencies of the younger generation was an indulgent pity not the less irritating for a tinge of disdain. Moreover, he was not very popular with his colleagues, beginning with Campbell Bannerman, who had given him the amusing nickname Priscilla, suggestive of a spinster and a blue stocking. But it cannot be denied that he acquitted himself of the formidable task with firmness and prudence and as successfully as the circumstances permitted. He had the good fortune to deal with a viceroy of modest personality and tractable temper, content in his relations with him to adopt the attitude of a subordinate rather than an autocrat. He had also the good fortune to be faced in the House of Commons by a leader of the opposition who had nothing of Chamberlain's spirit. Balfour passed the word to his followers not to molest Morley, and his orders were obeyed without difficulty at a time when the right of the sword was no longer the fashionable creed in England. Whatever hopes the formation of a liberal ministry, when the Unionist cabinet resigned in favour of Campbell Bannerman and his colleagues, aroused in some quarters, whatever fears it aroused in others, were enhanced a few months after the general election by the incidents of the Fuller affair. Certain schools in eastern Bengal had taken part in the agitation of the extremists. The Lieutenant Governor of the province, Sir J. Bampfylde Fuller, called upon the University of Calcutta to take disciplinary measures against them. Lord Minto disapproved of this demand and asked him to withdraw it. Rather than obey, he offered his resignation. It was accepted and he was immediately replaced. The incident caused a great stir among the Anglo-Indians, which found an echo in London. But Morley made it plainly understood that his Indian pohcy would not be a mere exhibition of weakness. He systematically carried out a perfectly definite pohcy, on the whole the reverse of that which Lord Cromer had followed in Egypt. Lord Cromer had scrupulously respected the freedom of the press, Morley repressed its excesses. Lord Cromer had refused point-blank the National-Hst demand for a representative parliament at Cairo. Morley, on the contrary, answered the claims of the National Congress by a pohcy of concessions. Yielding to Lord Minto's arguments and braving the wrath of the 150 radicals who tinder the title of the Indian Committee constituted themselves the advocates at Westminster of the Hindu rebel Han, Morley authorized the Governor-General to put into force regulations dating from the days of the East India Company, by which his agents were empowered to prosecute the authors of seditious articles. Public meetings could be prohibited at his discretion in particular districts, and dangerous agitators even deported without trial. On May 10, 1907, a viceregal ordinance subjected pub-HC meetings in certain proclaimed areas to a severe control. On June 3 the Viceroy gave full powers to the local authorities to prosecute seditious articles. But at the same time Morley informed Parliament and the nation that his determination to liberalize the political institutions of British India remained unshaken. The government intended to carry the elective and representative principle throughout the entire constitutional edifice of India. It also intended, in fulfillment of the promises made in I-86I, to give the natives access even to the highest ranks of the civil service. We may remark the conception, inspired by Burke rather than by Mill, and perhaps suggested to Morley by Lord Minto, of a species of consultative senate or council of notables in which the great landowners would sit side by side with the native princes. This arrangement would give its due weight to one of the great conservative forces which the bureaucratic structure of an Ahan government has to so high extent inevitably tended to overshadow. To prepare the public mind for these impending reforms, Morley took the further step of nominating 2 Indian members of the Council of India which assisted him at Whitehall. He thus initiated the important measures which the British Parliament adopted during the following years in execution of a pre-arranged programme. On the one hand, there was a press law which authorized the Post to suppress revolutionary organs and confiscate copies of the newspaper and its printing apparatus, an act, based in fact on a statute passed in 1883 to repress the activities of Irish anarchists in England, inflicting severe penalties for the fabrication and even, if it gave grounds for reasonable suspicion, the mere possession of explosives, and a statute withdrawing acts of anarchist violence from the ordinary procedure of the courts and trial by jury. On the other hand, a solemn message was sent from the King Emperor to the princes and people of India on the 50th anniversary of the date when the British government took over the territories hitherto governed by the East India Company. It announced a very wide amnesty and at the same time a prudent extension of the liberties granted to India by the Indian Councils Act of 1892. The new Indian Councils Act passed in 1909 by the British Parliament without any very serious opposition. Did not alter the strictly advisory character of the provincial legislative councils. Nor did it alter their distinctive system of representation, a representation not of individuals, but of interests effected in accordance with complicated rules laid down by the Viceroy. And in yet other respects the bill was a less ambitious measure than the important measure of decentralization previously contemplated, less ambitious even than the measure announced in December 1908. Lord Morley declared with the utmost emphasis that the new act must not be regarded as a step towards parliamentary government, that neither now nor at any later date would he take the responsibility of setting up a parliament in India registered, but the membership of the legislative councils was considerably increased so that they bore a closer resemblance to parliaments. In future the election would be a genuine election, not the mere recommendation to the Viceroy of a candidate whom he was free to reject, and the competence of the councils, particularly in matters of finance, was guaranteed and extended. And measures were taken to secure that on the legislative councils except the viceroys the non-official members should always be in a majority registered. Further, Morley, with Lord Minto's full support, appointed a native to the Viceroy's Executive Council registered, and the new statute empowered the Viceroy to set up in conjunction with every organ of provincial government an Executive Council to which Indians would be eligible on the same terms as Europeans. It was not enough to satisfy the extremists. They were still a long way from Swaraj. Nevertheless, the British government had good reason for satisfaction. It had conceded the moderate element of the population and without taking any imprudent risk had given a more virile character to the government of India. Outbreaks of rebellion in Egypt, Swadeshi in Bengal. Despite differences of creed and language, these were two different forms, African and Asiatic, of an identical phenomenon, the revolt of nationalities against empires, two repercussions of the same important historical event, the victory won by Japan on land and sea, the breakdown of Russian Imperia USM in die Far East. We have found it necessary to emphasize the grave significance of these events, whose unexpected issue we shall witness in 1914, the World War. And it is the more necessary because they show what difficulties faced the new Liberal cabinet from the outset. Tied by its Gladstonian traditions to an anti-imperialist POHCY, it was nevertheless responsible for the administration of the vast colonial empire it had inherited, the largest the world had ever known. Opposition speakers were in a position to exploit these difficulties against Campbell Bannerman's ministry, offer embarrassing congratulations on the vigor with which it repressed revolutionary plots in Bengal, and force the government to yield when it attempted to protect the Kafirs in Natal from the violent methods of repression adopted by the local authorities. But these difficulties did not threaten the existence of the government. At the end of 2 sessions its formidable majority had not been seriously impaired, and no one could claim that its method of governing the empire had disappointed the expectations of the Directorate. It had granted a system of complete self-government to the Boers of South Africa and had actively promoted political and administrative reform in India. Moreover, its predecessors had pursued too systematically the policy of diverting popular feeling to imperial questions. The British public was heartily weary of their policy of national honour and expensive victory, and this weariness which contributed so powerfully to the Liberal victory of January 1906 was no less evident 2 years later. There remained the problems of strictly domestic concern, whose importance was the greater since the country displayed less interest in colonial affairs. There was the Irish question, always a deep line of cleavage between the two parties. There was the Regius and 52. Educational question, once more acute since the Education Act of 1902. And finally, there was the labour question, also acute since the courts and Elie, the House of Lords, sitting as the Supreme Court of Appeal, had undermined the privileged position of the trade unions. 2 domestic questions. We should hesitate to call the Irish question, in the strict sense, a domestic question concerning the mother country. No doubt, when the 20th century opened, England, Scotland, and Ireland were parts of a single united kingdom. But the Irish, or at least the vast majority of Irishmen, belonged to it in spite of themselves. At the very door of Great Britain, Ireland was still a colony, and a colony which demanded the independence a conservative and unionist England refused. Twice we have seen the unionist cabinet attempt a POHCY of concession, and twice retreat when faced with the opposition of the Ulster colonists, who resented the grant of too much liberty to the natives of the rest of the island. A change of government supervened. Lord Aberdeen returned from Canada to replace Lord Dudley as Lord Lieutenant. Bryce, the eminent historian, and a recognized authority on the American Constitution, succeeded Walter Long as Chief Secretary. Sir Anthony MacDonald, the Under-Secretary, never vacated his post. He remained under Bryce as under Walter Long, under W. Long as under Wyndham. What Irish policy would the new cabinet adopt? They had pledged themselves to govern Ireland according to Irish ideas, and the Irish idea of government was first and foremost that Ireland should be governed by the Irish, the genuine Irish, the Irish nationalists. Bryce yielded to their demands and appointed government officials and magistrates only on the recommendation of Redmond and his friends. Even so, he did not transform the administration rapidly enough to satisfy their impatience. He made them wait. 53. Over a year before he could be brought to sacrifice Sir Horace Plunkett, whom John Dillon pursued with implacable hate, regarding his policy of conciliation as more prejudicial to the claims of Irish nationalism than the brutal opposition of the old Tories. There remains the question of legislation in the strict sense. In the first place, what would be the effect of the important statute of 1903 which, if carried into execution without a hitch, would transfer all the arable land from the landlords to the tenants? Carried from the very beginning, it had encountered more or less avowed opponents among the Irish politicians, afraid lest they might be compelled to witness the success of a reform of which they had not been the authors, designed by those who had planned it to divert the Irish from the pursuit of their political claims by satisfying their economic. The confusion which followed its enactment, the arrest of the policy of devolution, the fall of the Unionist cabinet, and the general election favored their opposition. They had no difficulty in finding in the country districts of Ireland a host of people whose discontent was easily inflamed. The Act of 1903 contained clauses intended to prepare the way for the resettlement on the land of the tenants previously evicted by the landlords. But the funds provided were insufficient to enable them to be put into execution. An agitation was organized to secure the amendment of the Act of 1903 on this point and the enactment of another statute. And the tenants of urban properties in their turn embarked on an agitation demanding the same safeguards against the threat of eviction as the rural tenants possessed. The Act did not compel the sale of land, and although it promised landlords who sold and tenants who purchased advantages which fully compensated for any loss they might sustain, there were landlords who nevertheless preferred the security of the status quo to the risks and vexations of a sale. The word of command went round to the tenants in many parts of Ireland to refuse in future to pay their landlords a rent in excess of the annuity paid to the state by the tenants who purchased their land. This would compel the landlords to sell, and the land purchase legally optional would become, if the order were universally obeyed, for all practical purposes compulsory. The Act dealt only with arable land and did not extend to pasture. But in those western districts which the statute termed congested, there was no lack of space on which to set the poverty-stricken crowd huddled in the villages. The cultivators had been evicted from their small holdings, which had been absorbed in large estates, vast sowhoods abandoned to herds of cattle. Did these unfortunates owe their dispossession solely to human wickedness? Was it not chiefly due to the operation of economic laws under the system of free trade common to England and Ireland? If these areas were no longer under cultivation, was it not because their cultivation was no longer profitable? If new cultivators were reinstalled, would they not be condemned to inevitable bankruptcy and the land soon return to pasture once more? Notwithstanding, public opinion clamoured for a resettlement, and a plan of campaign was arranged to intimidate the graziers. Cattle were not mutilated. This cruel method, adopted 30 years earlier, had unnecessarily revolted humanitarian feeling in England. But at night the fences surrounding the pastures were removed and the animals driven off. The following morning the grazier could not find his beasts, or, if he found them at all, it was only after a tiring search, several miles from their pasture, scattered along the roads. The cattle driving, first organized during the winter of 1906-07, steadily increased till the following autumn. The magistrates, unfortunate choices from the village politicians, either went on strike by refusing to sit on days when cases of cattle driving would come before the bench, or refused to condemn. The London press gave these disturbances all the publicity the agitators could desire and called upon the government to take severe measures. His was a policy which it was not easy for a Liberal cabinet to adopt. The general election was scarcely at an end when the operation of the Crimes Act of 1887 had been suspended in the districts, certainly very few, where it was still in force, and after a few months' opposition, Bryce, yielding to his colleagues' wishes, agreed to abandon the Arms Act of 1881, hitherto annually renewed, which enabled the government to prevent anarchy by disarming seditious agitators. After he had exchanged at the end of 1906 the thankless task of governing Ireland for the more brilliant and easier post of ambassador at Washington, the cabinet found itself compelled to adopt repressive measures. But loyalty to liberal principles forbade enforcement of the provisions of the last Crimes Act. The cabinet could not forget that the statute, like all its predecessors of the same kind, had been passed by a Unionist parliament in the teeth of liberal protests. Steps were, moreover, taken to give the disaffected a measure of satisfaction. A royal commission was appointed, with Lord Dudley as chairman, to inquire into the laws dealing with the congested districts and discover what could be done to extend and improve them. A labourers' bill and a town tenants' bill registered were passed in 1906, an evicted tenants' bill in 1907. Moreover, to better the conditions of the Irish lower classes within the limits of the existing legislation and secure valuations of the land more favourable to the tenants, the regulations governing the appointment of the Estates Commissioners were modified, so that to be appointed to the board it would no longer be necessary to pass the prescribed examinations. And 4 of the commissioners were deprived of their posts to make room for men more agreeable to the Irish politician. But the agrarian legislation had given birth to a problem graver than those of which we have just spoken. The machinery of the Statute of 1903 broke down. The Act could not be said to have failed in view of the fact that by 1907 1/3 of the cultivated area had changed hands as a result of the combined operation of the Land Act of 1903 and the Erie Land Purchase Acts. But from one point of view it had been too successful, and the host of land-hungry peasants who took advantage of the law to demand land was so numerous that the funds available to satisfy them were giving out. In 1903 the government had undertaken to issue land bonds to the annual value of 0.000 bearing interest at 2%. But as a result of the general depreciation of government securities it now found itself obliged to borrow below par. In July 1907 the value of the bonds fell to 83. To make up the difference between the real price of issue and the nominal value of the bonds, a clause in the Act of 1903 which no one seems to have noticed when it was passed empowered the government, when certain allocations from the imperial budget had been exhausted, to obtain the necessary funds from the Irish ratepayer. This actually happened in 1907. We can well imagine the indignation of these ratepayers, committed as they were to the principle that the entire United Kingdom, not Ireland alone, must pay the cost of a measure which they regarded as a reparation due to Ireland from Great Britain. What was to be done? Pay the landlord in bonds instead of cash? Make the sum required a first charge on the premium of 12%, which according to the provisions of the original statute was to be added to the money obtained by the loan? Issue bonds in future bearing 3 instead of 2% interest? Or simply make the Treasury bear the entire cost of the fall in government securities? The Chancellor of the Exchequer, Asquith, informed the House that he was studying the question. He explained in language sufficiently mystifying that they were in search of an arrangement which would burden neither the British nor the Irish taxpayer. In any case, he added, the financial arrangement made in 1903 must be revised. He intended to reform it on a sounder and more equitable basis. In other words, the Land Act of 1903 was declared bankrupt. No one in the Nationalist Party was displeased by the bankruptcy. 2. While the economic problems, for which the late government had hoped to find a solution acceptable to all parties, were becoming once more a source of discontent, the great political and national question of Home Rule remained unsolved. On this point the Liberal Party seemed bound by Gladstone's former pledge to the Nationalists, which it had been prevented from performing already only by the opposition, twice repeated, of the House of Lords and the opinion of the majority of Englishmen. On the eve of forming his cabinet, Campbell Bannerman, as we have already seen, had refused to yield to Lord Rosebery's demand and had solemnly declared that on this point, as on all others, he remained faithful to the tradition of Gladstone. Would he then reintroduce in its integrity, immediately after his accession to office, a Home Rule bill on the lines of those rejected in 1886 and 1893? If the Liberal majority had not been so overwhelming and the 80 Irish members had held the fate of the government in their hands, they might perhaps have dared to demand it and the cabinet have been compelled to obey their orders to its own ruin. But, as we know, this was very far from the case. Campbell Bannerman was, therefore, in a position to restrict himself to the more prudent program he had traced in November 1905, and secure for it the preliminary approval of the Nationalist leaders. He would persuade the Irish to accept a partial measure, an installment of representative control and administrative reform, by convincing them that not only was it no obstacle to a more radical program but a step towards its accomplishment. What would be the nature of this payment on account with which the Irish electorate was asked to be provisionally content? Bryce, the analyst of the American Constitution, seemed at first sight better fitted than any other man to devise the necessary formulas, and it would appear that during the summer of 1906 he opened negotiations through the channel of Sir Anthony MacDoimel with the two heads of the National Irish League, Redmond and Dillon. In November it was rumoured that the government had no intention at present of granting Ireland a parliament and simply proposed to pursue the policy of devolution the late cabinet had adopted and dropped, by setting up in Dublin a body partly 58. Elected, partly nominated by the executive, not to legislate but to supervise the execution of statutes passed at Westminster. The negotiators no doubt found themselves faced by two problems. Should the new body be entrusted with the control of the POS? What control should be given or refused to the clergy of the various denominations, particularly to the Catholic hierarchy, over the administration of the educational system set up by the British Parliament? When in December Bryce resigned his secretaryship to go to the United States, the Unionists spread the report that it was because on the former question he had met with the successful opposition of Sir Anthony MacDonald. They went so far as to prophesy that Sir Anthony would replace him as Chief Secretary. It was an idiotic rumour. Sir Anthony had never been a persona grata with the National HSDS, who regarded him as a traitor, who had espoused in Asia the cause of British imperialism and was only too ready to treat his Irish compatriots as Hindus. If they had accepted such a man their policy could have been indistinguishable from O'Brien's. In fact, according to reliable nationalist testimony, Bryce had not been in the least disposed to grant the Irish more than MacDonald advised, and his relations with Redmond and Dillon had been the reverse of cordial. When he was succeeded by Augustine Birrell, a witty man of letters and a professional sceptic, who exchanged the Board of Education where he had not been a success for the Irish secretaryship, the appointment was certainly regarded as a victory by the nationalist leaders. Had he renewed negotiations with them? If he had at least a conditional agreement been reached? In any case, on May 7 Birrell, in whose honour the Nationalist members of Parliament had given a banquet the previous night, expounded the ministerial scheme. The bill introduced that day set up a Central Representative Council of 106 members, of whom 82 would be elected, 24 nominated by the executive. Of the 45 Irish administrative departments, 8 would be subject to its control. This seems very little, but we must remember that by reason of 59. Their importance these 8 departments, which included the Local Government Board, the Department of Agriculture and Technical Instruction, the Congested Districts Board, and Public Education in all its branches, amounted to over half the Irish administration. It was estimated that these departments cost the nation 2,000,000 a year. To this estimate the government proposed to add 650,000, and with this annual revenue of 2,650,000 to form an Irish fund to be placed at the disposal of the council, which if it had no legislative powers would at least possess within the limits of the 8 departments specified by the BDL, entire control over the administration of the existing Irish statutes, the sole reservation being the Lord Lieutenant's veto absolute or suspensory at his discretion upon any decision the council might take. Of Tly police there was not a word. Birrell was content to point out that the number of departments subject to the council's control might be subsequently extended and to remark that if the new council after some years is a success, why, then, I dare say it may pave the way to Home Rule. Nor was anything said about any right of the clergy to be elected to the council, or any control they might be granted over the educational establishments of the country. On the contrary, it would seem that this control was abandoned unreservedly to an assembly of laymen elected by a suffrage practically universal. Registered Redmond had no desire to oppose openly a bill he personally hked. But he saw immediately how unlikely it was to win the approval of Irish public opinion. His language was therefore hesitating and he referred the decision to a national convention of the party to be held within a few days in Dublin. A movement of opposition to the bill was at once organised in Dublin, headed by the clergy. On May 14 the Freeman's Journal published the names of 107 priests who declared their intention to participate in the convention. It met on the 21st. No convention hitherto held in Ireland had been so well attended. It was Redmond who opened the proceedings by proposing a resolution which declared that Ireland could not be satisfied with half measures and that they should press upon the British government with all their strength and power to introduce a measure for the establishment of a native parliament, with a responsible executive, having power over all purely Irish affairs. The resolution was passed unanimously. In these circumstances, the government had no choice but to withdraw the Irish Council Bill. Balfour was ready with ironical congratulations, calling the attention of Parliament to the queer experiment made by Campbell Bannerman and his colleagues in governing Ireland in accordance with Irish ideas. Once again the policy of moderate concessions, of devolution, had failed. In 1905 it had been defeated by the intransigence of the Ulster Loyalists. In 1907 it was faced by the intransigence of the Nationalists, which was now assuming the novel form of a propaganda, mentioned this year for the first time in the London press, though actually Sinn Féin was already 8 years old. But it had made its first appearance during the great outburst of nationalism which marked the centenary of the rebellion of 1798, and during the following years, when revolutionary feeling had temporarily died down in Ireland and the followers of O'Brien were working with Lord Dunraven's group to carry out immediate measures of economic reform, the stream of Sinn Féin, though its source did not dry up, flowed more or less underground. What was the creed of the new group? The leading figure of the movement, Arthur Griffith, in his paper, The United Irishmen, made no direct attack on any form of Irish agitation. He was full of sympathy for the Gaelic League and its efforts to revive the Irish language. In principle he condemned neither parliamentary action nor armed revolt if circumstances should recommend either. But as things were, they were both inopportune, and he advocated the employment of another method, borrowed, he said, from the Hungarians of 1861. The latter, who at that time were agitating for the re-establishment of the Constitution of 1848, had acted as though it were still in force, taking the oath according to the forms then prescribed, paying no attention to official documents, and refusing to pay taxes. In a few years they had gained the victory. If the Irish wished to restore the Constitution of 1782, illegally abolished by the Act of Union of 1800, they should follow this Hungarian example. No more members should be sent to Westminster, a council of 300 should be set up in Dublin which would constitute a de facto Irish Parliament, and 61. Courts of arbitration to whose jurisdiction loyal Irishmen would submit their disputes instead of employing the regular courts. The British Army, whose ranks and prestige had been swelled too long by Irish recruits, must be boycotted, also British goods whose importation had so long prevented the growth of a national industry. Foreign rule must be destroyed by a species of political strike or passive rebellion, refusal to cooperate with the established authority in any shape or form, the determination to do everything ourselves alone, Sinn Féin. This was the program publicly adopted by a national council which met at Dublin on November 28, 1905, barely a week before the fall of Balfour's ministry, to embody Griffith's policy in a distinct organization. It was a program, to speak Hindustani, of complete Swadeshi Karad, the moderation displayed during the following months by the Nationalist leaders, and their close alliance with the Liberal government, assisted the propaganda of Sinn Féin. In the autumn of 1906 the movement counted only 20 branches. 2 years later there were over 100 registered. The Nationalists noticed a falling off in the financial contributions received from America. It was because Sinn Féin was recruiting American subscribers to its funds. In January 1907, when the Corporation of Dublin was re-elected, Sinn Féin for the first time put forward candidates in opposition to the Nationalists. After the failure of the Irish Council Bill, 3 Nationalist members of Parliament resigned on the ground that they had joined Sinn Féin, and, when in September the Nationalist Party wished to call a large public meeting in Dublin, they were obliged to transform it into a private meeting to prevent its capture by the Sinn Féiners. There was no reason indeed to take too seriously a movement led by men who were cranks, even more than fanatics. But the success of their propaganda was nevertheless ominous. On the outskirts of the official Nationalist Party, Tim Healy made advances to Sinn Féin. The United Irish League broke away from the control of its founder, William O'Brien. Michael Devane, who had just refurbished an old revolutionary association, the Ancient Order of Hibernians, with a program less strictly Catholic but not less nationalist, introduced Hibernians into the local branches of the League. They prevented O'Brien from speaking at public meetings and finally compelled him to sign at Dublin on December 25, 1907, a formal treaty of peace with Redmond which amounted to a surrender, since it began by professing the creed of nationalism whole and undiluted. Under the potent influence of these heated nationalist passions, Redmond's imagination caught fire. He celebrated the memory of the rebels of 1798 and held them up as an example to the rising generation. The Freeman's Journal paid homage to Sinn Féin and hinted that after all its program was perhaps not irreconcilable with that of the party which looked to the journal for guidance. At Westminster, the nationalist members officially declared that they reserved entire freedom of action unhampered by any engagement or obligation towards the Liberal majority. At Jarrow-on-Tyne, where a seat had fallen vacant, a Labour candidate had come forward in opposition to the Unionist and Liberal candidates. He was an Irishman by birth and expected on that ground to win from the Liberal candidate the votes of the large body of Irish workmen in the constituency. But the Irish would give their confidence only to a candidate completely their own. The presence of 4 rival candidates in this Inkshire constituency gave the momentary impression that the arrangement of parties had been totally dislocated. Was there then a complete rupture between the Inkshire Liberals and the Irish Nationalists? No. Personal relations between Redmond and Dillon on the one hand, and Campbell Bannerman on the other, remained friendly. The former were therefore suspected of having adopted a more favourable attitude than they would admit towards the compromise proposed in May, and the latter, on the other hand, of willingness to advance further on the path of concession to Ireland, the moment circumstances became more propitious. When the session of 1908 opened, the latter suspicion proved well founded. The Prime Minister and the Nationalist leader agreed that the latter should introduce in the House of Commons a motion affirming the principle of Home Rule, and that Campbell Bannerman should accept it. The arrangement could not be fully carried out. Redmond was obliged to dispense with the presence of Campbell 63. Bannerman, overtaken by the disease which would carry him off. Nevertheless, it was evident, 2 years after the general election, that the mere fact that a Liberal government was in office had made a compromise impossible, and that sooner or later, as at the close of the last century, England must decide for or against the programme of complete Home Rule. 3. Sooner or later, but certainly not immediately. For the Liberal statesmen on the morrow of the general election, the Irish question was not urgent. It was not on that question that the election had been fought. The claims of other chants must be met before those of the Irish Home Rulers, who did not even possess the means of putting pressure on the Liberal leaders. For the overwhelming Liberal majority swamped their 84 representatives. These clients were first and foremost the nonconformists, aroused, as we have seen, from their political inertia by the Education Act of 1902. They had not been content with the agitation they conducted throughout the country by their passive resistance to the rate collector when he called upon them to contribute by paying their rates to the support of the denominational schools. In every constituency they had organized the Liberal victory of 1906. They had never before sent so many members to a British Parliament. In this respect the election of 1906 had effected nothing short of a revolution. Some 180 dissenters sat in the new House. The Congregationalists were best represented as might have been expected of the most political and republican of the sects, but all had their representatives. When to these dissenters we add 13 Scotch Presbyterians, 16 Jews, 80 Irish Catholics and a handful of Inkshire Catholics, the number of members not belonging to the Church of England reaches 300. With a loss of only 40 more seats, the established church would not have possessed a majority in the Commons. Nothing similar had been witnessed since the days of Cromwell. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, Asquith, and the President of the Board of Education, Augustine Birrell, were at least of nonconformist origin. Lloyd George was the hero of Welsh nonconformity. The entire Protestant world outside the Church of England expected as its strict right the immediate repeal of the Act of 1902. On April 6, 1906, Augustine Birrell expounded in the House of Commons the main features of the government's BDL. The first clause would lay down the principle that no school should be recognized as a public elementary school unless it was a school provided by the local educational authority. In other words, no denominational teaching would be given in any PUC elementary school. This did not mean that public education would be strictly secular. An amendment introduced this sense when the clauses of the bill were being discussed received only 63 votes, and an amendment moved by Chamberlain. He had never liked the Act of 1902, and this intervention was his last escapade before he disappeared from political affairs, having teachers from the obligation of giving religious instruction, while giving parents the right to secure for their children whatever denominational instruction they preferred, to be given in school but at their own cost, received only 172. The only form of religious instruction which would be legal in future and would, in fact, be given almost universally would be undenominational teaching, simple Bible teaching it was usually termed, to be given by the teacher himself. Special arrangements could still be made with those non-provided schools which were compelled by lack of funds to seek financial aid from the state. Clause 2 of the bill laid down the principles by which they would be governed. The local authority would become responsible for the upkeep of the buildings and would have the right to alter or enlarge them. Outside school hours they would remain at the owner's free disposal, but during school hours the local authority would have entire control, that is to say, in country districts the nonconformist child would no longer be obliged to receive Anglican instruction. The bill, in the language of a liberal speaker, was the Magna Carta of the village and nonconformist. The measure was not in reality quite so simple as this. Those former free schools, which in 1902 had become the non-provided schools of the new system, if they wished to remain public elementary schools, could nevertheless obtain special facilities for the denominational teaching they had given hitherto. It must not exceed 2 hours a week. The cost could not be defrayed by the local authority, and it could not be given during the hours when the children were obliged to attend school, nor by a teacher employed by the public authority. These ordinary facilities, to use the jargon of the bill, of which the Anglican Church might take advantage, were obviously extremely restricted. It was not the same with the extended faculties granted in urban areas, that is in every borough or urban district whose population exceeded 5,000, if 4/5 of the parents asked for them, and provided there were in the same locality other schools which could be attended by children whose parents objected to this religious instruction. What in fact were these schools to which this clause accorded special privileges? With the exception of the Jewish schools in the East End of London, they were Catholic schools founded for the use of the Irish proletariat of all the large towns in the kingdom. The Liberals could not dispense with the Irish vote, the Labour Party still less. This curiously illogical concession was the result. The government hoped by this bill to satisfy the nonconformists in the country districts without depriving the Irish Catholics of the advantages conferred upon them by the Act of 1902. In the event the bill roused the opposition, as violent as it was legitimate, of the Anglican Church without satisfying either the militant nonconformists, indignant at the favour shown to Roman Catholicism, or the Catholics themselves, who were not content even with the extended faculties they were offered. Clause 4, which defined these facilities, left the local authority free to grant or refuse them. The Catholics demanded that it should be compelled to grant them. The bill passed its third reading on 66. Monday, July 30, by a majority of only 169. It was a considerable majority, no doubt, but far less than the normal majority for a government measure. The Irish Nationalists had voted solely against the bill. And if the nonconformists had voted for it, it was with reluctance. 4. The bill had now to face the House of Lords, where the Anglican Church was supreme and Catholicism well represented, but the nonconformists the merest handful. The House of Lords did not throw out the bill straight away. It passed the first and second readings at the beginning of August. But when the House reassembled in October and it was debated clause by clause, the Lords transformed it into a measure of a totally different character. They extended faculties to rural as well as urban areas, requiring moreover the consent of only 2/3 of the parents instead of 4/5. They authorized the teachers to give denominational instruction, and this not only in the non-provided schools under the Act of 1902, but also in the provided schools. The bill, as shaped by the joint labors of the government and the House of Commons, empowered the local authorities to take over the free schools on certain conditions. As remodeled by the House of Lords, it obliged them to do so. Indeed, the Lords went still further, and repealing a provision of the Act of 1870 which the legislature had not dared to touch in 1902, deprived the local authorities of the right, of which a very small minority had taken advantage, to give no religious instruction whatever in the schools. In future, no school would be supported by public money, which did not find a place in its timetable for religious instruction. What would the government do? Work through the bill again clause by clause, making concessions to the upper chamber on a particular clause, refusing them on another? It would be an endless task. The cabinet decided to ask the Commons to reject the Lords' amendments en bloc, and on December 12 the House voted accordingly by a majority of 416 to 107. Nevertheless, there was still hope of saving the bill. Why not attempt to reach a compromise between the two houses by private negotiations? It would seem that the Archbishop of Canterbury was in favor of the suggestion. He remained throughout on friendly and even intimate terms with the Prime Minister. But Balfour thought otherwise, and rejected the proposals made by the government, though they were in fact so conciliatory that they would no doubt have rendered the BDL unacceptable to the radicals if by chance the Unionist leaders had accepted them. He regarded the Act of 1902 as his own work, possibly his masterpiece, and wanted it preserved in its entirety. Moreover, as an expert parliamentary tactician, he perceived that it was a favorable opportunity to avenge his crushing defeat at the polls the previous January. Apparently, the country was up in arms for or against the BDL. The debates in the House of Commons had been heated. Only a ruthlessification of the closure had enabled them to be concluded in 3 months. And the galleries had been crowded throughout. The Established Church, the Catholics, the Protestant sects had multi-head public meetings, petitions, demonstrations of every description. But, despite appearances, the agitation was superficial. The great mass of the electorate took no interest in the struggle, and the Anglican Church and the supporters of the status quo could take advantage of their indifference. By refusing any amicable arrangement, he defied the government to appeal to the country by dissolving Parliament. They will not dissolve, he declared, they know better. And in fact, when the House of Lords on December 17, on the motion of Lord Lansdowne, maintained its amendments by a majority of 142 to 53, the Prime Minister simply dropped the bill on which both houses had wasted so many months. After this, it was all very well for Campbell Bannerman to dub Balfour in irony Director-in-Chief of both houses. He only enhanced his opponent's prestige. Chamberlain banished by ill health from the party arena, and the Act of 1902 saved from the grave peril which threatened it at the beginning of the year, he was in truth the hero of the hour. Lloyd George might deliver attacks on the upper house which King Edward regarded as a breach of constitutional usage registered, and the Premier might arouse the applause of the Commons by his declaration, that a way must be found, a way will be found, by which the will of the people expressed through their elected representatives in this House will be made to prevail. These were but distant threats. The Constitution did indeed provide a means to enforce immediately the will of the nation, an appeal to the Coimtree by dissolving Parliament. But it was a step which Campbell Bannerman and his colleagues dared not take. 5. The King's speech which opened the session of 1907 did not even allude to education. It merely contained a passing threat addressed to the House of Lords and the announcement that the Cabinet had under consideration the best method of settling disputes between the two houses. But something must be done to repair the disastrous effect produced by the defeat of the Education Bill. The West Riding County Council had refused in 1906 to pay the teachers of 4 non-provided schools that portion of their salary which in the council's opinion was the remuneration for their denominational instruction. The refusal had been pronounced illegal by the Court of First Instance, legal by the Court of Appeal, and finally illegal by the House of Lords in its capacity as Supreme Court of Appeal at the very moment when as a legislature it had defeated the Education Bill in December. Why not legis by an express statute a procedure as to whose present legatee the judges were divided? A bill to this effect, consisting of a single clause, was introduced on February 26 by McEna, who had just succeeded Birrell at the Board of Education. The bill relieved the local authorities of the cost estimated at a 15th of the education rate of the regius instruction given in non-provided schools. It was sufficient to alarm the Ancans, too little to placate the dissenters. Nothing more was heard of the bill, which was silently dropped by the government at the close of the session. If, however, legislation was evidently extremely difficult, indeed practically impossible, could not some indirect method be found by which the ministry might achieve its object without having to face the opposition of the House of Lords? By a series of administrative regulations the Board of Education laid down the principle that no financial assistance should be given to the training colleges, often private foundations of an Anglican complexion, unless they undertook not to impose any denominational test upon their pupils. It extended the application of this rule to institutions for secondary education and without going back on the past decided that no financial aid should be given to them unless the majority of the Board of Managers were nominees of the public authority and if any denominational test was imposed on managers or teachers. Moreover, the government could have recourse to the expedient of introducing into the budget a special credit which constitutional usage would not allow the House of Lords to reject, since by universal consent it could not amend the budget. Admittedly in violation of a clause in the Education Act of 1870, a credit of $100,000 was provided to enable the local authority to construct a school in any district where it seemed desirable to destroy the monopoly of the Anglican Church. This was all, and despite the indignant protests of the opposition speakers it did not amount to much. The bill to settle disputes between the two houses, which the speech from the throne had seemed to foreshadow, never made its appearance. The only step taken was to introduce on June 24 a motion which affirmed that the right assumed by the upper house to amend or reject bills sent up by the lower must be so restricted as to secure that the will of the Commons should prevail before the life of the Parliament had expired. After animated debates which occupied 3 sittings, the motion was carried amid loud applause by 432 to 147 votes, that is to say, by a majority of 285. Yorkshire Nonconformists and Irish Catholics at enmity for the past 18 months made a united front against the common enemy. But it was nothing more than a declaration of principle. When would the government attempt to apply it? When would it dare to give battle? A final attempt was made in 1908 to solve this question of religious teaching in primary schools, a permanent sore of English politics. During the closing months of 1907 the President of the Board of Education had promised a simple and short buoy. But the bill, whose principles he explained to the House of Commons on February 24, 1908, was in fact as complicated as its predecessor of 1906. The first clause laid down that there should be only one category of public elementary school, in which the teachers should not be subject to any regius test, and the only type of religious instruction permitted would be the simple Bible teaching given in all or almost all board schools since 1870. As was pointed out in the debate which followed, this provision marked a greater departure from secularism than the Act of 1870, for the elementary schools lost the right, which they had hitherto possessed, to give no regius instruction. The continued existence of the free schools was recognized, and they could even be assisted by grants from the central government on a scale more liberal than before 1907, but only if they did not possess the monopoly of teaching in a particular locality, that is to say, if the parish, to use the current phraseology, was not a single school parish, if the number of pupils was not less than 20, and the standard of such a school, both hygienic and educational, should be certified by an inspector as not inferior to that of the provided schools supported by the rates. When free schools were transferred to the public authority, denominational teaching would still be permissible provided it was not given by the teacher and was given out of school hours or on a Sunday or holiday. Faced with this new bill, the Anglican episcopate was not content with a mere non possumus. On March 30 the Bishop of St. Asaph introduced an alternative bill in the House of Lords, inspired on certain points by the advice given at the end of 1906 by the Archbishop of Canterbury. It was a compromise based on mutual concessions. While recognizing that the nonconformists had a legitimate grievance in the cotton tree districts, it asked them to recognize in their turn the legitimacy of the Anglican counterclaim in the urban areas where the former board schools, the provided schools of 1902, were in a majority. There would, therefore, be only one category of school in which the teachers would be free to give or not to give the regious instruction, and the normal regious instruction would be undenominational, but on 3 days a week those children whose parents desired it might receive denominational instruction provided it was not at the public expense. Whereas the BDL of 1906 might be regarded as an attempt to unite nonconformists and Catholics against Anglicanism, a compromise was now proposed between nonconformists and Anglicans from whose benefit the Catholics would be excluded. Lengthy negotiations were carried on throughout the spring and summer. Campbell Bannerman had been dead for several months and McEnna had been replaced at the Board of Education by Runciman when the latter began an official correspondence with the Archbishop of Canterbury with the object of drafting a bill acceptable both to the Liberal majority in the House of Commons and to the House of Lords. In its amended form the bill was made public on November 20. To ensure its success a settlement committee was formed at the request of the Archbishop of Canterbury, which was immediately joined by 7 bishops and several leading nonconformists. But when the Representative Church Council met on December 3 the bishops were faced with the opposition of their own laity. The motive which had brought together the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Bishop of London, the Wesleyan, Scott Leggett, and the Congregationist, Sylvester Home, was fear lest Parliament, weary of their disputes, might cut the knot by secularizing the provided schools. The stalwarts of the Anglican Church, the followers of Lord Halifax and the Cecils, were not so timid, and with good reason. They perceived that in exchange for the right of admission given to Anglican clergymen in the provided schools, they would sacrifice the monopoly hitherto possessed by the parsons in the rural areas. When a motion opposing the BDL was submitted to the Council, only 3 bishops out of 21 supported it, but it was carried nevertheless by 189 to 99 votes. The bill was therefore dropped by the government amid universal indifference. No one wanted to hear anything more of this dispute between the church and the sects about regious education in the schools. 6. This abandonment by the Radical Party of its educational program will not surprise our readers if they recall what we said in our last volume of the decline of nonconformity in England at the close of the 19th century. The shock given by the Edu. Catian Act of 1902, the violent reaction of the sects, the passive resistance movement and the victory at the polls in January 1906, may well have fostered among the nonconformists the illusion that the progressive decline of their sects had been checked and the Anglican Church would pay the penalty for presuming on their weakness. In support of this belief they could still appeal to many healthy signs. The Welsh revival was one. Another was the new movement organized among the Wesleyans by Hugh Price Hughes, which sought to regain contact with the masses by founding missions in the suburbs of the large towns. Moreover, the Wesleyans had opened a subscription on a large scale to purchase a property in the heart of London next door to the Anglican Westminster Abbey and the Catholic Westminster Cathedral, on which to install their administrative and regious headquarters. Finally, at Selly Oak, near Birmingham, the Quakers had founded their admirable institution for free theological teaching, training for foreign missions and peace propaganda. But the final, and to all seeming irremediable, defeat of the agitation against the Education Act, in spite of the powerful nonconformist representation in Parliament, was a bad symptom, so bad that it seemed to outweigh all the favourable symptoms. And it was not the only one. In the first place, there was the decline which we have remarked already, but which continued to make progress, of those vociferous tendencies which constitute the very essence of what the English call Congregationalism and distinguish the Yorkshire sects from the Protestants of the continent. This Congregationalism had enabled the sects to develop by multiplying independent groups, by division and schism rather than by organization. Now, however, the Roman principle of unity began to attract these regious anarchists. The Baptists furnished themselves with superintendents, a term borrowed from the Wesleyan body, the Congregationists with moderators, who were nothing less than a species of bishops exempt from the control of the independent groups. And the same tendency manifested itself in the appointment of special ministers to administer the large funds collected from Baptist and Congregational subscribers to maintain the central organization, support the pastors and provide retiring pensions for them. Besides this movement towards a more unified organization within the individual sects, there was a movement towards reunion. 74. Between the sects themselves. Among the Methodists, the scheme sponsored by Hugh Price Hughes for a general reunion of their branches had indeed failed, for the moment at least. But the union of three sects, the United Methodist Free Churches, the Methodist New Connection and the Bible Christians, sanctioned in 1907 by a statute, constituted a preliminary success for the advocates of Methodist union. In Scotland, the same tendency was displayed by the reunion of the two great branches of Free Presbyterianism, the Free Church of Scotland and the United Free Church. It was effected in 1900. Though faced in 1904 with an adverse decision of the courts to which a dissident minority of the United Free Church had appealed, the Union finally triumphed over these difficulties, and a movement was already taking shape for a reunion with the established church itself. The sects, as we should expect, interpreted this movement towards unity as a sign of fife. That it was in reality the reverse is proved by the annual statistics of the free churches. In the closing years of the last century their numbers had grown very slowly, all out of proportion to the rapid growth of the population. Even this slow increase had now ceased. After the temporary stimulus caused by the Welsh revival, every year witnessed a constant decline in the number of those who communicated, in other words, regularly attended the services of the free churches. From 1906 to 1907 there was a decrease of 27,000 communicants, from 1907 to 1908 a decrease of 6,000, from 1908 to 1909 a decrease of 7,000 and from 1909 to 1910 a decrease of 24,000. While honestly publishing these disconcerting figures, whose effect was doubly disastrous at a moment when they were being defeated by the Anglicans on the education question, the nonconformists attempted to dispute their significance. The fact, they argued, that their figures were computed on a stringent basis, far more stringent than the Anglican statistics, placed them at a disadvantage. Among the Wesleyans or Baptists, to be classed as a communicant it was not sufficient to communicate once a year, at Easter, as in the Anglican body, but this had always been the case, and on whatever basis, lax or stringent, the figures were calculated, the decrease in nonconformist membership remained an incontestable fact. The nonconformists also pointed out that their churches were becoming steadily more wealthy, that a subscription organized by the Baptists in the opening year of the century had produced $250,000, a Wesleyan subscription a little later $100,000, and that the nonconformist churches were spending on their Sunday schools and social activities of every description more than they had ever spent. But this fact, when taken in combination with the decline in the number of members, proves that the free churches had become richer only because they had become more middle class, suggests that the public spirit which impelled all these wealthy men to subscribe so virally should not be confused with profound religious conviction, and in any case makes it plain that the free churches were not only out of touch with the laboring masses among whom a century and a half before the newborn Wesleyan movement had won such amazing victories, but were losing the allegiance of the classes which till lately had given it. More chapels are being built, we read in the Free Church Yearbook for 1911, and more churches too. The churches are vying with each other to attract worshippers, music, lecture programs, comfortable seats, and, generally speaking, well-prepared sermons, beckon the people in, but do they come? We are again face to face with the old tragedy, the tragedy of our work. The masses of the people, all immortal souls, are not touched. It used to be the fashion to make this lament, as relating to the working classes. The truth is, and we must face its startling reality, the educated middle class, especially the young people, are losing touch altogether with the house of God. Registered. Was the ground lost by the sects won by the Church of England? For a moment it would seem Anglicans were disposed to cherish this pleasing belief. Their victory on the education question encouraged optimism, and statistics confirmed it. For some years the number of Anglicans continued to increase, while the nonconformist communicants decreased. But in the first place, the increase was extremely slow, very far from keeping pace with the growth of population. And it was soon followed by a fairly rapid decrease, whereas the decrease in nonconformist membership tended rather to slacken. Moreover, the established church was still faced with a shortage of clergy. And it was threatened by a danger far more serious than the competition of the sects, namely that revival of Catholicism, Anglican and Roman, whose progress we have had occasion to relate. A royal commission, appointed in 1904 to inquire into the growth of ritualism, reported that the serious nature of the conflict was the impotence of the bishops to prevent all these ritual innovations, which were in effect repudiations of Protestantism, and that the only way in which their authority might perhaps be strengthened was to legalize, if necessary by an express statute, a host of practices which the rigid Protestantism of half a century before would have regarded as intolerable. But at what point was it possible to fix the limits of this legal toleration? Alone among the churches throughout the world, the Church of England presented the paradox of an episcopal church whose bishops traditionally lacked power to coerce. Moreover, not satisfied with the toleration they enjoyed, certain Anglo-Catholic clergymen had themselves ordained priests, and the public witnessed with increasing equanimity conversions to Roman Catholicism. A cousin of the king was converted to Mary, the King of Spain. A Eucharistic Congress was held in London, and although yielding to protests the government refused to allow a public procession of the Blessed Sacrament, a large Catholic procession nevertheless took place in the London streets in the neighbourhood of Westminster Cathedral. It was known that King Edward had asked to be released from the obligation of declaring the worship of the Virgin and the sacrifice of the Mass superstitious and idolatrous. And though the Parliament of 1906 could not find time to deal with the question, it would shortly be settled to the satisfaction of the Catholics. Point 2. How unreal the battle between the Church and the sects must have been when the only question which seriously fluttered the ecclesiastical dovecots was the battle in the Church of England between the evangelicals and the liberals on the one hand, and the Anglo-Catholics on the other, or rather, since within the Church the Anglo-Catholic victory was well in sight, if indeed it had not already been won, the battle between the entire Church, including the Anglo-Catholics and Roman Catholicism. Protestantism was on the decline. Hilaire Belloc and Chesterton were doing their utmost to bring it into ridicule while rehabilitating Catholicism, and it was a sign of the times that in popular drama the Catholic priest was no longer the traitor, the Jesuit unmasked at the close by the combined efforts of honest folk. Now the playwright very often made him the providential instrument of dramatic justice. In the world of affairs, the Jewish financier bent on luxury and display was replacing the Puritan man of business who toiled conscientiously to acquire wealth as though fulfilling a stern duty. Throughout the great mass of the population, more indulgent than formerly to Catholicism, but more remote than ever from conversion, there prevailed an increasing hostility to asceticism or religious pessimism of any kind. That Catholicism left man the hope of purgatory was put to its credit, but it was blamed for leaving him exposed to the fear of hell. Religion was expected to foster a humanitarian optimism, to offer the human race and even the individual a guarantee of health and happiness on earth. H. G. Wells and Bernard Shaw, whose readers were 10 or rather 100 times more numerous than those of Belloc and Chesterton, professed a sort of religion of progress which, borrowing ideas from Bergson's evolution creatrice and confining itself strictly to the sensible universe, attempted a spiritual interpretation of evolution. Powerful currents from the warm countries of the South, Jewish, Catholic, but above all pagan, were battering and crumbling the wave-beaten CHFF of Nordic Protestantism. From this it is clear that the nonconformist campaign against the Education Act was defeated far more by the general apathy than by the obstinate resistance of the Anglicans. And this apathy was nowhere more profound than in the government departments. We must not imagine that the education bills successively introduced by the ministry only to be defeated by the Lords or dropped in the Commons were the work of the Board of Education, resentful that its freedom of action had been hampered since 1902 by Ancan interference. In fact, the Education Act of 1902 had been drafted under the aegis of Sir Robert Morant, who was still the autocrat of the board and whose despotism would continue until 1911 when he would be driven from his throne by a revolt of the Union of Teachers. Others less kindly disposed towards the Church of England were quick to perceive the advantages the board derived from the Concordat of 1902. So far as secondary education was concerned, these were in 79. Disputable. The old independent grammar schools in which the influence of the Ancan Church was predominant had been swept away, to be replaced by new schools where the authority of the Church was reduced to a minimum, if not completely destroyed. Midway between elementary and secondary education, the rapidly multiplying technical schools, and classes for adults, had literally no place for religion in their curricula. And even in the domain of elementary education, the Act of 1902, which had been so widely regarded as the salvation of the denominational schools, turned out as time went, to be less favorable to the Church than had been originally behaved. The right possessed by the Board of Education to inspect the denominational schools, who now received their share of the rates on the same footing as the undenominational, provided 1,000 pretexts, if the board wished, for making their existence hard. Moreover, these schools were usually village schools. As the depopulation of the country districts proceeded, the number of children attending them diminished. Some had even to be closed. On the contrary, in the crowded urban centers, which were steadily growing, the new schools opened belonged to the category of the old board schools. An increase was therefore soon witnessed in the number of children attending the provided schools, a decrease in the number attending the non-provided, and the Church of England suffered under the new system as under the old. The change to be dreaded was a compromise of the kind arranged in 1908 between certain Anglican bishops and nonconformist leaders, by which the parsons would lose their monopoly of the village school in return for the right of entry into all schools without exception. This, however, was just what the teachers in the public elementary schools would not brook. They were willing to submit to the obligation of giving their pupils every day a perfunctory Regius lesson, if at that price they could prevent intruders invading premises they regarded as their exclusive domain. Thus the status quo found an increasing number of defenders, not only among those who took no interest in education but among those who, precisely because they were enthusiastic educationists, were disgusted with these ecclesiastical bickerings. Loud as was the din of the combat, after all completely barren, which during the years that followed the election of January 1906 raged between Ancans, Catholics, and nonconformists, it was matched by the silence which enveloped the extensive work of reform accomplished by the joint labours of Parliament and the Board of Education. 8. When the Liberal cabinet on the morrow of its advent to power was confronted with the many questions connected with public education, it was not content with attempting to satisfy the nonconformists. When Birrell introduced his bill, he expressed his regret that the problem of Regius instruction occupied public attention so exclusively to the neglect of other and more important educational problems. In addition to a number of provisions dealing with endowments, his bill contained a clause which empowered the county councils to devolve a portion of their educational functions to subordinate bodies functioning over a more limited area, thus effecting a species of decentralization which would amount to a partial return to the system of school boards. The bill was also accompanied by a further bill consolidating all previous education bills, including the new bill of 1906 if it were passed. Officials of the Board of Education would no longer be in danger of losing their way in a maze of enactments, some of them 3/4 of a century old. They would have to apply only a single comprehensive statute. Of all these ambitious projects not one survived the defeat of Bear Elf's Bill. But we have already seen how after 1907, partly by administrative regulations, in part also by legislation, the government contrived to effect a series of partial reprisals. And these reprisals were not solely concerned with the everlasting battle over denominational teaching in the schools. In the purely secular sphere they did much to render the elementary schools more efficient, the secondary schools more democratic. To take first the improvements effected in elementary education. Already in Tlia's year 1906, otherwise so barren, the government carried an act authorizing the Scottish school boards to pro. 81. Vide for the education and conveyance to school of epileptic and crippled children. Another act which attracted more attention empowered the English education authorities to provide meals for children attending the schools. If it were proved that their undernourishment was due to their parents' poverty, the meals might be given at the cost of the school. In 1907 an important measure of administrative reorganization was passed. An act, observed the annual report of the board, which, though it attracted but little public attention, may without exaggeration be described as an event of the first educational importance. It gave the local educational authorities extended facilities for raising loans and purchasing land. It proceeded to impose upon them the obligation of arranging for the medical inspection of the children, authorized them to set up holiday schools and play centers, and for the first time gave them unrestricted powers to make whatever provision was necessary for the education of deaf, and dumb, and blind children. Registered in 1908 a novel experiment was undertaken, a first step towards a compulsory post-elementary education such as had lately been introduced in Germany. A statute authorized the local Scottish authorities. The measure was temporarily confined to Scotland to enact for their respective districts by laws making attendance at school obligatory up to an age not exceeding 17. Registered. What results would these statutes produce? And in so far as they were permissive, what employment would the local authorities make of them? In any case, the Liberal government had opened up the way. 9. The provision of education for those above the age for leaving school has taken us beyond the boundary of elementary education. This is equally true of the so-called higher elementary education which the Code of 1905 empowered the local authorities to provide and of which the central schools founded in London and Manchester would present excellent models. It is true also of the permission given to the local authorities by the Administrative Statute of 1907 to provide scholarships for pupils of public elementary schools from the age of 12 up to the limit of age fixed for the provision of instruction in a public elementary school by subsection 2 of section 22 of the 1902 Act. But although in these three instances the standard of elementary education, as hitherto understood by the public, was outstepped, the education these various provisions envisaged was nevertheless treated by the government as something which came within the competence of the officials in charge of elementary education, not of those concerned with secondary. In other words, their authors consistently regarded the distinction between elementary and secondary education as one not of age but of class. There was an elementary education which you might carry as far as possible, but which remained throughout a preparation for manual labor. And there was a secondary education begun as soon as possible by the children of the middle class which prepared them for all those professions which were the reserve of the ruling class. Would the Liberal government continue to maintain this point of view? Suddenly they made it known that they would not, but intended to develop the principle contained in germ, though only in germ, in the Education Act of 1902 by making secondary education democratic. The report of the Board of Education published at the end of 1906, after announcing that the sum provided in the budget for the development of secondary education had been increased and that the government was engaged in framing the necessary regulations for its allocation, explained the principle on which it would proceed. Education is one. It ought to be continuously progressive from the time when a child first passes beyond the home and goes to school up to the time when school life ceases, when the boy or girl ceases to be under educational tutelage, has been taught how to learn for himself or herself. In an ideal commonwealth, this process would be complete for the whole youth of the nation. This is a high ideal, and how far removed it is from existing facts, or from any state of facts which can be contemplated, as soon to be possible, is at once obvious. But short of it there is no finality, and the higher the aim is fixed, the higher the attainment is likely to be. There was no intention of complying with the demand of the youthful Labour Party and making secondary education free straight away. For that the time was clearly not ripe. Only 4 years had passed since the Act of 1902 had made it possible to organise in Great Britain a system of public secondary education, and only 2 since the Board of Education had created a body of inspectors to control the standard of education given in those secondary schools which sought government grants. But in 1907 the budgetary provision for secondary education was further increased and the regulations distinguished between 2 categories of secondary school which would receive respectively a higher or a lower grant. To receive THY higher, £5 a year for every pupil, 2 conditions which we have already mentioned must be fulfilled. The Board of Managers must contain a majority of representatives of the local authority, and no Regius test must be imposed on teachers or pupils. But a further condition was imposed subject to certain exceptions laid down by the regulation that at least a quarter of the places should be free, reserved for pupils from elementary schools who passed the examination for a scholarship and those schools in which the proportion of scholarships might be less than a quarter of the places were exceedingly few. In a much larger number of schools it was higher, sometimes 30 or 40% or even more. On this point however the figures are not easy to interpret. Even before 1902 the county and borough councils had begun to grant scholarships more liberally. After as before 1902 we must take into account, besides the children in receipt of these scholarships, those who received scholarships from private foundations, and in addition to those who came up from the elementary schools with a scholarship, there were children who came up without one. But the extent of the effort made by the public authorities to provide a bridge between the elementary and the secondary school will be evident when we reflect that in 1900 scholarships at a total cost of J80000 were granted to some 5,500 children, in 1911 to 38,000 at a cost of more than with the socialistic difficulties which loom so large on the continent. Unless I am greatly mistaken, the election of 1906 inaugurates a new era. Balfour no doubt was not sorry to make this observation, for it was the Liberals who would be the first to suffer from the birth of the Labour Party. It was none the less true, as also was the parenthesis about the mild character of NHSH Socialism. For if in the whole of Europe there was no socialist party which was so completely representative of a class, in spite of this, there was not one so undoctrinal. It was a significant fact that the few socialist candidates who had come forward in 1 or 2 constituencies, whether Social Democrats of Hindman's group or independent socialists, had been defeated without exception. At Burnley, Hindman had not even the satisfaction of preventing the election of the Labour candidate. The new Labour members, men who owed their political education to long years of tradium and negotiation, flattered by their membership of the first Parliament in the world and the courteous reception they received, felt almost overawed as they listened to the discussion of questions of general policy which transcended their professional competence. They were guiltless of any desire to identify the interests of their class with those of the human race, or achieve their aims at the cost of overthrowing the entire fabric of society. They were devout Christians and moderate patriots. What then were their demands? In the first place they demanded that the wrong inflicted upon the trade unions by the hostile judgment in 1901 of the House of Lords should be righted, and that since the Supreme Court of Appeal had decided to interpret the statutes of 1871 and 1875, dealing with the unions in a sense opposed to the plain intention of their authors, they insisted that these statutes should be recast in such terms that the judges' ill will should never again be able to nullify the intention of the legislature. 12. As we have already seen, the Unionist government, anxious judgment of the House of Lords might have disastrous consequences at the polls, appointed a royal commission of 5 members to inquire into the question of trade disputes and combinations. It would have reported in the autumn of 1905, on the eve of the general election, if the cabinet had not objected to the report being used as a source of political capital by the candidates of O parties. It was not therefore published until January 15 under another cabinet, when the rout of the Unionists had already begun. In substance, the report proposed that 3 points which the late judgments had rendered doubtful should be determined by fresh legislation. These decisions had restricted the right of picketing, that is to say, the right of strikers to make the strike effective by making it complete. The Commission proposed that it should be expressly declared lawful to persuade to strike, i.e. to desist from working, apart from procuring breach of contract. It further proposed to delete from the statute of 1875 the too indefinite offence of watching and besetting a house, and to substitute for it a prohibition of acts in such a manner as to cause a reasonable apprehension in the mind of any person that violence will be used to him or his family, or damage be done to his property. In the second place, to restrict the right to strike, the judges had taken advantages of an omission in the statute of 1875. The statute had laid down that an act committed in the course of a strike by several persons should not be deemed an act of criminal conspiracy, if it would not constitute a crime, when committed by a single individual. But it had not laid down that they were not liable to a civil action, and civil proceedings had actually been taken. The Commission proposed that they should be expressly barred. Finally, these limitations upon the right to strike had been rendered a very serious menace to the trade unions by the celebrated Taff-Vale decision, which held the unions liable to damages for offences committed by their members in the course of a strike. Until 1901 the judges had interpreted the intentional silence on Till's point of the Act of 1871 as implying non-liability. Now that the courts had adopted the contrary view, what steps should be taken? It was one thing not to declare the trade unions liable, quite another to lay down positively that they were not, even when the acts adjudged illegal by the courts had been committed by their express orders. The Commission recoiled from such an enormity and suggested a device which betrayed the systematic and elaborate workmanship of the Webbs. It proposed to legalize unions and strikes, and give the legal union a constitution which would protect it from responsibility for its members' acts if unauthorized and immediately disavowed. It further proposed that the unions should be permitted to separate their benefit fund from the rest of their funds so that it could no longer be confiscated during a strike, and become, if they wished, corporations capable of concluding legal agreements with the employers and their own members. It was proposed, in short, not to abolish the habitability of the unions, but to restrict it by defining it, and thus take the first steps towards remodeling their entire status. When on March 28 the Attorney General, Sir John Walton, expounded in the House of Commons the principles of the government's bid, they were obviously identical with those on which the Commission had based its report. In the first place, the bill, reviving the phraseology of a statute of 1859 inadvertently repealed by the Act of 1871, declared peaceful persuasion during a strike lawful. It extended to civil proceedings the protection against criminal given by the statute of 1875. Finally, it dealt with the vital question of the union's financial habitability by imposing upon them the obligation to form executive committees. Acts committed by these committees themselves or by their regular agents acting within their instructions would alone render the union liable for damages. To this solution only one alternative was possible, the total abolition of habitability. In an impassioned peroration the Attorney General pointed out the dangers of the latter course. It was anti-democratic because it placed the trade union in a privileged position at law. And it would expose the unions to the risk of being committed by their most irresponsible agents to actions they disapproved. But the champions of the proletariat were up in arms at once. They could not forget that in 1905 a Unionist House of Commons had voted by a very large majority in favor of the complete abolition of habitability, that during the election campaign it had been made clear at every public meeting at which the question was raised that the workers demanded nothing less, and that many candidates, beginning with Sir John Walton himself, had pledged themselves, if returned, to secure the unions against liability under any circumstances. Sir John had in fact contrived to introduce into his peroration language which seemed intended to cover a retreat. It was for Parliament, he had pointed out, to decide whether it approved the solution proposed by the government or preferred another. And he had refused to determine beforehand the form the bill would finally assume. The Labour speakers therefore did not oppose the first reading of the bill on the understanding that the government would not oppose its future amendment in accordance with their wishes. They were aware of the voting power at their back and knew that all the members of the House were equally aware of it. It was a more serious question than simply a question of party politics, inasmuch as it was a question which affected the great mass of the workers in the country. 2 days later the House of Commons was invited to discuss the second reading of a Labour bill dealing with the same question and which, while agreeing with the government's bill on the first 2 points, proceeded to lay down that a trade union could never be made liable for damages on account of illegal acts committed by its members. Registered an extremely heated debate was in progress when the Prime Minister intervened. He asked permission to speak the language not of law but of common sense. The solution put forward by the Labour bill possessed, he admitted, the advantage as compared with that proposed by the government 2 days before that, if adopted, it gave less scope for litigation. After all, it simply restored the condition of affairs. HFC, March 28, 1906. Parliamentary Debates, 4th Series, Volume Cliv, pages 1295 SQQ. *HFC, March 28, 1906, Shackleton's speech. Registered HFC, March 30, 1906, Hudson's motion. Parliamentary Debates, 4th Series, Volume Civ, pages 21 SQQ. 96. Which had existed for the last 30 years of the 19th century and which had favored the growth, on the whole beneficial, of the trade unions. Twice already, in 1904 and in 1905, he had voted for it himself. Why then should he reject it now that he was Prime Minister? He asked the House of Commons to pass the second reading of the bill. Its principle would then be embodied in the government's bill. This course was adopted. When the government measure came up once more for discussion, it was no longer in charge of the Attorney General but of the Solicitor General, Sir William Robson. He left the question of the absolute non-hobdity of the unions to the free vote of the House, admitting that the government could not maintain the original form of the bill without considering or consulting the opinions of the trade unions. The debate which followed in July, August, and November was rapid. The opponents of the bill, thus altered to satisfy the demands of labor, never amounted to 100, only once exceeded 50, and on one occasion, and moreover when the decisive issue of habity or non-habity was put to the vote, were no more than 20. The champions of the privileges of labor even won a further victory. Sir Charles Dilke, with the assent of the government, carried an amendment that no judicial proceedings could be taken even if a strike involved a breach of contract. Registered Balfour dictated to humiliate the cabinet by pointing to its disgraceful retreat on March 30. But if the legal members of the cabinet had indeed been compelled to retreat, among them it was said Asquith and Haldane Campbell Bannerman had asserted his authority and his personal prestige emerged enhanced from the debates. And had not Balfour himself retreated along with the rest? When the bill came up for the third reading he refused on behalf of his party to challenge a division. He had always, he said, behaved that the existing law required amending, so as to safeguard the benefit funds of the trade unions. He would not make himself responsible for imperiling those funds by voting against the bill. The House of Lords could not oppose the unanimous decision of the lower house. At the opening of December, at the very moment when under his leadership the Lords were engaged in garroting the Education Bill, Lord Lansdowne pointed out that the country had spoken, that if they sent back the Trade Disputes Bill, it would be returned to them in a more embittered spirit, and therefore that the only possible course was to pass it. Thereupon this important measure, a scandal to the lawyers, was passed without division or debate less than a year after the Liberals had come into power. Its enactment was a victory not of the Liberals over the Conservatives, but of the proletariat over the bourgeoisie. 13. The working class put forward at the beginning of 1906 a further claim. This time they did not demand that the POHCY followed by the Unionist government should be reversed, but that a POHCY which in their opinion had been pursued too timidly. should be carried further. We have seen how in 1897 the Unionist government passed a workmen's compensation bill which the unions regarded as a victory. And the extension of its benefits in 1900 to the agricultural laborers had been a second success, but they were not satisfied. They demanded more, and the government, to prove that it had no objection in principle to their claims, appointed in 1904 a committee of inquiry. The latter, however, was perhaps obeying the unavowed wishes of the cabinet when it reported adversely on almost every point registered render the occasion of the statute universal. It was out of the question. It would involve the absurdity that if a private person paid a passerby to sweep the snow from his doorstep, he would be deemed, in case of accident, a responsible employer. Moreover, what ground was there for bringing within the scope of the law occupations devoid of professional risk of any kind? It would be better to follow the German precedent, followed hitherto, and gradually extend a statute originally applicable to particular categories of workers to other categories, one at a time. Pay benefit not only from the 15th day as prescribed by the Act of 1897 but from the first. It would be a premium on idleness, a direct encouragement to a worker to go on the sick list, and, if in addition he was in receipt of benefit from a union or friendly society, he might, thanks to the indemnity paid by his employer, receive a total sum in excess of his wages. Extend the benefit of the law to the victims of those industrial diseases due the opinion of experts to the unhealthy nature of certain occupations. A dangerous experiment, the report declared. Experts were not infallible. It was better to keep to the common sense distinction between accident and disease, and if it were desired to protect the worker against the risk of industrial diseases, to incorporate that risk in a general measure of insurance against sickness. These negative conclusions were not calculated to appease the unions at a moment when they were becoming increasingly hostile to a cabinet and party that were losing their hold over the country. The pressure of the working class compelled the government to introduce a bill at the opening of the session of 1905. It simply extended the benefits of the Act of 1897 to several categories of employment. And on one point it restricted its application. Complaints were made that the Act had made it harder for elderly men to find work, less robust and more liable to accidents, their employment involved too much risk to the employer. The bill proposed that workers over the age of 60 should be entitled to conclude special contracts with their employers, less costly for the latter. Moreover, the introduction of the bill in the House of Lords seems to have been an empty gesture. Once introduced, it was dropped immediately. In September the Trade Union Congress once more protested against the government's inertia and demanded the establishment of a system of compulsory insurance. 2 The resignation of the Unionist cabinet followed and the Liberal victory of 1906. Labor was to receive satisfaction. In the first place, and this was a novelty in the history of British labour legislation, the Workmen's Compensation Act of 1906 registered a statute of consolidation and amendment, was a measure of universal application. It embraced any person who has entered into or works under a contract of service or apprenticeship with an employer, whether by way of manual labor, clerical work, or otherwise, and whether the contract is expressed or imped, is oral or in writing. The only categories excluded from its scope were non-manual workers whose annual remuneration exceeded casual laborers, workers who did not work for the trade or business of their employer, those who worked in their own homes, in the language of the Act outworkers, and members of the employer's family. Step by step in the course of the debate several restrictions imposed by the bill in its original form were dropped. Shop assistants were given the right to compensation. Domestic servants also, a concession proposed by Campbell Bannerman. The statutes of 1897 and 1900 were jointly applicable to 7,250,000 workers. It was the intention of the Liberal government to extend their benefits to a further 2 million. Finally, no fewer than 6 million became entitled to compensation for the first time. In the second place, the bill reduced from a fortnight to a week the period at the end of which the employee who had met with an accident began to receive compensation, a sum equal to half his wages. The Labour members asked for a further reduction to 3 days and, though they failed to secure it, were at least successful in obtaining that when the victim of an accident was kept from his work over a fortnight, the compensation should be reckoned from the day of the accident. The government, on the other hand, attempted in vain to reinsert into the Bayou, subject to certain restrictions, the clause the Unionists had inserted in the Bill of 1905, permitting employers to conclude special contracts with workers over 60 years old. It was dropped during the debate on the bill. Moreover, the original bill reproduced a provision of the Act of 1897 which refused compensation to a workman guilty of serious or willful misconduct. The Labour members disliked this restriction, and even a worker guilty of misconduct had the right to compensation in the event of death or serious and permanent disablement. Thirdly, industrial diseases would give the workers the same right to compensation as accidents in the strict sense. A schedule enumerated 6 of these: anthrax, poisoning by lead, mercury, phosphorus or arsenic, and ankylostomiasis. The ministry was empowered to add other diseases to the list by departmental orders. And a committee was immediately appointed to inquire into the desirability of doing so. It reported in favor of adding 18 other diseases to the 6 mentioned in the original schedule. This was done by a departmental order on May 22, Epoid. 14. After 1906, so important in the history of British labour legislation, 1907 was a barren year. Among the measures of social reform brought forward by the Cabinet, the most interesting were those which attacked the monopoly of the great landlords, always odious to the masses. In his election programme of December 21, 1905, Campbell Bannerman had pledged himself to deal with the problem. The speech from the throne which opened the new Parliament had announced an inquiry into the means by which a larger number of the population may be attracted to and retained on the soil, and had promised that it should be carried out without unnecessary delay. In 1907 3 bills were introduced in the Commons. The opposition had the pleasure of pointing out that each was based on a different principle registered. The first concerned Ireland. As we have already seen, its object was to settle on the land as owners, farmers evicted by their landlords. Therefore, if it were passed and successfully put into operation, it would buttress private property in land. The second concerned Scotland. Its object was to extend to the lowlands measures Heady adopted in the Highlands on behalf of the small tenants, the crofters. Like Gladstone's Irish Land Act of 1882, it did not confiscate property but simply limited the amount of rent payable and protected the farmer against unjustifiable eviction. The third concerned England. Its spirit was distinctly socialistic. It obliged the county councils, if the Board of Agriculture on inquiry deemed it necessary, to purchase land for small agricultural holdings on which to settle not independent owners but tenants of the council registered. The House of Lords threw out the Scottish Bill, but let the 2 others pass. The Yorkshire Bill appears to have produced interesting results, at least during the years which immediately followed its enactment. An Act of 1908 reinforced its provisions and completed them by further provisions authorizing the local authorities to divide the land they purchased into allotments which the poor inhabitants of large towns could rent to grow vegetables. These, however, were petty reforms ill adapted to arouse popular enthusiasm. Nor was it morally to be kindled by the Factory and Workshop Act, which extended the provisions of the Factory Act of 1901 to laundries, or the Employment of Women Act, which modified on 2 points of detail the provisions of the Factory Act of 1901 and the Coal Mines Regulation Act of 1887 regulating female labor. A comprehensive statute dealing with industrial and financial companies whose object was to make illegal certain current practices which defrauded the public was more important and obviously of such a ust tendency, as indeed had been the Companies Act of 1900, since it gave the state a larger measure of control over private companies. But it was a socialism which did not directly affect the proletariat, a class from which company promoters and stockbrokers dray no shareholders or victims. This slackening of the government's legislative activity coincided with the appearance of a marked coolness between Liberal and Labour politicians. Important Liberals denounced the socialist peril. Labour circles took offence. The Liberal leaders with anxiety, the Unionist with hope, saw the Labour Party assume a more distinctively socialist character and constitute itself definitely a third party strictly independent of both the older parties. If the Liberals lost votes, and the tide of enthusiasm which had swept them into power must inevitably recede, the Conservatives might profit in the constituencies by this division of votes between Liberalism and Labour. Their hopes were indeed actually fulfilled in April 1906 at Cockermouth in Cumberland. The independent candidature of the minor SME enabled the Unionist candidate to defeat the Liberal. Would the same thing happen the following summer at Jarrow-on-Tyne when a Labour candidate and an Irish nationalist came forward against the Liberal candidate, already faced by a Unionist? The result of the election took everyone by surprise. The Liberal candidate was indeed defeated, but it was by the Labour candidate, Peter Curran, who received 5,000 votes as against 4,000 given to the Conservative, only 3,500 to the Liberal and 2,000 to the Nationalist. 6 weeks later at Conn Valley in the West Riding of Yorkshire, when a Socialist presented himself against a Liberal and a Conservative, he was returned at the head of the poll, though it was a very close contest. Both were seats which the Liberals had been accustomed to regard as safe. In the Conn Valley a Liberal had been returned unopposed in 1906. Moreover, if at Jarrow the Labour candidate had been the official candidate of the Labour Party, neither at Cockermouth nor at Conn Valley was this the case. In both instances the Labour candidate Smulhy at Cockermouth, Victor Grayson at Conn Valley were independent candidates and revolutionaries. Victor Grayson, origin. Ally a mechanic, had studied theology with the intention of becoming a minister, but had abandoned theology for political economy and become a socialist Jamast. In the House of Commons the violent scenes he provoked attracted the attention of England, indeed of the whole of Europe. It is not surprising that the popular discontent which found expression at the polls also manifested itself in the socialist groups. On the very morrow of its defeat in January 1906, the Social Democratic Federation resumed its revolutionary campaign, changed its name to the Social Democratic Party and advocated the fusion of the organizations ready to work on a definite democratic basis, for the realization of socialism. Its membership increased rapidly, and when at the opening of 1908 the founder of the Federation, Hindman, proposed to effect this fusion by union with the Labour Party, that is to say, by adopting the very POHCY he had himself repudiated in 1900, he was defeated by a large majority. The Labour Party was led by a Henderson and a MacDonald, and the extremists of social democracy refused to lower the red flag. At the opposite extremity of the socialist camp the Fabian Society was roused from its conservative tranquility by the sudden incursion of H. G. Wells, who for 2 years, until he wearied of the enterprise and returned to novel writing, attempted to transform the society into a political group employing its election agents and putting forward candidates in as many constituencies as possible, its program being the abolition of private capital and the destruction of family selfishness. Finally, the Independent Labour Party, which was led by the same moderate men who led the Labour Party, made life difficult for its leaders. It was in vain that in 1907 Ramsay MacDonald, to retain some authority over the group, used language verging on revolutionary. Grayson's election brought the disorder which prevailed in the party to its schmacks. It was only by resigning from the executive in April 1909 that MacDonald, Keir Hardie, and Snowdon could escape responsibility for his excesses. But the Social Democratic Party proved as weak as the Federation had been. Weah's attempt was but a flash in the pan, a passing episode quickly forgotten in the history of the Fabian Society. The opposition of the Independent Labour Party to the moderate policy of the Labour Party was never very violent during the next few years. The Labour Party, strictly so-called, remained the faithful 105 mirror of the British proletariat. MacDonald soon became its official leader in the House of Commons, without therefore ceasing to be a member of the Independent Labour Party. How are we to describe this Labour Party? Was it socialist or anti-socialist? The party itself did not know. At the annual conference held at Hull in January 1908 it rejected by an overwhelming majority a motion accepting socialism, only to pass the very next day a motion which stated that the Labour Party should have as a definite object the socialisation of the means of production, distribution, and exchange. At bottom it was completely indifferent to theory, concerned simply to defend the immediate interests of the working class. It was before everything else moderate and chose Henderson as its chairman instead of Keir Hardie because Hardie's sentimental utopianism did not express the party's views. It contemplated making itself a political party with a regular organization in every constituency but hesitated to take the step for fear of diminishing the authority of the Trade Union Congress. The unions, on their part, would seem to have intended at one moment to strengthen their authority by excluding, from the body of officials whose function it was to maintain permanent contact between the party and the Congress, anyone who was not himself a member of a union. They shrank however from the prospect of losing the services of such indispensable workers as MacDonald and Snowden. Nevertheless, the Labour Party was fundamentally the party of the trade unions, a corporative and professional party. If we would understand the character of the working class movement at this period we must not make too much of 2 or 3 by-elections, or 2 or 3 doctrinal disputes in the groups representing labor. We must rather fix our attention on the strikes which the unions carried whose members now exceeded 2,000,000 began to call the moment the Trade Disputes Act of 1906 had restored their liberty. On December 21 the bill became law. A month had not gone by before a strike broke out in London which attracted the attention of the general public, not only because it occurred in the capital, but even more by its unexpected nature. It was a strike of music hall artists which soon spread to the entire staff. The artists objected to certain conditions, in their opinion too severe, which the managers inserted in their contracts. The musicians and mechanics, in fact music hall employees of every description, 106, followed suit. The great music halls of London were obliged to close. In a house which happened to be vacant the strikers organized a monster entertainment in aid of their strike and 2,500 pickets triumphantly asserted the right of peaceful persuasion the law had just conferred upon them. The strike, during which strict discipline was maintained, and which did not interfere with the material welfare of the nation, had the sympathy of the public. The managers gave way and a board of conciliation decided to ask for the services of the Board of Trade's professional arbitrator, George Asquith. When the 22 variety theatres concerned had reopened, the arbitrator held 22 meetings, heard 100 witnesses and finally drew up and got accepted by both parties the Music Hall Award of 1907 which, though altered several times later, constituted the first labor code for all music hall employees. It comprised a standard form of contract and regulations for settling future disputes. It would seem that the president of the Board of Trade, Lloyd George, was tempted at first to give the intervention of his board a more picturesque garb and had therefore offered the post of arbitrator to a personage much in the humor in London, T.P. O'Connor, a man half Irish, half Yorkshire, half politician, half JMHSD and man of letters. O'Connor refused carrot but Lloyd George would soon be occupied with other arbitrations, involved in conflicts of a far more serious nature and would descend into the arena in person. 15. There was in the first place the threat in the autumn of 1907 of a general strike on the railways. It was the first occurrence of its kind and caused a sensation. Throughout the 19th century practically nothing had been heard of the railwaymen. The battle of the proletariat had been fought by the workers of the engineering, building, and textile trades. In 1872 the railwaymen had formed for the first time a union intended to comprise all their branches, the Amalgamated Society of Railway Servants. It stagnated, was soon nothing more than a friendly society, and would seem never to have had more than 10,000 members until the socialist agitation of 1889 gave it a new lease of life, while creating on its left wing a union of unskilled workers, the General Railway Workers' Union. In 1891 it contained 30,000 members, in 1900 60,000. But it was still badly organized and the strikes which broke out among the railwaymen in the closing years of the century were partial and spasmodic, uncontrolled by the executive committee of the union. They merely endangered its funds without benefiting the working class. One of these local strikes was responsible for the counterstroke of the Taft-Bale decision, which for several years effectively reduced to impotence the amalgamated society of railway servants like the other unions. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances it accomplished useful work, and under the extremely moderate leadership of Richard Bell saw that the statutes protecting labor were enforced. The general election of 1906, by revealing to the proletariat the extent of its power, gave its activities more aggressive turn. The union leaders devoted the year 1906 to drawing up a national program of claims, which was published at the close of 1907 immediately after the Trade Disputes Bill had restored to the Union complete freedom to strike. What were these claims? The railwaymen complained that their wages were too low. 38% of them were paid £1 a week or less, 50% or between £1 and 30 shillings carat on the Scotch railways. 2/3 of the men were paid 23 shillings a week or less, a third 19 shillings a week or less carat. The railwaymen also complained that their hours were too long, though they had already been considerably reduced by statute carat in one single month. In 1906 the total number of hours worked on the railways amounted to 48,000 days of 13 hours, 16,000 of 14, and some of the employees worked 15, 16, 17, even 18 hours carat. These long hours endangered the safety both of travelers and of the men themselves, who succumbed to fatigue. A delegation which the railwaymen had chosen to approach the owners in their name was still remembered, for it had been composed almost wholly of maimed men. The companies disputed the union's figures. They pointed out that in estimating the wages received, no account had been taken of the special advantages enjoyed by railway employees as compared with those of other companies. They received clothing, often also lodging, were secured against the risk of unemployment, and provided with a retiring pension. They also pointed out that the hours of a railwayman could not be fairly compared with those of a miner or textile worker, for the former was frequently on duty without any work to perform. As regards accidents, the men had obtained protective legislation which had cost the companies dear. The latter could not compensate themselves by raising their rates, for these were fixed by law in the public interest. Indeed, without a previous inquiry the companies could not even charge the maximum rates permitted by statute carat. The shares of every company were falling as the direct result of the decrease in dividends. In 1907 the average dividend did not exceed 3%. In 10 years it had fallen by 2%. If the workers' claims were granted it would fall to 2%. Registered the companies searched for a way out of a position disastrous in itself, even if no concessions were made to the men. At first the British railway system had been one of genuine competition. The companies had multi-head competing routes between the same cities, and for as long as possible sought to attract travelers by lowering their rates to the advantage of the public, if not of their employees. Now, however, when the common desire of all the companies was to increase their rates, competition was no longer a reality. Working agreements were concluded between several companies, sometimes relating to rates, sometimes extending to the speed of the trains, and sometimes enabling the companies to divide the traffic according to a fixed proportion. Why not take the final step? This very year 1907 the Great Northern, the Great Central, and the Great Eastern Railways were engaged in working out a scheme of amalgamation for which in 1909 they sought in vain legal sanction. It was defeated by the hostility of the labor members. They did not object in principle to the amalgamation of some 200 British railway companies in one large organization. But they did not want that organization with its monopoly of the national railway system to be a private company working to make profit at the expense of the public and its employees alike. In the interest of both they demanded that the railways should be nationalized. Until 1906 the nationalization of the railways had been the utopia of a few cranks. It now became a plank of the labor platform, passionately defended and attacked in an entire series of articles and pamphlets. Nationalization, however, did not figure among the claims which the railway men's unions put forward in 1907 and which they termed the national program. They were content to demand reductions of hours and increases of wages. They asked for a regular 8 hours day for certain classes of workers, a 10 hours day for the rest, and a minimum rest of 9 hours between the work of 2 consecutive days, the laying down of definite conditions for overtime work, an immediate increase of 2 shillings in the wages of men working more than 8 hours a day, and an additional 3 shillings a day for all employed in the London stations registered. These were the demands which they invited the companies to discuss with their representatives, and this last request was itself a claim, more important perhaps than those contained in the programme. The railwaymen called upon the railway companies to follow the example of the coal owners and textile manufacturers and recognize the union leaders freely chosen by the men as their authorized representatives. Where that practice had been adopted, what bad results had followed? Did not the chairman of the Amalgamated Society, Richard Bell, show as much wisdom and moderation as the officials of the miners and textile workers' unions? Indeed, his moderation went so far that he refused to join the Labour Party, a refusal which provoked an organised opposition in his union, led by a young Welshman, J. H. Thomas. The companies, however, refused to negotiate with the union officials. They regarded themselves as a public service in which the interest of the community required a military discipline. The weapon employed by the union was the strike or its threat. To recognize the union would be to recognize implicitly the lawfulness of a general strike in so important a national service. It was a strange argument in the mouths of men who obstinately opposed nationalization of the railways. And it was brought forward at a particularly inopportune moment, since the Postmaster General under the new Liberal cabinet, Sidney Buxton, had just recognized the Postal Clerks Association. The directors of the great companies stood firm. The Railwaymen's Union, they said, represented only a minority of their employees, less than 100,000 out of some 600,000. Why should this minority be given the right to speak on behalf of all the railwaymen? The railwaymen rift by contesting the directors' figures. The total number of men employed by the companies, eligible for membership of the Amalgamated Society, did not exceed 200,000. Half of these were therefore heady members, and the number was continually increasing. It had almost doubled during the last 5 years. Why should it not double itself again during the next 5? Nor had the companies any right to regard the railwaymen who were not members of the union as its convinced enemies. The vast majority consisted of shirkers, only too glad to let others fight their battles. But this did not alter the fact that when Richard Bell presented the national program he was not yet supported by compact Hands. Not only had his union much leeway to make up before its organization equaled that of the great mining and textile unions. The railwaymen's forces were also divided among several unions. There were separate unions for Scotland and Ireland. There was a separate union for the unskilled workers. There was a Railway Clerks Association founded in 1897 to contain all the clerical workers. And above all there had been in ill existence since 1880 an associated society of locomotive engineers and firemen, a wealthy and compact union of the engine drivers and mechanics, concerned only with the interests of its own group and extremely conservative. It stood resolutely apart. On the other hand, the companies did not present a sewed front. An association of companies had indeed been formed to consult on the best methods of defending their common interests. But among the great companies one, at least, the Northeastern, separated itself from the others on the vital question of recognizing the Union. In short, when for the first time on all the railways of the United Kingdom employers and men were arrayed in battle against each other, the concentration of their respective forces was still in progress. It had not yet been completed. Bell, assisted by 2 expert economists, published a large volume of statistics dealing with the conditions of labor on the railways. The companies riffed to his green book by a red book in which they tried to disprove his figures. They also published a pamphlet denouncing the national program and all it stands for, which Bell answered in a counter-pamphlet entitled The Railwaymen's Charter. But the conflict did not stop at a war of pamphlets. In March, the House of Commons adopted a motion which declared the hours of work on the railways excessive, demanded a stricter execution of the existing laws and the passage of new legislation, if the existing statutes were proved to be inadequate. In May, Lloyd George, making use of the powers conferred upon him by an Act of 1889, called upon the companies to submit to him an account of all the days of more than 12 hours worked by their staffs during the preceding month, and announced his intention to repeat the demand every 3 months. On May 2, the railwaymen, encouraged by these expressions of sympathy by the majority in Parliament and the Board of Trade, organized a mass meeting to present the national program. There was anxiety on the stock exchange. Railway shares fell 2.5 to 5 points. And the anxiety increased when on September 15 the committee of the union announced its intention to take a vote of its members on the question of a strike. Since the companies persisted in their refusal to recognize the union, the vote was taken. Lord Claude Hamilton, chairman of the Great Eastern Railway, caused widespread indignation by a manifesto in which he denounced not only the Amalgamated Society of Railway Servants but trade unionism as a whole, and maintained that war had been openly declared upon individualism by the socialist forces. When at the close of October the result of the voting became known, it appeared that 76,925 votes had been given in favor of striking, only 8,773 against it. It was at this point that Lloyd George intervened, determined to prevent a strike. No doubt from the outset he had good reason to feel confident that the negotiations he was undertaking would have a favorable issue. Among the companies and their supporters, Lord Claude's intemperate language was not generally approved. In these circles, as in the House of Lords, it was clearly understood how dangerous it was from the political standpoint to arouse the hostility of the working class. On the other hand, the union, or at least the committee, was not sufficiently certain of victory really to desire a strike. Though the General Railway Workers' Union had joined the movement and had voted almost unanimously for the strike, the Society of Locomotive Engineers and Firemen had adopted a totally different attitude, refusing even to take part in the referendum. Finally, a way out of the impasse was found. The authorized representatives of the companies did not meet the authorized representatives of the union, but both in turn met Lloyd George and his assistants at the Board of Trade, and the agreement worked out at these separate meetings was separately signed by the authorized representatives of both parties. The union was recognized without being recognized. The actual agreement was conceived in the same spirit. It did not settle the question of hours and wages but referred them for settlement to an entirely new organization set up for conciliation and arbitration. Hitherto, the men had to present their grievances to the head of their department. He in turn referred the matter, though not until he thought fit, to a board on which the employees were in a minority, and there was no appeal from the decision at which he arrived after consultation with the board. In future there would be an entire hierarchy of conciliation boards at which both sides would be equally represented. The men's representatives must be employees of the companies. The board would sit twice a month. From the boards which dealt with disputes in the first instance an appeal lay to sectional boards, and from these 113 in turn to a central board and if the men were still unsatisfied by its decision, they could demand that the dispute should be referred to an umpire. The union was not actually recognized, for the provision that the members of the board must be employees excluded its committees. But the latter could use their constantly increasing authority to secure that the men's representatives on the boards were union men, and the settlement undoubtedly constituted for the railwaymen a considerable advance on their previous position. Moreover, it could be denounced only by a previous notice of 12 months and in any case not for 6 years. Peace was thus ensured until the end of 1914. 16. By his Merchant Shipping and Patent Acts Lloyd George had made himself popular with the ship owners and manufacturers. By his striking and skillful intervention in the railway dispute he established a reputation for statesmanship both with politicians of every party and in the world of business. A month later he again intervened in a trade dispute and won another victory. Among the Lancashire cotton spinners, on the whole better paid than they had ever been, the fine spinners of Oldham complained that their wages were too low in proportion to those received by their fellow spinners and claimed their share of the considerable increase of wages in their branch of the industry. In vain they attempted to negotiate. The mill owners refused even to consider their claims, which they denounced as a breach of the Brooklands Agreement. The spinners on their side announced their intention to take a referendum of the Union on the question of a strike. Lloyd George made a personal visit to Manchester and, though he did not succeed in his apparent desire to be appointed umpire, he was at least successful in overcoming the mill owners' obstinacy and persuading them to agree to a joint meeting of owners and operatives. At the opening of December an agreement was concluded which, though it did not grant the operatives everything they had asked, raised their wages by 9% or an increase of from 5 shillings to 6 shillings a week. Some 8,000 operatives benefited by this quasi-arbitral award. A third success followed, 2 months later. Its field was the engineering and shipbuilding industry. The agitation began in the Clyde dockyards and among the carpenters known as the White Squad in contrast to the Black Squad, the iron and steel workers. A year earlier they had considered a strike for higher wages. Now they were on the defensive, refusing to accept a reduction accepted by the Black Squad. 4,000 men went on strike, and as they were receiving strike pay from the General Federation of Trade Unions, the employers threatened to reply to the strike by a lockout in the industries of the district whose employees were affiliated to the Federation. The Union executive advised submission. The strikers refused, and the strike spread to the important Amalgamated Society of Engineers. The society, which had been reconstituted and had gathered new strength after its defeat in 1897, had just concluded a comprehensive and detailed agreement for the amicable settlement on an equal footing of all disputes between employers and men in the engineering industry. The workers refused to agree to wage reductions, accepted, in accordance with the terms of the agreement, by the local committees of the Union. If partial concessions made by the employers satisfied the engineers on the Clyde, they did not satisfy the engineers on the Tyne, where 12,000 went on strike. Once again Lloyd George offered the services of the Board of Trade, and on February 20, 1908, had the satisfaction of seeing the terms of a provisional settlement accepted by Sir Andrew Noble, the employer's representative, and the representatives of the unions carried by the force of his personality. The Economist wrote, Mr. Lloyd George has made his office transcend the statutory duties imposed upon it. 3 times within a few months Mr. George has successfully settled disputes in the largest industries of the country, and in each case averted a disturbance to trade which would have spread beyond the immediate area affected. The agitation did not in fact cease immediately either on the railways or in the cotton industry. The struggle was still continued by the carpenters on the Clyde, and among the engineers of the Clyde and Tyne the strike broke out afresh in spite of the efforts of the men's leaders. If, nevertheless, after a longer or shorter interval the policy of compromise finally prevailed, it was due not so much to the skillful handling of Lloyd George, as to the unfavorable condition of trade, the crisis into which British industry was suddenly plunged. The crisis did not originate in Great Britain, nor was it most acute there. It was the repercussion of a crisis which had occurred in the two countries, the United States and Germany, which were now the most progressive industrial nations of the world. In those countries the progress of industry had been so rapid once the difficulties of 1902 had been overcome that they had not only ceased to export their iron and steel to Great Britain but actually imported British iron and steel. Now, however, a new glut had been produced, first in the United States, then in Germany. Money became scarce, manufacturers went bankrupt, banks failed. Not only were the American and German markets closed to British goods, but the British market was once more threatened with dumping. Prices fell steadily from a maximum in May 1907, until the end of the year, when for the first time for many years the general price level was lower than the year before. In April 1908 prices reached their lowest level, but as winter succeeded autumn and the year 1909 opened no perceptible rise had taken place. As before in 1902 but with greater anxiety, men were asking whether the rise of prices witnessed for several years had not been after all a temporary phenomenon and a new period of low prices and industrial stagnation were not beginning for Britain, for Europe, indeed for the entire world. The hopes of the tariff reformers revived, and a few by-elections won by Unionists seemed to sanction their optimism. The workers, on the other hand, lost heart. They had failed to take advantage of the boom in trade when it set in at the turn of the century. They had been defeated by so many unsuccessful strikes and adverse decisions of the courts. The election of January 1906 and the passing of the Trade Disputes Bill had restored their confidence. Must they now witness the sudden check of a movement so full of promise? We may say at once that the tariff reformers' hopes were speedily disappointed. For they depended on the trade depression. And from March 1909 prices began once more to rise, and trade revived. 1. After a year in which exports and imports had achieved a record, only 1908 had witnessed a diminution of foreign trade. The figures for 1909 were already improving, those for 1910 would exceed the record established in 1907 and the expansion of trade would continue until the eve of the Great War. The improvement was due in part to an increase in the amount of exports and imports, in part to an increase in their value. In the decade from 1904 to 1914 prices rose by 22%. This was undoubtedly because of a fab in the value of gold. A similar phenomenon had occurred about the middle of the 19th century following on the discovery and development of the Coffeemian gold fields. Subsequently, these gold fields had become exhausted and the fall of prices had been so rapid that to remedy the scarcity of gold economists had advocated bimetallism. Now, however, new methods of gold mining had been invented by which the ore could be extracted from beds at a deeper level, and the more these were perfected the greater became the number of beds carried not only in South Africa but in North America and Australia where gold existed in sufficient quantities to be worth mining. In a work published in 1912 the economist Leighton pointed out that such 1,896 gold had been mined to the value of carat 1,000,000,000 sterling, 4 times the amount mined during the first 50 years of the 19th century and almost half the total stocks of gold available. The formidable dislocations of currency we have experienced of recent years have made us forget those of the period before the war. The latter would have been more severe than they were if Asia on the one hand, the United States on the other, had not absorbed far larger quantities of gold than had been expected. Even so, they were sufficiently serious to cause anxiety to a considerable number of expert economists and induce them to inquire whether some other standard of exchange should not be substituted for gold, lacking as it did the indispensable stability. And the workers enrolled under the banner of the trade unions after the discouragement and hesitation of the winter of 1907-8 renewed their campaign with even greater vigor, demanding by strikes or threats of striking their share in the increasing prosperity of trade, and calling upon Parliament to pass new legislation to protect the interests of their class. What then, everything considered, was the political situation when Parliament met at the opening of February 1908? The government's majority, SHGHTLY reduced by a few by-elections won by Labour or Unionist candidates, was still practically speaking as overwhelming as it had been 2 years earlier. But the Conservative opposition, impotent in the Commons, possessed in the Lords a permanent majority as large as that which since 1906 the Radicals had possessed in the lower house. The entire strategy of the two official leaders of the Unionist Party, Balfour and Lord Lansdowne, C6 insisted in using the House of Lords as an instrument to exert a permanent pressure on the Liberal majority, by rejecting among the bills sent up to it those and no more which it could safely reject without endangering the popularity of the party in the present House of Commons and ruining its chances at the next election. The Irish question did not come before the House of Lords, since Irish intransigence had brought the Irish Council by to a premature demise. Asquith's budgets, to which we shall return later, prudently democratic, very economical, and always disposing of a surplus, were universally popular after years of extravagance. Moreover, Was it not accepted that in finance the House of Commons was absolute master and that for the House of Lords financial questions did not even exist? There remained the question of religious education in the schools. Also the question of labor legislation. Undeniably the House of Lords during the last two sessions in hand these two problems had taken skillful advantage of the power conferred upon it by constitutional custom to sift the bills sent up by the Liberal government. On the education bill the victory had undeniably lain with the Lords. The cabinet never retrieved the defeat it had suffered at the close of 1906. Admittedly, it did not dare to dissolve Parliament and appeal to the electorate to implement its desire to satisfy the nonconformist claims. It was obvious that the nation had no interest in their claims. No doubt the government continued to announce by the mouth of the Premier or one of his subordinates that it had prepared all its plans to alter the Constitution on the first opportunity and in particular to curtail the powers of the 118 House of Lords. Would it dissolve on this issue itself? It had no intention of doing so. A conflict must first be provoked between the two houses on some other question better adapted than the question of religious education in the schools, to arouse popular feeling. Should it be the question of reforming the franchise? In 1906 the government had attempted to carry a bill to abolish the plural vote, which by enabling wealthy voters to vote during the same election under different qualifications in several constituencies benefited the Unionist Party. The House of Lords had thrown out the bill without a debate, refusing to pronounce on the question until a measure dealing comprehensively with the franchise as a whole was sent up. Should the government accept the challenge and bring forward such a measure? Should it attempt to make Great Britain a country of universal suffrage in the full sense of the term by giving every citizen an equal vote and equalizing the constituencies? It was however far from certain in 1908 that a reform of this kind would arouse popular enthusiasm. Compactly organized in their unions the workers had secured under the existing franchise, in spite of the fact that it was not yet universal, the passage of the Trade Disputes Bill with a most significant speed. Surely they would be well advised, instead of waiting for a reform of the franchise, to obtain from Parliament, as at present elected, further legislation from which they would reap immediate and practical benefit. A measure, for example, establishing a system of workers' old age pensions. Chamberlain had promised it but had broken his promise. Was it not a duty strictly incumbent upon the Liberal Party to repair this breach of faith by setting up that system of universal old age pensions without contribution from the workers which the Trade Union Congress demanded every summer? Or again a statute or body of statutes ensuring the workers against unemployment? The suggestion had been put forward in 1902 and 1903, when industry was suffering from a depression that was almost a crisis, and the Unionist cabinet had even taken some steps in this direction, though they did not amount to very much. Now, when a severe industrial depression once more prevailed, more serious than that of 1902, the workers' demands became more insistent. In 1902 John Burns had criticized the government's attitude. What would he do at present when he was president of the local government board? 119. The speech from the throne which opened the new session at the close of January 1908 gave the most prominent place to the question of old age pensions for workmen. But would it provide the opportunity for a victorious battle with the Lords? Would not the reform be carried too easily, because the Unionist Party and the Lords would be in its support with the Liberal majority in the Commons? This indeed had been the tactics pursued by the Lords for the last 2 years. They had accepted the Workmen's Insurance Act and the Trade Disputes Bill, yielding, hke the ministerialists themselves, to the pressure of the working masses from outside, officially represented in the House of Commons by a tiny group of 50 members. The Church of England, whose stronghold was the House of Lords, had adopted the same tactics, and the bench of bishops had been careful to dissociate itself from the attacks upon socialism delivered by politicians, whether liberal or conservative, provided the socialism in question were not hostile to the family or the Christian religion. The liberal leaders therefore found themselves in a quandary. They were faced with the problem of devising a measure of social legislation whose effects would be so far-reaching that the House of Lords could neither accept it without humiliation, nor reject it without imperiling its prerogatives and even its existence. After 2 years of liberal legislation, one fact at least was established beyond doubt. The election of 1906, on the surface a victory of free trade, and apparently a nonconformist victory, had been in reality and at bottom a victory of the proletariat. 120. Chapter 2. Foreign Policy. The Army and Navy. I. From the Conference of Algeciras to the Anglo-Russian Agreement. Understand how the international situation was regarded by the British government and people at the opening of 1906. We must begin by speaking not of England, but of Germany, the leading continental nation, whose power focused the attention of all the other nations, and had begun to create universal anxiety. What had been for more than 30 years the guiding principle of German foreign policy? At first, when Bismarck was at the helm, Germany's sole desire was to consolidate in peace the unity conquered within a few years by 2 wars, stark alike in their speed and decisive results. She had pursued a policy ungenerous to be sure, but not in the least aggressive, selfish but prudent. Friendly towards all the powers, even France, if France would accept her friendship, she was content to foster their mutual rivalries in order to prevent the formation of such a coalition as had previously been fatal to the French hegemony. Then William II had succeeded to the throne, had dismissed Bismarck and soon inaugurated a more ambitious program. He wished to give Germany a strong navy. His policy had therefore been anti-British. He had entertained the dream of uniting under his overlordship all the nations of Europe to challenge Britain's naval supremacy. His grandiose project had been defeated by the opposition of France and, while still hoping to resume it at some later date when France had forgotten the loss of Alsace and he had completed the construction of his fleet, he had returned temporarily to Bismarck's policy of prudence. It had been completely successful so long as the Boer War continued. Now, however, when the war was at an end and England no longer preoccupied with South Africa, the British government had inaugurated the new policy of an entente cordial with France. How? 121. Could Germany apply to this entente, which upset all the traditions of European diplomacy, the old principles which had given Europe 30 years of peace, herself 30 years of steady increasing power? Alternatively, what new principles should she adopt? To the men who decided German foreign policy, the change of government in England in December 1905 was a welcome augury. The Tangier episode a few months before had been her first attempt to break the Anglo-French entente, scarcely a year old, and detach France from England by demonstrating the dangers and huntations to which her friendship with England exposed her. Delchas had fallen, at a nod from the Emperor Wdum, and in January the Powders were to meet, at Germany's request, to restrict the freedom Britain had undertaken to bestow on France in Morocco, thus inflicting indirectly on the British government an abasement almost equal to that suffered by the French. But at this very moment Balfour and Lord Lansdowne disappeared from the scene and their successors, so it was hoped in Die Wilhelmstrasse Carrot would be well placed to abandon without the humiliation of a retreat the principles on which their predecessors POHCY had been based. Moreover, the new cabinet was a liberal cabinet, in which the pro-Boers of yesterday seemed the preponderating element. Morley, whose creed was peace at any price, and who in 1898 had broken with the official Liberal Party because in his opinion its opposition to Chamberlain's imperialism was too feeble, came back in triumph. Bryce, H.K.E. Morley, an old Gladstonian, was the historian of the Teutonic Holy Roman Empire and the American Republic, an intellectual Protestant whose sympathies were with the Teutonic rather than the Latin peoples. Sir Robert Reid, now Chancellor under the title of Lord Lorbum, shared this point of view. So did John Burns, an inveterate enemy of France, whose authority in the cabinet was indeed far less than Morley's or Bryce's, but who was highly respected by the middle class. Everyone regarded Haldane as the typical pro-German. Finally, the Prime Minister, Campbell Bannerman, had shown himself throughout the Boer War the determined foe of a bellicose policy. He was, it is true, anything but an enemy of France. He was a lover of French culture, and an enthusiastic reader of French novels, more capable than any British premier for many a long 122 year of addressing in excellent French delegations from across the Channel who were given an official reception in London. But he wanted the reconciliation with France to be the prelude to a general reconciliation with all the European powers, Germany first of all. The overwhelming victory the Liberal Party had won in the January election had visibly augmented his influence from this point of view, both in the cabinet and the House. That victory indeed was due to the numerous domestic issues we have already studied. But it signified also, many observers would have said first and foremost, that the entire nation, workers, businessmen, and intelligentsia, was weary of the aggressive imperialism which 10 years earlier had brought the revived Conservative Party into power. To please the crowds one must no longer talk of conquests, colonial expansion, national honor. How then are we to explain the fact that after the revolution at the polls of January 1906 British foreign policy remained exactly what it had been before? In the first place we must remember the influence exercised within the cabinet by the imperialist group. Its members had secured offices of exceptional importance. They were younger, more brilliant, and everyone expected them to be more active than such veterans as Morley, Bryce, or Campbell Bannerman. It was their conviction, a conviction proclaimed emphatically more than once by Lord Rosebery, that the foreign policy of the United Kingdom must be continuous, unaffected by the vicissitudes of the party struggle, and the prudent Asquith and the restless Haldane, who dressed his window with German goods but sold merchandise of a very different character, gave wholehearted support to the new Foreign Secretary, Sir Edward Grey, who was himself the more ready to continue the policy of an understanding with France, because he had been one of its first advocates, even before the Unionist cabinet and the officials at the Foreign Office had perceived its advantages. Finally, we must not forget the presence of King Edward at the head of the executive. Despite the constitutional fiction that the monarch must always conform his personal views to those of his responsible ministers, public opinion saw in him the true author of the Entente Cordiale. It was believed that the strong dislike he entertained for his nephew, the Emperor William, entered into his desire to see England follow an anti-German policy, that he was using his influence to complete the Anglo-French Entente by an under 123 standing with Russia, and that it was on his recommendation and with this end in view that Sir Charles Hardinge had been appointed ambassador at Petersburg and returned to London in January 1906 to become permanent Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs. 2. We must not, however, exaggerate the part played by any individual, whether Grey at the Foreign Office or King Edward on the throne. We have already had occasion to call attention to the fact that King Edward had been reigning for 2 years before he perceived the necessity to substitute for the policy of friendship with Germany a policy of friendship with France. In reality, he guided neither public opinion nor the policy of the Foreign Office. He simply made up his mind towards the end of 1902 to follow the lead given by both. Thenceforward he had the good fortune to make himself useful by actions which at the same time made him popular. A lover of travel and public ceremonies, he was the itinerant ambassador of the Foreign Office, its super-ambassador. But he was nothing more than an agent and never initiated a policy which could be called with truth, as it was so often without justification. King Edward's policy. The case of Sir Edward Grey is different, if his conversion to the new foreign policy really preceded that of the Foreign Office, if he was among its originators, and if it was for that reason that in December 1905 the Foreign Office wanted to have him as its chief. But when this has been granted, we must not misconceive Grey's political caliber. He was not of the lineage of Canning and Palmerston, one of those men with an innate genius for diplomatic intrigue and the manipulation of public opinion, who are happy only in their office, as the ideal sea captain is happy only on the poop of his ship. The 10 years of Unionist government had been for him 10 years of repose, during which he had performed, not too strenuously, the ritual of an opposition speaker. When he achieved the summit of his ambition he found himself, as it were, caught in the wheels of the formidable machine he had hoped to control and carried along by them. Even the loss in 1906 of a wife with whom he had lived in a close communion of tastes and ideas did not plunge him in despair into a maelstrom of activity. On the contrary, we receive the impression of a weary and disillusioned man. He continued a lover of the country, a student of Birdhafé who looked forward the entire week to the weekend which would allow him to forget the affairs of Europe and escape to his beloved nature. And this phlegmatic temper, which had nothing in common with the temperament of a Canning, a Palmerston, and still less of a Chamberlain, explains the fact that he was able to pursue the new policy which had been followed by the Foreign Office for the past 2 or 3 years with the utmost possible moderation. He appears indeed to have given it an interpretation predominantly negative, and his object was not so much an alliance with a particular European power against Germany as to prevent Germany from forming such an alliance against England. If, therefore, the Foreign Office sought on occasion to draw too close the bonds uniting Britain with her new friends, and his colleagues were alarmed from time to time by the prospect of the conflicts with Germany which the British foreign policy might involve, Sir Edward was just the right person to mediate between the Cabinet and the Foreign Office, and blur the features of the new policy without ever giving it up. Moreover, the balance of power which was his political creed of its very nature excluded a permanent alliance with one power against another, since the shifting equilibrium of national forces in Europe required that England should as far as possible remain free to transfer her weight. 125. From one scale to the other, and since Chamberlain's imperialism had until 1902 been deliberately hostile to France and Russia, the subsequent change of friendships could be interpreted in 2 different ways. It might be regarded as a new orientation of British imperialism, and it was in the sense that it was understood by Asquith, Haldane, and Grey himself. Or it could be interpreted as an entire repudiation of the preceding imperialism, and it was because it was presented in this light that it escaped the censure of the Gladstonian veterans in the Cabinet. Assisted by so many favourable circumstances, Grey managed to acquire in a few months an amazing prestige not only in England but on the continent, and the candour, honesty, and entire disinterestedness to which everyone paid tribute invested a policy often ambiguous with the halo of his personal honour registered. In any case, there can be no question of King Edward's policy, or Sir Edward Grey's, if by that is meant a policy imposed upon the Foreign Office or even suggested to it by either. There was a policy of the Foreign Office with which the private views of the King and the Foreign Secretary happened to coincide. It was in truth the policy which circumstances dictated and against which they would have attempted in vain to rebel. The Germans, Sir Edward wrote with truth, do not realize that England has always drifted or deliberately gone into opposition to any power which establishes her hegemony in Europe. We have already witnessed, and shall continue to witness, Germany's efforts to break the ententes which were forming around her, efforts whose sole result will be to strengthen them until at last the circle which surrounds her is drawn tight and firm. Indeed, Russia, France, and England will themselves on occasion attempt to loosen the framework of the new system. In vain, it will resist all attempts to destroy or weaken it. We cannot conceive the statesman of genius or the master stroke of poesy that during these critical years could have diverted the fatal course of events. The system was Europe's automatic reply to the growth of German power. 3. Picture the situation in January 1906. The Conference of Algeciras was about to meet to determine the future status of Morocco by a common agreement between all the signatories of the Convention of Madrid. England, however, was in the throes of a general election. The newspapers wrote of nothing else, and the ministers had not even the leisure to hold a cabinet council. Every minister had his hands full, courting the voters in his constituency half the week, and getting into touch with the business of his department the rest of the time. Sir Edward Grey, however, while assuring the German ambassador that the policy of friendship with France pursued by the Foreign Office for the last 3 years had no distrust of Germany, expressed his personal conviction that, if Germany made the question of Morocco a pretext for declaring war on France, British public opinion would not allow the government to remain neutral, and even, if we may behave met Emich, expressed himself in plainer terms than Lord Lansdowne had used 6 months before. On the other hand, it would seem that the Liberal victory at the polls exceeded In's expectation and made him doubt whether under any circumstances the British public would entertain the prospect of war. And on January 31 he advised the French ambassador, Paul Cambon, to that effect. And King Edward himself seems to have been pressed by the vigorous disavowal by the electorate of imperialism in any shape or form. On January 23 he wrote to the Emperor William in extremely cordial terms suggesting a meeting in the near future and offering his services as mediator to settle by an amicable compromise the dispute between France and Germany in Morocco. But the Kaiser's reply, though couched in polite language, was a flat refusal of the proffered mediation. The purpose of his action at Tangier had been to prevent England from acting as arbitrator in Morocco. It was not for him to give way 8 months later. The King of England and his ministers had therefore no option but to give the French claims unreserved diplomatic support, to which indeed they were pledged by the agreement of April 1904. A journalist, Sir Donald Mackenzie Wallace, was the King's private agent at Algeciras. Sir Arthur Nicholson, the British ambassador at Madrid, the official representative of the government. The cabinet allowed the King to give British support the same theatrical setting as a year earlier. On his way to Biarritz he stopped at Paris. He visited the president, Laubet's successor, Falhers, ignored the prime minister, and had a long interview in a private house with Delcas. The conversation was a significant step 8 months after Delcas's fall and 4 months after the indiscreet revelations of the Parisian press which, even if not accepted as reliable in every detail, had implanted in every country in Europe the firm belief that military measures against Germany had been concerted between England and France the previous spring. What were these French claims which England pledged herself to support? By the very fact of going to Algeciras, France admitted that she had been wrong in not asking all the signatories of the Madrid Convention to sanction her establishment of a quasi-protectorate in Morocco. But she intended to seek that sanction, and the sole difference between her intentions in 1904 and the demand she put forward now was that the more or less avowed protectorate for which she asked would be exercised under the control of the powers, would be a mandate conferred upon her by them, and subject to certain conditions ensuring more effectively than the agreement of 1904 freedom of trade for all nations. To this program Germany opposed a system of complete internationalization under which no power, least of all France, could enjoy a privileged position. It was the system the European powers had attempted to set up in Macedonia a few months before, and whose failure was already reported. Alone among the powers of Europe, Germany had refused to agree to it. In Morocco the position was reversed. But in both instances the German government was pursuing the same policy. Champion in its own interest of the independence of the Mediterranean powers, it regarded the installation of an international post force in Macedonia as a violation of the Sultan's sovereignty which it sought to maintain unimpaired. In Morocco it was the inevitable minimum of interference which it would advise the government of Fez to accept to avoid a worse fate. Between the two proposals compromise was impossible. If before the conference France and Germany could have reached an understanding for the settlement of the Moroccan question, how quickly its work would have been completed, and how much time would have been gained for the pacification of Europe. But Berlin had rejected all the proposals for an agreement whether official or unofficial which had been received from Paris after Delcas's fall. Was it because the German emperor and his chancellor were deliberately hostile to the French policy in Morocco? A year after Algeciras, when a leading French statesman renewed the proposal already made in the autumn of 1905 that French control in Morocco should be recognized in return for compensation in some other part of Africa, the Congo for example, the Emperor Willem replied that he was not opposed to French suzerainty in Morocco, that he did not even want any compensation, what he wanted was an alliance. He thus revealed the secret of his policy, as he had already revealed it to the Tsar Nicholas in August 1905 at their Bhorko conversations. The emperor's policy, which among other faults suffered from his inability to state it openly on the eve of the Algeciras conference, was to effect through the mediation of the Russian government an understanding between France and Germany which would be understood by everyone as a breach with England. No French statesman dared risk such a policy, and the only effect the German government produced at Paris by suggestions of this kind, In every step it took, was to make the position of the advocates of peace difficult, and equally difficult the position of the party, stronger than is recognized today, which desired to return to the policy of settling all colonial questions by amicable arrangement with Germany. On the contrary, it strengthened the party which refused to be reconciled to the loss of Alsace and for whom hatred of Germany was the substance of French patriotism. Moreover, while it refused to conclude a preliminary agreement with France, it did not even promise to abide by the free decision of the conference. It demanded that the conference should ratify its policy of internationalization. If the demand were refused, the German representative would leave the conference, and war might be the result. At the unveiling of a monument to Moltke on October 26, 1907, the Emperor William delivered as a toast at the banquet one of those bellicose speeches with which from time to time he liked to flutter Europe. A phrase about dry powder and a whetted sword was never forgotten. Once more panic reigned in French political circles. In feverish haste urgent measures were taken to renew the defenses of the eastern frontier which had been neglected for some years. 4. In fact, the German government did not expect the conference to break down. When it instructed its representatives never to allow Germany to appear isolated during the proceedings, it evidently regarded its system of internationalization as the most likely to win the approval of all the governments concerned, with the exception of the French. Did it not serve the interests of all the other nations, even of Great Britain? The attitude adopted by the Foreign Office wore an air of paradox. To honor the pledge given in 1904, avoid a false move in the diplomatic game, and 130. Escape the snare laid by Germany by abandoning its support of the French claim, the British government sacrificed in Morocco the immediate interests of British trade industry. The Germans noted with satisfaction that British opinion was not so unanimously favorable to France as it had been at the time of the Tangier episode. One important organ, the Manchester Guardian, departing on this question from the bulk of the liberal press, openly opposed the French point of view and the more vigorously as the conference protracted its sessions. At Algeciras on February 3, Count von Tattenbach attempted to win over the British representative and detach him from the cause of France. His advances met with an extremely cold reception. Sir Arthur Nicholson, who deliberately kept in the background, was content to give his silent support to France, and it soon became evident that Germany's diplomatic position was far worse than Berlin had expected. All the powers who 2 years before had readily acquiesced in the establishment by France of a sphere of influence in Morocco now found themselves gathered at Algeciras not of their free will to defend their respective rights but to obey the summons of Germany and serve her political interests. It was therefore Germany, not, as she had hoped, France, who found herself the object of universal hostility. Though Italy was bound to Germany by the Triple Alliance, which she had twice renewed, she was also bound to France by an agreement on the question of Morocco. And if Italian opinion could only guess the exact contents of the agreement, it entirely approved of its spirit. Combe's anti-clericism had demolished once for all the legend that France was in league with the Vatican against the unity of Italy, and France was extremely popular with the lower classes. To England, Italy was bound by even closer ties. It had concluded the Triple Alliance only with the approval, indeed almost on the advice, of England, and if that alliance should prove to be directed against England, Italy, placed by her geographical condition at the mercy of the British fleet, would be obliged to denounce it. In Spain, the government's policy of agreement with France and England had many more enemies. But France assured herself of Spanish support by substituting a Franco-Spanish gendarmerie for the purely French force of her original plan, and by its actions the Spanish court showed its approval of the new arrangement. At the opening of February the rumor was current that King Alfonso XIII had gone to Biarritz to meet Princess Victoria Eugenie of Battenberg, King Edward's cousin. On March 7 the princess was received into the Catholic Church and the English monarch came out to Biarritz to arrange a marriage which would place an English princess on the Spanish throne. The situation had changed since the days, still recent, when England, loathed by all the nations of the continent, had offered Germany an alliance she had refused with disdain. The Emperor William was furious. "All these Latin nations," he wrote, "miserable degenerates that they are mere weapons in the hands of England to combat German commerce in the Mediterranean. Not only have we no friends left, but this emasculate race, this scrap heap of Latin peoples, heartily detests us. As it was in the days of the Hohenstaufens and the House of Anjou, so it is now. The Latin riffraff betray us on every hand and throw themselves into the arms of England, which intends to use them against us." And as though he had entertained the dream of a pan-Teutonic alliance, he added, "War between Teutons and Latins on the entire front. And the former, alas, are divided." In Russia, England had many foes. The Anglo-French Entente, concluded in the midst of the war with Japan, was unpopular. William II and Below therefore hoped to find in Russia support for their anti-British policy. But even the statesmen most hostile to England, Count Witt at their head, pressed a conciliatory policy upon the emperor. For in the first place they knew that Russia, ruined by the defeat and revolution, had more need than ever of French money. And in fact the Russian government would soon be rewarded for not refusing France its diplomatic support by a loan the French banks and, for the first time, the London banks would take up. And the loan would enable her to defeat the revolution. And secondly, Witt and his friends perceived that the brusque methods employed by William II were producing the opposite effect to that which he expected, tightening instead of loosening the Anglo-French Entente. Austria, Germany's ally, had no direct interests in Morocco. She complained at Washington that Germany's attitude was too unyielding and sought to discover a compromise which would be generally acceptable. But of President Roosevelt's attitude we must speak at greater length. For it was very different from what it had been in 1905, and the difference has perplexed historians. A determined foe of Delcas's policy, he alone, among the rulers of the great powers, had supported the German emperor's demand that the question of Morocco should be submitted to an international conference. Now, in 1906, through his representative at Algeciras, he became the opponent of German intransigence, whose intervention finally compelled the German government to capitulate on the fundamental question of the gendarmerie. How are we to explain this change of front? By the change in the diplomatic situation during the interval. In 1904, the Japanese victories, following so close upon the conclusion of her treaty with England and the signature of the Anglo-French agreement, had seemed to make Britain the arbiter of world politics. In 1905 the Treaty of Peace between Russia and Japan had been signed in the United States under the aegis of the President, who had been supported by German diplomacy, and on the other hand it was with his support that the Emperor William had annulled that portion of the Anglo-French agreement which concerned Morocco. Therefore, when 1906 opened, it was no longer King Edward who was overlord of the world, but the Emperor William and President Roosevelt. But Roosevelt had not humbled King Edward in 1905 to minister to the Emperor Udham's conceit. To humble the latter monarch in his turn, he wished to make himself if possible the umpire between Germany and France on the question of Morocco. If we would understand the troubled history of these years, we must be careful not to classify France among the powers of the first rank. France was simply the greatest among the powers of the second class, by turns beneficiary and victim of the struggle for world hegemony carried on above her head by a small group of giants, England, Germany, and the United States of America. In 1906 we cannot add Russia, for her power was at the moment under eclipse. 133. The question was therefore finally settled by a compromise. The discussions at the conference bore chiefly on two points: the institution of a state bank and a gendarmerie. In the matter of the bank France was defeated. She claimed a preponderant share in its control, pleading the amount of French investments in Morocco. She secured only 3 out of the 14 seats on the board of directors. In the matter of the gendarmerie, on the other hand, her claims were far more successful. Germany proposed an international gendarmerie, to be organized by the Sultan under the control of the diplomatic corps. France had the wisdom to put forward from the very beginning an extremely moderate proposal. The gendarmerie should be confined to the 8 open ports of Morocco and not entrusted to France alone but divided between Spain and herself. Germany refused, as she refused when Italy proposed that the Franco-Spanish gendarmerie should be placed under the control of some neutral power. But when Roosevelt adopted the Itahan proposal, she suddenly changed her tone and accepted a compromise put forward by Austria at her suggestion, that the posing of certain ports should be entrusted to France, of others to Spain, and at Casablanca to a neutral power, whose chief representative should have the right to inspect the French and Spanish gendarmerie in other ports. It was now the turn of France to refuse and be blamed for her intransigence by London and Petersburg. But Roosevelt intervened a second time, and more Francophile than Gray and his subordinates, rejected the posing of one port by a third power. For the second time Germany submitted. Nevertheless, the argument Roosevelt brought forward against the Austrian compromise was a double-edged sword. To give the posing of certain ports to France, of others to Spain, and of one port to a neutral power was, he argued, the first step towards a partition of Morocco, and therefore a threat to the sovereignty of the Sultan. But for the same reason he must condemn at the same time the Franco-Spanish proposal that the gendarmerie should be French in some ports, Spanish in others. In every port there must be a force of mixed nationality, French and Spanish. France, however, persisted in her claim, and since she had now the unreserved support of England and Russia, and since Roosevelt did not wish to appear in any respect less Francophile than England, he yielded, though with bad grace. For the third time Germany gave way. By the terms of the final agreement, the inspector, who was to be Swiss, would not command in any port. At Tangier and Casablanca the gendarmerie would be a mixed force, French and Spanish. At Larache it would be Spanish, French at Rabat, Safi, Mazagan, and Magadir. When compared with the gains France had expected from the agreement of 1904, this was little. When compared with the losses Germany had expected to inflict upon her, it was a great deal. It was the first installment of that Franco-Spanish occupation of the coast of Morocco England had sanctioned in 1904. 5. May we then regard the question of Morocco as finally settled after these 12 troublous months? In Morocco friction continued between the French and Germans until the French army occupied Casablanca in 1907, and as a result of the occupation the Sultan Abdul Aziz was overthrown by a national rising and replaced by Abdul Hamid. And on the other hand, did the agreement do anything to diminish the rivalry between England and Germany on all the seas of the globe? British naval and military circles were so sensitive that the least incident was sufficient to arouse indignation and alarm. Were the Germans carrying on in their colony of Southwest Africa a difficult campaign against a native revolt? It was a mere pretext. They had designs on the British possessions in that part of the world. Did a German company negotiate with the Portuguese government the purchase of land in Madeira for the construction of a sanatorium, another obtain a concession from the Spanish government for a cable passing through the Canaries? The German Navy, of course, was seeking a base for its cruisers. It was evident that the Anglo-French Entente had not been weakened. Contrary to German hopes, Algeciras had proved that the Entente, far from being the caprice of a cabinet or party, was based on the facts of the international situation, and therefore remained as firm under a liberal government as it had been when the Conservatives were in office. Nevertheless, neither the 2 months during which the conference was in session nor the months which followed it were a period of war fever. The British had just emerged from a struggle which at the outset they had regarded as nothing more than a punitive expedition of the colonial type, but which had ended by attaining or almost attaining the scale of a great war. Some had even been afraid it would expand into a European war. At no price would they incur a similar risk. This was the fundamental significance of the January election. They wished to put war out of their minds, and they succeeded. During the conference at Algeciras an occasional article expressed the opinion of the leading Yorkshire newspapers in favor of France, but in the interval a host of other questions concerning domestic politics occupied their readers' attention, at a time when the first session opened of a parliament whose aspect was almost revolutionary. When the conference had closed with results not very satisfactory to the German Foreign Office, England made it clear that while she wished to maintain the Entente cordial, she would do nothing that would give it a too openly anti-German aspect. London, which during the conference had sent her county councillors on an official visit to Paris, gave a cordial reception during the following summer to a delegation of German journalists and a delegation of German burgomasters. King Edward, after an official visit to President Folliers at the beginning of May, stopped in August at Hamburg on his way to Wiesbaden to pay Udham to the visit of a relative and friend. These manifestations of friendly feeling between England and Germany alarmed certain political circles in France. Not so many years before England had been virtually the ally of Germany against France. Might not that time return? But these fears were as superficial as they were ill-founded. The predominant sentiment in France, as in England, was the desire for peace almost at any price. Of this Delkis's fall in June 1905 had been a striking proof. The French had feared lest England's friendship for France might force her into an armed struggle with Germany. After that, how could France be genuinely alarmed to see England remove what she regarded as her greatest danger by entertaining, side by side with the Entente cordial, as friendly relations with Germany as the situation permitted? Moreover, many signs proved that French feeling had changed very little since the previous June. The Chamber expressed the profound indifference of the nation to the question which was being discussed at Algeciras by overthrowing the Riviere cabinet at one of the most critical moments of the conference, on a question of domestic policy. The general election which followed a few weeks later was almost as sensational as the British election of January. It resulted in the rout, almost the total annihilation, of the party which represented a bellicose patriotism. Paris therefore did nothing to encourage the French in Morocco to adopt an aggressive attitude. Clemenceau, who became Prime Minister in October, an old opponent of colonial expansion, was perfectly sincere when he informed the German ambassador that Morocco left him completely indifferent. If, however, it was obvious to everybody that the French government and Parliament had not the least wish for incidents to occur in Morocco, and in no case could conceivably provoke them, incidents which might nevertheless take place would lose much of their gravity. 6. The new foreign policy inaugurated by the Foreign Office at the end of 1902 and to which even after the change of government it had remained faithful, and the nation with it, has appeared in our account of Algeciras as simply a policy of friendship with France and the Latin nations. But the reconciliation with France had still to be completed by a reconciliation with Russia. In fact, the Foreign Office had done everything in its power to reach an understanding, not only with France, but also with Russia from 1895, when Lord Salisbury took office, till 1898. But the Russian occupation of Port Arthur, in March 1898 had brought the negotiations with Russia to a sudden end, and it was then that England had made the advances which Germany had rejected so arrogantly. When the policy of an Anglo-German Entente failed, those politicians who about 1901 first perceived the necessity of finding continental allies against Germany thought first of Russia, and it was because there seemed no hope of success in that direction that they turned in despair to France. Unfortunately, the Entente cordiale had hardly been achieved when it led to the Tangier episode and Delkis's fall, humiliations of France and almost equally of Great Britain. To what did the Wilhelmstrasse owe this success? Surely to the fact that Russia, weakened by its defeat in the Far East, had left France defenseless before the threat of a German invasion. Was it not a matter of vital importance to court Russia once more? Since the day must come, 5 or 10 years hence, when she would have recovered from the disasters that had befallen her, must not England take steps to assure that she would not be, as so often in the past, her enemy, but her friend, and form an alliance between France, Russia, and herself sufficiently strong to put a stop to this German bullying? The task was far from easy. The renewal of the Anglo-Japanese alliance had strengthened Flushyan-Dishka of England, and if no one in London had discovered the secret of the Bordeaux interview, the French diplomatists, now friends of the Foreign Office, brought Sir Edward Grey disquieting reports of the favourable attitude of Lambsdorff and Witt towards the project of a continental combination against Britain. But the more alarming these reports, the more pressing the need to take action, and perhaps the weakness of Russia at the close of 1905 was actually favourable to the opening of negotiations. Now that British imperialism had become more pliable, the same might be expected of Russian carrot. Lord Lansdowne had been putting out feelers for several weeks when the Unionist cabinet resigned, but official negotiations were not opened until December 1905. The rapprochement with Russia was the achievement of Sir Edward Grey and the Foreign Office during the first 18 months of the new government. When Sir Charles Hardinge agreed to leave the embassy at Petersburg to become permanent Under-Secretary at Downing Street, it was because he believed that in that capacity he could do more to promote an understanding with Russia. He was succeeded by Sir Arthur Nicholson, who, having worked hard at Tangier, Madrid, and Algeciras to promote the rapprochement with France, went to Petersburg to continue there the same anti-German policy. He was accompanied by Sir Donald Mackenzie Wallace. Sir Donald had been King Edward's agent at Algeciras. Speaking Russian fluently and with a thorough knowledge of the cointree, he became the counselor and guide of the new ambassador, who might otherwise have been at a loss in surroundings so completely strange. The more so that he arrived in the midst of a revolution. After long months filled with repeated risings brutally repressed, the First Duma met. A new cabinet was appointed to meet it, in which Lambsdorff was replaced by another minister for foreign affairs, Isvalsky. The British, well satisfied with Lambsdorff, with whom they had concluded in January by word of mouth a species of tacit agreement, an accord between the foreign policies of the two powers, were afraid that Isvalsky might prove more open to German influences, registered the hopes of the Germans, exceedingly displeased by the Russian attitude at the Algeciras conference, rose in proportion to the Ingshare fears. But the former were speedily reassured, the latter disappointed. Isvalsky, who, the first perhaps among the agents of the Russian government, had received King Edward's confidence at Copenhagen in 1904, showed himself from the outset determined upon a policy of understanding with England. The negotiations for the conclusion of an Anglo-Russian entente on the same lines as the entente concluded with France in April 1904, continued without interruption, and from November were actively pressed forward. They led to the Convention of August 31, 1907. They had proved a more difficult task than the Anglo-French negotiations. This is easily understood when we remember the many conflicts of interest and opinion which divided the two countries. In Russia, the pro-British party was the Liberal Party, the party which supported the revolution. All its sympathies lay with the three countries of Western Europe, England, France, and Italy, where parliamentary government was established, and which, moreover, were drawing so closely together. If Iselevsky, the foreign minister, was in favor of an agreement with England, it was because at home he supported a liberal policy of loyal cooperation with the Duma. To all these groups of the left, Germany was an object of hatred. Wilhelm II was accused of encouraging the weak Nicholas II to adopt a policy of reaction. When the Duma was dissolved in July 1906, the government thought it prudent to guard the German embassy with troops. It was afraid it might be sacked by a mob of rioters. On the other hand, the party of reaction was pro-German. The reconciliation between England and France, Russia's official ally, far from producing an immediate rapprochement with England, accentuated at first the hostility entertained towards France in military circles. These circles cherished the hope that the old project of an alliance between the three emperors might be revived. Russia had learned by bitter experience the cost of war, defeat, disaster, and revolution. The efforts of the Panslavists to break up the Austro-Hungarian monarchy should therefore be discouraged. And the Russian emperor should accede to the alliance between the German and the Austrian emperors. Peace would be assured, directly in Eastern and Central Europe, indirectly throughout the entire continent, by this revived Holy Alliance, this league of three monarchs against the danger of popular insurrection. In England it was just the opposite. If the imperialists, whether they belonged to the Unionist or the Liberal Party, objected to particular concessions to Russia the Foreign Office found it politic to make, they were taken as a whole, obsessed by fear of the German fleet, stronger every year and stationed at the very gates of Britain, and in their anxiety to possess an ally sufficiently powerful to intimidate Germany were seriously troubled by the collapse of Russia, which a few years previously they had so eagerly desired. Among the advanced liberals, on the other hand, in spite of their indifference to the expansion of the British Empire in Asia, the prospect of a rapprochement with Russia was greeted with an outburst of indignation. To be sure, they sympathized with the Russian people. But they witnessed their impotence to overthrow the Tsar, and after, as before, 1905, Russia was incarnate in a government they abhorred, which completely stifled all freedom of thought and massacred the workers and the Jews. Their denunciations not only filled the radical press but found utterance in the House of Commons itself. To enter into friendly relations with the Russian government was to give the latter British support in the struggle against the revolution, to assist the cause of reaction in Russia and indirectly throughout the entire continent. From this source countless difficulties arose. At the opening of 1906 the Russian ministers asked King Edward to pay a visit to the Tsar. Either they wished to give some pledge to liberal opinion or hoped to compromise the king by the support to the cause of order his visit would appear to give. From every point of view the proposed visit was dangerous, and he declined the invitation. Instead Sir Edward Grey suggested that the British fleet should visit Kronstadt. This time it was the Russian government which asked the British to postpone the proposed visit. The same year the Interparliamentary Union was to hold its Congress in London, and for the first time a Russian delegation would be present, since Russia at last possessed a parliament. But on the very day, July 23, that Campbell Bannerman, as Prime Minister, was to give the Congress an official welcome, the news arrived that the Tsar had dissolved the Duma. "Je fais pas de commentaires," declared Sir Henry, who spoke in French. Sur les nouvelles qui ont de late ce matin, ce n'est nile moment. Nous n'avons pas une assez grande connaissance de faits pour pouvoir blâmer au leur. Mais ceci du moins nous pouvons dire nous qui fondons notre confiance et notre espoir sur le régime parlementaire. Les nouvelles institutions ont souvent eu jeunesse accident sinon origus. La doma revivre d'une forme ou d'une autre. Nous pouvons dire avec tout sincérité, la doma est morte. Vive la doma. The Russian court took offense, and the Russian ambassador protested. Sir Henry was obliged to explain, almost excuse, his words. During the following months the Russian government strengthened its authority. The Stolypin cabinet, formed after the coup d'état of July, seemed to last and displayed a measure of energy and consistency both in repressing disorder and in carrying out some useful measures of social reform. The visit of 2 Russian men of war to Portsmouth in the spring of 1907, followed by a visit of the crews to London, proved that war and revolution had not completely annihilated the Russian navy and was a sign of the friendly relations which now existed between the two governments. Since Izvolsky remained at the Russian Foreign Office, the negotiations for an agreement were pushed forward, the more actively since the Russian cabinet offered firmer guarantees of stability. On August 31 the convention was signed. Both for its positive contents and its omissions, and for the reception it met with in both countries, it merits detailed examination. The preamble of the convention laid down that its purpose was to settle by mutual agreement certain questions relative to the interests of the signatories on the continent of Asia, and the removal of every cause of dispute between Great Britain and Russia in respect of the aforesaid questions. It comprised 3 sections: an agreement concerning Persia, a convention concerning Afghanistan, and an agreement concerning Tibet. The agreement concerning Tibet and the convention concerning Afghanistan dealt with the northern frontier of India. The imperialist school wanted England, in order to safeguard India against the danger of a Russian invasion, to cross the Himalayas and establish to the north a series of bulwarks or glacis against an enemy considered so dangerous. On this point Lord Curzon and Lord Kitchener, however they might dispute the limits of their respective jurisdictions, were agreed. The new Viceroy, Lord Minto, adopted the views common to the entire Anglo-Indian world, and King Edward was of the same opinion. But the Russo-Japanese War had changed the face of Asia. For a long time to come there would be no Russian peril in this region. The Foreign Office had not waited for the advent of the Liberal government to disavow Lord Curzon's policy in regard to Afghanistan and Tibet. This, no doubt, even more than his quarrel with Lord Kitchener, was the reason of his recall. Morley, therefore, Sup. Ported not only by his colleagues, but also by the Committee of Imperial Defense, had no difficulty in overcoming Anglo-Indian opposition and checking without danger to the empire the innate tendency of imperialism to a POHCY of aggrandizement. By the terms of the Convention of 1907, Russia recognized Afghanistan as outside the Russian sphere of influence, and undertook not to send diplomatic agents to that country but to negotiate with it through the channel of the British government. In return, England pledged herself not to interfere in the domestic government of Afghanistan so long as the latter respected the pledges she had given to England not to annex any portion of Afghan territory and to maintain equal commercial rights for both countries, any privilege secured for British or Anglo-Indian trade to accrue automatically to Russian. As regards Tibet, both governments promised to abstain from any interference with the domestic affairs of the country, to send no representatives to Lhasa, or seek any concessions, such as railways, roads, telegraphs, or mines, either for themselves or for their subjects. Even the dispatch of a scientific expedition by either of the two governments should be subject to the consent of the other. Protests were raised in Russia against the Afghan Convention, because it recognized England's established right of exclusive control over the foreign POHCY of Afghanistan. Protests were made in London by a section of the Conservative opposition against the Tibetan Agreement. For when Lord Curzon was Viceroy, England had dispatched a military expedition to Tibet and imposed upon her a quasi-protectorate in Uliach. China had just acquiesced, and the fruits of these successes were now surrendered. But this portion at least of the convention was loudly applauded by the radical press. The cost of the Indian army could now be reduced. That part of the convention which concerned Persia met with a far more mixed reception in Russia and still more in England. Persia was one of those half-civilized, half-barbarous countries which were attempting to raise themselves to the European level, getting into debt as a result of their ill-advised efforts, and as they piled up their indebtedness becoming the mark and finally the prey of their creditors' greed. Russia had already laid hands on the northern portion of the country and intended to extend her grasp to the Persian Gulf, where one day, if she recovered her strength, she might find that open port she had lost in Port Arthur. Here, however, she was faced by the ambitions both of Germany, who was extending in this direction her railway from Baghdad, and of England, who, as mistress of the seas, regarded herself as entitled to exercise suzerainty over the coast of the Gulf. How could an agreement be achieved on this point between England and Russia? Russia wanted two vertical zones of influence, the eastern of the two Russian, the western British. The Persian coast of the Gulf would be divided between both. England wanted two horizontal zones, the southern, which would be British, would include the entire Persian coast of the Gulf. But the British government, not daring to put forward this claim, proposed the compromise on which the agreement was based. The two powers agreed to divide Persia into three zones. In the northern zone, which included Tehran, England would leave Russian influence a free field. In the southern, or rather the southeastern, zone, which ran from a line drawn from the Afghan frontier to Bandar Abbas, on the coast, Russia would leave England a free hand. In the intermediate zone, which comprised the entire Persian coast of the Gulf, England and Russia mutually undertook not to prevent the grant of concessions to the subjects of either power without a preliminary agreement between both. The British government, with the support or rather under the pressure of the government of India, attempted to insert in the agreement a formula by which Russia recognized England's special interests in the Persian Gulf. But the attempt was defeated by the refusal of the Russian government, which maintained that, since this was a problem which concerned other nations besides Great Britain and Russia, it had no place in a bilateral agreement. There were moments during the summer of 1907 when this difference seemed likely to bring the negotiations to an end. Sir Arthur Nicholson found himself obliged to visit London, apparently to urge counsels of moderation on his government. Finally England gave way. All that Sir Edward Grey was able to secure was the publication, at the same time as the agreement, of a letter from himself to Nicholson, in which, after reviewing the existence of special rights in the Gulf guaranteed to England by their exercise for more than a century, He pointed out that during these negotiations the Russian government had implicitly recognized these rights and expressed his belief that this question will not give rise to difficulties between the two governments if it should ever prove necessary to raise it. This did not satisfy the uncompromising imperialists in England. And in Russia on the other hand complaints were raised that she obtained by the agreement nothing she did not possess already. But both sides were so weary and Russia so exhausted that these complaints found little echo. In England it was the radical group, a powerful section of the ministerialists, who regarded the convention as committing the British government to an enterprise closely resembling the French enterprise in Morocco, and to a dismemberment of Persia to be effected in concert with a government which was the sworn foe of freedom and civilization. 8. When, in May 1906, the Standard revealed to its readers for the first time the secret that England was seeking an agreement with Russia, the paper informed them that the question of the Baghdad Railway would be among those discussed. And when the Daily Telegraph, in September, made further revelations, often true even in detail, the article, after representing the Tibetan question as on the point of settlement and admitting that the negotiations on the subject of Persia would be far more difficult, added, in time, and doubtless very soon, the question of the Near East will be reached, and I may say, without laying claim to the gift of prophecy, that when it is disposed of, Russian warships will no longer be excluded from the Dardanelles. Nevertheless, the Convention of August 31, 1907, contained no mention either of Asia Minor or Turkey in Europe. On these points an agreement, or at least a public agreement, was so difficult to reach that silence had been found preferable. At Constantinople England continued to follow the complicated policy she had pursued for more than a century. On the one hand by constituting herself protector of the Christian populations oppressed by the Sultan she continued to augment her prestige in a way which served her honor and interests at the same time. On the other hand she shrank from weakening the Sultan's power to such an extent as to strengthen Russian influence on the Bosphorus, for she was afraid that Russia might one day occupy Constantinople and restore the old Byzantine Empire. But the appearance of a new factor had made her policy more difficult. At the period of the Crimean War, Germany did not exist. In 1878, Germany, still newborn, had not yet entered upon a policy of expansion and Bismarck had expressed the sentiments of the entire nation when he declared that Macedonia was not worth the hoof of a Pomeranian grenadier. In the interval the situation had changed. Throughout the Mohammedan world Germany was pursuing a policy which though, as we know today, destined to fail, appeared at the time clever and cautious. German imperialism sought no annexations. It offered its protection to the native monarchs in return for compensations of a purely economic nature, banking, railway, or mining concessions. In this way Germany had made herself extremely popular at Fez, as a bulwark against French or Spanish imperialism, at Tehran as a bulwark against Russian or British, and again at Constantinople as a defense against the Russians and still more against the NHSH. Of this policy of peaceful penetration the Baghdad Railway was the principal achievement. When the Anglo-Russian negotiations opened at Petersburg, the first section from Kona to Arag had just been opened. When the second section had been completed and the line taken across the Taurus, the construction of the remaining section over a vast plain to Mosul would be an easy task. If it were carried further still the railway would reach the Persian frontier, and German trade and finance were already engaged in a systematic attempt to obtain a footing in Persia. There was a German bank at Tehran, a German line of shipping in the Persian Gulf. The negotiators of the Anglo-Russian Convention were therefore obliged to deal with the problem of Baghdad. On the Russian side Izvolsky proposed that by a friendly agreement the German railways in Mesopotamia should be linked up with the system of railways which Russia was constructing in northern Persia. Sir Edward Grey was disturbed by the German project of extending the line to Kuwait on the Persian Gulf. Would Germany agree that from Baghdad or at least from Basra traffic should proceed by water in vessels owned by a British Navy? Or that the final section of railway from Basra to Kuwait should be built and worked by England? Or alternatively that the entire line should be placed under the management of an international board? Negotiations followed. Germany indeed could not refuse to negotiate, for she knew that the undertaking could be completed only with the help of British and French capital, and that it would not be forthcoming without the sanction of Downing Street and the Quai d'Orsay. But the negotiations failed both between Germany and Russia, and Germany and England. They failed because the German government insisted that the undertaking should remain altogether, or at least preponderantly, German. And they failed for another reason, because Germany was afraid that their success would endanger her credit with the Sultan. He was convinced that England, mistress of Egypt and India, was preparing to embark upon a further project of aggrandizement, not leaving less than to unite these two possessions by annexation of all the intervening territory. He looked to a German Baghdad to plant itself in this territory as a barrier blocking the road against this new advance of British imperialism. As regards European Turkey, Isvalsky, hostile as he was to the Asiatic policy the Russian Empire had pursued for the last 20 years and anxious to see Russia once more turn her face towards Europe, might be expected to revive the question of the Dardanelles. Russia had just lost Port Arthur. Might she not obtain by friendly agreement with England, if not a port in the Persian 148th Gulf, at least a free passage for her navy into the Mediterranean? It was with this object in view that he regularly supported the Ingshire standpoint at Constantinople, whether in the matter of an international gendarmerie in Rumeha or of the higher tariff the Porte wished to impose. Though British commerce protested against the latter, England consented. But if in concert with Germany the Porte demanded this higher tariff, it was to finance the Baghdad Railway. And England gave her consent on the express stipulation that the money it yielded should be spent in Rumha. She thus contrived, while satisfying the demands of British humanitarianism, to put an obstacle in the way of German expansion in Mesopotamia. But on the question of the Dardanelles no agreement was reached. It seems in fact that the original conception entertained at Petersburg of an entente with Great Britain was an agreement about the Straits. This once achieved, it would be easy to reach an understanding on the questions at issue between the two countries in Asia. But false reports, circulated by German agents at Constantinople and deliberately intended to make the negotiations difficult by bringing up the question of the Dardanelles, warned both the English and the Russians of the dangers involved, and for months those in charge of the negotiations on both sides tacitly agreed not to raise it. Isvalsky, knowing England's traditional attitude on the question, shrank from the risk of a refusal. In fact, circumstances had changed more than he realized. At the beginning of 1903 Balfour, in a report submitted to the Committee of Imperial Defense, had stated that a passage of the Russian fleet from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean would no longer endanger the European balance of power, as would have been the case 50 years earlier. But Grey did not wish to show his hand by raising the question first. When Benkendorf, the Russian ambassador in London, on a visit to Petersburg, attempted to discuss it with Nicholson, the latter remarked that the Dardanelles did not come within his instructions. This was tantamount to referring him to Sir Edward Grey. Benkendorf, therefore, on his return to London, informed Grey of the Russian claim that she should have the right to send her men of war into the Mediterranean, but the other powers should be not allowed to send theirs into the Black Sea. His astonishment equaled his delight when Grey told him frankly that the British government had determined to abandon her former policy of closing the straits to Russia. He added, however, that it could not safely translate this declaration into a public and documentary engagement. It would arouse a storm of indignation in the country. Moreover, Russia and England would act imprudently if they claimed to settle by themselves a question which concerned all the powers. Isvalsky recognized the weight of these arguments, and he returned them against England when the latter wanted a formal document recognizing her special interests in the Persian Gulf. He was content to take note of Grey's declaration, reserving the right to act upon it when circumstances permitted. Registered 9. From all that has been said, it is clear in what respects the Anglo-Russian Convention of 1907 differed from the Anglo-French Entente of 1904. In both cases the superficial purport was the same, nothing more than the settlement of outstanding colonial questions. But in the former case all, or at least all which presented a serious character, were settled. In the latter some were deliberately passed over, and they were precisely those which, to judge from F. past experience, were likely to prove serious later on. In the former case the reconciliation was not merely political. Public feeling in both countries became friendly, in spite of the reluctance displayed in certain quarters, particularly in France. In the latter there was nothing of the kind, not a word was heard of an entente cordiale. Moreover, the Russians were very careful to maintain contact with Germany, to keep her in touch with the negotiations and remove any anxiety she might feel as to the nature of the new relations between England and Russia. Even explicit declarations by German statesmen that they had no objection to raise were insufficient to reassure Izvolsky. He remembered that Bigelow had said the same when the agreement between England and France was published in April 1904, and all Europe (EU) what had followed. This constant anxiety to keep Germany's friendship disturbed the Foreign Office, and its alarm reached a head when, in October 1906, Izvolsky visited Berlin and Paris while excusing himself from a visit to London. The alarm will seem justified when we remember what powerful friends Germany possessed at the Russian court. Many in the Tsar's entourage resigned themselves to the convention only because it allowed Russia to liquidate on the most favorable terms possible the vast enterprise of imperial expansion in Asia, which was on the verge of failure, made it easier for her to obtain from the West the money necessary for her recovery, and left her perfectly free later on when she regained her strength to pursue whatever policy she might choose. Like the war itself, the policy which led up to it had its two fronts, an eastern and a western, distinct from each other and very imperfectly linked. Nevertheless, Germany had cause for anxiety. The more so since the convention was preceded by the conclusion of two treaties of friendship between France and Japan and between Russia and Japan. These two treaties, of which the former was signed on June 10, the second on July 30, had presumably been concluded under the auspices of the Foreign Office. Nor was this so. On June 16 the text was published of two declarations couched in identical terms and exchanged respectively on May 16 between England and Spain, and France and Spain, which undertook to maintain the territorial status quo in the Mediterranean and that portion of the Atlantic which washed the coasts of Europe and Africa. And the rumor was current that a secret pact of the same kind had been concluded between England and Germany's official ally, Italy. Germany determined to reply to these agreements by another to be concluded with Russia, Sweden, and Denmark for the maintenance of the status quo in the Baltic and, to make the agreement possible, obtained from France and England a renunciation of the right of control over the Baltic won by their joint victories in the Crimean War. Though the French government consented, because it did not wish to refuse a request of its Russian ally, it was a very grudging consent. But when Germany sought to push her advantage further and proposed an agreement between England, Denmark, Sweden, Holland, and Belgium for the maintenance of the status quo in the North Sea, Sir Edward Grey insisted that France should be included, as mistress of Dunkirk. German POHCY had missed its mark. Germany was obliged to content herself with the Baltic Agreement, a very feeble reply to so many achievements of British diplomacy which she could not but regard as manifestations of hostility towards herself. All or almost all the nations of the world had concluded agreements with one another, Germany was left in isolation. Agreements, no doubt, not alliances. But with an indiscreet jubilation a section of the Parisian press represented the agreements between France, England, and Spain as amounting to nothing short of an alliance. And an English conservative organ betrayed the secret wishes of one section at least of the public by announcing the signature of the Anglo-Russian Convention as the conclusion of a treaty and the formation of an alliance. Moreover, the convention had hardly been signed when a series of visits to Russia by officers of the British staff began, visits without precedent in history. General French visited Russia in the autumn of 1907, General Ian Hamilton the following spring. And these visits were paid at a time when it was being rumored on the continent that a military convention had been secretly concluded between France and England, and that the staffs of both countries had agreed upon the measures to be adopted in the event of a joint campaign against the German army. How much truth was there in this rumor? And if it were well founded? What was the character of the arrangements concluded between the staffs of the two armies? Before answering, we must study as a whole the measures adopted to reorganize the military defences of the United Kingdom by the new Minister for War, Richard Burton Haldane. To understand the bearing of the reforms which Haldane accomplished at the War Office during his 7 years as Secretary for War, we must know the exact nature of the problem with which the British government had been faced, since the experiences of the Boer War had compelled it to recognise that a thoroughgoing reform of the army must be effected to prepare for the eventuality either of another war of the same kind or of the European conflict in which it seemed inevitable that England would one day be involved. What pattern should this work of reorganization follow? Here as everywhere else the model nation exercised its attraction. Germany had created an original type of large standing army, an object of alarm to her neighbors, which by summoning to the colors all healthy young men for a period of 2 or even 3 years, seemed to combine the advantages of a professional army and a media. There were indeed many, especially since the Boer War, who wished to see England adopt conscription. But this demand, of considerable strength so long as the war lasted and with which moreover the government appeared to agree, lost much of its force when peace had been restored and dislike of war and the military profession regained the ascendancy over fear of the enemy and martial enthusiasm. Moreover, conscription of the Prussian type found very few supporters in England. Those who were regarded as its advocates were usually content to ask for something very different. Some asked for national training, that is to say, compulsory military exercises during which the men would not be quartered in a barracks or instruction camp. The Webbs, faithful to their principle of combining a nationalist and conservative policy with a policy of social reform of a socialist tendency, advocated that the school age should be raised to 17 or even 18, and military training given in connection with the curriculum. And a system of the same kind was supported by Blatchford, the socialist Jingo. Others asked for what they called national service. This was the program of an important league founded in 1903 by Lord Roberts, who, in spite of his protests, was regarded by the public as the champion of conscription. The 4 years of compulsory military service which he demanded for young men between 18 and 30 involved nothing more than 2 months' training in an instruction camp in the first year, a fortnight in the following 3. But even in this extremely attenuated form conscription aroused invincible opposition. This repugnance to compulsory military service was a sentiment of which the vast majority of Englishmen had learned to be proud. It came from the heart of their heroism. It was in vain that the defenders of conscription pleaded that the system was in no way opposed either to the spirit of Anglo-Saxon civilization, since the Austrian Commonwealth had accepted it, or even to the British Constitution, since balloting had been the old method of recruiting the media, and if the system had long since fallen into desuetude it was only because every year Parliament automatically suspended the Ballot Act. It was equally useless to remind the opponents of conscription that the England of Cressy and Agincourt had no compulsory military service, that Wellington's troops in part, Nelson's sailors wholly or almost wholly, had been conscripts, and that until 1870 the Liberals had been as strongly opposed to compulsory education as to conscription. It was labor lost. These arguments fell on deaf ears, for popular prejudice was stronger than any argument. We must not be deceived by the fact that a number of Engshire Socialists advocated in a modified form a system of conscription. They were but a handful of eccentric individuals. The existing system of voluntary enlistment had no more hardy defenders than the trade unions which detested conscription. The same divergence of outlook became evident whenever the question of the army was discussed at an international socialist congress. All the continental socialists advocated a media system, the nation in arms in place of an army trained in barracks. But it was in vain that they attempted to persuade the Labour Party to accept a programme identical with that which was being advocated by the British Conservatives. Popular prejudice was, moreover, reinforced by the serious financial and even military arguments invoked by the opponents of conscription in support of their instinctive Dishka. In the first place, we must remember that in the case of Great Britain the problem of national defence presented a totally different aspect from that which it possessed in the case of the great continental powers. Because the latter were continental, they were obliged before all else to maintain large standing armies to protect their soil against the possible invasion of their land frontiers. Only when this had been done could they bear the expense, if sufficiently wealthy, of supporting a fleet to increase their prestige on distant seas, annex a colonial empire and protect its communications with the mother country. The United Kingdom, on the contrary, had only maritime frontiers. Its first necessity therefore was a navy, and an army was but a secondary weapon, whether for the defense of the mother country or the annexation and defense of colonies. Throughout the whole or almost the whole of the 19th century the army had indeed cost more than the navy. But this was because of the fact that a professional army, however small, is expensive and that England had only one rival at sea, namely, France, and she was far less formidable than she had been in the 17th and 18th centuries. From the moment when, towards the close of the century, the number of great naval powers increased, England had 156. Found herself compelled to increase her navy so as to be in a position to meet a possible combination of hostile fleets. The cost of the navy had equaled, then exceeded, the cost of the army. The demands of the South African War had once more increased to a formidable extent the expenditure upon the army. But this was an abnormal and a temporary phenomenon. In 1904 the army estimates FU to $29,225,000 as against a navy estimate of $36,830,000. Would it now be found necessary to reverse the proportion? Possibly, if England must indeed maintain an army comparable in size with those of France and Germany and at the same time a navy stronger than the French and German combined. But was such an army necessary? Yes, if England were in fact exposed to the danger of invasion, the landing on her shores of a large continental army. The question engaged the attention of the Committee of Imperial Defense created at the beginning of 1903 by Arthur Balfour, the Prime Minister. It would seem that originally the composition of the committee was not fixed and that to each meeting the Premier, the sole permanent member, invited whatever members of the cabinet, generals, admirals, or experts in a particular department he thought fit. Gradually, it seems to have become the custom that any person once invited should be invited every year, and that the inner committee should be composed of permanent members, a number of highly placed functionaries, ministers or otherwise, civilians and soldiers. The custom grew up of inviting the heads of the government departments and also, when opportunity offered, statesmen from the dominions. 5 years after its creation Lowell, in his study of the British Constitution, still expressed doubts as to the future of the committee, but the following years would prove it a hardy and vigorous institution. When war came, the committee would assume supreme control of military operations on behalf of the United Kingdom and the entire empire. Meanwhile, in peacetime it functioned as the Supreme Council for Military and Naval Defense, to whose decision both the War Office and the Admiralty submitted their often conflicting plans. To transcend the professional limitations of the military and naval experts and coordinate army and navy in the wider interest of the nation and empire was the principal function of the committee. But it rapidly tended to become a sort of super cabinet, half civilian, half military, whose institution constituted an important innovation in British constitutional history. It had not been in existence for 2 years when this critical question of the danger of invasion was brought before it. The supposition was made that the regular army was engaged in a foreign campaign far from Britain and the naval squadrons were all in distant waters. Lord Roberts was asked what was the size of the army with which, in his opinion, in view of all the difficulties and risks of transport, an enemy might contemplate invading Great Britain. He replied that he thought it possible to land a foreign army of 70,000 men. The committee came to the conclusion with, it would seem, at least the provisional agreement of Lord Roberts, that a force of 70,006, supposing it were possible to land it, would be too small to attempt an attack upon London. And it was far from certain that the landing would be possible. Steam transport, wireless telegraphy, submarines were all inventions which favored the defense. In short, A foreign army fighting on British soil was not a serious possibility, registered Balfour in the speech in which he explained the committee's views to the House of Commons. Considered the possibility, he was careful to add immediately, purely hypothetical, of a French army, embarked at Brest or Cherbourg, landing on the south coast. The supposition was a transparent device which deceived nobody. Barely a month before Delcast's fall, when the Tangier incident held public attention, it was Germany which was in the mind of Balfour and his audience. But because fear of Germany continued to grow during the years which followed, the committee found itself obliged in November 1907 to study the question afresh to reassure the public. As in 1905 it reached the conclusion that invasion by a force assumed, for purposes of calculation, to be 70,000 men, is impracticable. We must be careful not to misunderstand the argument which Balfour developed on May 2, 1905, a speech in which he expounded the views of what was known as the Blue Water School, because it regarded the blue water surrounding Britain as her rampart. Balfour did not say the fleet is there, sleep in peace. This would not have met the contention of the advocates of conscription that a conscript army by mounting guard over the coast would release the fleet for distant operations. It was the view of the Admiralty, shared by the Committee of Imperial Defense, that even in the absence of the fleet, mines and submarines were sufficient to defend the coast. As for the ill-organized reserve forces, media, volunteers, and yeomanry, neither soldiers nor sailors took them into serious consideration. Professional soldiers had no interest in the militia except as a recruiting ground for the regular army. They were content to leave the volunteers, whom they despised, to their customary disorganization. This was a source of considerable embarrassment to the advocates of conscription. They were unwilling to avow openly that, if they wanted a citizen army, it was for entirely different reasons. They were obliged to admit that the needs of the Navy took precedence over those of the Army, and accept the proportion laid down as normal by the Navy League between the respective expenditure on the Army and the Navy, 24 as against 36 million. They were content to urge the necessity of increasing the expenditure on the Army pari passu with the increase in naval expenditure to provide for other needs than those we have mentioned hitherto. What were they? To answer the question we must first study the various and complicated functions which the regular army fulfilled. 2. The primary function of the British Army was to garrison the vast extent of the British Empire, to maintain internal order, and protect the frontiers. In North America there were garrisons in Bermuda and at Halifax. On the route to India and the Far East, garrisons were stationed at Gibraltar, in Malta, at Singapore, in Mauritius, and at Hong Kong. A brigade, 3 battalions, in all over 4,000 troops, constituted the Army of Occupation in Egypt. After the restoration of peace in South Africa it had been necessary to leave a force of 25,000 in the country, and there was no reason to suppose that it could be reduced in the near future. Finally there were 52 battalions, 76,000 men in British India and at Aden. Obviously these outposts could not be permanently occupied by an army of young conscripts serving 2 or 3 years with the colours. More seasoned troops, inured to a lengthy period of holiday in barracks, were necessary. The system of short service enlistments in existence at the period of the Boer War was only a system of short service by comparison with the long service of the period before 1872. Measured by continental standards, the 7 years instrument substituted for the previous 12 was an extraordinarily long service. And it was to furnish the necessary troops to replenish the foreign garrisons, constantly reduced by disease or as the men's term of service expired, that Cardwell, the Secretary for War, had devised in 1871 that system of link-ed battalions whose principle we have already had occasion to examine. 160. Haldane and Arm.Y reorganization. Plain. Each regiment was composed of 2 battalions. One of these was on service abroad. The other, the home battalion, while kept in constant readiness to take part in a campaign abroad, served as a recruiting ground and training barracks for the foreign unit. The system was not always easy to work. When after 1895 the government embarked on a policy of imperialist annexation, the number of Batahans serving abroad increased so considerably that it was no longer possible to provide each with a home Batahan. And home Batahans had been dispatched to distant colonies. On one occasion, against all precedent, a Batahan of the Guards had been sent to garrison Gibraltar. But the system had broken down completely when, in 1899, it became necessary to rush a large army to South Africa. This was a problem for which it was plain that Cardwell's system of linked Batahans could provide no solution, and the British nation began to realize the danger to which it would be exposed, sooner or later, of a war far more serious than the Boer War, in which to resist a European foe it would be necessary to employ not only the entire navy but the entire army as well. To what quarter did it seem likely that this expeditionary force, which had to be improvised at the end of 1899, would be sent? The traditional view, common to the War Office and the Admiralty, envisaged its dispatch after the conclusion of the Boer War to British India to meet the Russian menace. The British Navy would therefore be responsible for conveying an enormous army from Europe to Asia, either by rounding South Africa or traversing the Mediterranean, where, as in a closed vessel, the ambitions of a host of different nations clashed. The transport of the British troops to South Africa had been a brilliant success, which had aroused universal admiration at a time when Britain's military organization was the object of severe and well-merited criticism. But it would have been impossible if the seas had been scoured by hostile cruisers and submarines, and the German naval law of 1900, while increasing the danger of this, suggested new possibilities to British soldiers. The dispatch of an expeditionary force to Flanders to meet a German invasion, side by side with the French army and the small Belgian army, or preferably to Hanover to create a diversion. It was a new problem which at once involved a concerted plan between the army and the navy. The Admiralty laid down as a fundamental principle that an expeditionary force could not be transported abroad until the seas had been cleared of the enemy. It must have time to win another Trafalgar. This would require 9 months at most. It would then be able to undertake the transport of an army. It was an obstacle which the impatience of the War Office could ill brook. But an obstacle perhaps which had its advantages in the eyes of the champions of conscription. The latter, as we have seen, did not advocate conscription in the full sense. They did not claim that the short periods of military service which their program demanded would enable those who had performed them to go to the front immediately a war was declared. But if they were mobilized at once, the delay imposed on the War Office by the tactics of the Admiralty would give time for an intensive training. When after some months the Admiralty declared the seas clear, they could be profitably amalgamated with the old professional army. Thus, without daring to say so publicly for fear of alienating still further a public opinion already hostile, the advocates of national service contemplated the possibility of sending British conscripts on active service abroad. Not to India, indeed, that was out of the question. But possibly to the continent. If in 1805 England had possessed a conscript army, it would not have taken herself and her allies 10 years' hard struggle to complete Trafalgar by Waterloo. 3. The task of reorganizing the army was begun in 1901 in the midst of the Boer War by Lord Lansdowne's successor at the War Office, St. John Broderick. For the moment he refrained from asking for conscription. Without adopting that extreme measure, he determined to imitate the German model and put an end once and for all to the condition of sheer chaos which had come to seem the natural state of the British Army, not bung but isolated regiments, no regular grouping of brigades, divisions, or army corps, and no center of organization except the War Office. He proposed, and actually began to carry into effect, the establishment of 6 army corps in the United Kingdom. There were to be 3 in the south of England, 1 in the north, 1 in Ireland, and 1 in Scotland. Each army corps constituted a complete and permanent unit with its staff, its infantry, its cavalry, its artillery, its medical corps, and its commissariat. A valuable work of decentralization would thus be accomplished. The fact that so much would be done within each army corps would relieve considerably the congestion at the War Office. and on the other hand a sudden international crisis would not find the country unprepared as it had been in 1899. 3 of these Army Corps would be kept in readiness for active service, which would mean a force of 20,000 available for immediate dispatch abroad. Several measures were taken to obtain the necessary number of recruits. The pay was raised from yard in 1896 to 1/6 in 1904. The conditions of pay in barracks were improved, the soldiers were treated a little more as men, a little less as makuas. Broderick further devised a new system of short service instruments, 3 years with the colors, 9 in the reserve, which had the advantage of attracting more recruits. And if their period of service was shorter, they remained able to be called up at any moment. Here too, conscription apart, the German model was followed. Finally, to prevent the constant depletion of the home battalions to 163. Replenish those on foreign service, Broderick, abandoning for the first time the system of linked battalions, created a Royal Garrison Regiment to invite the enlistment of soldiers who, having completed their period of service, were willing to lead at Gibraltar, for example, or in Malta an easy and inactive life as sentinels of the Empire. But the scheme immediately aroused heavy criticism, both from the Gladstonians, who thought that it went too far, and the Imperialists, who thought that it was on the wrong lines. The former protested against the serious cost of maintaining permanently 6 Army Corps. It would involve, they argued, when the system was in full working, an annual expenditure upon the army of 40,000,000. The latter denounced Broderick as an illusionist. Only the first 3 Army Corps were genuine Army Corps. The other 3 existed only on paper and were a mixture of professional soldiers and volunteers. It was to a motley force of this kind that it was proposed to entrust the defense of Great Britain when the expeditionary force had gone abroad. And finally there was one point on which everyone agreed, that Broderick's scheme must be modified. The instruments for 3 years had worked well when recruits were wanted in large numbers for a war which could not last very long. But the system became unworkable when soldiers were needed to relieve the garrisons in distant colonial possessions. Soldiers were actually being sent out to India to serve only 10 months. And about the summer of 1903 the War Office began to find itself unable to obtain recruits even on these terms. These distant garrisons were rapidly becoming depleted. Registered. When the cabinet was reconstituted in September 1903, Broderick was banished from the War Office, hke his predecessor Lord Lansdowne at the end of 1900. He went to the India Office and was succeeded at the War Office by Amold Forster, who had made a reputation as an expert student of the problem of army reform. It was a problem whose solution seemed more urgent than ever when the report of the Royal Commission appointed at the end of 1902 to inquire into the preparations for the Boer War and the conduct of the early operations had just been made public. Point 2 In its report, which appeared in August, the Commission had censured the absence of a plan of campaign, and of an expeditionary force ready for immediate embarkation, the lack of information, the insufficient supply of horses and means of transport, and the disorganization of the War Office. Amold Forster's position at the War Office was in one respect easier, in another more difficult, than Broderick's had been. Easier, because unlike his predecessor he was not obliged to prepare his plans for reorganization in the middle of a war. More difficult because in 1903 the public, war-weary, had begun to demand economies rather than reforms, the reduction of the expenditure upon the army rather than its organization. Amold Forster was faced with the problem of achieving more than his predecessors with less money. His work of reform was twofold. It was in the first place a reorganization of the War Office, secondly a reorganization of the army itself. The Commission of Inquiry into the Boer War had denounced abuses rather than proposed remedies. It had however indicated the general lines on which a reform of the War Office should proceed. Registered and one of its members, Lord Esher, in a special opinion. Dix Carrot had given a more definite shape to the plan suggested by the Commission. Lord Esher and his colleagues had criticized the anomalous position of the Commander-in-Chief, in relation to the Secretary for War. It had not been defined by law or custom. The Commission also recalled that Lord Hartington's Commission had in 1890 advised the abolition of the post, that it had nevertheless been retained, although with reduced powers, by the Unionist government of 1895, and that the Commander-in-Chief, Lord Wolseley, had taken advantage of the Boer War to extend his authority, an attempt which had led to considerable friction. The Commission recommended that the Commander-in-Chief should be replaced by an Inspector General wholly independent of the War Office, whose function it would be to present an annual report, showing how far the wishes of Parliament had been carried out in the organisation of the Army. Further, the Commission, repeating recommendations made both by the Hartington Commission and a committee of 1901 registered, advised that to secure unity and continuity of POSI, the joint authority of the departments of the War Office should be reinforced by combining the various branches of the service in an organization which would occupy a position in regard to the Army similar to that of the Board of Admiralty in regard to the Navy. Amold Forster had scarcely entered the War Office when, in concert with the Prime Minister, Balfour, he appointed a small committee of 3: Lord Esher, Admiral Sir John Fisher, and Sir George Clarke, the future Lord Sydenham, to work out these recommendations in a detailed form. 3 long reports published in rapid succession satisfied the reformers. At the same time, to strengthen the Committee of Imperial Defence and protect it against the possible whims of some future Liberal Premier, the committee recommended that it should be turned into a regular Department of State by setting up a permanent Secretariat to consist of a Repra. Report, p. 144. SQQ. Preliminary and further reports of the Royal Commissioners appointed to inquire into the civil and professional administration of the naval and military departments, and the relations of these departments to each other and to the Treasury, 1890, PXXI. Registered. Its chairman was Sir Clinton Dawkins. Its object was among others to inquire whether the present method of conducting the administrative and financial business of the War Office and its distribution as between the civil and military departments is satisfactory, and to suggest methods which would bring the work of the War Office more into harmony with that of large business undertakings. Ivor Office Reconstitution, Committee. First Report, January 18, 1904. Second Report, February 26, 1904. Third Report, March 9, 1904. 166. Haldane and AEMY Reorganization. Sensitive of the Army and a representative of the Navy VVDTH their subordinates. Its function would be to furnish the civilian members of the committee with all the technical information they might require, and also, though this was not directly stated, to enforce conformity to the official POSI if the civilians were suspected of deviating from it. On this, as on other points, the recommendations of the committee were immediately carried into effect. The first report had scarcely been published on February I, when Arnold Forster instituted the Army Council, a copy of the Board of Admiralty, for which the committee had asked. The committee had recommended that all its members should be new men. He carried out its recommendation. So far as the 3 Civilian members were concerned, this was effected automatically, since he had brought with him to the War Office a new Under-Secretary and a new Financial Secretary. But the 4 military members were also newcomers, not one of whom had previously been at the War Office. They were the Chief of General Staff, responsible for collecting information and making the strategic preparations for a war, the Adjutant General in charge of the personnel, the Quartermaster General in charge of SUPs, and the Master General of the Ordnance responsible for the artillery and fortifications. There was no longer any Commander-in-Chief, and the first Inspector General, whose functions were very strictly limited, was the King's brother, the Duke Ot Connaught. The government attempted to obtain for the new council the express sanction of a statute. But the bill was dropped, it would seem because the opposition of constitutionists who disliked the supervision of responsible ministers by a bureaucratic institution had proved embarrassing. The Army Council was set up notwithstanding by letters patent and an order in council. It was a permanent institution, altogether different from the War Office Council set up during the Boer War by Broderick, which derived its authority from the Prime Minister, or the Army Board, of which the Commander-in-Chief, not the Secretary for War, had been chairman and which, revived in 1900, had disappeared once more. With the restoration of peace in 1905, all the detailed arrangements of the various branches of the service were reorganized and brought into conformity with the 4 new departments. The reform marked an epoch in the development of British military bureaucracy, and British bureaucracy in general. Old Forster was less successful when he tackled a vaster problem, the reform of the army itself. 5. We might have expected that his work of reform would have been made easier by the Royal Commission on the Media and Volunteers appointed in 1903, which reported on May 20, 1904 registered. But if the report established the urgent necessity of reform, it contained practically no useful suggestions as to the reforms which should be made. As regards the routine, the Commission suggested that the periods of training and of service should be lengthened and brigades and divisions set up. As regards the volunteers, an alteration of the system according to which the government grants were made, the institution at the War Office of a special department for the volunteers, and again the establishment of brigades and divisions. But it made these recommendations with great hesitation, or rather with indifference. The real conclusion the Commission reached was that since the 5 great continental powers had possessed a conscript army for the last quarter of a century, England by her refusal to follow their example placed herself in the event of a war with any one of them in an inferior position from the start. Conscription therefore should be adopted, not even the modified system of the Swiss militia. This proves what a strong hold the principle of conscription possessed over military opinion. But how fantastic a suggestion of this kind was! It is sufficient to read the report to perceive that the all but unanimous recommendations of the Commission were doomed from the outset to remain a dead letter, and that throughout the inquiry its members had been faced with departmental hostility when they attempted to obtain the information which would enable them to estimate exactly the risks of invasion against which the country should take precautions. After the War Office had informed them that the question they had to consider was the provision for home defense of an army of 300,000, including 66,000 regulars, they had consulted the Committee of Imperial Defense, which had pointed out that since the Admiralty declared it impossible to land more than 5 to 10,000 troops on the Yorkshire coast, there was no reason to ask for these 300,000. They had thereupon betaken themselves to the Admiralty itself, which had declined to give evidence, and then once more to the Committee of Imperial Defense, whose chairman had been content to ask the Commission not to enlarge unduly the field of its inquiries. It was very soon evident that the recommendations of the Commission had no practical importance, and when the question was raised in the House of Lords, Lord Lansdowne stated that in recommending conscription the Commission had exceeded its powers. Arnold Forster's system was totally different. An admirer and student of the German army, as with good reason were all military experts, old Forster had reached the conclusion that an army quartered in barracks is superior to a nudia. This had been sufficiently proved by the way in which General Chanzy's army had crumpled up in 1870 before the army of Prince Frederick Charles. It was out of the question to introduce the Prussian system into England and make all physico-fit youths into soldiers having in barracks. The system already established in England must therefore be preserved, a professional army quartered in barracks and recruited by voluntary enlistment. Its organization, however, must be improved, while the number of soldiers was reduced. This would satisfy at once the conservative demand for efficiency and the liberal demand for economy. He abandoned the system of linked bataillons which necessitated the maintenance at home of a number of bataillons equal to that of the bataillons serving abroad. He announced his intention to abandon Broderick's expensive system of 6 army corps. What the army reformers demanded, and in particular the Committee on the Reorganization of the War Office, was a wide measure of administrative decentralization. But to place the entire burden of administering the army on the generals in command the Army Corps would merely reheave the War Office by overburdening the generals. He divided the United Kingdom for military purposes into a number of purely administrative districts. As regards the command, he announced his intention to substitute for the Army Corps a too ambitious system which did not answer the genuine needs of the country, a system of divisions, and at the same time he promised to organize a striking force of 16,000 men ready for immediate dispatch abroad. He dissolved 19 batalions and proposed to equip the country with two distinct military organizations. On the one hand there would be 104 general service batalions with good pay and service instruments 9 years with the colors, 3 in the reserve. On the other hand there would be 71 home service batalions stationed in the counties and bearing their names, commanded by subalterns of the General Service Army and by officers interchangeable with officers of the latter. It would be the old media but amalgamated with the regular army, the sole difference being the easier conditions and far shorter terms of service 2 years with the colors, 6 in the reserve, and lower pay. The number of volunteers was reduced. The figure, reached in 1904, of 250,000 was too high. 180,000 would be enough. Amold Forster proposed to divide them into two classes. 60,000, well paid, compactly organized, and subjected to a more severe training would constitute a genuine fighting force. The remaining 120,000, who would receive only the training given hitherto to all volunteers, would form a reserve which could be profitably employed in the event of war. As will appear later, Arnold Forster's scheme was not without its good points. It was a failure nevertheless. This was primarily due to defects inherent in a system which experience would compel his successor to abandon. These long service instruments of 9 years had been adopted to satisfy the pressing need to replenish the garrisons depleted by the 3-year system which the necessities of the Boer War had forced on Broderick. They had proved successful. In India and elsewhere in 1905 the batalions were at their full strength. But the system must inevitably break down the moment the 9 years instruments had to compete with the TVM years instruments required to furnish the home service batalions. Arnold Forster therefore postponed the latter scheme, and a militia bill introduced in 1905 was a mere gesture. It was never even debated. The reorganization of the volunteers was also postponed, and he had further difficulties to face. A member of a conservative cabinet, he did not find it easy to overcome the opposition of a host of vested interests. The speeches he delivered in Parliament during 1905 give the impression of an animal hunted down by a pack. I find I am dealing with at least 6 armies. I am dealing with the army in India, the Indian army, the army at home, the media, the volunteers, and the great army of those who have left the colours and are now entrenched in the clubs of the city. In the cabinet itself he had to suffer from the intrigues of Lord Lansdowne and Broderick, the two former secretaries for war, who had no wish to see Forster succeed where they had failed, and who spread the report that his plan represented only his personal views, not those of the government as a whole. Moreover, he belonged to a party in rapid decline and hastening towards the defeat at the polls, whose imminence no one doubted. He was therefore exposed to a crossfire, from the opposition speakers and from the irregulars of his own party. He vanished in 1905 in the general rout of the Unionists without having had time to effect anything. In the new cabinet Richard Burton Haldane took his place. 6. We have witnessed Haldane's attempt to make himself Lord Chancellor. When he saw him accept the War Office, Campbell Bannerman behaved he had entrapped a colleague who hated him, and whom he hated with equal cordiality. Serve him right, an old friend wrote gleefully to the Premier on receipt of the news. For Sir Henry knew better than anyone how dearly the War Office might cost a British politician. It was his conduct of the department which in the summer of 1895 had been, if not the real cause of the overthrow of the Liberal cabinet, at any rate the immediate pretext. Since then he had been the amused and often sarcastic witness of the unfortunate efforts made by his successors Lord Lansdowne, St. John Broderick, and finally Amold Forster. Leave the old army alone and don't make war. The device sums up his policy of inaction. Haldane was a politician of the most active type. He was far too intelligent not to perceive the difficulties of the task he had so lightly assumed, as a member of a cabinet on principle indifferent to the army, and serving under a chief who distrusted him. But he behaved himself capable of overcoming them. Moreover, he was aware of the unprecedented importance which attached to this question of army reorganization in the HGHT of the inevitable conflict with Germany. By giving him the War Office, Campbell Bannerman flung him a challenge. he took it up. His first reform was the creation in September 1906 of a general staff. It consisted of 72 officers who met at the War Office with the Chief of Staff presiding to study problems of strategy. They followed in rotation and were obliged to return to active service when their time on the general staff had expired. Such was the new institution with which Haldane equipped the War Office to provide, as he said, the British Army with a brain. In consequence, the organization of the War Office, so long inferior to that of the Admiralty, became superior to it. The Army was indebted to Arnold Forster for an Army Council, a copy of the Board of Admiralty. Haldane provided the Army Council with a general staff of which the Board of Admiralty possessed no counterpart. From what source did he get the idea of his new institution? From Germany, as he frankly admitted. Moreover, his institution of the General Staff had been immediately preceded by a journey to Berlin to study German methods, which had caused keen anxiety in Paris and alarmed the Foreign Office itself. Haldane thus began to play the ambiguous role he would maintain till 1914. An admirer, indeed a devotee of Germany, by his constant declarations of affection for the Germans, his friendship with the ambassador Metternich and his frequent visits to Germany, he reassured the advanced liberals and the partisans of an Anglo-German entente. On the other hand, knowing Germany too well not to admire the genius for organization, military organization in particular, which rendered her England's most dangerous rival, and entertaining nothing but contempt for pacifist idealism, though at times to flatter liberal opinion he used its phraseology, he prepared by German methods to wage war with Germany. This creation of a general staff, however cleverly he may have staged it, was not however his personal work. As early as 1890 Lord Harrington's commission had asked for it, and Lord Esher's committee again in 1904 registered Arnold Forster on the very eve of the fall of the Unionist government had drawn up a complete scheme which except for a few modifications of detail, Haldane had copied. Moreover, had not Arnold Forster on the recommendation of Lord Esher and Sir John Fisher appointed as his private secretary Colonel Ellison, who had drawn up the Esher Committee's report? Had he not on Colonel Ellison's recommendation placed on the Army Council as Quartermaster General Sir Willem Nicholson who, Imder Broderick, had occupied a position amounting to that of Chief of Staff without the title? And had there not been in existence from the beginning of 1904 a President of the Army Council who was entitled Chief of General Staff and who could not exercise his functions adequately until a General Staff had been completely organized? An irresistible force was pushing the Secretary for War, whoever he might be, to take a step which he fondly imagined his personal initiative. That old Gladstonian, Campbell Bannerman, had been able to speak a very different language when he was a member of Lord Hartington's commission. We have no designs against our European neighbours. Indian military policy will be settled in India itself, and not in Pall Mall. In any of the smaller troubles into which we may be drawn by the interests of some of our dependencies, the plan of campaign must be governed by the particular circumstances, and would be left to be determined by the officer appointed to direct operations. And at the beginning of the Boer War Lord Wolseley appears to have shared Campbell Bannerman's opinion that it was not for officials in London to restrict by strategic orders the commander's free initiative. Such views were now thoroughly out of date. And it was a triumph indeed for an imperialist and a champion of efficiency H.K.E. Haldane to put the finishing touches to a military reorganization inspired by principles wholly different from those of the older school. The creed of scientific preparation and organization was sweeping before it the philosophy of instinct, improvisation, and liberty. 7. But the ease with which on this point Haldane overcame old liberal prejudices and succeeded where Arnold Forster had succeeded before him in reorganizing the headquarters staff was matched by the difficulty of reorganizing the army itself. Here Forster had failed and Haldane was likely to find the problem even more difficult. For the new Parliament was more eager than the Unionists had been to reduce expenditure on the army, and a reduction was harder to effect than it had been at the close of the Boer War. V/Hen on the one hand the return to a peace footing had automatically diminished expenditure and on the other hand a vast accumulation of unused material had made it possible to reduce purchases on a large scale. Paul Gambon doubted Haldane's success. To create an army, money and men are required. The Liberal cabinet will not provide the money, the nation will not provide the men. Haldane will not succeed. Haldane, however, did succeed, not only in effecting economies without detriment to the efficiency of the service, but actually in improving its efficiency, and that not by roundabout methods but by introducing in 1907 a comprehensive measure, for which he secured from the Premier the promise of ample time for its discussion, and from the Leader of the Opposition a pledge that no systematic obstruction would make it impossible to pass the bill before the end of the session. As regards the regular army, Haldane's method was very similar to that which Forster had favored, one which might be fittingly called a concentration of forces. Thanks to a host of economies effected in the general expenditure, the army would be less expensive, but at the same time it would be stronger, because its organization was more compact. Anticipating the wishes of the Liberal majority and thus obtaining forgiveness for his reputation as an imperialist, Haldane effected economies which exposed him to violent attacks by the Unionist opposition, in particular by Amold Forster, who had become the bitter and untiring critic of his successor's actions. The army estimates, which had fallen from 92,500,000 in 1901 to 69,400,000 in 1902, 36,700,000 in 1903, 29,200,000 in 1904, and 28,800,000 in 1905 continued to fall to 27,800,000 in 1906, 27,100,000 in 1907 and 26,800,000 in 1908. Haldane's procedure was to aboucher a number of units, and instead of discharging the men who had filled them, to employ them in other branches of the service, thus strengthening the army while reducing expenditure and without increasing the total number of troops. He decided to dissolve 8 bataillons of the line, and 2 bataillons of guards. He handed over the defense of the coast to the Admiralty, thus freeing 2,000 soldiers for other service. The defense of the coast also employed some 12,000 Nudiamen. These could now be used in other employments of a semi-civilian character, to take the place of regulars who could be employed in other ways. Moreover, profiting by the mistakes of his 2 predecessors, Haldane substituted for Broderick's instruments, which unduly inflated the reserve at the cost of the regular army, and Amold Forster's instruments, which incurred the opposite fault and made impossible any other shorter term of enlistment which would compete with the longer term enlistments, an intermediate system, 7 years in the regular army and 5 in the reserve. The men secured by these various means he grouped in an organization which was a return to the system of linked bataillons, 72 battalions of infantry at home and an equal number in the colonies. Moreover, he abandoned the system Broderick had inaugurated of dividing these bataillons into army corps. Forster had intended to do this but had not had time to carry out his intention. Haldane was content to group them in divisions of 15,000 men, on the model of the divisions in the Indian Army. 6 divisions with 4 brigades of cavalry. And all the artillery and engineers necessary to support them were kept in constant readiness, either to supply the men needed to reheave the garrisons abroad, or to be dispatched after the reserves had been mobilized to make war outside the United Kingdom. There was a total force, with the reserves, of about 160,000. This expeditionary force was, though on a much vaster scale, the striking force Amold Forster had in vain attempted to form during his 2 years' tenure of office. Behind this army of the first line, but in close association with it, Haldane created a special reserve which would differ from the militia by the fact that its officers and non-commissioned officers would be regulars and its recruits would take an engagement to serve abroad in case of war. But it would be recruited from the same sources as the militia had been. The enlistments, which would be for 6 years, would involve 6 months' training at the outset followed by periods of a fortnight a year, with the same pay as the soldiers in the regular army received. There was no need for the 124 bataillons of which the militia fiat consisted. A number of battalions equal to those of the regular army would suffice, and they could be attached to the latter as reserve battalions in the proportion of 1, 2, or 3 battalions to every regiment of 2 battalions in the regular army. The battalions of the Special Reserve would not be allowed to fall below a strength of 5 or 600. Arnold Forster protested that Haldane was simply reviving his own scheme for reforming the militia. His protest was justified, and it was apparently to give him satisfaction that the BDL of 1907 was amended on this point. In its original form, the bill presented the Special Reserve as a new force, created in toto by Haldane, something entirely apart from the militia and volunteers. In the statute as it emerged from the debates, the Special Reserve was presented as a transformation of the militia. But was Arnold Forster equally right when he went further, accused Haldane of wantonly ruining his system, and argued that the periods of training prescribed by the new measure were too short to turn out genuine soldiers? Haldane could reply that these short periods were inevitable if a sufficient number of recruits was to be secured, and that their training could be completed, either when they were incorporated into the regular army or, on the outbreak of war, were organized in Bat-ons and Sub-177. Objected to a lengthy training, and further that for men placed under regular military discipline and brought into close contact with professional soldiers, the brevity of their training would, of the advantage of forging a closer link between the regular army and the civil population. 8. It was in the matter of a second-line force in the strict sense that Haldane departed from Arnold Forster. The latter, faithful to his method of concentrating the organization of the army, wanted to reduce the number of volunteers, and make of the remainder a nucleus, better trained than had been the case hitherto and more capable of fighting an army entirely trained in barracks. Haldane, on the contrary, bore in mind the principle laid down by Lord Elgin's Commission, that no military system will be satisfactory which does not contain powers of expansion outside the remit of the regular forces of the Crown, whatever that remit may be. And it was to the volunteers that he looked to ensure this power of expansion. Unlike Forster, he did not want their numbers reduced. On the contrary, he wanted them more numerous. Not indeed to repel an invasion. For that task a small body would be sufficient, and the guard kept by the navy rendered the eventuality doubtful. But to reinforce the expeditionary force when the latter, having faced on the continent the enemy's initial attack, would need to make up its losses and receive reinforcements. This volunteer force need not be completely trained, but all its members, while acquiring without interruption of their normal a modicum of military training and some experience of camp life, were invited to take an engagement that on the outbreak of war they would undergo the lengthy training necessary to transform them into competent soldiers. Haldane therefore completely reorganized the second-line force, incorporating into a new army, to which he gave the name Territorial Force, whatever was left of the militia after its bulk had been formed into the Special Reserve, the yeomanry which required little change, and the volunteers the latter were rescued from the state of disorganization in which they had stagnated for half a century. He abolished, thus effecting a reform Forster had proposed, the capitation grant, a government bounty given to the officers commanding volunteer battalions whose amount was calculated by the number of men under their command. For it was an encouragement to reduce the largest possible number of men without regard to capacity or training, a premium on the instrument of inefficiency. In future the volunteers would receive pay fixed by the government, and their officers would have no interest in their enlistment, their duties being confined to commanding and training the men. The system imposed upon the soldiers of the new territorial army was not, however, very severe. They would be instead between the ages of 18 and 24 and be obliged to undergo for 4 years periods of training in camp which might extend to a fortnight but might be no longer than a week. A new provision made them able to hgt fine only £5 if they wished to leave the force before the 4 years had expired. Moreover, they were encouraged but not compelled to join the rifle clubs, already very numerous, whose development the government assisted by augmented grants, to practice shooting in the interval between their periods of training. Above all, the new army differed from the old volunteer force in being organized. In the volunteers there had been above the bataillons only a confused and incoherent grouping into brigades. Haldane organized his new territorial army in 14 divisions, corresponding to the administrative districts created by Arnold Forster, with 2 additional Scottish divisions, one for the lowlands, the other for the highlands. It was easy to divide the yeomanry into 14 cavalry brigades. Under the conditions of instament in the territorials, there would be no difficulty in finding the material of an excellent body of engineers, equal, if not superior, to the corps attached to the regular army. It would not be so easy to provide the territorial army with the equipment and personnel of a good artillery, but the effort must be made. It must also be provided with a commissariat and a sanitary corps, in short must be made at least the skeleton carrot of a real army. For this army Haldane wanted a force of 300,000. If war broke out, there could be no doubt that in the patriotic enthusiasm its declaration would arouse, the figure could be easily tripled by the influx of recruits eager to undergo as territorials a 6 months' training. It was even likely that the government would introduce conscription. The organization of the territorial army would be ready to receive the conscripts, in case of need, all the fit young men of Great Britain. 9. His scheme once adopted, Haldane organized the propaganda necessary to win recruits for his new army. He made use of the press. A special department at the War Office supped the papers with whatever news favored his mdidary posse. The Daily Mail constituted itself his chief publicity agent, and Haldane publicly thanked that great organ of popular imperialism for assistance which he had perhaps himself inspired. Registered, he gained the confidence of the Times mdidary correspondent, Colonel Reapington, who without giving up his post on the Times accepted the semi-official position of editor of the Army Review. He also asked employers to encourage their workmen to inst. He took advantage of the industrial crisis which began about the end of 1907 and lasted over a year to call their attention to the value of the territorial army and still more the special reserve as employment for the men thrown out of work. He met indeed with discomfitures. For instance, when the historian, Fortescue, whom he had commissioned to study in the archives of the Foreign Office the military posse England had followed during her wars with Republican and Imperial France, published a book which concluded with a panegyric of conscription. Registered, Haldane had recourse to a very unusual step for which he was severely criticized. He commissioned an officer of the High Command, a member of the Army Council, General Sir Ian Hamilton, to refute the advocates of conscription, and wrote the preface himself. But his principal method of securing for his system the national support indispensable to its success was the Statute of 1907 itself and the administrative measures which accompanied it. It may be briefly described as the establishment of the governing classes in the very center of his new organization, to act as its mainspring. The territorial army, though divided into 14 large divisions, was nevertheless organized on a county basis to appeal to the local patriotism so strong among the English. Forster had already contemplated such a county organization for his territorial media. Haldane carried it out for his territorial army. It is curious, however, to notice in what an ambiguous form he presented his plan in 1906. Registered, there is, he declared, one school of thought which says that what you should do with our old constitutional forces is to extend them enormously, so that they shall be not merely a support to but an extension of the regular army. This school, he added, looks to the Lord's Lieutenant to give a new life to the Ivy League. It was the school to which he himself belonged, and of which indeed he was in many respects the head. But he proceeded immediately to repudiate its principles, at least as regards the functions to be assigned to the Lord's Lieutenant. The Lord's Lieutenant, he stated, cannot discharge that function. For such a purpose they are as dead as the dodo. This reassured the Radicals and Labour members. Haldane clearly did not contemplate placing the old county aristocracy at the head of his new army. But the declaration had no sooner been uttered, when, without any transition, the speech of the Secretary for War once more took an unexpected turn. He expressed his conviction that those whom he had a moment before treated as fossils could be resuscitated and mdidary functions entrusted to the Lord's Lieutenant provided they were surrounded by a more democratic framework. Actually, the first 5 clauses of the Act of 1907 set up in every county a county association which should contain representatives of the county councils and secretaries of trade unions, and were empowered to offer the presidency to the Lord Lieutenant. In fact, they always did offer it, and the Lord Lieutenant always accepted. The scheme aroused some protests from the Radical and Labour benches. Sir Charles Dilke gave it an iron-equal welcome and refused to regard it as anything but a masterpiece of organised snobbery. Ramsay MacDonald said it reminded him of a new edition of Disraeli's novels. Was it befitting secretaries of trade unions to become, by joining these associations, recruiters for the army under the patronage of the aristocracy? Conservatives also expressed apprehension. Surrounded as they would be by nouveau riches to whom the old traditions of the gentry meant nothing, would it be wise of the Lord's Lieutenant to undertake functions which perhaps they might find themselves unable to fulfill honourably? Nevertheless, his plan was adopted, and was more aristocratic in its final than in its original form. The county councillors in the county associations were not the elected representatives of the county councils but nominees of the Army Council. Nevertheless, it proved a success. Throughout the country the associations were formed, flourished, and even commuted to form a vast national federation with its semi-official organ registered. For more than half a century the landed gentry had been progressively dispossessed of local government, and the Radical victory at the polls in 1906 had seemedly to accelerate the process. Now, however, at one point Flalden's initiative had not merely slackened but reversed it. The landed gentry were invested with new functions of meadery local government. When he instituted the county associations and placed the Lords Lieutenant at their head, it was Haldane's intention to make use of the moral influence exercised by the landowners to attract into the territorial army and keep in it as many recruits as possible. How would these recruits, drawn from the lower classes, be provided with the officers they required? To provide officers for the reserve, England had not at her disposal the sources of supply possessed by countries with a conscript army. It was to the upper middle class that she must look for volunteers to officer her territorial army. Why not appeal to the patriotism, or, as Haldane dared to call it, the meterism, of the public schools, registered for many years? Games had been compulsory in these schools, and this not only because the masters wished to improve the boys' physique, but to foster that team spirit which in children is the germ of public spirit. But did public spirit thus understood differ very much from the military spirit? Certain imperialists had appealed to these compulsory games as a proof that England was not so hostile to conscription as was commonly stated, and behaved before imposing conscription on adults. They asked, why not at least introduce into the schools compulsory military training? Or, without going so far, why not encourage the development of voluntary associations already in existence for the military training of children and youths? We are not alluding to the Boy Scouts, a flourishing institution, which certainly tended to instill into children habits of military discipline, but whose character was ambiguous and which denied that it was inspired by a military spirit in the strict sense of the term. Nor do we refer to the boys' brigades founded by philanthropists for boys of the lower classes to train private soldiers, regular or territorial, rather than officers. We are thinking of those cadet corps which came into existence for the first time in 1859 and 1860, a product of that violent explosion of Gallophobia to which the modem volunteer movement owed its birth. Why should not the War Office give official recognition to these bodies, or at any rate to some of them? The idea had been considered before Haldane's arrival at the War Office, but it would seem had been opposed by the departments and the professional soldiers. He took it up again and made a success of it. He formed an officers' training corps for the public schools and universities. Registered to every school and university a contingent of cadets was attached of a definite size, which would be regularly affiliated to the territorial force of the county, and for which the War Office would provide, in addition to a fixed payment of £5 per company, the necessary arms, ammunition, and instructors. The experiment succeeded. There were schools, Eton for example, Woolwich provided such a number of cadets that they assumed the appearance of preparatory schools for Sandhurst, nurseries of professional officers. And everywhere young amateur officers sprang up, ready to serve as regular officers, if the country were ever in danger. It is not easy in relating the moral history of a nation to estimate the strength of successive currents of ideas. There can be no doubt that after the end of the Boer War a very pronounced movement of anti-militarism arose in England. But we must not forget that, on the one hand, the number of volunteers, continued under a new form as the territorials, remained higher than it had ever been before that war, and that, on the other hand, the youth of the middle class displayed a knowledge of things military and a taste for them, which had not been witnessed before. May not we conclude that pacifist opinion, though often more vocal, was also more superficial, and that the militarization of the nation and particularly of the governing classes, if more silent, was more profound? 10. We are a first-class power, and we are apparently looking out for a first-class war. The Cardwell system was inaugurated at a time when our chief military problem was India. That is no longer the case. It is now in Europe. These words were spoken in January 1909 by an Yorkshire general in the course of a debate on the future of the army opened by Lieutenant Colonel Repington. In Europe, more precisely in Western Europe on the frontier which divided Germany from France and Belgium. But nothing had been achieved if the government were content to maintain its expeditionary force in England in a state of preparation without taking the necessary measures for its embarkation, the protection of its transports, its disembarkation, and immediate concentration at particular points arranged beforehand with the army of a prospective ally. Haldane had scarcely reached the War Office when he took the necessary steps registered. It would seem that the Anglo-French Agreement of 1904 had hardly been concluded when the Committee of Imperial Defence studied the possibility of cooperation by the British Army with the French Army on the continent. However guarded in form Lord Lansdowne's overtures to the French government in April and May 1905, at the time of the Tangier crisis, undoubtedly the French statesmen interpreted them as opening the door to a military understanding between the two nations, and it was for that reason that they aroused at Paris the panic of which we have spoken already. It is probable also that Admiral Fisher discussed the question during the following months with some Frenchmen in high position. The project of an armed landing on the coast of Hanover under the protection of the British fleet, whose revelation in the Matin created such a stir, presumably originated with him. And finally it is probable that Lieutenant Colonel Repington, a staff officer who on retiring from the army had become military correspondent of the Times, was an unofficial agent between the military authorities of the two countries during the concluding months of Unionist government. But it was not until December, after the fall of the Unionist cabinet, when the German government, possibly encouraged by the political crisis in England following as it did the revolution in Russia, seemed to be adopting a decidedly bellicose attitude, that a rapprochement between the two armies was effected, outside the cabinet to begin with. Commandant Huguet, the French military attaché, happened to meet General Grierson, the director of military operations, who informed him in confidence that the War Office was studying the measures which must be taken to dispatch rapidly to the continent an expeditionary force of more than 100,000 men. A few days later, Huguet repeated what he had heard to the Gemaust Repington, polyally expressing his fear that the new cabinet might be less favorable to French interests than its predecessor. Repington questioned Grey on this point by letter and obtained a sufficiently reassuring answer to take it on himself, in concert with two important members of the Imperial Defence Committee, to open unofficial communications with Rivier's cabinet through the intermediary of Huguet. Riviere, who had been terrified the previous spring by the offer of military assistance, now asked for it. Paul Cambon, who was on leave, was sent to London. On January low he asked Grey what would be the attitude of the British government in the event of a war between France and Germany. Grey replied that he was not in a position to pledge the country to more than neutrality, a benevolent neutrality, if such a thing existed. Would Grey at least authorize unofficial conversations between the military and naval commands in readiness for an eventual alliance between the two governments? He did not refuse, and if Cambon concluded that he did not disapprove of the suggestion, it was only because he put a favorable interpretation upon his silence. The electoral campaign was in fid swing, and Grey passed half the week in his constituency. The government did not yet know how large its majority would be, or even if it would secure a clear majority. It was presenting itself to the electorate with a program of peace. For such a government the signature of a military convention with France would be a strange beguiling. On the other hand, if unfortunately Germany declared war on France and England remained neutral, what an outburst of French wrath it would mean against La Pergide Albion, what a triumph for German posse. Grey did not know how to answer Gambon's request, which he behaved to come from Paris, whereas it originated ultimately with certain British officers and members of the Committee of Imperial Defence. After a public meeting in his constituency he took the opportunity to discuss the matter with Haldane, an imperialist like himself, and they agreed upon the reply to make to Cambon. Conversations between the general staffs would be authorized on the clear understanding that they would remain strictly technical and not commit the two governments. The Prime Minister, who was in Scotland, and with whom Sir Edward Grey was obliged to correspond by post, showed little enthusiasm for the solution. "It comes," he wrote to Lord Ripon, "very close to an honourable undertaking. I do not hke the stress laid upon joint preparations." Nevertheless, he gave way. The elections were over, and on January 31 Grey, fortified by the consent of the Premier and without taking the trouble to obtain the approval of the entire cabinet, made known his acceptance, hedged round with elaborate restrictions, of Gambon's proposal. 188. Haldane and Halévy reorganization. Conversations, equally unofficial, were begun with the approval of the Foreign Office between the War Office and the Belgian War Office. For a German violation of Belgian neutrality was already expected to be the first act of a war perhaps imminent. Thus on the very morrow of the advent of the Liberal government the system of relations took shape between England and France which would continue until 1914. There was no treaty or alliance between the two governments. Nor was there any unitary convention. But there was an entente which amounted, or almost amounted, to an alliance between Downing Street and the Quai d'Orsay, and an understanding between the war offices of London and Paris of a more detailed character than many military conventions. 2. To realize this vast scheme of preparation for war required plenty of guile, but it was a quality of which Haldane had no lack. The organization of an expeditionary force whose destination was obvious to anyone who took the trouble to reflect, was calculated to alarm the pacifists in the cabinet and the party. But it was accompanied by a number of measures, reductions of certain categories of troops, and financial economies which aroused loud protests from the speakers and journalists of the opposition and thus distracted the attention of the advanced liberals. To the advocates of conscription on the one hand Haldane contrived to present his new territorial army as the utmost advance on the road to the organization of the nation in arms to which the Parliament and country could be induced to consent. Therefore, though in 1906 they had given Haldane's posse an unfavorable reception, they became reconciled to it the moment it appeared in its true HGHT, a posse not of excessive economies but of an indefinite development of the reserve forces under the patronage of the old aristocracy. In the words of Lord Roberts, who, however, did not discontinue his zealous campaign on behalf of compulsory military service, it was the greatest step forward in the direction of a great national army that had ever been made officially. To sincere liberals, radical pacifists, and representatives of the working class on the other hand Haldane presented his system as an insurmountable barrier against conscription, and the members of Parliament who from that quarter spoke and voted against the bill were half-hearted in their opposition. After all, it was a force of volunteers. The individual was free to enlist or refuse to enlist. When we read the debates in the House of Commons on the army estimates during these years we receive the impression that the only questions which really interested the Labour members were whether the wages of the men employed in the national workshops would be raised, or whether on the plea of economy the number of men employed at Woolwich would be reduced. Assured of the neutrality of the working class and the cooperation of the conservative sections of the nation Haldane lost no time in carrying out his plan. On April 1908, the statute was to come into operation as regards the territorial army. 6 months earlier the King had received in public audience the Lords Lieutenant of Great Britain, had expressed his satisfaction that duties they had once performed had been restored to them, and his conviction that they would fulfill their new responsibilities to the general satisfaction. A slump in industry favored the recruiting of the regular army, which had become the accepted refuge of the unemployed. A wave of indignation against Germany swept crowds of young men into the ranks of the territorials. By the end of 1908 their number had reached 188,000 officers and men. The following summer, the King reviewed at Windsor after distributing their colours detachments from 108 units from every district in the country, industrial as well as agricultural. Of all the Yorkshire counties, Lancashire had given the B-est response to Haldane's appeal, and in July 1909 King Edward presented its colours to the West Lancashire Division, which consisted of 16,000 men. At the beginning of 1910 the number of territorials had reached the figure of 276,000, 9/10 of the maximum for which Haldane asked. 2 years had then passed since Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman's death, but by the beginning of 1908 Sir Henry's eyes had been opened to the truth that when he sent Haldane to the War Office it was not Haldane who had fallen into a trap. He had proved a most active and successful Secretary for War, indeed the only Secretary for War worthy of the name which England had possessed since Cardwell. About the end of 1906 the rumour spread in Germany of the intimate discussions which had taken place between the Yorkshire and French staffs. In the Senate Clemenceau replied to these rumours by a declaration whose form was so strange that it might well seem an avowal, but not a single member of the House of Commons attempted to extract from the government a denial or admission. Haldane and, after him, Campbell Bannerman, reassured Metternich by stating categorically, which was true in the letter, if not in the spirit, that no military convention between England and France was in existence. The German government would appear to have accepted these declarations. Why was it satisfied so easily? Was it the presence at the War Office of Hal Dane, a warm-friended our only true friend? Calmed German apprehensions. Up to a point, yes, but the German attitude, and it is essential to understand this, was primarily determined by the fact that, if these disquieting rumors alarmed the diplomatists, they did not disturb the military experts. Bismarck was reported to have said that if a British army landed on the continent he would send the post to arrest it, and in the interval the Boer War had done nothing to restore the prestige of the British soldier in Germany. The German ambassador in Washington, reporting to Bigelow a conversation he had just had with Roosevelt, represented the president as dismayed by his inability to discipline the American troops. They desert sooner than obey. Typically Anglo-Saxon, was the emperor's marginal comment, things are just the same in England. No doubt the German officers were convinced, like Lord Roberts, that without conscription the English could not think of challenging the German army, and equally convinced, and history down to 1914 would prove them right, that the English would turn a deaf ear to Lord Roberts's appeals. Were the Germans then not afraid of the martial power of Great Britain? And did the refusal of the English to listen to Lord Roberts prove that they did not take the German peril seriously? No. But on both sides the issue was not regarded as a military one. The Yorkshire permitted their general staff to contemplate in readiness for all eventualities the dispatch of an army to the continent, but they cherished the hope that it would never come to this. In a moment of panic they might swell the instrument of their territorial army to provide against the danger of a German invasion, as if that had been Haldane's intention in forming it. But the navy would ensure their safety, if only the necessary money were spent upon it and not wasted on a useless army, and whenever on a technical question of this kind an Englishman stood to a debate between a soldier and a sailor, he instinctively supported the latter. Once the first enthusiasm had ebbed, the numbers of the territorial army decreased every year, and the special reserve yielded disappointing results. We are thus led to study the essential problem, which was naval not military. If for some years England had been morally at war with Germany, the cause must not be sought in the war offices of the two nations, nor yet, where many are inclined to look for it, in the intrigues of diplomatists. It must be sought in their admiralties and naval command. The true architects of the new balance of power at sea, and in consequence of the breach between England and Germany and the Triple Entente against the latter, were Tirpitz, Pelletan, and Togo. The year 1905, though it witnessed the substitution of a Liberal for a Unionist cabinet, marked no cleavage in the history of British naval policy. In the early years of the new century it was determined by two factors. The first was the construction of a powerful German navy. This dated from the law of 1898, but more particularly from the law of 1900. The second was the violent reaction which followed in England at the conclusion of the Boer War, against an imperialist policy and the swollen navy and army estimates it had involved. Both these factors began to operate before the fall of the Unionists, and both influenced the naval policy of the Unionist government during its closing years. From now onwards, the Admiralty's new policy is embodied in a single individual, namely Sir John Fisher, to whom we cannot deny genius of a sort, even when we have read his strange memoirs. Born in Ceylon in 1841 of a family of soldiers, his enemies said he was not a genuine Englishman and that Asiatic blood flowed in his veins, and therefore already in his 60th year when the new century opened, he had behind him a long and brilliant career. After taking part in the Crimean War as a cadet, and in the Chinese campaign of 1869 as a midshipman, he had been responsible during the 70s for the establishment of a separate school of torpedo gunnery, at the head of which he was placed. In command for the first time of a man of war, he had taken an important part in the bombardment of Alexandria, and when placed at the head of the landing force, his invention of the armored train attracted the attention of the press and the public. On his return from Egypt, severely invaded, his work for years lay on dry land. But he continued to rise. He became Director of Ordnance and Torpedoes and Admiral Superintendent of Portsmouth Dock Yard. In 1892 he was made one of the Naval or Sea Lords, the four official expert advisors to the First Lord of the Admiralty, the minister responsible to Parliament. He was the third Naval Lord, naval construction was his province, and he won further laurels. He then returned to sea and took command first of the British North American Station, then after representing the Admiralty at the First Hague Conference, where we have already seen the spirit which inspired his attitude, he was placed in command of the Mediterranean fleet. His fame steadily grew, the achievement, in part of the demonic zeal he displayed in the performance of his duties, in part of the skill with which he contrived to create a body of supporters among the sailors. In the Mediterranean he arbitrarily formed a committee of those captains and commanders of his squadron whom he considered more intelligent than the others and readier to welcome innovations, giving them regular instruction in strategy, tactics, and seamanship, and in turn asking them for the advice their experience could give. He thus made himself very unpopular with those excluded from this circle of confidence, but won a corresponding devotion from the small number of the chosen, applying unflinchingly the maxim that favoritism is the essence of successful command. Further, he invited journalists to his table and for years had counted among his intimate friends publicists of such worldwide repute as W. T. Stead and Arnold White. At the head of his circle of friends was no less a personage than King Edward, whose confidence he had contrived to gain and whom he amused by his extraordinary conversation, smoke and groom stories interlarded with texts from the Bible, and from whom he secured the position of first naval aide-de-camp, despite the king's occasional alarm at Fisher's indiscreet advertisement of the very genuine friendship which united them. While in command of the Mediterranean fleet he received a visit from Lord Selborne, the First Lord of the Admiralty, who, falling a victim to his speu, made him an Admiral and Second Sea Lord, a position which enabled him to dispose of the personnel of the Navy. Then, after a brief interval during which he was Commander-in-Chief at Portsmouth and, as we have already seen, assisted Lord Esher and Sir George Clark to work out their scheme for reorganizing the War Office on the model of the Admiralty, he became First Sea Lord towards the end of 1904 on the anniversary, as his admirers HKED to point out, of the Battle of Trafalgar. For 7 years, if we reckon from his appointment, already a very important one, as Second Sea Lord, or 5, if we reckon from November 1904, under 3 successive Prime Ministers, 1 Unionist and 2 Liberal, he was in fact the dictator of the Admiralty. By the new division of powers which he effected between the 4 naval members of the Board of Admiralty, by his dominating personality, and by cleverly organized advertisement, he secured a supremacy over his three colleagues which was akin to the traditions of the Admiralty and resembled the supremacy exercised at the War Office by the Commander-in-Chief, until on the advice of Fisher himself and because of the dangers that supremacy involved, the post had been carried. The statements of principle which appeared over the signature of the responsible ministers had been presented to them by Fisher and drawn up previously under his direct supervision. He made himself chairman of the commissions whose advice he pretended to ask and dictated their reports. In what did the naval revolution consist of which he boasted himself the author? In three things: rejuvenation of methods, redistribution of squadrons, and the creation of the dreadnought carried. 2. It was when occupying the position of Second Sea Lord from the summer of 1902 to the autumn of 1903 that Fisher tackled the problem of bringing methods up to date. During the last half-century the Navy had undergone a revolution, which was the counterpart of the Industrial Revolution effected by the introduction of machinery. About the middle of the 19th century the British Navy, the model of other navies, was still what it had been in the days of Nelson. The object in view, when a decision was sought, was a combat at close quarters. All the guns on one side of the men of war were directed upon the enemy's ship, and if its rigging was successfully smashed and its bridge set on fire, the ship, thus reduced to a state of inferiority, was boarded. The seaman's entire art, whether he sought or evaded a grapple, consisted in such skillful handling of the sails that the wind which he could not control brought him as near as possible to the goal in view. Now there were no longer masts or sails on men of war, which depended no longer on the wind but on steam power to overtake or elude the foe. And, on the other hand, the artillery had become a scientific piece of mechanism which the gunners must know how to handle so that shots discharged from a moving platform might reach, at a range of several miles, an adversary equally mobile. Nor was machinery necessary only to navigate the vessels and bring the guns into position. Steam engines were also required to operate the steering apparatus and the dynamos, and electrical engines to work the ammunition loaders and transmit the commander's orders, hydraulic machines for the watertight chambers, machines of compressed air to work the torpedoes and for other purposes, and refrigerators to keep the temperature of the storerooms cool. A competent witness writing in 1910 estimated at 100 at least the pieces of machinery installed on a battleship of the most recent type. The man of war had become a gigantic factory whose first need was a large number of trained mechanics. But this revolution, whose results were so striking, had taken place without the vessels thus transformed being subjected to the test of action. The Crimean War, which had occurred too early and moreover had involved no fighting on a large scale, had provided an opportunity only for the first experiments with iron and steam. A few years later, still in the early days of the new equipment, the American War of Secession had been the occasion of a number of mechanical experiments which had made a considerable impression on public opinion. But it had been a flash in the pan. On the restoration of peace the American Navy relapsed into insignificance. After this the important struggles were fought on land, and the decisive event of the succeeding half-century was the rise of a great land power which possessed no fleet. Under these circumstances it is not surprising that England, faced with such navies as the French and Russian against which she judged it prudent to arm but which at bottom she despised, delayed to face the question whether this revolution in the construction of men of war did not demand an equally thoroughgoing revolution in the professional training of their crews. In high quarters the belief prevailed that, for officers and men alike, the old method of instruction employed during the Great War which opened the century and which consisted essentially in the manipulation of sails was the training required to turn out a sailor. Any other method was suspect, as in the schools any attempt to modernize the curriculum was suspect to the defenders of the classical tradition. It required the new naval pohe of Germany and in particular the law of 1900 to provoke a sudden reaction of British public opinion. Taken by surprise, England suddenly awoke to the fact that here too she must copy the German model. No one was better fitted than Fisher to become the mouthpiece of the movement. In the instruction he gave to his subordinates in the Mediterranean he emphasized the two factors on which in his opinion victory depended, the speed of the ship and the accuracy of her gunnery, and it was this instruction which had impressed Lord Selborne so favourably and placed Fisher in 1902 at the Admiralty. A serious problem preoccupied the officers of the fleet. As the men of war were mechanized, the number of engineers and the importance of their functions continued to increase. But they were not in the strict sense of the term officers. They formed a category apart, with a special organization, and distinguished externally by details of uniform. Not only did they form a distinct branch of the service, they entered it from a special school which drew its boys from an inferior social class. And the career of a naval engineer was not only a distinct career from that of a naval officer, but it was comparatively without prospects, since its highest rank was on a level with that of a captain. However important their functions might be, the engineers were not regarded as executive officers. They belonged to the civil, not the executive branch of the service, and were incapable of holding a command. However great the personal merit of an engineer, however long his period of service, he had no hope of seeing himself an officer. The genuine officer was the man who controlled the conduct of an engagement by his orders given in the open air, on the poop. In the old days of sailing ships, the captain had fraternized with all the members of his crew, whatever their rank. Now the engineers were nothing but automata, invisible and blind instruments of his WDL. But the engineer, the Caban of the officers' corps, began to revolt against the Prospero of the upper deck. He observed that many officers, those for instance in the gunnery department, were scarcely less mechanics than himself, and passed their lives on board under conditions very similar to his own. He demanded the privileges and standing of the executive officer. And the problem of status was further complicated by the presence in the British Navy of a body of Marines, who formed an element apart. The Marines composed landing parties, were responsible for a portion of the gunnery on board ship, and fulfilled a further function, not calculated to make them popular, the maintenance of discipline on board. They made the composition of a naval crew STDL more heterogeneous. If it were thought desirable to weld the crews into a homogeneous body, why not, since the problem of the engineers pressed urgently for solution, settle at the same time the problem of the Marines? This was what Fisher attempted within 6 months of his arrival at Whitehall. In his capacity as Second Sea Lord in charge of the personnel, he revolutionized the entire system by which officers were recruited and trained. To make the recruiting of officers easier was an urgent necessity when the number of sailors had risen in 15 years from 60,000 to 120,000. The need for officers had in fact become so acute that it had been found necessary to supply it by giving commissions wholesale to reserve officers from the merchant service. The experiment which had been made of raising the age for joining the Navy in the hope of getting young men on leaving their public schools had not proved a success, and Fisher reduced from 16 to 12 the age at which a future naval officer began his career. But if they were taken at such an early age, how could the Navy be sure of obtaining the most suitable boys? Must the choice be left to the arbitrary decisions of the higher command, in other words to favoritism and personal influence? At the opening of the 20th century it was impossible to advocate such a system openly. Must they then institute a competitive examination? The method surely of pedantic mandarins, and almost barbarous in its intellectual rigor if of to these children. A compromise was devised. A committee was set up on which a representative of the teaching profession had a seat with the admirals, the bigwigs of the Navy, whose task it was to interview candidates, the object of these interviews, which were to be as informal as possible, being to make sure of their moral and mental fitness. The committee drew up a HST of the most suitable, from which the First Lord of the Admiralty made his choice. For 4 years the boys were to be given the same education, whatever branch of the service they would join later. Promoted to the rank of midshipmen, they would continue in that capacity this common education, but on board ship instead of on land. At the end of 3 years, on passing an examination, they would become acting sub-lieutenants and receive in common special courses of instruction, at Greenwich for 3 months, at Portsmouth for 6. Only then at about the age of 20 would they be divided as far as possible in accordance with personal preference into distinct groups and receive special training as executive officers, engineers, or marines. The new system of training officers was marked by the following features. In the first place, the instruction was extremely technical, and so urgent was the need for technical training that this aroused no protest. Already, a year before the new program had been worked out, instruction in the handling of sails and rigging had been abolished, and the officers who directed the firing of the guns and the launching of the torpedoes had been made responsible for the mechanism of the weapons they employed. Secondly, and this was a bolder step in an age of specialization, the same instruction was given as long as possible to all the pupils. This made it possible later on to employ engineers, gunners, and executive officers as torpedo guimers. And all, once they had reached the rank of commander, had the same opportunities of promotion in the hierarchy of officers of the executive branch and were equally eligible for all posts, including 2. Command at sea. The policy of the Board of Admiralty, in other words Fishers, was to create a body of young officers who at the moment of mobilization for war will be equally available for all the general duties of the fleet, and to consolidate into one harmonious whole the fighting officers of the Navy. Less than 9 months after the publication of the new scheme, the Crown put a mansion in the Isle of Wight at the temporary disposal of the Admiralty for the education of the new cadets until the building in course of construction at Dartmouth could be opened. The experiment so vigorously begun was tenaciously pursued, at least as regards the executive officers and the engineers. For in the case of the Marines, esprit de corps prevented the application of the new system. What are we to think of the results? There were critics who, judging the scheme from the point of view of technical efficiency, while they recognized the advantages which would accrue to officers from knowledge of the machinery amid which their entire professional career would be spent, were afraid that the engineers whose special training was delayed would be less efficient than they had been under the old system. There were others who, adopting the social standpoint, doubted whether the scheme was so democratic as its authors made out. Registered. What guarantee was there that the choice of the interview committee which declared candidates eligible for Dartmouth was determined by their personal merit, and that the committee did not instinctively select boys who belonged by birth to the wealthy and governing class? The training, at Dartmouth first, then during those later years when the young man served as a midshipman, alone cost his parents £100, perhaps £150 a year. There were no scholarships for boys of humble origin. They spoke of democratizing the naval officers by breaking down the barrier which divided them from the engineers. The barrier was indeed broken down, but it was by making the engineers an aristocratic body. 3. This reform excited such interest that less attention was paid to others which concerned not the officers but the crews. But they had their importance. Here also the Navy had to be adapted to the new demands of a century, not even of steam but of electricity. Indeed, a year before Fisher's influence had begun to be felt at the Admiralty, instruction in the rigging had been abolished for the sailors as well as the officers. The South African War had provided a pretext for replacing the 4 seine vessels which served as training ships by 4 cruisers. In default of training ships, it became necessary to organize a new system of training for future sailors. In future all would receive elementary instruction in mechanics, and be given some knowledge of stoking. And all could be taught the rudiments of gunnery. Since this instruction did not, the older training, promote the physical development of its subjects, gymnastic exercises were instituted. In this case a method was followed in some respects the reverse of that pursued in training the officers. Specialization from childhood was considered beneficial, and a body of boy artificers was formed who would be trained in mechanics from the age of 14, 4 years, that is to say before their admission into the Navy. And the examinations, which after 2 years on board made an ordinary seaman an able seaman, would no longer be, as they had been hitherto, a mere formality. The good effects of this modernization were quickly felt. When the 20th century opened, the low standard of its gunnery was a disgrace to the British Navy. Within a few years, it would seem, the defect had been made good. In 1909 Admiral Fisher mentioned with pride the example of a large ironclad oleage during some gunning practices hit 15 times out of 18 a target 14 times smaller than itself and at a distance of 5 miles, the vessel moving at a rate of 20 knots, the target at an unknown speed at the same time, even before Fisher reached the Admiralty, far-reaching alterations were made in the system of enlistment. Since the abolition of the press gang in 1852, the necessary number of men had been obtained by enlistments termed continuous, nominally for 12 years, actually for 13 or 14. For the 12 years enlistment was commenced at the age of 18, when the young sailors had already been serving for 2 or even 2.5 years as boys. When the 12 years had expired, the sailor was urged to re-enlist for a further period of 10 years. That the Admiralty should abandon this system of enlistment for a very lengthy term was obviously out of the question, for it secured men in sufficient numbers and of excellent quality. But doubts had begun to be felt whether, in view of the constant increase in the number of sailors, sufficient men would always be found, and the example of the German Navy proved that first-rate crews could be secured in which the majority of the seamen were enlisted or actually served for a shorter period, and all the posts on board need not be filled by perfectly trained seamen. It was therefore decided in 1900 to institute a new class of enlistment, nominally for 12 years but providing that at the end of 7 years the men should enter the reserve. In a navy entirely manned by volunteers and where, when the term of enlistment had expired, the sailor could not be legally compelled to re-enlist, the new system offered the advantage of forming a body of reservists whose numbers were thus kept up automatic. It was called the Royal Fleet Reserve, and it supplemented the Royal Naval Reserve, a heady 40 years old, which was recruited by the voluntary enlistment of sailors in the merchant service and which could not guarantee under all circumstances the supply of men necessary to keep the crews at full strength during war. The institution of this new type of enlistment had the additional advantage of making it possible to effect considerable economies. The high rates of pay which must be given to the men enlisted for a long term and to those who renewed their enlistment need not be given to such a large number. On the other hand, the additional expenditure on the Royal Naval Reserve which would become necessary, if its numbers were increased, was avoided. Once again, this last reform was not Fisher's work. But he was its convinced advocate and did his utmost to strengthen the Royal Fleet Reserve by extending the system of non-continuous service. For the new method of enlistment suited his system admirably and facilitated decisions of a sensational character taken about this time by the First Lord of the Admiralty, the Board of Admiralty, and in particular after the close of 1904 by its autocrat. They concerned not the personnel but the material of the Navy. 4. When we were relating the history of British imperialism at the close of the Boer War, we saw how the first Navy estimates of the post-war period reached an enormous figure, 35,476,000, an increase of 4,306,000 over the preceding year. 3 ironclads and 4 armored cruisers were laid down. But the current of public opinion was flowing in a direction which soon convinced the Unionist government that its position had not been strengthened but weakened by the conclusion of a victorious peace in South Africa, that the country considered that the war had cost too dear, and would not be placated by a victory which resulted in a further increase of armaments. If the Navy estimates in 1904 were higher than in the previous year, 36,830,000, an increase of 1,354,000, it was because 2 completed ironclads had been bought from the government of Chile to prevent their purchase by Russia, then at war with England's ally Japan. As a result of the purchase, 2 cruisers only would be laid down instead of 3, which encouraged the hope of considerable economies in future years. Actually, the Navy estimates in 1905 amounted only to £33,389,000, a reduction of 3,500,000 on the previous year. Only 1 cruiser was laid down. Then Lord Cotter succeeded Lord Selborne at the Admiralty, and while continuing a policy of economy, the estimates he prepared at the close of 1905 effected a reduction of 500,000 as compared with 1904, proposed to incur further expenditure during the following years by laying down 4 ironclads. The Liberals who took office at this juncture deleted from the programme one of the 4 ironclads and protested against the attempt of a falling government to force their hands. Moreover, Campbell Bannerman declared himself authorized to state that in reducing the program of naval construction contemplated by Lord Cotter, Far from overruling the Board of Admiralty, he acted with their assent. The board therefore possessed a definite policy, which for a little over a year had been the policy of the First Sea Lord, and which sought to increase the efficiency of the British Navy while reducing expenditure. What had been Fisher's object ever since he reached high command? To impress upon his superiors and subordinates alike the absurd situation of the British Navy, loath to abandon its traditions and therefore clinging to the methods of the sailing vessel when there was no longer a single sailing ship in the fleet, a single sail in the new men of war. But what ideal should an admiral, a sea lord, pursue in an industrialized navy? The ideal always pursued by the inventor of a machine, to obtain the same or better results at a lower cost. It was obvious in particular that the enormous increase in the speed of warships due to the invention and progress of steam navigation, and the marvelous and growing ease of communication, by telegraph first, then by wireless telegraphy, were reducing the size of the earth. It was natural that Britain, to protect her vast mercantile marine and to link up the different parts of the immense empire, had multiplied her naval stations and amply furnished them with ships. But was it any longer necessary to maintain so many ships when faster vessels, to which, moreover, it was easier to give the alarm, could be dispatched more freely at a signal to any point on the globe? Fewer ships and fewer naval stations would suffice. As soon as Fisher became First Sea Lord, he used the broom vigorously, and his success in sweeping away sources of unnecessary expenditure was the true reason why the Navy estimates declined in 1905 and the succeeding years. In the first HNI alone, no less than 130 were given up within a few months. Fisher proposed to confront foreign nations with a navy formidable rather by the quality than by the number of its ships. What then became of the standard, strictly quantitative, which for the last 15 years had determined the supposed needs of the British Admiralty, the two-power standard? For the last 15 years, for during the greater part, indeed almost the whole of the 19th century, the Admiralty had a different standard. Then only one other navy counted for anything, namely, the French, and England was therefore content in peacetime with a fleet one-third larger than the French. It was not until 1889 that the First Lord of the Admiralty, Lord George Hamilton, had asked for a navy equal to, if not slightly larger than, the two strongest foreign navies. Which were they? At a moment when Russia was developing her navy and the Franco-Russian alliance was taking shape, no one had any doubt. 4 years later, when the Unionists vociferously demanded that the Liberal government of the day should undertake a new program of naval construction on a large scale, their speakers put forward plainly the Franco-Russian peril, and the Secretary to the Admiralty agreed that the minimum strength of the British Navy must be equal to the combined navies of France and Russia registered. We must however inquire how the Admiralty interpreted the two-power standard. The British fleet had to fulfill 3 purposes: to fight a hostile navy, protect the mercantile marine, safeguard communications between the various parts of the empire. But it was only the first of these which the two-power standard had in view. It was applied only to the ironclads, the battleships. The cruisers intended to serve the 2 other purposes might be built in unlimited numbers. But could this distinction between the battleship and the cruiser be maintained any longer now that the armored cruiser had been invented? It was in the estimates for 1897 that there appeared for the first time 6 armored cruisers of the Cressy type, replacing the large cruisers simply protected for which the budgets immediately preceding made provision. Their displacement was 12,000 tons, their length 440 feet, they carried 2 9.2-inch BL guns, 12 6-inch QF guns, the armor plating attained in the middle of the vessel a thickness of 6 inches, their horsepower was 21,000 and their speed 21 knots. It was a speed equal to that of protected cruisers of the powerful type, but the new cruisers were armored and their armoring was superior to that of the oldest ironclads the Admiralty still kept in commission. In short, they were cruisers in their speed, but the protected cruisers were powerless against them. They were not simple cruisers but real men of war. The Cressys were followed by the Drakes, and these by the Counties. Then after these 2 experiments came the Devonshires, which hardly differed in speed, armor, or armament from the Cressys. In 4 years a revolution had taken place. The British fleet in 1900 did not contain a single armoured cruiser. At the end of 1905 it possessed 26. All the calculations of the two-power standard were thus falsified. Many Liberal members of Parliament argued, and their contention was never satisfactorily refuted, that the British Navy was numerically superior not only to two but to the three most powerful foreign navies. But in fact, when we read the lengthy debates which took place in the House of Commons in 1904 and 1905 on the question of the two-power standard, we receive the impression that the politicians at the Admiralty had lost their bearings and were uncertain whether to defend the standard or represent it as obsolete. "I think," stated Lord Selborne in the House of Lords, "I shall carry your lordships with me when I say that you cannot compare with any reason or fairness the naval expenditure of this country with that of any two or more powers, because what our navy has to do is totally different from what the navies of any one, two, or three other powers have to do." Also Lord Goskin, "The two-power standard is gone. It is no longer applicable to the state of Europe. As long as changes continue in the balance of naval power and in the fleets of other countries, it is impossible for the Admiralty to lay down any fixed standard." Registered what in truth was left about 1905 of the Franco-Russian peril? The French Navy was still the most powerful in Europe after the British. But if it was numerically the strongest, its prestige did not stand high. The inventive genius of its engineers was universally recognized. But the caprices of parliamentary committees and the effects of cabinet crises had made it a navy built on no uniform plan, what was called in jest a fleet of samples, and since 1902 under the Peloton government it had still further deteriorated. Not only did the French Admiralty anticipate the wishes of the British by giving up the construction of great ironclads and concentrating on the formation of a fleet of submarines and torpedo boats, but its haphazard methods and undisciplined crews had made the French Navy the laughingstock of the world. The Russian fleet left the Baltic and, after its command had given in the North Sea a pitiful display of brutality and bad nerves, had confronted the Japanese fleet which had already proved its worth in 1904 and had been annihilated at Tsushima. But other navies were coming to the fore, the Japanese in the first place, but also the American and the German. The British Admiralty had decided to make an ally of the Japanese fleet. With the American Navy it was impossible to compete. The United States were wealthy enough to build as many warships as they pleased. London accordingly decided to proclaim the principle that war would never be waged against a nation of kindred race and language, so that in applying the two-power standard the American fleet need not be taken into account. But what two navies could the British take into account, if they were thinking all the time of only one, the German? For the past 5 years the Emperor William, assisted by Admiral Tirpitz, had been engaged in the task of providing Lie himself with a fleet so powerful that, to use the official formula, if the strongest naval power engaged it, it would endanger its own supremacy. No one could mistake the illusion when a memorandum inspired by Fisher drew the attention of Parliament and the nation to a navy of the most efficient type and so fortunately circumstanced that it is able to concentrate almost the whole of its fleet at its home fronts. The days had therefore returned when, before the adoption of the two-power standard, Britain had only one foreign navy to consider. But that navy was no longer the French, and there was this further difference from the earlier period, that the German navy was not, as the French had been in the middle of the 19th century, the sole foreign navy which counted. There were others whose friendship it was prudent to gain by a system of ententes and affiances. For the time there was no longer any question of the two-power standard, and when after a short interval it would make its reappearance it would possess, as we shall see later, a totally different significance. In the meanwhile the Admiralty, under the inspiration of Sir John Fisher, effected a significant redistribution of the squadrons. In the east only one squadron of cruisers would in future be stationed, entirely concentrated, after the abolition of the station at Esquimalt on the Canadian coast and the Pacific station, in the 3 stations of China, Australia, and the East Indies, and placed under the command of the Commander-in-Chief of the Chinese station. After this, not laying until the Cape, where a squadron was stationed consisting of second and third class cruisers to guard communications between the east and west, that is to say, In these distant seas England yielded supremacy to the rival navies of the United States and Japan and accepted the second place, because she was obliged to concentrate her attention on European waters. In the Atlantic the same homeward movement was effected. The North Atlantic Squadron was abolished and the squadron in the South Atlantic, charged with the protection and policing of the West Indies, was profoundly modified. The number of ships was considerably reduced and the squadron would henceforward be confined to 5 vessels called the Particular Service Squadron, to which this was another of Fisher's innovations. Cadets and boys would be sent to be trained by actual service at sea. These ships would make 3 cruises yearly, one of them to the West Indies, but would always return to their base, which was not on the American but on the British coast, at Devonport. Where then would the battleships be concentrated? The Mediterranean squadron was reduced to 8 ironclads and an adequate complement of cruisers. The day had gone by when a war with France and Russia was expected, and the Mediterranean seemed likely to be the principal theater of naval warfare. The Channel Fleet, on the other hand, was transferred to Gibraltar under the new name of the Atlantic Fleet. Like the Mediterranean Fleet, it was composed of 8 battleships with an adequate number of cruisers. It took over a small part of the area formerly assigned to the Mediterranean Fleet, but must be prepared to sail to whatever point in western waters the exigencies of war might require its dispatch. What did this point seem to be? The extensive preparation made by the Admiralty in the waters surrounding the British coast enables us to guess. The home fleet under the new title of Channel Fleet comprised, in accordance with the program laid down by Fisher in December 1904, the large number of 12 battleships, not to mention the cruisers. A year later it consisted of 17 battleships besides 6 armored cruisers of the most recent type. The scrapping of so many antiquated vessels placed enough men at the disposal of the Admiralty to maintain all 3 squadrons at full strength. Each was to be permanently concentrated under the command of its admiral, though to prevent the captains losing all personal initiative a few units would be detached from time to time for isolated maneuvers. Measures were also taken to ensure the homogeneous composition of the crews. Hitherto ships stationed in home waters had been in commission for an indefinite period, a quarter of the crews being renewed annually, those stationed in distant waters in commission for 3 years, a period so long that it had been necessary to detach from time to time a number of sailors and send them ashore to undergo a course of special training and send on others to take their place. In future all ships, whatever their station, would be in commission only for 2 years, during which, except for some very exceptional reason, no officer or sailor would be allowed to leave the ship to which he had been assigned. Other measures of equal importance were adopted to provide for the defense of the British coast by employing the reserve. According to the system hitherto in force, it consisted of vessels older than the others and slightly out of date, which lay up empty in the home ports. If it became necessary to mobilize them, what a time it would take to fit them out, provide them with crews and train men, unaccustomed to active service, to take part in naval warfare. All this Fisher changed within a few weeks, one is tempted to say within a few days, thanks to the pohe of reducing the number of units hitherto dispersed by the Admiralty in distant oceans. He had at his disposal a fleet of 12 ironclads, 14 armored cruisers, and 8 large protected cruisers which he could station in home waters in commission. And thanks to the purge he had effected, he disposed of sufficient sailors to man these vessels with what he termed nucleus crews, about 2/5 of the full complement, composed of men whom we might term skilled laborers in those large factories which modern men of war have become. At regular intervals reservists joined them for training, who would then be competent in case of war to play the part of unskilled laborers and enable the reserve squadron to reinforce the Channel Fleet in a few hours. Behind these vessels, there were other ships exempted from the condemnation passed upon all the worthless material of the British Navy. If not sufficiently good to be kept armed, they were not bad enough to be sold as scrap iron. But it was the creation of a large reserve fleet permanently in commission which, together with the redistribution of squadrons, constituted the original features of the new naval policy. It made possible the complete and instantaneous mobilization of a formidable fleet in home waters. And the need for efficiency was reconciled with the need for economy. but once again were not the two things at bottom synonymous? True economy is to obtain the maximum of results with a minimum of expenditure. A policy of concentration of forces was thus carried out, aimed at a new enemy. It was the German Navy. These innovations made by the British Admiralty aroused in Germany feelings not of alarm or annoyance but rather of gratified pride. Not only were the Germans proud of the fact that it was their example which had induced the British Admiralty to throw off its lethargy and modernize its methods, so that even in a sphere where Britain had so long been regarded as supreme, the German Empire had become the model nation, but the redistribution of squadrons could be legitimately regarded at Berlin as the first victory won by the partisans of a strong navy. Only 4 years after the passing of the law of 1900, Germany had compelled England to reduce her fleet in the Pacific and withdraw it from North American waters. Her high seas fleet stationed between Heligoland and Kiel, still in its infancy but thoroughly up to date, which could count a dozen ironclads and for the next 15 years would be increased in the regular proportion provided by law, had reason to be proud of the strange influence, the attraction, which we might almost call a suction, that it exercised upon the British Navy. In England Fisher had skillfully contrived to win the support of the Liberals, who on the verge of taking office were defiled that a great sailor, an expert in the art of war, should declare it possible to reduce the Navy estimates without weakening the Navy. But he abouched too high-handedly too many posts not to make many enemies among those in high command. With the officers of the fleet and the Unionist politicians he was as unpopular as he was popular with the Liberals, and for the same reason. This no doubt annoyed him, and it was probably the desire to put an end to his unpopularity which led him to proclaim sooner than he had wished and with an imprudent flourish of trumpets the creation of the Dreadnought. 6. Immediately on his arrival at the Admiralty, Fisher had appointed a committee on designs composed of naval officers and engineers to assist the Director of Naval Construction to prepare plans for men of war in accordance with the instructions of the Board, other words of the First Sea Lord. At the same time he gave orders to speed up work in all the dockyards so as to turn out ships more quickly and meet the competition of the German fleet. A year had not passed before the results of his initiative became visible. In September the papers proclaimed to the world that a man of war was being built in the utmost secrecy, whose launching would mark an epoch in the history of the British fleet. On October 2, 1905, the first plate of her keel was laid and she was launched on February 10, 1906. It had been expected that she would not be ready for service until 16 months after the construction began. In December 1906, the Dreadnought left the docks and received the official visit of the First Lord of the Admiralty and the First Sea Lord. The most advanced methods of organizing labor had been employed to expedite the construction of the ironclad with the avowed object of laying down rules to speed up normal construction. But Tria's extraordinary speed was to a large extent deceptive. The necessary material had been got together in advance, and material and gyms intended for other vessels had been diverted to the Dreadnought, their construction being correspondingly delayed. What then was this masterpiece of the British Admiralty? The Dreadnought was a monster vessel, larger than any ironclad previously built, 17,900 tons as against 16,000, more powerfully armed and swifter. Instead of 4 12-inch guns and 10 6-inch, she possessed 10 12-inch guns so arranged that 6 could be pointed together in all positions, 8 in almost all. Her speed was 21 knots instead of the 18.5 of ironclads of the Lord Nelson type, almost equaling the TV/NT 2.5 knots of the armored cruisers of the Devonshire type. The employment for the first time of the turbine had made this last improvement possible. At the same time, in a more genuine secrecy, the 3 armored cruisers laid down as provided in the estimates for 1905 constituted an innovation as sensational as the Dreadnought. The Invincibles had a displacement of 17,250 tons, whereas the displacement of the Devonshires had not exceeded 10,850. They had an armament of 8 12-inch guns, the Devonshires carried no guns of more than 7.5 inches. Their armor plating at its thickest measured 7 inches instead of 6. Their speed was 25 knots. They were genuine men of war scarcely less powerfully armed than the dreadnoughts and markedly swifter. The immediate advantages which accrued to England from the invention of the dreadnought were incontestable. In the first place, the innovation took all the rival navies by surprise. While England blossomed so dramatically in the face of the world, her increased speed of naval construction and the greater strength of her vessels, the other powers found themselves compelled, if they wanted to launch men of war, not below the standard of the dreadnoughts, to alter their programs of naval construction, possibly even to stop the building of certain ships and recommence it on new lines. England gained time. And time was also gained in another way. The German coastline was cut in two by the Danish peninsula. No communication could be established in wartime between the Baltic coast and the coast of the North Sea except by forcing a passage through the straits which divide the Danish islands from Sweden, and the British fleet would have to be faced before junction with the North Sea fleet could be established. It was to establish direct naval communications between the two portions of the German coast that the Kiel Canal had been cut. But the dreadnoughts drew too much water and were too huge to pass through the canal. If in her turn Germany were to build dreadnoughts, either her fleet of dreadnoughts must be divided into two or concentrated entirely on one side of the Kiel Canal, leaving the other coast devoid of dreadnoughts which in no circumstances could take refuge from one sea in the other. The invention of the Engshire dreadnought confronted Germany with the urgent task of making the Kiel Canal wider and deeper so that it would be navigable by dreadnoughts. It was a task which would require many years to complete. But Fisher's dramatic surprise had its drawbacks. In the first place, England lost a moral advantage. In modern times her naval policy had hitherto presented a defensive aspect. To possess a navy stronger than the French, as strong, even a little stronger, than the French and Russian navies combined, never to take the initiative in inventing engines of war but to leave that responsibility to some other nation, France for example, whose engineers had created the torpedo boat, the armed cruiser, and submarine, to wait until the experiment had been made abroad and then build torpedo destroyers and torpedo boats, submarines, and armored cruisers in reply to those already invented by the enemy nations. Such hitherto had been the British method. Now all this was changed. The Admiralty seemed to be proclaiming to the world that in the armament competition it would henceforward take the initiative and challenge rival navies to overtake the British. At bottom, to be sure, it regarded itself as on the defensive against the threat of German attack. But it gave this defensive the air of an offensive, and moreover an offensive theatrically staged. And did this invention of the dreadnought, so loudly advertised by Fisher and his friends, really give the British Navy such a lead over the others that it could not be caught up in 4 or 5 years? This ostentatious advertisement was calculated to alarm the other nations unnecessarily and hasten their reply. The dreadnought had not left the dock before Germany laid down a ship whose dimensions were to rival those of this yet mysterious monster. And when later on Germany would build dreadnoughts every year, she in turn would enjoy an unexpected advantage over England. The British fleet was an old fleet containing many antiquated vessels. If the dreadnought really possessed all the value Fisher claimed for it, these old ships would be rendered worthless as soon as the German Admiralty began building dreadnoughts and confronted England with a navy consisting entirely of modern vessels. The fact that her navy was only a few years old, hitherto a disadvantage for Germany, would, Fisher's critics maintained, prove an advantage, if the superiority of the dreadnought over previous types of vessels were really so great. For in that case the invention amounted to scrapping at a stroke the entire British fleet built before 1905. But it was not so certain after all that the dreadnought was the marvelous innovation it was declared to be. All navies about 1905 were tending to adopt this type of monster vessel. The idea would seem to have been borrowed by the British Admiralty from the Italian Navy, which perhaps would have been the first to launch a dreadnought if the nation had been sufficiently wealthy. Already Japan and Germany were considering, and the United States had actually begun the construction of new types of ironclads strikingly similar to the dreadnought. And it might well be asked whether when the construction of larger and still larger vessels better armed, better armored, and swifter was the fashion in naval quarters, the invention of the torpedo and the development of heavy artillery were not changing the entire conditions of naval warfare? Of what use would be a sea monster, which cost $1,800,000 to build, if a single torpedo or shell could sink it in a few minutes? A war without precedent in history was expected to prove these criticisms sound. But for the moment the Russo-Japanese War, the first real naval war the world had witnessed since the days of Trafalgar and Aboukir, seemed to justify the champions of monster vessels. The torpedo had played a very minor part and the war had been decided by a battle between ironclads, a Trafalgar of the Far East, and even if there had been no Russo-Japanese War to justify the dreadnought, the same impulse, the same instinct of megalomania, would undoubtedly have produced the same effect. Fisher, who prided himself on his modernity and was determined to introduce into the British Navy the methods of large-scale industry, was perhaps in his patronage of the dreadnought the victim of industriism. Of its very nature the machine signifies first and foremost an economy of energy in the pursuit of a given object. But it also signifies production on a large scale, fabrication of the colossal, and in this aspect often produces a waste of energy in the pursuit of an aim sentimental rather than rational. The invention of the dreadnought may be regarded as a challenge launched by particular shipbuilders against their rivals. The builders of German Honneurs said to the builders of British, "You are building transatlantic giants, your Olympics, we shall build imperators." And the builders of British men of war spoke the same language. "You are building large ironclads, we shall construct giant ironclads, dreadnoughts, and if you in turn build dreadnoughts, we shall reply by building super dreadnoughts." On balance, when war broke out, the advantage of one nation over another as regards the dimensions of its ships would be the very trifling advantage of a few months. But we shall understand the nature of the conflict better if we regard it as a war already being waged in peacetime. It was not simply that preparations were being made for a future battle of dreadnoughts. The battle had been joined. The question was, which of the two nations would admit ruin first? 7. At the end of 1906 a mutiny of serious proportions in which civilians participated broke out in the Royal Naval Barracks at Portsmouth. It was of course quickly suppressed, but though a number of the mutineers were sentenced, some of the sentences were reduced, and Campbell Bannerman, speaking in the House of Commons, let it be understood that all might be reduced before their expiration. On the other hand, several of the officers against whom the mutiny had been made were deprived of their command, one was reprimanded, and the officer who, in consequence of these changes, took command of the barracks, offended supporters of the old traditions by the tone of democratic good fellowship with which he spoke to his men on his first introduction to them. At the same time rumors began to circulate, which would shortly assume serious proportions, of a dissension in the high command. Everywhere two hostile parties were in existence, Fisher's supporters and his enemies. The commander-in-chief of the Channel Fleet, who in case of war would presumably become commander-in-chief of the entire navy, was said to be at daggers drawn, on the one hand with the officer in command of the squadron of cruisers attached to his fleet, on the other with the First Sea Lord, a condition of affairs which gave rise to unfortunate incidents at the manoeuvres of 1908. In 1904 the report of the Esher Committee had contrasted, with the spirit of faction which poisoned Army headquarters, the harmonious cooperation traditional in the high command of the Navy. Had the 3 years of Fisher's dictatorship put an end to it? These rumors and episodes must have been so much comfort for German statesmen. The German government, however, was not having an easy task. Algeciras had not been a success for its diplomats. Then Holstein, who had been recalled, had avenged himself by spreading in the press infamous accusations against the emperor's most intimate friends. Meanwhile, alleged scandals in the colonial administration were the object of violent debates in the Reichstag, and a rising of some Negro tribes in southwest Africa was suppressed only with considerable difficulty. But the Reichstag's refusal in December 1906 to vote the credits demanded by the Chancellor for its suppression provided William II and his Prime Minister with the opportunity to re-establish their authority. It was dissolved in conformity with the tradition of Bismarck, and at the following election in February 1907 the opposition suffered a severe defeat. The Social Democrats lost about half their seats. It was a contrast with the British and French elections of the previous year. In France, 3 years' government by a Bohemian had lowered the French fleet several degrees in the naval hierarchy of Europe. What was happening in every rank of the British Navy gave some ground for fearing that England had caught the infection from France. In Germany alone the government was able to maintain its authority against the attacks of democratic anarchy. This encouraged the German government to approach in a spirit of insolent Simpsism the sessions of the Hague Conference, which met at the beginning of the summer after 3 years of laborious negotiation between the great powers. The program of the conference as drawn up by the Russian government in April 1906 was confined to the development of the Hague Court of Arbitration, the reform of international law governing warfare on land and sea, and the extension of the Geneva Convention to the latter. But the British government insisted that the limitation of armaments should be discussed, and to announce its intention to the world made use of a novel method. The Speaker, a small weekly review which ever since the Boer War had conducted a violent campaign against imperialism and militarism, appeared in a new form in the early part of 1907, not to change its posy but better equipped with funds to pursue it with even greater vigor under a new editor, the eminent journalist H. W. Massingham. The first number of the remodeled review, now called The Nation, opened with an important article on the Hague Conference written by Campbell Bannerman, evidently with the approval of his cabinet. It began by recalling that the object for which the conference had been originally summoned in 1898 was precisely to discuss the problem of limiting armaments. If since that date the burden of armaments had considerably increased, pacific ideals had made equal progress. Surely the time had come to satisfy their devotees by some practical limitation of armaments. England, Sir Henry pointed out, and here we see what a valuable support for his plea were the reforms carried out by Haldane at the War Office and by Fisher at the Admiralty, had already set the example by reducing her military and naval expenditure. She would go further in that direction if the other powers would follow her lead. Moreover, such a policy would not endanger her supremacy at sea. For the sea power of this country implies no challenge to any single state or group of states. I am persuaded that throughout the world that power is recognized as non-aggressive and innocent. 221. Of designs against the independence, the commercial freedom, and the legitimate development of other states. Our fleets carry with them no menace across the waters of the world but a message of the most cordial goodwill, based on a belief in the community of interests between the nations. This quaint manifesto, which began with a pacifist act of faith to conclude by subscription to the Creed of Mahan, created a bad impression in every continental country. When it confused in this way the freedom of mankind with the naval supremacy of England, was the British government deceiving itself, or with an even greater simplicity trying to deceive other nations? The French fleet was deteriorating, the Russian had been almost wiped out, and the German fleet, which promised to be more dangerous, had not had time to become sufficiently large to threaten the safety of the British coast. A general limitation of armaments on the basis of the status quo would be the cheapest way for Britain to perpetuate her naval supremacy. We must, however, bear in mind the difficult position in which the Liberal cabinet was placed at the opening of the Second Hague Conference. Disarmament was part of its program. On the eve of the general election the Prime Minister had formally pledged himself to it. After the election, when the program submitted to the powers by the Russian government had just been made public, a Liberal member of the House of Commons had moved a resolution demanding a drastic reduction of armaments and the insertion of the question in the agenda of the conference. Replying for the government, Sir Edward Grey was compelled to accept the motion registered, but a Unionist member proposed an amendment declaring that the naval supremacy of Great Britain must be maintained, and Grey, while asking the mover to withdraw it so as not to hamper the government's action, said that he felt as much as any man the force of his argument. The Admiralty felt it even more strongly. The following winter Fisher asked for the construction in 1907 of 3 new dreadnoughts. If it gave him the ships, the Liberal government, only a year after taking office, would return to the old path of large naval estimates and competition in armaments. If it refused, he threatened to retire, and with him 3 other members of the Board of Admiralty. How could the cabinet escape the impasse? By developing a plea which appears to have originated with the Unionist leader of the opposition, Balfour, and maintaining that the British Navy, unlike the armies and navies of other powers, was exclusively a weapon of defence. The powers had therefore no reason to object to the supremacy of the British fleet, since it possessed the seas without detriment to the liberty of any nation. The contention was ludicrous. Obviously a maritime blockade violated the independence of the nation blockaded as gravely as an invasion, and at that very moment the Admiralty was contemplating the day when, by transporting an expeditionary force to the coast of France, Belgium, or even Germany, it would take a direct part in an offensive. But the argument was seductive. It became a commonplace of the press and parliament. The manifesto therefore which the government published in the nation was not a masterpiece of Machiavellian cunning but an attempt to compromise between two conflicting forces which confronted each other in England, or perhaps, to speak more accurately, in the minds of many Englishmen. To satisfy one of these the government said, "We will ask at the Hague for measures of disarmament." To satisfy the other it added immediately, "But they must not endanger the nation's safety or sea power." The Sea Lords were told, "Give up your demand for 3 dreadnoughts, be content with only 2. But the government added, "The concession we are asking you to make is, after all, conditional. If the conference does not produce practical measures of general disarmament, you shall have your 3rd dreadnought." And the Sea Lords could accept the compromise the more readily because they were certain the conference would fail. But what Englishmen expected it to succeed? What Englishman missed its opening or followed its proceedings without marked dissatisfaction? The advanced liberals, partisans of a reconciliation between England and Germany, were quick to perceive that the English proposals were diametrically opposed to their desires and calculated to lead directly to a conflict between the two nations. And the Foreign Office reached the same unfavorable conclusion, though for different reasons. For many years it had worked hard to establish good relations between England and all the foreign nations in order to defeat the opposite policy pursued by the German Emperor, who had hoped to lead Europe against England. By raising the question of disarmament, indeed by simply going to the Hague, England ran the risk of once more uniting Europe against her and enabling German policy to score a success. 8. At the Hague the same ritual was observed as in 1898. The international propagandists of the pacifist creed flocked to the conference. W.T. Stead, a friend, moreover, of Admiral Fisher, was at their head. He passed to and fro between London and the Hague, visiting London to rouse the English government from its lethargy, and returning to the Hague to edit the Courrier de la Conférence, the unofficial organ of the conference throughout its sessions. We can judge of the spirit which animated the various delegations from our knowledge of the attitude of the rulers and statesmen who sent them to the Hague. The 224 emperors were opposed even to the meeting of the conference, and their hostility increased when they saw on its program the disarmament which they regarded as a craze of Jews, socialists, and hysterical women. The King of England had confided to William II that he regarded the conference as a humbug. President Roosevelt was skeptical, registered and brought forward a scheme for disarmament. It omitted neither the expenditure on navies nor the number of vessels, but merely their size, which seemed devised as a counterblast to the plans of the British Admiralty. And the French government had waited, before publicly declaring itself opposed to the discussion of disarmament, only until Prince von Bülow in measured but vigorous language had defended the German government's opposition to the proposal. Baron Marschall, the head of the German delegation, felt himself therefore on this crucial point in agreement with every foreign office in the world, not even perhaps excepting the British. For in his interviews with Metternich, Gray seems to have had no other purpose than to minimize, as far as he could, the bad impression produced in Germany and throughout the entire continent by a proposal for which he was responsible only as a member of the cabinet. Registered, the German delegates intended to withdraw if the question of disarmament was discussed. But the conference was content to adopt unanimously and without debate a colorless resolution affirming the desirability of disarmament, which simply reiterated in SHGHTLY stronger terms the resolution adopted in 1908. The matter was disposed of at a single sitting. The real work of the conference, which lasted from June 15 to October 18, dealt with a number of questions of a more legal character. In the first place there was the development of international arbitration, possibly the institution of compulsory arbitration. For the past year the English Conservatives had urged that this should be the leading issue at the conference. The government, after some hesitation it would seem, adopted their point of view. It was in harmony with the views of the French delegation which already at the first conference had pursued the same policy. But here the opposition of Germany stood in the way and nothing came of the attempt except a lengthy declaration of principle which the Germans had no difficulty in accepting for, as the head of their delegation said, it would be difficult to say less in more words. The important question remained of belligerents' rights at sea. Neutrals continued to demand, as they had always demanded, the abolition of the right of capture, freedom of the seas, and the United States of America, which had no conception that the day would come when its navy would take part in a European war, espoused their cause. The American delegation proposed to place very severe restrictions upon the right to capture neutral vessels in time of war, and the German government, brushing aside Tirpitz's opposition, cleverly declared in favor of the proposal. It was indeed rejected. But it made it easier for Germany to join with America and France in opposing an Ingshire resolution of a plainly pacifist character demanding the complete abolition of contraband of war. Though the proposal was accompanied by reservations which rendered it suspect in certain quarters, England had all the small powers on her side that day. But when she raised the question of floating mines and championed what was obviously the humanitarian point of view, she again seemed to the weak nations, for whom the floating mine was their only weapon against British domination at sea, to be defending brazenly her own interests. Finally, a complicated resolution was adopted which in theory SHGHTLY restricted the use of floating mines. On the question of the right of capture it was Germany that took the initiative by proposing that an international court should be set up to decide all disputed questions of contraband in time of war. On the main issues, the final decisions were left to a committee of experts which met in London at the beginning of 1908 and whose work led to the Declaration of London of February 26, 1909, which restricted severely the right of blockade and the application of the doctrine of continuous voyage and limited contraband of war to a small category of merchandise of an obviously meadery character. Throughout the discussions, too incoherent and vague to hold the attention of the public, the British press without distinction of party protested against the combination of timidity and bungling displayed by the British delegation. Lord Ray, an eminent lawyer and a member of the delegation, bombarded the Prime Minister with his complaints. He protested against the instructions he received from the Admiralty which compelled him to speak against his conscience. The vagueness and incoherence of the discussions turned to the advantage of Germany. At The Hague she was no longer an isolated country against which the entire world was conspiring. By proposing an international prize court the nation whose delegates cynically paraded their contempt for the illusions of pacifism contrived to take control of the proceedings. This success compensated the Emperor William for the blow to his prestige he had suffered by the conclusion of the Anglo-Russian agreement. 3 weeks after the conference closed he arrived at Windsor. His visit in October 1902 had been his last visit during the period of friendship. This was the first during the period of enmity. The visit had been preceded by complicated negotiations. King Edward's invitation had been given as early as June 14. It had at first been coldly received, following as it did the conclusion of the Mediterranean Agreement. Fisher had made the situation worse by offering to put himself personally at the Emperor's service while he was the guest of the British nation. This offer of the NHSH Admiral aroused suspicion at Berlin. What if the invitation had originated with Fisher, who wished to humiliate the Emperor by making him visit the King of England before the King visited him? To reassure the German government on this point King Edward during his stay at Carlsbad paid a visit to his nephew, who was in the neighborhood. Then the Emperor announced his intention to come escorted by a squadron, and when persuaded to abandon his intention refused to come at all. Then he wanted to bring his Chancellor with him. A violent attack on Billow's policy which appeared in the Times of October 10 may have contributed to make him abandon the idea. he was accompanied only by his Minister for Foreign Affairs, von Schahn. The liberal press gave him an enthusiastic v/welcome. The attitude of the Unionist press, in obedience to the wishes of the court, was correct and even courteous. He was cheered in the London streets and at the Guildhall, where he made a pacific speech. When his visit to Windsor was over, he spent a few weeks on an unofficial visit to a friend, and did not leave for Germany until December 11 after spending a month in England. While the Emperor was his uncle's guest, many British statesmen who had never met him were delighted at this opportunity to see and converse with a man whom the accident of birth had placed in so formidable a position, and he won their good opinion by his jovial and easy manner. The Baghdad Railway was discussed and his attitude seemed conciliatory. But the question of the navy, the only burning question, was carefully avoided, and while the Emperor was actually in England, the German government laid before the Reichstag its naval estimates for the coming year. Apparently they did not exceed the provisions laid down by the law of 1900. But it was decided to reduce the Hfe of vessels of the line from 25 to 20 years. This would hasten by 1/5 the rate of replacement and therefore the tempo of naval construction. Every year from 1908 to 1911 4 large ironclads were to be laid down. And at the same time it was provided that vessels of the Hfe to be built in future would possess a larger tonnage than in the past, in other words would be dreadnoughts. That is to say, the British Admiralty was already ceasing to profit by the confusion into which other navies had been thrown by the launching of the first of these giants. From now onwards both nations were doomed to fight and ruin each other in the battle of dreadnoughts. After 2 years of liberal government, England had taken a step forward, not towards peace but towards war. 3 months later, an incident unimportant in itself but serious on account of the violent fiend it aroused revealed how intense was the hatred of Germany which prevailed in political circles. On March 6, 1908, a short letter appeared in the Times headed "Under which king, that is to say under which monarch are we having? The King of England? Or the King of Prussia?" The letter informed its readers that the German Emperor had sent a letter to Lord Tweedmouth, the First Lord of the Admiralty, which amounted to an endeavour to influence, in the interests of Germany, the minister responsible for the navy estimates. It appeared that the Emperor had in fact written a long letter to Lord Tweedmouth, couched in fanfare and even bantering terms, intended to allay the alarm caused in England by the growth of the German fleet, and that he had sent a courteous reply in which he communicated to the Emperor as a token of confidence and friendship the details of the forthcoming estimates, as yet unknown to Parliament. What was the source of the leakage? The War Office? The letter in the Times bore the signature of its meadery correspondent, Colonel Reapington, whose relations with the War Office we already know. The Admiralty? It was a hotbed of intrigue. The court, King Edward's entourage? The Emperor's letter contains sarcastic remarks about Lord Esher. 229. The King's intimate friend, which made its publication impossible, and we now know that Willem II received at the same time as Lord Tweedmouth's reply a very strongly worded letter from King Edward protesting against the breach of diplomatic usage committed by addressing the letter to one of his ministers and not to himself. In fact, from the explanations given in Parliament it transpired that immediately on the receipt of the imperial letter Lord Tweedmouth had communicated it to his colleagues and drawn up his reply with their approval. And finally it is possible that in giving the Emperor this information he was acting in accordance with Grey-Carrot wishes. For the British government had suggested the previous summer that a mutual exchange between the powers of information as to their respective estimates might be a means of bridging over the naval conflict between the two nations, and had empowered Sir Edward to make a proposal to that effect at The Hague, which however gained little support. The press with few exceptions did nothing to inflame public feeling. The leaders of the opposition in both houses made no use of the incident against the government, and Lord Rosebery even took the opportunity to congratulate himself publicly on having foreseen the dangerous consequences of the entente cordiale. But Colonel Reapington's blow had gone home. Lord Tweedmouth's position had been too severely shaken. It was obvious that he would be obliged to leave the Admiralty at the first opportunity. 10. It was not long delayed. When Colonel Reapington's article appeared, For a month past the Prime Minister had ceased to take part in the debates in the House of Commons. 72 years old, suffering from a severe disease of the heart, and deeply afflicted by the recent death of a wife whom he fondly loved, the old parliamentarian could no longer cope with his crushing task. A nation naturally kindly and courteous sympathized with his sufferings without distinction of political views, and they increased his popularity. But it had indeed increased steadily since that day at the end of 1905, when he had insisted on being Prime Minister, and not in name alone. The members of the Labour Party HKED him. They did not forget how on the question of the Trade Disputes Bill of 1906 he had had the courage to outstrip his party, which otherwise would probably have been compelled to yield their demands with a bad grace, and make them his own, their victory his. The Irish did not forget that after the defeat of the Irish Council Bill he had made it clear that he bore them no grudge for their refusal to accept a compromise, and so far as he was concerned was desirous to grant them far more extensive concessions as soon as circumstances permitted. To the advanced Liberals, the pro-Boers of yesterday, he had given their revenge, which surely was at the same time his personal revenge, by granting representative government to the Transvaal and Orange River colony. The moderate Liberals and the Imperialists might well have taken offense at this thoroughgoing liberalism. This was not the case. The moderates felt that he was at bottom one of themselves, and on the question of the Education Bill his sceptical attitude had brought him close to the Archbishop of Canterbury, another man of moderation, and enabled them to work together in a sincere attempt to discover a compromise. And the Imperialists were grateful for an indolence which enabled the Foreign Office, the War Office, and the Admiralty to pursue their POHCY under the cloak of a kindliness which reassured the Premier's pacifist friends. And lastly King Edward, who had never liked Balfour, who, he felt, despised Lyam, had soon learned to appreciate his successor's geniality. CB it was the name by which the Premier was customarily spoken of in Parliament, and the familiar designation proved at once the extent and character of his popularity had come to be widely regarded as the only leader capable of holding together that bundle of conflicting tendencies which now constituted the Liberal Party. When the term had been originally created, Liberal had meant hostile to the state in every form, to the socialist state and the militarist state. Now, however, a Liberal was obliged to pose as the champion, more or less advanced, of social democracy, and at the same time, if he wished to govern the country, could not escape the necessity of picking up armaments both by land and sea. Confronted with two tendencies, neither of which 231 was distinctively liberal, the party which had obtained office under that label was faced with the problem of choosing between them or harmonizing both. It was a difficult but urgent task, and the venerable CB did not preside over its fulfillment. On April 6, only a fortnight before his death, he resigned to make way for the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Henry Asquith, whom public opinion designated as his successor. 232. Part 2. 4 Years of Crisis. Chapter I. Winston Churchill and Lloyd George. I. Churchill at the Board of Trade. I.H. Henry Asquith succeeded Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman as Prime Minister. It was a victory for the Liberal Imperialists. Already at the end of 1905 they had attempted to secure the leadership of the Commons for Asquith and force Campbell Bannerman to enter the Lords. Now an accident had achieved their object. Asquith held the coveted post, and Campbell Bannerman had been got rid of more completely than they had dared to hope. The Conservatives were defeated. Grey's anti-German policy was assured in future of the Prime Minister's support. On the other hand, Asquith's promotion does not seem to have aroused much protest from the radical pacifists. By his tact and conciliatory temper he had won the confidence of the entire party. Even with Campbell Bannerman after the original disagreement he was soon on excellent terms. And in any case, what was the use of resisting the inevitable? Asquith had hardly entered Parliament when his talents pointed him out to everyone as a future minister. He had hardly become a minister, when everyone hailed in him a future premier. His early education and his temperament had invested him with the indispensable gravity. His second marriage, when his first wife had left him the father of several children, to a young and brilliant madcap had introduced him to fashionable society and made his talents human. He was a man of sound judgment who lacked the flame heavenly or demonic of genius. Were not other qualities required if the Liberal Party after its almost portentous victory at the polls in January 1906 was to retain the ardour which alone could win new victories? And was it not obvious at the beginning of 1908 that the Liberal government would be exposed to serious dangers? Unless it could find by the side of Asquith and in his cabinet an eager and enterprising spirit to play the part Canning had once played beside Lord Liverpool and more recently Chamberlain beside Lord Salisbury, one day perhaps to supplant him and become Prime Minister in his stead. The changes which were effected in the cabinet after Campbell Bannerman's death will perhaps help us to guess the quarter in which he was to be sought. If at the Board of Education Walter Runciman replaced Reginald McKenna and McKenna in turn took the place at the Admiralty of Lord Tweedmouth, who could no longer remain there after the incident of his correspondence with Willem II, and Lord Crewe succeeded Lord Elgin at the Colonial Office, these changes did not interest the public. But Asquith, now First Lord of the Treasury and Prime Minister, was no longer Chancellor of the Exchequer and Lloyd George took his place. He therefore left the Board of Trade, where he was succeeded by Winston Churchill, hitherto Under-Secretary of State for the Colonies. It was on these two men that the eyes of the public were fixed. Asquith, Premier at 56, embodied the present, Lloyd George and Churchill, respectively 45 and 34, were the men of tomorrow. They were united by close ties of friendship. Both were opposed to a policy of heavy expenditure on the army and navy, both advocates of a policy of social reform which, they maintained, the Liberal Party must pursue with an unprecedented daring, if the Labour Party were not to grow stronger on its left. They came forward as the two leaders of the radical group of pacifists and advanced social reformers as opposed to the three imperialists Asquith, Grey, and Haldane. That is to say, they were two friends professing the same political creed but for that very reason rivals as well as friends. They were obviously too ambitious to be satisfied forever with the second place. Which of the two would reach the first? Churchill had the advantage of youth. If Lloyd George was 11 years younger than Asquith, he was 11 years younger than Lloyd George. He had the further advantage of aristocratic birth. He was the son of a junior member of a noble family, and grandson of a Duke of Marlborough. That surely still counted for something in England. In turn soldier, journalist, and politician, he won admiration not only by the diversity of his interests but by his biting eloquence and genuine gift of oratory. He had honoured the memory of his father Lord Randolph Churchill by an excellent biography which was almost a masterpiece, and it was the dream formed for him by an ambitious mother and his own to succeed where his father had failed, and since his father had been unable to regenerate the Tory party by making it democratic, one day perhaps to lead the Democratic Party against the Tories. But, on the other hand, it was to the advantage of Lloyd George at this juncture when the Liberal Party was seeking a new leader that he was not quite so young as Churchill. Since he was in his 40s he had reached that maturity which is ripe for great performance while as yet untouched by fatigue and old age. He lacked Winston's culture but his genius was at least equal, and possibly it was beginning to be realized that in one respect the election of 1906 had marked an epoch in the social history of England. She had dismissed her ancient aristocracy. It might continue to exercise its ceremonial functions, but the country no longer wished to be governed by it, and Lloyd George's bourgeois career and plebeian origin were a point in his favour. And he possessed yet another advantage. Churchill was the object of all the bitterness and hostility which are the lot of a deserter from the aristocracy. Some refused to forgive his defection. Others felt uneasy in the company of this new friend, who styled himself a pacifist though he had sought fame on the battlefields of South. 237. Africa, and who at bottom seemed to have given up his true career, that of a soldier, only because even a military career was too commonplace, too monotonous to satisfy Lee's craving for adventure. Lloyd George, on the contrary, ever since he entered Parliament, had pledged himself so deeply to radicalism that his elevation to the Exchequer could not fail to deter the enemies of imperialism. Moreover, at the Board of Trade he had reassured the world of business and the employers generally by the spirit of conciliation he displayed on so many occasions. Therefore, when Churchill and Lloyd George went respectively to the Board of Trade and the Exchequer, everyone distrusted the former, everyone entertained hopes of the latter. 2. When Churchill took over the Board of Trade he is reported to have said, "This cake has been given me too late, Lloyd George has taken all the plums." If the story is true, he was no doubt thinking of the 2 statutes on merchant shipping and patents which had won the unanimous approval of the public, and those clever arbitrations which had presented Lloyd George as the peacemaker who saved the country from social war. What was there left for Churchill to do? The cabinet had not indeed waited for the April changes to perceive the necessity of doing something to satisfy the claims of labor and had introduced in February a bill establishing an 8-hours day in the coal mines. But the mines were under the jurisdiction of the Home Office, not the Board of Trade, and it was Herbert Gladstone, the Home Secretary, who took charge of the bill. As it is one of the 3 important measures of social reform passed by Parliament during the 2 sessions of 1908 and 1909, we must say something about it. Moreover, Churchill played his part in the checkered incidents which attended its passing and aviation. The demand for the legal restriction of the day's work in mines to 8 hours went back not only in England but in the continental countries to the closing years of the 19th century. Why in the mines rather than in any other branch of industry? Was it that humanitarian sentiment pitted more than the lot of other workers the miners' hard life in subterranean darkness? 238. It may have been so. But the labor of metal workers and glass makers is certainly as hard and unpleasant as the miners' underground labor, and the real reason why public opinion began to entertain the notion of limiting the hours of adult miners was that they were in a better position to make themselves heard. Around the mines, particularly the collieries, vast settlements had grown up, extremely homogeneous in their population, veritable republics which soon discovered their power to send representatives of their class to Parliament to defend their interests there. When in 1874 the first 2 members of the working class entered Parliament, they were 2 miners. The great Keir Hardie was a miner elected in 1906 by a mining constituency. At the same election 2 other miners had been returned as candidates of the Labour Representation Committee. 13 others had entered Westminster with no other aid than that of their trade union, and 2 years had passed before they amalgamated with the Labour Party. Already, before the Imperialists came into office in 1895, the House of Commons under a Liberal government had twice affirmed the principle of an 8-hours day in the mines. But it was not until 1906 that the question could be considered ripe for solution. Till then the 8-hours day had not received the miners' unanimous support. In Durham and Northumberland the work was so arranged that adults worked only 6.5 hours, children over 8 hours. The miners were afraid that if the children's day was reduced to 8 hours the adults' day might be lengthened. Moreover, the miners' claim seemed exclusively and selfishly professional. If the reduction of hours led to a decrease in output and in consequence to a rise in the price of coal, it was a prospect which the miners appeared to contemplate with equanimity, even perhaps with pleasure, provided their wages were increased, but a prospect calculated to alarm the general public and the great mass of labor. But these conflicts of interest which divided different branches of industry were, so to speak, swallowed up in the great movement of working class solidarity which in January 1906 won so many victories for labor. The miners of Northumberland and Durham accepted the program of the 8-hours day, and in 1908 joined the Great Miners' Federation. And all the workers without distinction of trade supported the miners' claims. In their eyes the enactment of the 8-hours day meant the acceptance by the British law of the principle, hitherto unrecognized, of legal limitation of adult labor, and would involve at no great distance of time a statutory limitation of hours for all adult workers in accordance with the program of the Second International, in support of which the workers of Western Europe demonstrated every 1st of May. In 1906 the Cabinet, stu timid, refused to commit itself until the question had been examined by a committee of inquiry. In 1907 it introduced a bill establishing the 8-hours day in the mines but was unwilling to carry it any further. The report of the committee had been published, and no doubt the government hoped it would discourage the advocates of the reform, for without explicitly condemning the principle of the 8 hours day, it pointed out the numerous difficulties in the way of its application. The average actual length of the working day in Great Britain was 9 hours and 3 minutes. To reduce it to 8 hours would reduce the output by 10.27%. That is to say, there would be a decrease of 25,783,000 tons on the output of 1906. The experts, it is true, admitted that by increasing the number of men, reducing the number of holidays, and improving the machinery, the loss could be partly made good. But they doubted whether the change would be as beneficial as was supposed to the miners' health. It was excellent already. In their opinion, the length of the working day and the nature of the work performed varied so much according to locality that it would be impossible to apply a uniform rule. In any case, the output would be diminished, and the price of coal would rise. Those countries in which the working day had been already reduced, France, Holland, and Austria, were not serious competitors with England, but the experts doubted whether under the system of the 8 hours day the French collieries would be able to overcome the competition of Germany and America, two countries. 240. In which there was no legal restriction of hours, and in which the working day, at present shorter than in Great Britain, would be longer if the 8 hours day were adopted. Moreover, the effect of a rise in the cost of coal, difficult to estimate but undoubtedly very considerable, upon all branches of national industry must be taken into account. What of this? The pressure of labor was irresistible. Neither the liberals, afraid of strengthening the Labour Party, nor the Unionists, afraid of strengthening the Liberals, could resist it. It was in vain that a League of Coal Consumers was formed to organize opposition to the change. For these consumers were not the host of small buyers, but a small group of large purchasers, railway companies, and industrial magnates. The opposite side disposed of more formidable weapons. If this bill is not to be passed, declared Herbert Samuel, and if the miners are to be left to their own devices and to the strength of their own organization, it means a coal strike, and nothing else. It was all very well for opposition speakers to declare it scandalous for a member of the government to make such a statement. Lord Lansdowne, in language SHGHTLY more veiled registered, said the same thing when he urged the Lords to pass the bill which the Commons had sent up to it and which actually became law on December 21. The bill did not indeed give full satisfaction to the workers' claims. Even in its original form, not only did it empower the government to suspend its operation in the event of war or of imminent national danger, or in the event of any grave economic disturbance due to the demand for coal exceeding the supply available, and exclude from its scope certain classes of workmen, but it also excluded from the reckoning of the 8 hours one of the two journeys made by the miners between the surface and the bottom of the pit, and gave the coal owners the right to impose on their men an hour's extra work for a maximum period of 60 days a year. And other concessions were made in the course of debate. Though the new law was to come into operation on July 1909 in the mines of Northumberland and Durham, the date would be postponed for another 6 months. And both journeys, from the surface to the bottom of the pit and back to the surface, were excluded from the reckoning of the 8 hours originally for a period of 5 years, finally, in virtue of an amendment introduced in the Lords, in perpetuity. But all this did not alter the fact that for the first time an important principle had been accepted by British legislation, the principle of legal restriction of the working day for all workers, and not, as hitherto, only for women and children. The Act passed, it remained to put it into operation, and the difficulties involved immediately became evident. South Wales was one of the coal fields in which the hours of work had been particularly long, and the Committee of Inquiry had pointed out that it would be difficult to introduce the 8 hours day in the Welsh collieries without dislocating the entire industry. And the difficulty was even greater in 1909, a year of industrial depression, than it had been in the early part of 1907 when the committee drew up its report. The mine owners declared that they regarded the wages agreement as automatically cancelled by the legal institution of the 8 hours day, and attempted to take immediate advantage of the clause permitting 69-hour days a year and to introduce the system of double shifts. On all these points they were faced by the opposition of the miners, supported by the Miners' Federation of Great Britain. The Federation threatened to call a general strike of miners if the Welsh coal owners did not give way. At the last moment the dispute was settled by shelving the points at issue, and the 8 hours day came peaceably into operation on July 3. It was in Scotland that further difficulties arose. Fleer, as in South Wales, the coal owners considered the wages agreement cancelled by their obligation to reduce the hours of work. The miners on their part refused to accept any reduction of their wages below the minimum fixed by existing agreements. As in 242 Wales, they had the support of the National Federation, which secured a vote from its members in favour of a general strike in the mines to support the Scottish miners' claims. Now that the question of a maximum working day had been settled by law, the question of a minimum wage was raised. Churchill intervened and confronted at the Board of Trade the representatives of the owners and men, saying that if nothing else could be done, the government would have to pass an Act of Parliament in 24 hours referring the dispute to compulsory arbitration. Mr. Churchill, riffed one of the miners, "You cannot put 600,000 men into prison." A compromise was arranged. The owners conceded the minimum wage for which the men were asking, the miners a modification of the shooting scale to the owners' advantage. This was by no means the end of the conflicts occasioned by the introduction into the mines of the 8 hours day. We shall have to follow later on the course of a very serious struggle. But for the moment everything passed without a hitch. And the new president of the Board of Trade could congratulate himself on having, like his predecessor, had his own labor dispute to settle, and having settled it with equal success. In fact, the disputes which had broken out among the engineers of the North and which Lloyd George had apparently smoothed out continued, and it was Churchill who in June and again in September had the honor of effecting the final settlement. But his ambition was not content with the role of an arbitrator. It aimed higher, as he made clear to Parliament in the speech he delivered in the Commons on the 8 Hours Bill, the only speech by a member of the Cabinet which aroused the enthusiasm of the House and of the Labour members in particular. "What the workers demand," he said, "is not less work but more leisure." They would no longer be content with an existence which condemned them day after day to go from bed to the mill, from the mill back to bed. They wanted time to think and read and cultivate their gardens. The claim did not surprise him. What filled him with amazement was the gentleman in the silk hat and white waistcoat who had the coolness, the calmness, the composure, and the complacency to ignore the existence of the need. Why, it was asked, stop at the mines? But who had ever said that they ought to stop at the mines? For himself, he regarded the bill as simply the precursor of the general movement which is in progress all over the world, and in other industries besides this, towards a reconciling of the conditions of labor with the well-ascertained laws of science and health. When he uttered these words he was no doubt already thinking of the bill he would introduce the following year to fix legally no longer hours of work but wages. 4. Within the working class a species of hierarchy could be distinguished, consisting of 3 classes. At the top was a class of skilled laborers whose skill required a long apprenticeship. Their labor was fixed and they were congregated in large factories and urban centers. They naturally tended to form powerful unions capable of offering a permanent opposition to the employer's claims. The miners and textile workers belonged to this category. Below these was a class of workers whose trade required little or no apprenticeship and whose labor was fluctuating, but who when grouped into large masses were able, if not to form such sewed unions as the miners or cotton spinners, at any rate to organize spasmodic strikes on a large scale which sometimes proved successful. Such were the dockers. Lower still was a class of unskilled laborers, exposed to all the vicissitudes of supply and demand, but, since they worked dispersed in small workshops or in their own homes, incapable of combination, and therefore rendered defenseless to a shameless exploitation, which it had become customary to call the sweating system. Karl Marx in an analysis which has become classical has explained how this system was an inevitable product of developing capitalism. The introduction of machinery, since it intensifies production with a reduced number of hands, must constantly throw more and more Laborers out of work. These laborers no longer needed to produce are of use to the capataz as a reserve from which they can draw the necessary subs of labor when their workers make too exacting demands. Meanwhile these men are faced with starvation. Rather than starve and work in any slum. Thus there sprang up at the base of capitalism an entire growth of small workshops not equipped with machinery and homes where the entire family slaved from morning till night for a miserable pittance. That is to say, in the very midst of capitalism types of production belonging to the era before the Industrial Revolution persisted, displaying the ebbs of capitalist exploitation without the compensating advantages of machinery, and in which there was no factory owner whom the legislature could make responsible for his workmen's welfare. This was the condition of the clothing trade in London. Thousands of workers, usually Jews from Eastern Europe, packed in the Whitechapel slums, worked for the large tailoring and dressmaking firms of the metropole. It was in this trade that Beatrice Potter, the future Mrs. Webb, the daughter of a wealthy capitalist, breaking away from the upper middle class surroundings in which she had been brought up, had worked as a seamstress, had graduated in socialism, had explored the land of grinding want and tod. For a long time the indignation of British philanthropists had been stirred by the spectacle of suffering. But almost half a century had passed since Hood wrote his Song of the Sherd, before Parliament, 10 or 15 years before the close of the century, saw the need of providing a remedy. In the late 80s socialism had reappeared in England and the London dockers were engaged in an agitation almost revolutionary in character. A Conservative member of the House of Lords, Lord Dunraven, obtained from his colleagues in 1888 the appointment of a committee to inquire into the sweating system. Opposition was not long delayed. The Lords had voted in a fit of enthusiasm, and the committee had no sooner begun its labours when they took fright. Lord Dunraven retired, Lee's place as chairman was taken by Lord Derby, a man of more moderate views, and the committee's recommendations were certainly very timid. But they were not wholly ineffective. How did the Committee of the House of Lords define the sweating system? Sweating exists, according to the report, when wages are inadequate, the work is excessively long, and the bildougs in which it is done are insanitary. But why were these abuses so prevalent? The definition explained nothing, and the report did no more than reject certain current explanations with which public opinion was too easily satisfied. Sweating was not specifically due to the existence of the middleman who contracted to supply certain goods and therefore gained the more on his contracts the worse he paid the domestic workers among whom he distributed the order registered for the worst cases of sweating. The sweating of seamstresses, for example, took place in London where the large firms gave out the work directly to the home workers. To make the contract system illegal would put an end to a glaring abuse but would not go to the root of the evil. Nor were the foreign workers, the Jews of the East End, who are responsible. Possibly they contributed to lower the general level of wages, but they were only a minority and a small minority of the sweated workers. Therefore to prohibit or restrict the immigration of foreign workers would not affect very much. In consequence, unless like the committee we prefer to leave the phenomenon unexplained, we are thrown back on the explanation given by Marx. And this was in fact the conclusion reached by Sidney and Beatrice Webb, who at that time were beginning their career as writers and social reformers, registered what remedies then should be used. Those Marx had pointed out, suggested by the inevitable economic development. Sooner or later the competition of the machine must put an end to the workshop without machinery and to domestic industry, even under the novel forms they had assumed as an unexpected byproduct of the first introduction of machinery. The atrocious conditions of such labor were sufficient to make their survival impossible. The legislator therefore should facilitate the transition from domestic labor to the factory equipped with machines in which, since the employer was in actual contact with his workers, the law could make him responsible for their welfare. And this was in fact the tendency of measures adopted by Parliament from 1890 onwards as a result of the labours of the Lords Committee. The Factory and Workshops Acts Amendment Act of 1891 empowered the government to require every owner of a factory or workshop to supply a HST of the persons employed by him, as workmen or as contractors outside his factory or workshop and the places where they were employed. This was the first legislative interference with domestic labor, and how timid it was. The statute was merely permissive, and even so allowed the minister to do nothing more than gather information. An act passed in 1895, registered shortly before the fall of the Liberal cabinet, imposed a fine not exceeding £10 upon any employer guilty of employing workmen in a budding which had been condemned as insanitary by the Home Office inspector, even if it were not a workshop, and inflicted the same penalty on an employer convicted of having given out pieces of clothing to be made up, cleaned or repaired in a dwelling house where to his knowledge anyone was suffering from an infectious disease. But the statute remained a dead letter, principally because it imposed too heavy a task of supervision on the officials of the central government. The Comprehensive Factory Act of 1901 sought to remedy the defect by transferring from the Home Office to the county councils the task of prohibiting the giving out of work in buildings they deemed dangerous or injurious to the health. For the first time, the Act of 1901 defined what it termed a domestic factory and domestic workshop, restricted the hours of labor for children even at home, and attempted to prevent the employer deceiving the home worker as to the real amount of the payment he sent him. But these provisions seem to have effected very little. If the Act of 1895, by making the Home Office responsible for its execution, had placed the controlling authority at such a distance from its subjects that no effective supervision was possible, the Act of 1901, by transferring the task to the local authorities, had put its enforcement into the hands of men who could not be trusted to enforce it. For these local authorities were under the influence of those whose interest it was that the act should not be carried out. A parliamentary committee reported that in 1906 there had been 1,201 breaches of the law, but only 3 prosecutions, and the same year official statistics proved that no less than a quarter of the medical officers failed to send the Home Office the reports on the sanitary condition of workshops which they were obliged by law to draw up. 5. What procedure then should be adopted? A group of women who had taken the name of the Women's Industrial Council, and of whom Mrs. Ramsay MacDonald was the leading spirit, had devoted many years to the study of the problem. For women were the principal victims of sweating. The council had carried out an important inquiry into domestic labor in London, registered, and to secure further information had sent investigators to the English-speaking countries overseas. In America it had become acquainted with a legislative remedy which found favor with its members. On receiving the report of the women sent to investigate, Ramsay MacDonald and his wife made a personal visit to the United States and were converted. In the states of New York and Massachusetts, and in some others, the law forbade any work to be given out unless the places where the workers did their work had been previously inspected and received a license. No employer might employ any domestic worker who had not presented this license. It was for the workers to obtain the license. Whereas under the system at present in force, the factory inspectors and sanitary inspectors sought out or were supposed to seek out the workers, if the American system were adopted, the workers would be obliged to apply to the inspectors, if they wished to enjoy the right to work. In 1898 the Women's Industrial Council got a member of Parliament to introduce a bill on these lines in the Commons. But the system presented many difficulties. To carry out such a law would require an army of inspectors. And it would be inhuman to condemn to unemployment wretches whose poverty compelled them to work in a slum dwelling. There was no escape from a vicious circle. They wanted to subject domestic workshops to the same regulations as factories, but the difference between the domestic workshop and the factory consisted precisely in the circumstance that the factory acts could not be to the former. It was then suggested that the problem should be approached from another angle. Instead of attempting to secure for the victims of the sweating system a maximum working day, and a minimum of sanitary conditions in the places where they worked, why not, since the problem of supervision seemed insoluble, evade it by attempting to enforce a minimum wage? For some years past it had become customary for the state or the local authorities to insert into every contract contemplated or concluded with a contractor a fair wages clause guaranteeing the workers the wage usually paid by the particular corporation or current in the locality. But the first statesman to conceive in its full extent. The plan of controlling sweating by fixing wages was the Austrian deacon, the Prime Minister of Victoria. Therefore, in the present instance, as in the suggestion to institute a system of licenses, England was finding her models beyond her shores, though within the English-speaking world. Deacon had observed that employers, to evade the legislation which protected their workmen, closed their factories and gave out the work to home workers. In 1893 the Melbourne government, following the example set by the British House of Lords, appointed a committee of inquiry, and after the publication of 2 reports which dealt with 2 trades in which sweating was prevalent, had passed the important Act of 1896, which laid down the principle of an apprenticeship in which the apprentices would be paid a minimum legal wage, and set up special boards, whose members were elected, and which consisted half of workers, half of employers, to fix in every trade the number of apprentices, who were to be at least 18 years old, and the minimum wage, whether owable by time or by the piece. These boards were to be set up by a departmental order in every trade which seemed threatened with sweating. To begin with, they were set up in 4 on the benches of the House of Commons. A politician sat who had once been universally regarded as marked out for the highest offices in the state, but who had been debarred forever from the ministerial bench by a scandal which was brought into the courts. Sir Charles Dilke remained, nevertheless, an influential member of Parliament, an imperialist with socialist leanings. He was a speaker heard with attention on questions of foreign policy, imperial organization, army reform, and labor legislation. His imperialism brought him into contact with the colonial statesmen. His socialist sympathies made him keenly interested in the experiments in state socialism conducted by the Austrian governments. If we are to believe him, he had discussed with Deacon in 1887 the principle of a fixed legal wage. However that may be, in 1895 we find him still attracted by the system of licenses. It was not until 1900 that he began to introduce annually in the Commons a Wages Boards Bill copied from the Victorian Act of 1896.2. At first it was a formality, and the debate between the respective champions of licenses and wage boards presented for a long time a purely academic interest. The attention of the public was engaged elsewhere, occupied by questions which had nothing to do with labor legislation. The situation was entirely changed by the powerful movement of public opinion which preceded the election of 1906. Some dressmakers who had been fined for having made their work girls work more than the legal hours pleaded in justification that they had been obliged to finish in time a valuable dress to be worn at Ascot, or at a charity ball. The papers expressed their indignation and aroused the indignation of their readers at the exploitation to which these unfortunate seamstresses were subject, and a lady of position introduced a scandal of this kind into a play she wrote. Registered in 1906, the Daily News arranged an exhibition to bring home to the fashionable and middle-class public the horrors of sweating. Another was held in 1907 and was opened by Lord Milner. 6. What should be done to satisfy the obvious desire of the public? The government appointed a committee of inquiry and sent one of its members to investigate the working of the Australian wages boards. The MacDonalds, opponents of the system, were 251. Not converted. After their visit to America they had visited Australia and did not approve of the Australian experiment. It had been conducted on too small a scale to be convincing. And in Australia society was constructed on lines so simple that it was impossible to be certain that a piece of social legislation which had proved successful there could be applied successfully to the complicated social structure of England. Nor was the problem the same in a country where there was a scarcity of women, and a country where, because there were too many women, they were shamelessly exploited. The report of the government commissioner confirmed their views. The Australian law, he reported, dealt only with one symptom of the social disease instead of attacking its root. Old age pensions and a system of universal state insurance were the reforms which should be adopted. Possibly, but in that case why persist in advocating the system of licenses to which these criticisms were equally, indeed even more applicable? Some immediate action must be taken against sweating, and it was evident that it was not Ramsay MacDonald's but Sir Charles Dilke's remedy which had the favour of the public. When on February 21, 1908, a Wages Board's bill on the lines of Dilke's was read the second time and debated in the House of Commons. It was clear that its principle was approved by the entire House without distinction of party or class. The only protests came from a few irreconcilable opponents of all state interference in the economic sphere. The tariff reformers were content to urge that the British market should be protected against the dumping of cheap goods produced by foreign sweating. The Home Secretary, Herbert Gladstone, in a speech which betrayed his embarrassment, explained that the government could in no case accept the principle of the minimum legal wage, and that the Home Office was already too overburdened with work to assume any new functions. He asked the House to wait until the committee had reported. Its report, published in the summer of 1908, was favourable to the system of boards, and it was Churchill who, when the session of 1909 opened, took charge of the government bill dealing with the question. Like Herbert Gladstone, he was the heir of a great name, but his inheritance was not the same. Under his control, the Board of Trade did not hesitate to assume the responsibilities which frightened Gladstone at the Home Office. The bill passed by both houses without serious opposition set up in those trades in which wages were deemed exceptionally low, trade boards to consist in equal numbers of representatives, elected or nominated according to circumstances, of employers and employed, and members nominated by the state, whose number must always be less than half that of the elected members. At the head of the board were placed a chairman and a secretary appointed by the president of the Board of Trade. His choice was subject to only one restriction: he could not be himself a member of the board. It would be the duty of the trade board to fix a minimum wage both for piece work and work paid by time. The act was made applicable at first to 4 trades: ready-made and wholesale tailoring, the making of paper or chip boxes, machine lace making, and chain making. Altogether they employed some 200,000 workers, of whom 140,000 were women and girls. But the Act provided for its extension to other trades by an order of the Board of Trade subject to the veto of Parliament. In 1913 it was extended to 5 more trades, that is to some 150 to 200,000 additional workers. 12 years ere the Webbs had not dared to contemplate such a measure. Nevertheless, it was a first attempt to introduce into the Labour Code of Great Britain the principle of the minimum wage, which formed part of their formula, the national minimum. If the fundamental cause of sweating was indeed, as we have seen, reason to believe, the existence of a large surplus of labour, constantly thrown onto the streets by large-scale industry and constituting a reserve always ready to take the place of rebel workers, the problem of sweating formed part of the larger problem of unemployment, which in 1908 once more began to engage public attention more seriously than 3 years before. We have already spoken of the origin of this new crisis, which began in the United States towards the close of 1907, to spread immediately to England, and which increased in gravity throughout the year 1908. At the end of October 1907, out of 100 members of a union there were not 5 unemployed. A year later there were almost 10, and during the 6 months following never less than 8. There was hardly a district unaffected. On the Clyde and Tyne the evil was aggravated by the strikes of which we have spoken, and this was also the case in Lancashire, where there was a prolonged dispute in the cotton industry. But above all it was the East End of London, the Mecca of social reformers, as John Bums ironically called it, and Glasgow, which were the headquarters of an agitation provoked by the unemployment and systematically directed against the Labour Party as well as the 2 old bourgeois parties. At Glasgow at the beginning of September, riots broke out. They had been expected to be even more serious on the occasion of Prince Arthur of Connaught's visit to the city. Throughout the country an agitator named Grey collected bodies of hunger marchers who made their way, begging as they went, towards their Mecca, the East End of London. In London itself, bands of starving workmen setting out from the East End marched to Hyde Park and Belgravia and as near to Westminster as the posts allowed, to parade their poverty under the eyes of the wealthy bourgeoisie. Their leaders spoke the language of revolution. If we cannot get bread for our starving wives and children, then let us rob and plunder all round. Registered Grayson, the revolutionary member for Conn Valley, reminded his hearers, when his behavior had led to his expulsion from the House. That Parliament all along had passed measures for the good of the people only when dragged from their hands by riot and bloodshed. Brush them aside like smoke, said Cunningham Graham, registered a survivor of the revolutionary movement of 1889. Another orator was more pointed: go to Westminster with bombs and make them jump. But all this unrest was in fact simply an echo of contemporary movements in Russia, where the Tsar was within an ace of losing his throne, and in France, where the syndicalists were spreading the idea of a general revolutionary strike, and disorder tended to become chronic. We shall watch the infection spread in the following years. But these malcontents were extremely feeble revolutionaries. They did no more damage than a few broken windows. They were beggars who sought to inspire pity rather than fear. On Sunday morning the hunger marchers invaded the churches, listened quietly to the sermon the preacher delivered for their benefit, and after the service took tea in his garden. The Liberals, and still more the Labour Party, were obliged to take these grievances seriously. To do otherwise would be to admit to the working class electorate that the victory of January 1906 had been empty, because the Liberals and Labour members were as powerless as the Conservatives to deal with the problem of unemployment. In the House of Commons on October 21, Asquith, addressing crowded benches in a speech registered which was loudly applauded, enumerated all the measures actually taken or in contemplation. They were the undertaking of public works by the state, authorization of the local authorities to raise loans to the value of £1 million, and government grants. The imperialists in the cabinet took the opportunity to increase by a recruiting campaign the numbers of the Special Reserve, and lay down torpedo boat destroyers and cruisers before the date fixed. Moreover, the government undertook to double the Central Unemployed Fund and make its distribution more elastic. It also promised new legislation in 1909. What would be its character? Would it follow the lines of the Unemployed Workman Bill, drawn up a year earlier by the Independent Labour Party, and which the Labour Party headed by Ramsay MacDonald had been compelled willy-nilly to support in March? The bill, intended to replace the Act of 1905 and bearing the same title, consisted of no less than 14 clauses, was in fact rather a manifesto than a bill in the strict sense. In substance it amounted to the demand that the local authorities, instead of being merely empowered, as in the Act of 1905, to form distress committees, should be compelled to form them, and that these committees for dealing with unemployment, in place of the very indefinite functions assigned to them in 1905, should be obliged to compile HSTS of all the unemployed and find them employment, or if that were impossible, relieve the men and their families. The bill would introduce into English law the double principle of the right to live and the right to work. A committee was formed, at the head of which were Grayson, Blatchford, and Hindman, by those socialists who considered not only the Labour Party but even the Independent Labour Party too timid, to put pressure upon the Houses of Parliament to pass what had become known as the Right to Work Bill. 8. It was John Burns, the president of the Local Government Board, who in March 1908, speaking on behalf of the government, had asked the House to throw out the Unemployed Workman Bill. Far from approving of this extension of the Act of 1905, he pronounced that measure itself mistaken, passed too hastily. It was a strange speech on the lips of the man who, by the agitation he had once conducted, had done more than anybody to hasten the introduction and passing of the statute. He denied, however, that since taking office he had done anything to hamper its execution. On the contrary, he had given larger credits to the local authorities than they were in a position to make use of, and he attempted to prove by actual figures that the agricultural colonies are founded in pursuance of the Act to bring back the workers to the land, had been costly failures. The Unionist benches applauded, the Labour members received his speech in icy silence. Now in the meetings of unemployed he was the object of violent attacks. He was Ananias, Judas, who had pledged himself to the people and had sold them for 2,000 pieces of gold. The unfortunate man was indignant, and from one point of view his indignation was justified. He had not been bought. He was scrupulously honest. But how could he have failed to see what a ridiculous figure he cut when he sang the praises of a social order which he found after all not so ill-constructed, since it had allowed such a whole-hearted socialist as John Bums to be so high? The cabinet however kept its pledge to attempt a legislative remedy. If it were not to be the Right to Work bill, what should it be? They were waiting for the report of the Royal Commission appointed to examine the problem by the Unionist government at the time of the last industrial crisis. It reported in February 1909, just as the session of Parliament opened. The time had come to act. The commission which had just reported had been appointed on December 4, 1905, the very day when the Unionist cabinet resigned, to study on the one hand the working of the Poor Laws, on the other the different methods employed outside the Poor Laws for meeting distress arising from want of employment, particularly during periods of severe industrial depression. That is to say, the same year in which for the first time by setting up the distress committees it attempted to tackle the problem of unemployment, Balfour's cabinet was contemplating the possibility of more ambitious measures, to consist of a general reform of the Poor Laws. The commission was composed of 18 members, among them Beatrice Webb. 2 years before, Balfour had put Sidney Webb on the commission appointed to inquire into the best means of amending the laws relating to disputes between employers and workmen. But whereas Sidney Webb had seriously compromised his popularity with the working class by his views on the responsibility of the unions, Beatrice made a very different use of the Commission of 1905. She persuaded 3 members of the Commission to join her in signing an excellent and voluminous minority report which recommended a number of measures bearing a strong imprint of state socialism, everything in fact contained in the Labour Right to Work Bill which could possibly be upheld in practice. Printed at the government expense, then reprinted in a handier form and circulated among the public with considerable energy and skill, it finally became almost as important as the majority report, and appeared to represent almost equally the opinion of the Commission. We must examine both reports together. On one point the majority and the minority were agreed. Both recommended the abolition of the boards of guardians directly elected which had administered the Poor Law since 1834. Now that there were county and borough councils, charged with the general administration of the counties and boroughs, why not hand over to them the functions formerly entrusted to bodies specially elected? In 1902 the directly elected school boards had been abolished and replaced by education committees elected by the county councils. The boards of guardians must be also abolished and replaced by committees elected by the councils for the special purpose of poor relief. But the majority report was content with transferring to these committees the functions formerly exercised by the boards of guardians. The signatories obviously hoped, though they did not say so, that the Poor Law would be more economically administered by a committee not in direct contact with the electors. The Webbs, on the other hand, the real authors of the minority report, proposed to break up the entire machinery of the Poor Law. On one point in particular, among many others, it had not fulfilled its authors' hopes. They had intended in 1834 that different treatment should be applied to infants and adults, the aged and those still capable of work, the healthy and the infirm. In fact, all had been herded together in the workhouse. Why, asked the Webbs, should it be left to the masters of the workhouses to give a free education to the pauper children when all children now had in principle the right to a free education? It was the business of the education authorities, as it was the business of the health committees to take care of the sick and of the asylum committees to look after lunatics and mental defectives. As for the aged, all that was necessary was to extend the education of the principle laid down by Parliament a few months earlier and provide them with old age pensions at the cost of the state. There remained the healthy adults. For their relief the minority proposed a new system which would have no connection with the old Poor Law, and lay entirely outside the scope of the majority report, a national system for abolishing unemployment by the organization of the labor market. The Webbs asked for the institution of a national labor exchange with branches throughout the country which would keep a regular and exact record of all the unemployed. Employers would inform these exchanges of the number of hands they required. Thus everything possible would be done, since supply and demand would be brought together throughout the country, to get rid of those stagnant pools of unemployment of which the employers took advantage in particular localities to lower wages unduly. When the surplus of unemployed labor had thus been reduced very considerably, it would be reduced STDL further by making less use of child labor, prohibiting the employment of mothers of very small children, and reducing the railwayman's working day to 8 hours. Since, however, they could not hope to abolish unemployment completely, whatever surplus of unemployed STDL remained should be relieved by adopting within EMITS a system of compulsory insurance against unemployment. And special rehab work should also be found for the unemployed, work of a useful nature and at the same time such as would re-educate them for regular employment at a trade. To perform all these new functions while taking over the administration of labor legislation hitherto confided to other departments, a special Ministry of Labor should be created. Organization of the labor market, amounting in practice to organization of labor. Saint Simon's old watchword, the right to work. Fourier's old slogan. They had made much stir in France about 1848. Now they were crossing the Channel. How many Englishmen who in 1909 were speaking the language spoken by the disciples of Fourier and Saint Simon knew the origin of the formulas which came so readily to their HPS? 9. Winston Churchill took the question of unemployment out of the hands of John Bums, as at the same time he took the question of sweating out of Herbert Gladstone's. The bill he submitted to the Commons on May 20 after explaining the day before the main lines of the Cabinet's policy on the subject, adopted in a modified form the recommendations of the Minority Report. It was therefore, as Arthur Henderson speaking on behalf of the Labour Party jestingly remarked, nothing but the right to work bill in penny numbers. Churchill, who promised in the near future a system of unemployment insurance with contributions from the workers, proposed to set up labour exchanges throughout the United Kingdom. The country would be divided into 10 districts. In each of these the labour exchanges would be grouped around a clearing house for the entire area, and the work of the 10 regional clearing houses similarly coordinated by a central clearing house in London. It was intended to establish some 30 or 40 exchanges in the large cities, 45 in towns of lesser size, and 150 offices of the third class in smaller centers. In all the large centers there would be a mixed consultative committee composed in equal numbers of the workers' and employers' representatives, with a permanent official chairman. The object of this vast organization was to find employment for the workmen available, workmen for the employment available. It was understood that the officials of the exchanges would observe a strict neutrality in the case of labor disputes. In other words, the employers must not hope to make use of them to obtain black legs. In the same spirit it was laid down that a workman might always refuse the work offered him, if a union rate of wages was in operation in the district and he were offered a wage less than that rate. The economic philosophy which found expression in the reform must be clearly understood. Just as a certain type of collectivism does not contest the principle, dear to liberal economists, that a worker's remuneration should be proportionate to the value of his work, but claims that if the principle is to be made effective, state interference is necessary to establish what was called equality of starting point, so the organization of the labor market, to use Beatrice Webb's phraseology, does not contradict the principle, equally dear to the liberal economists, which demands the utmost possible fluidity of supply and demand. But whereas the liberal economist behaves that it is sufficient to remove the artificial obstacles to this fluidity set up by particular statutes, according to the new socialism the obstacles are natural, difficulties of movement, the ignorance of those concerned. To remove them the state must intervene. Actually, its intervention was rapid and vigorous. The two houses passed the bill without serious debate, and on January 31, 1910, 80 labor exchanges were opened. In London Churchill opened them in person amid the cheers of the crowd. Responsible for introducing in a single session these two bills, one intended to stamp out sweating, the other to get rid of unemployment, Churchill at the end of 1909 presented the appearance of a great social reformer. By the extension of its functions, as a result of which it was becoming in effect a Ministry of Labor as well as of Trade, the Board of Trade was rising in the ministerial hierarchy, an advance recognized by the Act passed this year which permitted the salary of the President to be raised from Ol. 3, p. 1493 261. Part the numerous meetings between representatives of the workers' and employers' organizations, held under the aegis first of Lloyd George, then of Churchill, had come to play in the social history of the country. In September 1908, to make this work easier, Churchill had 3 panels set up by his department, a panel of chairmen, a panel of employers, a panel of workmen, so that a tribunal of arbitration composed of 3 suitable persons would be in readiness to intervene at the first sign of any dispute that might threaten. The importance of this function may be judged by the fact that the machinery provided by the Conciliation Act of 1896, which had been utilized only 209 times in a period of 10 years, was employed in 39 instances in 1907, in 60 in 1908 and in 59 in 1909, that is 158 times in 3 years. But the Board of Trade had a further office to fulfill, to enforce the social legislation. And these statutes, ever more numerous and more complicated, particularly the Labor Exchanges Act, required for their execution a host of officials. A very serious change was taking place, and for the first time attracting notice. England was becoming bureaucratic. According to the census of 1911, the civil service employed 162,000 officials as compared with 116,413 in 1901, 79,449 in 1891, 50,485 in 1881. According to the same census, the local government employed 20,985 persons in 1881, 24,930 in 1891, 36,870 in 1901, 64,087 in 1911. The increase during the last decade had exceeded 100%. It was a body of officials formidable by their numbers, formidable also for the decayed nature of their functions, for the performance of which they were invested with powers almost discretionary. For it was impossible for Parliament to draw up statutes in such minute detail that the text provided for every concrete case to which they were applicable. A statute was in current parlance only a skeleton. It was for the official to clothe the skeleton with flesh by administrative rules or orders. The number of these orders had become so great, and the need that the public should be informed of them so urgent, that from 1893 onwards an official collection was published, more bulky from the outset than the annual collection of statutes, and increasingly voluminous every year. Moreover, it very soon became impossible in practice to allow anybody who wished to appeal to the ordinary courts from any administrative decision whatever. The courts would have been unable to cope with the work, and the administrative machine would have been broken down. Therefore, since in England, unlike the continent, there exists no special judicature to settle disputes between the state and the individual, the custom grew up to be sanctioned within a few years by a decision of the Lord Chancellor of regarding the officials as free to decide, without recourse to the courts, specific cases submitted to them concerning the detailed application of Acts of Parliament registered. The English system of entrance examinations for all branches of the civil service, for which moreover candidates were extremely plentiful, ensured an excellent body of civil servants. Was it a fair ground for complaint that the subjects set in these examinations were such as to favor the graduates of the 2 great universities, so that the government departments in London were staffed by members of the ruling aristocracy? Or if this were an exaggeration, that at any rate this favored class constituted in every department an all-powerful CHQUE, and since there were no examinations for promotion monopolized all the high positions. Even if this were true, was it to be lamented? Was it not rather a matter for congratulation that an aristocracy which throughout the 19th century had occupied itself so zealously in Parliament with the conduct of national business should now put itself at the head of the administrative departments? Was there not rather genuine ground for anxiety in the new system adopted by the Liberal Cabinet of appointing the officials of the labor exchanges without holding an examination? Competitive examination, it was argued by those who advocated its abandonment, could not furnish the necessary guarantees for the proper exercise of these novel and decayed functions. What was wanted was not so much special knowledge or a high standard of general education as acquaintance with industrial and labor circles. No doubt, but the door was thrown open all the same to favoritism, personal influence, and political preferences. When O is said, it is beyond doubt that the excellence of British social manners, the courteous tolerance of those in command, and the obedience of their subordinates confer on the British civil service, as on other British institutions, qualities which distinguish it from similar institutions on the continent. It is nevertheless indubitable that it was acquiring an importance altogether new in the affairs of the nation. At the Board of Education there was Sir Robert Morant's Posey, in Ireland Sir Anthony MacDonald's, at the Admiralty Sir John Fisher's. And it was this Posey of the head of the department which alone counted. The successive ministers had been simply the parliamentary mouthpieces of these great men of action. Parliament, it is true, revolted against the three, and it was indeed this revolt which made the names of Fisher, MacDonald, and Morant so well known. But there were other secret dictators whose action was the more powerful because no one spoke of them. Asquith, the Controller General, chief arbitrator of the Board of Trade, made it a rule, each time an industrial dispute was submitted to him, to secure the signature by the parties concerned of a permanent collective contract in such terms as would obviate future disputes. He thus bulletin up piece by piece throughout the United Kingdom a vast written code governing the relations between employers and employed, which if not strictly speaking law nevertheless possessed a very real binding force. Sir Herbert Llewellyn Smith prepared and organized the system of labor exchanges. Sir Ernest Davies did the same for the trade boards. Who outside England ever heard of these men? And how many Englishmen even heard of them? Nevertheless, in the background of political life they played a part probably more important than the great political figures who occupied the stage while they worked in the wings. Thus under a Liberal cabinet the social creed of the Webbs, though they did not show the least gratitude to the government for tins, triumphed, a doctrine of very different color from the official doctrine of the Labour Party. The small apartment ecu. Lord Asquith, Industrial Problems and Disputes, 1920, p. 137. 265. Pied by the MacDonalds in Lincoln's Inn Fields was crowded at their evening receptions by a gathering typical of so-called advanced circles. There were utopians and philanthropists of every description, friends of the Negro and the Hindu, anti-vivisectionists and vegetarians, militant labor leaders, revolutionaries from the continent. In Grosvenor Road at the Webbs the sort of people of whom we have just spoken did not feel altogether at home. There you would meet mingling with intellectual Fabians, high officials, politicians belonging to the most moderate sections of the House and representatives of fashionable society. The Webbs had their enemies who accused them of snobbery. It was a calumny without the slightest foundation. The uncompromising purity of their doctrine led to the resignation of one of the most important of the industrial magnates who had consented to join the governing body of the London School of Economics. Of all English people they were at bottom the most remote from snobbery, and the most contemptuous of it. They pursued methodically and fanatically the end they had proposed to themselves, to transform the old England of individualism and laissez-faire into an England organized from above. And this school of economics which they had founded and of which they were the guiding spirits was intended by them to train the bureaucracy of a future collectivist England. Every ambitious young man knew that if he got into touch with them and convinced them of his ability, they would be in a better position than anybody else to assist his career and place him where in their opinion he was best fitted to serve the state. Registered listen to one of their circle, the young Keeling, who had asked them to put him on the right path. When the Webbs advised Lyam to take up his residence in a working-class constituency, and there undertake political and above all administrative work, he enthusiastically obeyed, settled in a suburb of South London, and dreamed of persuading all his friends, the socialist intellectuals of Cambridge, to follow his example. By God! If we could capture a borough council or a board of guardians we would shift something. And in his youthful fervour he gave his thoughts a lyrical note foreign to the prose of his matter-of-fact teachers. I was wondering yesterday why the devil the world didn't found a Région on Cæsar instead of on Christ. Of course, one feels instinctively that it couldn't be done. But to me it also seems that Cæsar was a far greater personality. Perhaps it wasn't so incongruous as it was made to appear by damned Christian scholars. Worship isn't the same thing as prayer. Carrod. To Lloyd George at the Exchequer. For that has been said of the almost revolutionary importance of the legislation passed on Churchill's initiative, the introduction of the principle of the minimum legal wage, the institution of a general system of labor exchanges. It would be a mistake to suppose that at the end of 1909 he occupied the center of the stage. The very calm with which his two bills were debated in both houses proves that neither the Unionist minority in the Commons, nor the Unionist majority in the Lords dreamt of giving battle on this ground. They were occupied in fighting on a wider front a more dangerous foe. When at the end of 1909 Churchill collected in one volume the speeches he had delivered on the social question during the past 4 years, he asked the radical Jost Massingham for a preface, and the outstanding passage of that preface is perhaps that in which Massingham sang the praises not of Churchill's statutes but of the budget which Lloyd George, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, had just carried through the Commons. If it prospers, the social policy for which it provides prospers too. If it fads, the policy falls to the ground. Registered in fact, at this date not Churchill but Lloyd George was the popular hero, the mouthpiece of British radicalism. In his hands the budget of 1909 became the ram for which the Liberals had been looking ever since 1906 to batter down the walls of the upper house. To grasp the antecedents of this fiscal innovation we must trace the history of successive budgets from the point where we left it in the last volume when we analyzed the first budget which followed the Peace of Vereeniging. Between the beginning of 1904 and Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman's death, the budget had been twice presented by Austen Chamberlain before the election of 1906, twice by Henry Asquith after it. But it would be a mistake to conclude that a sharp line divided Austen Chamberlain's budgets from Asquith's. The first budget drawn up by Asquith on the very morrow of the general election merely continued Chamberlain's, but the budget of 1907 is already paving the way for Lloyd George's great budget of 1909. Austen Chamberlain had been appointed, we remember, Chancellor of the Exchequer at the remodeling of the cabinet which followed his father's retirement in October 1903. His appointment to this important post was a visible proof to the world that there was no rupture between Balfour and the Apostle of Protection. On the other hand, a species of compact had been concluded between the Unionist leaders and Joseph Chamberlain when the latter left the cabinet. It was agreed that no departure should be made from the fiscal traditions of the country until his independent propaganda had eventually converted it to protection. During his 2 years at the Exchequer, Austen Chamberlain observed the agreement faithfully. He practiced economy, reducing the naval and military expenditure. Only the increase of the civil estimates was slow. The reduction of the Navy estimates in 1905 was sensational, amounting to C3J530.000, that is about a tenth of the Navy estimates for the previous year. Moreover, he continued to apply strictly the policy of debt reduction. Even when in 1904 the industrial crisis produced a deficit, he did not touch the sinking fund. The following year he increased it by £1 million to pay off within 10 years 10 million of the floating debt. Since he refused to touch the sinking fund, he was obliged to have recourse to taxation to make up the deficit, but the increases of taxation he submitted to Parliament were such as to win the approval of all parties. An increase in the duties on tobacco had an intentionally protectionist aspect and for that reason caused warm debates in the Commons. 268. But it was a tax which produced very little revenue. Apart from this, Chamberlain sought to raise two sums of 2 million from two different sources. On the one hand he put tuppence onto the tea duty. There was nothing protectionist in this, for the duty did not protect any home producer and damaged the colonial producer. On the other hand he put a penny onto the income tax, which returned to the figure of a shilling in the pound which it had reached for the first time during the Boer War. In peacetime the increase was an application of the fiscal policy advocated by the Liberals. The following year, when the economic position had improved and the budget showed a large surplus, it was the tea duties which were reduced to their former figure. The income tax remained at a shilling. In 1906 Asquith followed the same policy. He reduced the army estimates, which at the close of the financial year had fallen by 1 million, and the Navy estimates which fell by almost 2 million. He added a further million to the sinking fund, and though an additional 3 million was placed at his disposal by the fact that certain bonds of the floating debt were due for redemption, instead of reducing taxation accordingly, he placed the sum at the disposition of the Treasury to pay off whatever portion of the debt it seemed desirable to pay off. He also pledged himself to combat the practice which had become usual in the government departments for many years past of borrowing money for the execution within a fixed term of years of urgent public works. From the administrative standpoint, it offered the great advantage of making it possible to carry out these works by methods more akin than usual to those employed in private enterprise. But it shocked the financial purists, eager to safeguard the principle of a consolidated budget. It also shocked the champions of the sinking fund, who saw a host of private debts accumulating against the state, at the very time that the sinking fund was paying off the public debt. Finally, and this was perhaps the gravest objection, the practice, when employed by the War Office and the Admiralty, was regarded by the radicals as a contrivance for withdrawing their expenditure from parliamentary control. Asquith satisfied these critics by promising that so far as the military and naval expenditure was concerned, no more loans of this kind would be raised. The income tax remained at 269. The figure, henceforward regarded as normal, of a shilling, but the taxpayer was relieved by abolishing the tax imposed in 1901 on the importation of coal, taking a penny off the tea duty, and almost entirely abolishing the new duties on tobacco imposed 2 years before 3 measures of free trade. The heavy increase of expenditure involved by the Boer War had caused serious dissatisfaction in the country, and it was only to be expected that the Unionist cabinet on the eve of the election should do its utmost to show that this inevitable burden had been temporary, and prove itself capable of reducing the budget to its legitimate size. It was equally natural that the new cabinet, on the morrow of its victory at the polls, when it had just denounced at countless public meetings the extravagances of its predecessor, should concentrate its entire attention, when it drew up its first budget, on economy, which it carried to the utmost possible extent. And Asquith promised to do even more in future in the reduction of expenditure, in the repayment of debt. He added, however, and in the readjustment of the incidence of taxation carried by these words he raised a further problem, which the Unionist cabinet had refused to consider, but which a radical cabinet was obliged to face, the problem of effecting such a reform of taxation as would relieve the poor taxpayer at the cost of the wealthy. At once another question arose. Was it to be the simple readjustment of a burden whose total amount would not be increased? Could they hope to effect sufficient economies in the Army and Navy estimates to provide for the new costs of a democratic budget without increasing, possibly even decreasing, the amount of taxation? The opposition speakers expressed their doubts. The House of Commons, said one of them, has committed itself to the principles of old age pensions, of the supplying of free meals to school children, of a large increase in the cost of education, and the payment of members of Parliament. These schemes all require money. We must attempt to determine a little more exactly how the problem of direct taxation presented itself to British statesmen in 1906, before we describe the action they took to solve it in the years which followed. Direct taxation in England was based on the income tax. The income tax was not progressively graduated but bore a fixed proportion to the amount of income taxed, with reductions for very small incomes. Incomes below 160 were entirely free of tax, below 00, in France as in the United Kingdom. Estates exceeding 50,000 were 3 times as few. Estates whose value exceeded 200,000 or 250,000 were 4 times as few. Socialist propaganda could not fail to make capital of such figures. Towards the end of 1905 a little book was published entitled Riches and Poverty, which made a profound impression. Point 2 Though its figures have subsequently undergone corrections of detail registered, their substantial accuracy has never been seriously contested. The author, a socialist named Kyaza Money, proved that almost half the total income of the United Kingdom was in the hands of 1/9 of the population, more than a third in the hands of only a 30th part, and that over half the capital of the nation belonged to a 70th part of the population. He concluded that the fundamental social problem was the distribution of wealth, that if the poor were to be enriched at the cost of the wealthy, a public maternity fund established, popular education developed, workmen's dwellings bud, and old age pensions introduced at the state expense, the system of national finance must be completely transformed. He advocated the total abolition of duties on articles of consumption, with the exception of alcohol drinks. He also advocated the ultimate nationalization of the railways and mines. But they must begin by reforming the estate duty and income tax. The highest rate of the graduated succession duties did not at present exceed 8%. It must be raised to 16%. As regards the income tax, a distinction should be made for incomes under 1,000 between earned and unearned incomes, and above 1,000 the tax should be graduated until for incomes above 25,000 it reached a maximum of a 12th, or is. 8d in the pound. Philip Snowden, who gave evidence before the committee on behalf of the Labour Party, proposed a different system, though inspired by the same spirit. The existing assessment of the income tax should not be altered, but in addition to the ordinary tax a super tax should be imposed on all incomes above 5,000, differentiated and graduated, which what in the case of very large incomes reach the figure of 7 shillings in the pound over a third. The reform, he pointed out, could not fail to be popular since only 10,000 taxpayers would be affected. 4. Under these circumstances we can imagine the curiosity with which the public awaited the budget of 1907. When Asquith presented it in the Commons on April 18, 1907, the House was crowded. Not only were the benches reserved for members full, but the public galleries were packed. The American ambassador was present, and the Prince of Wales. Asquith's speech did not disappoint his audience, he was enthusiastically applauded. He began by announcing for the past financial year a surplus of 5,139,000. It was due in part to the economies which had been effected, chiefly on the Army and Navy, on which less had been spent than the estimates had provided for, in part to the excellent yield of taxation, partly due to the industrial boom. For the financial year 1907 to 1908, if the present taxes were retained, they might expect a surplus of 3,433,000. What should they do in view of this fact? Increase the sinking fund? Certainly. Reduce taxation? Not necessarily. For the whole territory of social reform had still to be conquered. Large sums had been spent since 1870 on public education. It remained to provide for the aged poor by granting them pensions from the state. For this reform which would be undertaken in 1908 the necessary funds must be raised. Raise them by protective duties, said the advocates of tariff reform. The government, however, while retaining the duties on sugar, tea, and coffee, for all classes must contribute to the national purse, intended to find the money without tampering with free trade, and the excellent financial position enabled them to do so without increasing the existing taxes or imposing any new ones. Asquith did indeed, in accordance with the recommendations of the Committee of 1906, reform the income tax, but only to distribute the burden better, not to increase it. Below, 2000 a distinction would be made between earned and unearned income, the tax on earned income being reduced by 3d. In the shilling, a reduction which would, according to Asquith's estimate, in an average year cost the Treasury 1,250,000. The loss would be made good by a steeper graduation of the estate duty on estates of over $0,000 in value, and by a super tax on estates whose value exceeded $1,000,000. Thus by a circuitous route the government introduced the principle of a super tax, which Phip Snowden had advocated before the committee, applying it for the moment to death duties, not to income tax. On balance there would be a surplus of 500,000 for the financial year 1907-08. It would be applied to the sinking FIMD. Next year the surplus would be used to constitute a fund with which to launch the new system of old age pensions. The budget of 1907 was criticized by the tariff reformers, who wanted the duties on sugar and tea reduced. It was a reform they had always promised the electors, to compensate for the establishment of duties on imported articles of manufacture, and the labor members made the same demand. Why not reheave this way the working masses instead of the members of the profession classes, as was done by the differentiation in the taxation of small incomes, but both were heard without attention by apathetic benches. The protectionist amendment was rejected by 376 votes to 108, and only 54 labor members voted against the second reading of the budget. It was however plain that their arguments had not been without effect when the following year Asquith presented his third budget. The financial position remained excellent. The financial year 1907-08 produced a surplus of 4,723,000. For the financial year 1908-09 on the basis of the existing taxation a surplus of 4,901,000 might be expected. How should it be employed? Asquith traced the outline of a comprehensive system of old age pensions to be provided exclusively by taxation, which his cabinet intended to submit to Parliament and which would cost, according to official estimates, 6,000,000. It would not be put into operation until the last quarter of the financial year 1908-09, and the £1.5 set apart for it in 1907 would be sufficient for that quarter. A round sum of 3,500,000 remained to be found. It was roughly the equivalent of the surplus at their disposal, when a number of minor alterations had been effected in next year's taxation. If Asquith had remained faithful to the principles he had laid down the previous year, he would have upped his surplus for the current financial year to the sinking fund, while employing the following year's surplus to defray the cost of the old age pensions. But he stated that in Lee's opinion, since the conclusion of the Boer War, the country had done enough towards paying off the national debt, and he proposed to make use of the whole or almost the whole surplus to reduce the taxes on articles of consumption. The duty on sugar was accordingly reduced by 2.60 a hundredweight. It was necessary therefore in 1909 to devise some new sources of revenue, unless one could reckon in perpetuity on surpluses of several millions without increase of taxation. But would it be possible to continue much longer saving on the Navy estimates? And would the industrial situation always remain so satisfactory? A slump had set in since the end of 1907. 5. It is at this point in the history of British finance that Lloyd George comes upon the scene. Out of courtesy, the honour of presenting the budget which he had drawn up had been left to Asquith. But now that he was Prime Minister, he was no longer Chancellor of the Exchequer, and it was the task of his successor Lloyd George to defend in detail the clauses of his budget. Lloyd George had also to introduce the bill dealing with old age pensions, which was as it were the counterpart of the budget, since it was to come into operation on January 1909, and therefore the cost must be defrayed for one quarter by the budget passed in the spring of 1908. In the normal course this would have been the duty of John Bums, the president of the local government board. But in 1907, though promising that the cabinet would introduce a bill dealing with the subject in the near future, he had accompanied the promise with so many adverse criticisms of the principle it would embody, that it would probably have been a gratuitous provocation to the Labour members if the government had put him in charge of the BDL. Lloyd George supplanted him, as a year later Churchill would supplant Herbert Gladstone and Bums himself when the Trade Board Bill and the Labour Exchanges Bill were introduced. Thus the Old Age Pensions Bill, though put into shape by the permanent officials at Asquith's orders before Lloyd George became Chancellor of the Exchequer, seemed to the nation and the entire world as in a sense his work. The question of old age pensions, when in 1908 the government took it in hand, was ripe and more than ripe for settlement. As we have already seen, it had been the subject of heavy debates before the Boer War, forgotten while the war lasted. From the moment peace was restored it had been one of the most insistent demands of the working class. Every year the Trade Union Congress passed a motion demanding a national system of pensions. In 1903 a parliamentary committee accepted with a few reservations the plan proposed by the Committee of ISPPD. The candidates at the election of 1906 who did not include old age pensions in their program were very few, the Unionist candidates merely adding the reservation that for financial reasons the question could not be dealt with until the basis of taxation had been widened by the establishment of a tariff. On the morrow of its election the new House of Commons had passed unanimously a motion in favor of the scheme, and in November a deputation from the trade unions urged Campbell Bannerman and Asquith to give effect to their wishes. The budget of 1907 promised a bill for 1908. In September the Trade Union Congress expressed its dissatisfaction that the bill had not been introduced in 1907 and demanded the payment, on January 1909, of pensions of at least 5 shillings a week to persons aged 60 or over. No further delay was possible. The publication in 1908 of a memorandum dealing with the German system of old age pensions provided by compulsory insurance and the system adopted by New Zealand of pensions provided by the state registered was a mere formality. Everyone knew that the government had already made its choice and that any system involving the payment of contributions by the workers was condemned in advance. A circular addressed in January to the friendly societies asking for their advice was equally an empty form. The government had already laid its scheme before Parliament when on Jan 15 the revies of the friendly societies, 2/3 of which were unfavourable, were published. The system adopted by the cabinet was not that advocated by Charles Booth and accepted by the trade unions, a pension paid by the state to all men and women without distinction who had reached a certain age. It was the system in force in New Zealand, which granted pensions only to those who could prove that they did not possess an income in excess of a certain figure, that is to say, who could prove their poverty. Moreover, the government scheme was more timid than the scheme in force in New Zealand. In New Zealand pensions were given from the age of 65, in Britain they would not be given before 70. In New Zealand to receive a pension of $8 a year a man must not have an annual income exceeding $34. In England he would receive only 5s a week, that is to say, $year, and to receive it he must not have an income exceeding $26. In New Zealand persons with an income of more than $34 were not totally excluded from the benefit of the scheme. For every pound of income above $34 they would lose a pound of the pension, so that it was only when an income of $52 was reached that a man lost all claim to a pension. The British government gave nothing to anyone who had an income of over $26. Moreover, whereas New Zealand an aged married couple received each a full pension, provided their total combined income including the pension did not exceed JTS, the British scheme proposed to grant them a joint pension of 7s. 60 instead of the loss they might have expected. In New Zealand, apart from restrictions of nationality and residence, the applicant for a pension must not be a lunatic or an habitual drunkard, nor within a certain period have been sentenced to imprisonment. In all these points the Yorkshire followed its Australasian model. But it added 2 further demands. To receive a pension the applicant must prove that his poverty was not due to the fact that he habitually failed to work according to his ability, opportunity, and need. Nor was he allowed to add the pension to any poor lorihef of which he might be in receipt. Indeed, he was excluded from the pension if he had received poor rehef since January 1908. As in New Zealand the Act would, to all intents and purposes, be administered by the national authorities. The pensions would be paid by the state, not by the local authorities, and though the examination of claims was entrusted to local committees elected by the borough, district, and county councils, the central government would have a representative, the pensions officer, on each of these. By employing the closure, the instrument which for some years past had hastened legislation so considerably, the discussion of this 283 bill of 12 clauses was rendered extremely rapid. Begun on June 13, the debates in both houses occupied only 13 sittings. The House of Commons was not even given time to discuss all the clauses. On July 31 the debates ended and the Old Age Pensions Act became law on August 1. But the rapidity of the debates was not due solely to the unflinching occasion of the closure. The opposition put up no serious fight. It was feeble and timid. An amendment introduced by the House of Lords which restricted the operation of the statute to 7 years deserves only a passing mention. It was an absurdity which the Commons swept aside. In the Commons, Unionist speakers were content to reiterate, as they did on every possible occasion, their propaganda for tariff reform. The industrial crisis, then at its height, encouraged their hopes. Unless the funds were provided by a tariff, they argued, the cost of the new legislation could not be met. But they had themselves promised their constituents old age pensions. And Unionists and Liberals alike were afraid of the working class electorate. The only amendments introduced into the Act, the effect of which was to extend its scope and therefore render it more costly, were made by the government under pressure from private members, Unionist as well as Liberal. The clause which reduced the joint pension of a married couple was deleted. Were they to discourage matrimony? In imitation of New Zealand, a shooting scale of pensions was introduced. It was unfair that the workman who saved and in return for his regular subscriptions received from his union or friendly society a pension shghtly above los. A week, that is, a year, should be penalized by the state for his economy by exclusion from the benefits of the Act. For an income of $21 a year, the full pension of 5s a week would be given. For an income below $23 I2s 6d, a pension of 4s, below $26 5s od 3s, below $28 17s 6d, 2s, below $31 los od is. Finally, the clause which refused a pension to a recipient of poor rehab was seriously modified in the course of debate. Only paupers lodged in the workhouses were excluded from the pension. Persons in receipt of outdoor rehab were entitled to the full pension, and even those in the former category were excluded only until December 1910, unless Parliament should decide otherwise. In the interval the commission appointed to inquire into the poor law would have reported and might suggest a different solution. Thus, during the session of 1908, 2 social reforms of the first magnitude were carried by Asquith's cabinet: the Act Limiting the Working Day in Mines, which for the first time laid down the principle of a legal limitation of hours for adult male workers, and the Old Age Pensions Act, which affirmed the principle of the right to have by recognizing the right of those too old to work to receive a pension from the community. 6. But the ministerial account also showed a debit side. The House of Lords was wrecking a third education bill, the final attempt to reach a compromise between the conflicting claims of the Anglicans and Catholics on the one hand and of the sects on the other. It had also thrown out a licensing bill, which the government had introduced to satisfy the temperance reformers and restrict the drink traffic, and a land valuation bill for Scotland, which, by enabling the government to ascertain the value of land, would have enabled it later on to tax increments of value. On these 3 questions the House of Lords had beaten the government, and the government had taken the defeat lying down. The Unionist press was jubilant. It glossed over the awkward fact that in the sphere of social reform concessions had been made to democratic opinion which more than counterbalanced these 3 victories. It sought to make its readers believe that the Liberal cabinet owed its continued existence to the toleration of the Tories, who were willing to let it remain in office so long as Sir Edward Grey was at the Foreign Office and the imperialist members of the cabinet took care that the national defences were not weakened. If the government desired to appeal to the country on the Irish question, on the question of the denominational school, or on the question of temperance reform, let it do so by all means. The Unionists were certain of victory, and it was evident that the Liberals were of the same opinion because they dared not join battle. Was it tolerable that the cabinet should continue to shrink from taking up the challenge thus flung in its face by the House of Lords, the Unionist Party, and the Unionist press? The more cautious Liberals, headed by Asquith, were perhaps disposed still to postpone the conflict, but the 2 leaders of the Democratic wing of the cabinet, Lloyd George and Churchill, were impatient to take action. In September Churchill paid a long visit to Lloyd George at his Coimtree house at Christchurch. They formed their plan of campaign which they partially disclosed to the public in two violent speeches, delivered, the one by Lloyd George at Liverpool on December 21, the other by Churchill at Birmingham on January 13. "We cannot," declared Lloyd George, "consent to accept the present humiliating conditions of legislating by the sufferance of Lord Lansdowne. This nobleman has arrogated to himself a position, he has usurped a sovereignty that no king has claimed since the ominous days of Charles I. Decrees are issued from Lansdowne House that Buckingham Palace would not dream of sending forth. We are not going to stand any longer the usurpation of King Lansdowne and his royal consort in the Commons." But the Liberals had the choice of the moment to defer their attack, and Lloyd George let it be understood that it would be the presentation of the budget. 3 weeks later Churchill spoke even more plainly. "I do not, of course, ignore the fact that the House of Lords has the power, though not, I think, the constitutional right, to bring the government of the country to a standstill by rejecting the provision which the Commons made for the financial service of the year. That is a matter which does not rest with us, it rests with them. If they want a speedy dissolution, they know where to find one. And, for my part, I should be quite content to see the battle joined as speedily as possible upon the plain simple issue of aristocratic rule against representative government, between the reversion to protection and the maintenance of free trade, between a tax on bread and a tax on never mind." Everyone was in expectation, everyone. Liberals and Unionists alike, and the more anxiously because the hand on which the young Chancellor of the Exchequer was staking his career seemed at the opening of January 1909 particularly difficult to play. The day was past when the Liberals had only to denounce the extravagant policy of the late government and blame the imperialism of Chamberlain and his followers for the fact that the budget had increased by one-half between 1895 and 1906, rising in 10 years from 100 million to 150 million. For 2 years Asquith had contrived to keep in the neighbourhood of the latter figure, but the speech he delivered when he presented his last budget in 1908 was a warning to the taxpayer that the democratic neoliberalism of the 20th century had little in common with Gladstonian liberalism, that the cabinet did not intend to govern on the cheap, and that a large increase in the amount and in the sources of expenditure was inevitable. A year later Lloyd George did but develop what his premier had said in 1908 in more veiled language. 7. In the first place, Admiral Fisher's methods had made it possible until 1908 to effect an annual reduction of the Navy estimates without weakening the Navy, possibly even increasing its strength. In 1908 the Navy estimates for the first time had shown an increase. But it had been shght and signified merely that since every possible economy had been made, the estimates must automatically rise, even if no new expenditure were undertaken. Germany, however, was speeding up the construction of her navy. The conservative press redoubled its attacks on Fisher, and called upon the government to recognize frankly the necessity for strengthening the fleet. The First Lord of the Admiralty, McKenna, was convinced. He was faced in the cabinet by the opposition of Lloyd George and Churchill, but he overcame it, and it was agreed that he should be granted the necessary credits for a new program of naval construction. Lloyd George took his revenge by making it clear that he would raise the money by direct and graduated taxation, in other words that he would make the wealthy pay for the new vessels. Even so, McKenna's demand was an initial difficulty which he had to face in drawing up his budget. When the Navy estimates were presented to Parliament in accordance with custom 2 months before the budget as a whole, they 287 amounted to 35,124,700, an increase of almost 3 million over the estimates of 1908. And it must be borne in mind that, if the demands of the imperialists were to be satisfied, they would continue to increase in subsequent years. For the 4 dreadnoughts it was proposed to lay down would be far from completed when 4 others would be laid down in accordance with their program. From that moment the Coimtree would have to bear a double cost, the cost of finishing the former and the cost of building the latter. In the second place, the policy of social reform had proved by the beginning of 1909 far more costly than had been expected a year earlier when the Old Age Pensions Bill was drafted. It had been calculated that 500,000 persons would be entitled to a pension, but 480,000 had established their claim by January and 130,000 further claims were expected. In Ireland especially, the expected number of claims had been exceeded by an incredible figure. There, it would appear, one person out of every 25 was 70 years of age or over, as against one out of every 88 in England, either because the immigration of the youthful element of the population did in fact leave an enormous proportion of aged people, or because it was more difficult to verify the age and income of afghans, or because control was intentionally more lax. In any case, the old age pensions would prove far more costly than had been estimated. And there was more to come. When he introduced the Old Age Pensions Bill, Lloyd George had explained that in his intention the BDL was only a beginning. Immediately after the close of the session he had spent 3 weeks in Germany, where the attention he received was a flattering proof of the important position he occupied in the eyes of the entire continent. He had inquired into the practical working of the social legislation which was Bismarck's gift to his country, in particular of the laws of insurance against sickness and invalidity. Would it not be possible to graft a similar system with contributions from the workers into the system of non-contributory old age pensions now being set up in England? When he gave the press an account of his visit, he expressed his regret that nothing had yet been done in Germany to grapple with the problem of unemployment. He evidently intended to grapple with it himself. At Khrushchev he had discussed those questions in his conversations with Churchill. When he drew up the budget of 1909, he was looking for sources of revenue sufficiently extensive and sufficiently elastic, to enable Liam to introduce, possibly in 1910, a system of insurance against all the risks incident to labor, not only the poverty of old age, but sickness, invalidity, and unemployment. Nor was this so. He must contemplate further expenditure. Had we solved the problem of unemployment if we accepted it with resignation like a natural fatality and were content to compensate its victims? And was it a commendable method of dealing with the problem to provide even the unemployed with work whose utility was doubtful? Must not the state step in where private enterprise had failed and carry out a comprehensive plan of public works which would exploit the resources of the country? The automobile industry was making rapid strides. It had originated in France. But at present England with her 55,000 cars was proud to find herself at the head of Europe. During the previous half-century the roads had been increasingly abandoned for the railways. Today the contrary process was taking place. The old road system of Great Britain required complete renovation. The existing roads were too narrow, their comers dangerous. They must be made to skirt the towns instead of traversing them. Their material was no longer suitable. And a number of entirely new roads must be made. Moreover, a commission on afforestation appointed in 1906 had reported in January that in its opinion 2.5 million acres in England and Wales were suitable for planting with trees, 6 million acres in Scotland, 500,000 in Ireland. This would involve heavy expenditure for 40 years, but the benefit would then begin to be felt, and meanwhile work would have been provided every year for almost 40,000 men. And once we had entered upon this path, why not go further? Why not solve the problem, so serious in Great Britain, of rural depopulation, by a number of different undertakings, by creating experimental farms, improving the breed of livestock, developing agricultural education, and encouraging cooperation, providing better means of transport, splitting up large estates into small farms, draining marshes, and cultivating wasteland. Such were the needs for which the Chancellor of the Exchequer had to make provision, and which he explained to the Commons when he introduced his budget on April 29, 1909, in a speech of formidable, even gargantuan proportions. He spoke for 4 hours and a half, and towards the end his strength seemed on the point of giving way. He announced the introduction at the same time as the Finance Bill of a Development Bill, which would confer upon the government the necessary powers to embark upon those practical and costly undertakings of which we have just spoken. In O, he made provision for an expenditure of 164,350,000 instead of the 154,350,000 of Asquith's budget the year before. The increase was a large one, and expenditure would certainly continue to increase. On the one hand, he was proposing expenditure which according to his own program must rise every year, and a budget of 2,000,000, double the budgets before the Boer War, was in sight. On the other hand, when Asquith drew up his three budgets, he had benefited by an industrial and commercial boom which produced a large surplus every year. It had therefore been an easy task in 1908 to reduce taxation while increasing expenditure. The situation was now very different. Since the end of 1907 the industrial situation had steadily deteriorated, and in April 1909 there were no signs of recovery. The financial year, ending on March 31st, had left a deficit of 1,502,000. And it would have been even greater, if the duties on alcohol-HC had not risen enormously. For the importers, foreseeing a large increase in the duties in the 1909 budget, had made haste to import before the new financial year opened sufficient stock to supply the entire demand of 1909. The Treasury estimate of the 550 million thus received in advance would have to be deducted from the receipts for 1909 to 10. In short, to defray an expenditure which exceeded 164,000,000, the Treasury had in hand 148,390,000 of receipts. That is to say, there was a deficit of almost 6 million. How was it to be made up? And where would the Chancellor of the Exchequer discover sources of revenue whose yield would progressively increase to keep pace with the increased expenditure foreseen in future years? Must he enlarge the basis of taxation by returning to protection? That was the Unionist solution. The Liberals boasted that they could solve the problem without abandoning free trade. Their solution was the new system of taxation proposed by Lloyd George. 8. In the first place, dealing with the direct taxes, Lloyd George repeated Asquith's previous declaration that the income tax must no longer be regarded as a temporary expedient but as the centre, the sheet anchor of British finance. And he announced his intention to graduate it more steeply. For incomes below sous, an allowance of los would be granted for every child below 16 years of age, and on all incomes below 2,000 the tax would be lowered to PD instead of is. On the other hand, on incomes above 3,000, it would be raised to is. 2d. Finally, above 5,000 incomes would be hable to that super tax which Phipps Snowden had urged upon the committee of 1906 and which the committee, without actually recommending it, had recognized to be feasible. Its rate would be 6d. In the for all incomes above 5,000, with a further 3d. For incomes above 6,000, to be levied on the amount of income which exceeded 3,000. This meant a rate of is. 6d in the for an income of 9,000, is. Yard for an income of 18,000. A similar reform of the death duties was effected. The lower limit of the estate duty remained unaltered, I% on an estate above 100 in value. Nor was the maximum rate of 15% raised, but it was reached quicker, by a steeper ascent, at 1,500,000 instead of 3,000,000. The legacy and succession duties were raised from 3 to 5% when the legatee was a brother or sister, or the descendant of a brother or sister, and to a uniform rate of 10% when the legatee was a more remote relative. The exemption from the I% duty hitherto granted to heirs in the direct line was abolished. In future, such heirs and even the husband or wife of the deceased would be exempt from legacy or succession duties only when the value of the property 291 did not exceed 15,000. The duty on settled estates was raised from I to 2%. To prevent evasion, gifts between the having were payable retrospectively to death duty, if they had been made less than 5 years before the testator's death. In the Thursday *D place the stamp duties were raised very considerably on all sales and stock exchange transactions, and in the latter case steeply graduated. The reform of the income tax would produce an additional 500,000, the reform of the succession duties an additional $2,850,000, the increase in the stamp duties an additional $650,000. We now turn to the indirect taxes duties on articles of consumption. Liberals and Unionists were agreed in demanding the reduction and eventual abolition of the duties on tea, cocoa, and coffee. For they increased the cost of having for the working man. Nor were they protectionist in character. But it was not an easy matter at a moment when such a large amount of additional revenue must be raised while preserving intact the system of free trade to push fiscal heroism so far as to deprive the state of a source of revenue to which it had been long accustomed. Lloyd George therefore did not reduce these duties, though he refrained from raising them. But there were other indirect taxes on articles of consumption of which the zealots of a democratic budget did not desire the reduction, still less the abolition. The Yorkshire Radical Party, supported by the leaders of nonconformity, was the party of temperance reform. It therefore wished, in the moral interest of the lower classes, to raise the duties on alcoholic drinks, both the customs and the excise duties. "I am all for making it as easy as possible," Lloyd George had declared a few months earlier, "for the people to get every commodity that is good for them. I am all for making as difficult as possible the access of the people to any commodity that injures them." That is the liberal policy. A liberal policy? That we can hardly term it. In any case, it was not a policy calculated to attract the masses. And the House of Lords felt that they were improving the prospects of the Unionist Party at the polls when they opposed it. Dissatisfied with the results of the Unionist Licensing Act of 1904, the Liberal Cabinet had carried in the Commons in 1908 a new licensing bill, which obliged the government at the expiration of 14. Lloyd George. Speech at Liverpool, December 21, 1908. Years to reduce the number of licensed houses so that their number bore a fixed proportion to the population of the locality the Lords had thrown out the bayou. By the budget of 1909 the government would avenge its temporary humiliation at the hands of the upper house. The licensing system was radically reformed and a general tax on licenses imposed, which, when collected in full, for a rehafe was granted in certain cases, amounted to half the annual proceeds from the sale of drink. The duties on beer and spirits were raised. For these measures, in the view of the government, would benefit at once the treasury and public health. They old produce, if the treasury estimates were correct, an additional revenue of $200,000. Smokers would help to make up the deficit by paying an increase of more than double on the tobacco duties, an additional revenue of $1,900,000. Owners of motor cars by an increase of the motor tax, and the duty on petrol would provide an additional $1,600,000, of which a fixed proportion would be spent on improving the roads. The total revenue raised from these various sources would amount to a reduction of the new duties on licenses and stamps, and a larger reduction of the sinking fund, $3,500,000 instead of to the boroughs. Lord John Russell submitted to the House of Lords a bill authorising the Crown to create life peerages. They would not exceed 28 in all, and no more than 4 might be created in any 1 year. These peers were to be chosen from persons who had occupied high judicial or administrative positions, or had sat in the Commons for 10 years at least, or had achieved distinction in science, literature, or art. His object was to strengthen the position of the House of Lords, and improve the quality of its debates by introducing there the talents of a Jenner or a Watt. Lord John was a former Liberal Prime Minister who watched with uneasiness the progress of the new democratic England. The Liberal Party, which under Gladstone's leadership occupied the majority of seats in the Commons, bore little likeness to that which he had himself led before the reform of 1867. Many Conservatives approved of his proposal. To confer an hereditary peerage on judges, on soldiers without private wealth, in a democratic age in which a government could no longer lavish grants and sinecures on new peers and their descendants, would be to create a class of impoverished peers who would not enhance the prestige of the order. Lord Salisbury declared it advisable to widen the composition of the House of Lords by introducing representatives of the intellectual and industrial classes. Lord John's bill nearly passed. 323. Constitutional crisis and the Lords. The House of Lords, but at the last moment Dishka of change proved too powerful. It was rejected on the third reading. On one point nevertheless everyone agreed that it met an urgent need. The House of Lords was not only a legislative body of the first rank, it was also a Supreme Court of Justice. But it was ill-constituted to perform this latter function. For such a task, the Lord Chancellor, one or two peers who had been former Lord Chancellors and had been raised to the peerage after filling other important judicial posts, men whose intellect had often been weakened by age, did not suffice. Already in 1856 the government of the day had attempted to promote a lawyer to the upper house as a Hfe peer. But the attempt had aroused the wrath of the House of Lords, and after lengthy debates in both houses the cabinet had given way and transformed Baron Wensleydale's Hfe peerage into an hereditary peerage. After the failure of Lord John's bill, which would have solved the problem, another method was adopted. In 1873, when the organization of the Superior Courts of Justice was completely remodeled, the opportunity was taken to divest the House of Lords of all its judicial functions, which were given to a new body called the High Court of Appeal. The act was scarcely on the statute book when the Lords repented of having surrendered so easily the privileges of their order. The execution of the statute was suspended and a compromise was finally reached. Above the new Court of Appeal the House of Lords remained the court of last instance. But when sitting in that capacity it would be assisted by Lords of Appeal in ordinary, professional judges appointed by the executive. 2 at first, their number would be raised later to 4. So long as they exercised their functions they would possess all the rights of a member of the House of Lords. That meant very often that they would be peers for Hfe. And this fact would be expressly recognized by a statute of 1888 which declared all the Lords of Appeal were Hfe peers. It was the first departure from the principle of an upper chamber exclusively hereditary carried. In 1884 the representative basis of the House of Commons was rendered still more democratic. The new reform extended to the counties the franchise which the Act of 1867 had established in the boroughs. We now find the young Lord Rosebery playing the part played 15 years earlier by the aged Lord John Russell, and bringing forward in the same spirit the problem of reforming the House of Lords. While the bill was being debated in the Commons and John Bright was raising the other question of restricting the Lords' prerogatives, Lord Rosebery moved in the upper house that an inquiry should be undertaken into the best means to employ for improving its effectualness. It was desirable, he urged, that medicine, science, art, literature, commerce, and even the working class should be represented, also India and the colonies. It would also perhaps be advisable to create Hfe peers and permit men who were not peers to take part as consultants in the work of the House. The motion was rejected. But Lord Rosebery did not abandon the idea and he found support among the Conservatives. In 1886 the Conservative Party, transformed in virtue of its coalition with those Liberals who disapproved of Home Rule into the Unionist Party, returned to office. In 1888 a radical member invited the House of Commons to pass a resolution condemning the principle of an hereditary legislature. His motion was rejected as we should expect of an assembly with a Conservative majority. But it again drew public attention to the problem of the composition of the upper house, and the Unionists, who felt their hold on office precarious, were the first to interest themselves in it. Lord Rosebery came forward agam, once more asked for the appointment of a committee to examine the question, and suggested an upper house composed in part of peers elected by their order, in part of members elected either by the new county councils or by the House of Commons itself. Life peers might be created by the government. The self-governing colonies might send representatives. In case of conflict, both houses would sit and vote together in a joint sitting and, on the other hand, an independent unionist, Lord Dunraven, brought in a bill to reform the House of Lords, more carefully thought out than any of the her projects and in entire harmony with Lord Rosebery's views. Point 2. He proposed an upper house consisting of two elements almost equal in number. There would be hereditary peers elected to represent the entire body of hereditary peers, as was already the case for Scotland and Ireland, but there would also be representatives of the colonies, the Church of England, the Free Churches, and the Catholic Church of Literature and the Sciences, above all representatives elected by the county councils. Lord Salisbury, as we should expect, condemned the Bayou, but he admitted that it contained acceptable suggestions and promised on behalf of the government to introduce a bill to facilitate the entry of Fey peers into the House of Lords. He soon kept his word. He brought in a bill very obviously inspired by Lord Russell's Bill of 1869. The Crown would be empowered to create Fey peers chosen among the judges, soldiers, soldats, diplomatists, high officials who were members of the Privy Council and colonial governors. Under exceptional circumstances and by a special procedure intended to prevent any possibility of abuse, the Crown might create a limited number of new peers, outside these categories at the most 5 in 1 year. And the total number of Fey peers must never exceed 50. We may add that by extending a measure adopted in 1871 to exclude bankrupts, Lord Salisbury's BDL permitted the Crown, acting in concert with the House of Lords, to expel a peer judged unworthy of a seat in the House. But the bill introduced by the Unionist Premier was soon dropped. The general election of 1895 seemed to inaugurate in English history an epoch of conservative supremacy which would be prolonged indefinitely. The sole echo of these projects was the occasional discussion in imperialist circles of a reform of the House of Lords which would solve at the same time the problem of Irish Home Rule. Separate local parliaments, it was suggested, should be set up for England, Scotland, and Ireland, possibly also for Wales. An upper house, reformed and rendered elective, would represent not only the entire United Kingdom but the Empire. The discussion, however, remained academic. The scheme never enjoyed the least popular support either in England or Ireland or in the self-governing colonies. But the situation was changed by the election of 1906. It was not surprising that this dramatic reverse shook the Unionists from their slumbers, and that the reform of the House of Lords as well as the restriction of its prerogative, became once more a burning question. 6. In 1907, without waiting for Campbell Bannerman's motion in favour of abolishing the veto of the House of Lords, Lord Newton introduced a bill to reform it. The measure restricted the right to sit in the upper chamber to those hereditary peers who had occupied certain important positions in the state. The hereditary peers would elect representatives equal in number to a fourth of their entire body, and the Crown would be empowered to create 100 Fey peers. But instead of debating the clauses, the Lords appointed a committee to advise as to the best methods of reforming the work of the House of Lords. Lord Crewe, speaking on behalf of the government, refused even to express an opinion of Lord Newton's bill. It was not a question of altering the composition of the House of Lords but of settling the relations between the two houses. The committee was composed entirely of Unionists with the exception of Lord Rosebery, who could no longer be called a Liberal. It was on his motion that the committee had been appointed. And it elected him its chairman. It reported in December 1908 about the principle on which reform should be based. It had no hesitations. It declared it undesirable that the possession of a peerage should give by itself the right of sitting and voting in the House of Lords. To apply that principle, it suggested a House of Lords composed of 200 peers elected by the entire order, like the existing representative peers of Scotland and Ireland, peers who had the right to membership because they held or had held a number of high offices. According to the report, there were 130 of these in the contemporary peerage, and finally a maximum of 40 Fey peers. But the plan, as the members of the committee admitted, was open to a serious objection. When the 130 peers had been deducted, who retained their seats in virtue of the high offices they occupied or had occupied in the state, only non-entities would be left. Therefore, the 200 representative peers must in the very nature of THIRDs be non-entities. Moreover, being elected by a body of which the overwhelming majority was conservative, they would be all conservatives. There would not even be amongst their number that small majority of independent liberals which a purely hereditary house contained. What then should be done? Admit representatives elected by the borough and county councils. The suggestion was too bold for the members of the committee, more timid in 1907 than Lord Rosebery and Lord Dunraven had been in 1888. Allow the government of the day with a majority in the Commons to nominate a certain number of its followers as members of the House of Lords for the duration of Parliament. It was a bizarre suggestion which the committee rejected by a large majority. It was once more left to Lord Rosebery to raise in 1910 this question of the reform of the House of Lords. Arthur Balfour, in his address to the electorate of December 10, had deliberately shirked the issue, careful even, as he has himself told us, not to declare against reform. Why indeed should he commit himself at a moment when he might still hope for a victory at the polls which would be the victory of the House of Lords as at present composed? The Unionists therefore, who had indeed been defeated at the January election but whose defeat had not been hopeless, while not going so far as to place reform of the Lords on their programme, welcomed the intervention of an independent statesman who, though bitterly hostile to the budget of 1909, had nevertheless advised the House of Lords how wisely the event had proved against the tactical mistake of throwing it out. Lord Rosebery's 3 resolutions of March 14, and his 2 more detailed resolutions of April 13, embodied in substance the principles laid down in 1908 by the committee over which he had presided. On March 14 he moved that the possession of a peerage should no longer confer, by itself, the right of sitting and voting in the House of Lords. On April 13 he proposed a House of Lords consisting in the first place of peers elected by the body of hereditary peers, in the second place of peers sitting in virtue of their official position, in the third place of peers chosen from outside. What are we to understand by these words? Life peers created by the Crown? Or temporary peers chosen by a more or less democratic electorate? The formula was intentionally vague. 2. From the death of Edward VII to the passing of the Parliament Bill. Thus, about the end of April 1910, the plan of the government and Lord Rosebery's plan, to which it would seem Lord Lansdowne had given his approval, confronted each other. The government had carried in the House of Commons their resolutions intended to weaken the check exercised by the upper upon the lower house. Lord Rosebery had carried in the House of Lords 2 resolutions intended to strengthen the upper house by modifying its composition. Asquith had just introduced a bill to give effect to his policy. Lord Rosebery promised to do the same thing for his. What would happen if, when the Commons passed the government's bill, the Lords riffed by passing Lord Rosebery's? There was nothing to prevent the House of Commons rejecting a bill not sufficiently democratic to satisfy the Liberal majority. Even those ministers who were least disposed to destroy the House of Lords, were aware that the Radicals would accept nothing but a purely elective chamber. But a bill on these lines, if it even passed the Commons, would certainly be rejected by the Lords. How was it possible under a bicameral system to escape an impasse of this kind unless the question of the relations between the 2 houses were settled first? But how could they be settled by a statute so long as the House of Lords retained an absolute veto on the legislation of the lower house? By making use of the King's prerogative of creating on his ministers' advice a sufficient number of peers to change the majority in the House of Lords, the increase in the number of peers had rendered this method extremely difficult. It would be necessary to create 500 new peers. And at first the ministers themselves were sharply divided on the point. Finally, however, the cabinet decided to ask the king to create them if the fear of seeing their order so cheapened did not make the more obstinate peers submit. If, Asquith declared, we do not find ourselves in a position to ensure that statutory effect shall be given to that policy in Tria's Parliament, we shall then either resign our offices or recommend the dissolution of Parliament. Let me add this, that in no case will we recommend a dissolution except under such conditions as will secure that in the new Parliament the judgment of the people as expressed at the elections will be carried into law. Reassured by this solemn pledge, the Irish at last allowed the budget of 1909 to be passed with a few amendments of detail. By a ruthless use of the closure it was passed in 10 days. By April 29 the business had been dispatched and the recess began. It was when Parliament reassembled at the end of May that the dramatic struggle between the two houses would reach its denouement. If again the House of Lords refused to yield, it would be the King's turn to act. But the unforeseen happened. The King, who had returned from Biarritz on the very day when the Commons passed the budget, died on May 6. His health had been failing for many months and his entourage and himself were aware that the first illness might prove fatal. But the secret had been so well kept, and to the last moment he had performed his official duties with such zest that the public were taken by surprise. The Yorkshire gave free rein to those feelings of national grief which always accompany an Yorkshire monarch to his tomb. Journalists acclaimed in chorus with complete seriousness and without provoking a smile from their readers his poetical genius and even his private virtues. Had he not by his visits to all the rulers in Europe taken a prominent place in the history of his time? Was he not loved in France, hated in Germany, in both countries regarded as a great monarch? Had he not, moreover, possessed from his youth the reputation of a virile prince, a friend of the popular cause? Unfortunately, much of this was legend. The part he had played in foreign policy had not perhaps been so important as was almost universally behaved, and his liberalism was certainly not as sowed as it was said to be. As he grew older and became ill and tired, his opinions became increasingly similar to those, sufficiently commonplace in all conscience, held by the clubmen among whom he haved, those people, we all know so well, who, completely ignorant of public affairs, lament every day as they puff at their fat cigars that the country is going to the dogs and declaim against what they are pleased to call the vulgar behavior of the outsiders who have forced their way into society as uncultivated as his mother. He did not possess, if the truth must be told, her grasp of poetical realities. And this had its good side. For the complaints with which he wearied his ministers and of which they took little notice were less concerned with questions of general policy than with personal matters, appointments, and honors. For the rest, punctilios over points of etiquette and a past master in the art of good fellowship, extremely conscientious in the performance of his ceremonial functions, dictated when his timetable was crowded with levees, openings, race meetings, dinners, visits to the opera or music hall. He was a model constitutional sovereign. But if all these things contributed to his popularity, here also there are reservations to be made. Though on the morrow of his death no one dare admit publicly, he was too fond of the theatre and casino, too fond of travelling and visits abroad, too cosmopolitan, too European, to be the national monarch England would fain have possessed. In him the monarchy was honoured rather than the monarch. It would certainly not be very long before it was perceived how superficial his popularity had been. King George, who ascended the throne at the age of 45, had become heir unexpectedly in 1893 by the death of his elder brother. He had been brought up to be a sailor, not a king. Like his father, he was a great traveller, but he had not visited the watering places and capitals of the continent. He had opened the first Parliament of the Australian Commonwealth, had visited India, South Africa, and Canada. Because he had not been educated for the throne, he spoke foreign languages badly. Yorkshire to the backbone and married to a princess of the royal blood who was Yorkshire by birth, he and his wife presented for the first time in England the spectacle of sovereigns who spoke English without a foreign accent, and in whose entourage more English was spoken than German. Strictly patriotic and strictly conservative, of middle-class tastes and habit, he was capable of decisive action. Whether, surrounded by his numerous children, he were piously performing his religious duties, or reviewing with the competence of an old sailor the maneuvers of one of his fleets, or following amidst a huge crowd the fortunes of a football match, his unsophisticated feats were shared by his people. He was in truth the imperial and insular monarch his subjects desired. He was better fitted than the late king to become one day the nation's darling. 2. When in October King Edward had held conversations with the leaders of the opposition, the radical press had suspected a desire to intervene in the conflict. 2 months later, when Asquith, stating his program at a public meeting, declared his resolve not to remain in office unless he could obtain the necessary assurances, the Unionist press had accused him of putting pressure on the king to compel him, when the issue was joined, to support the cabinet against the House of Lords. King Edward, there can be no doubt, dreaded the approach of that decisive moment, at a loss which course to adopt when faced with the choice between such formidable alternatives. Either he must refuse the request of a cabinet supported by a majority of the Commons, and would be accused by the Radicals, as the House of Lords had been accused in December, of attempting a coup d'état. Or he would yield and be obliged to create such an enormous host of new peers to outvote the present majority in the chamber that he would be accused, and accused even by his own conscience, of overthrowing and debasing the hereditary house, and in the sequel perhaps of assisting the debasement and destruction of the hereditary monarchy itself. He died, and his death barbed the denunciations of the Unionists. The insolence of the radical ministers, they said, had darkened his old age, perhaps even shortened his life. Were they proposing to embarrass by conduct equally insolent the young sovereign who was a novice in the art of kingship? The Javellinisters seized this opportunity to postpone a crisis which some of them dreaded, Grey and Haldane and others besides. Every preparation had been made for the dissolution of Parliament in the event of a further conflict between the two houses on the question of the House of Lords, its functions and prerogatives. The electoral campaign had practically begun. Funds had been collected, the HST of candidates drawn up, and pub-HC meetings multiplied. Suddenly the government suspended all these preparations and contented itself with raising to the peerage 5 great capita HSTs, in recompense apparently for the contributions they had just made to the Liberal Party funds. And the ministers approached the leaders of the opposition in the hope of discovering a compromise. When Parliament met again on June 8, Lord Rosebery announced in the Lords that he did not wish the House to proceed with the discussion of his resolutions. In scarcely veiled language he gave it to be understood that he was taking this course at the request of the government. It had been agreed that a conference should be formed, to consist of the principal representatives of the two opposing parties, 4 Unionists and 4 Liberals, the leaders of both parties in both houses, with 2 other representatives of either party, among them Lloyd George. The constitution just set up in South Africa had been the work of a conference sitting in private and containing representatives of the two hostile races so lately in arms against each other. To effect an amicable agreement between the two Yorkshire political parties on the question of the relations between the two houses would surely prove a less difficult feat. The government's decision was in fact acclaimed by the mass of the nation. But the Labour members and the Irish Nationalists protested. They had been excluded from the conference, which had therefore the appearance of an attempt by the two traditional parties to settle the crisis apart from the two groups whose recent appearance on the scene interfered with the normal operation of the parliamentary machine. On June 30, Lloyd George introduced, after an inevitable delay, the budget for the financial year 1910-11. The expenditure which it contemplated was enormous, almost reaching the figure of $200,000,000,000. But its new provisions were extremely simple, so that the Irish had reason to fear that Parliament would pass it before the recess. In that case an autumn session might, if the Cabinet wished, be declared unnecessary. And since it soon became evident that the conference was multiplying its sittings without any hope of reaching an immediate result, the Irish ran the risk that the budget would be passed with the question of the House of Lords in suspense, and they would therefore find themselves once more at the mercy of the Cabinet. But they were quickly reassured as to the government's intentions. On July 29, before the budget had passed its first reading, the Prime Minister explained that since the conference had not concluded its labours, Parliament would suspend its sittings until November 12. The conference had held 12 meetings by this date. It met again on October 12 and held 9 more, the last on October 21. They were private and the members were pledged to secrecy. But enough has been allowed to leak out to make it possible to guess the points on which the discussion turned. 3. The first and most obvious suggestion which occurred to the members of the conference was to employ for the permanent settlement of the question the same device to which the party leaders had recourse in holding it. Had not the resolution passed by the Commons in 1907 on the motion of Campbell-Bannerman provided for the election in the first instance by both houses of a joint conference of 10 or 20 members to attempt an amicable settlement of disputes, it is probable that the question of the composition of the conference or joint committee gave rise to interminable discussion. If in the conference the number of peers of either party were to be proportionate to its numbers in the House of Lords, the procedure would obviously give the Conservatives an unfair advantage, certain as they would be of a majority in the conference, however overwhelming might be the Liberal majority in the Commons. If, on the contrary, the majority of Unionist peers in the conference were reduced excessively, even eventually embauched, the Unionists would have reason to declare themselves duped. For a government which had a majority in the Commons would be sure of a majority in the conference. It would seem, however, that it was on another point that the difficulties proved insurmountable. The representatives of the opposition wanted a distinction made between three classes of bills. The first of these would consist of bills of the normal type, such as any parliament is called upon to pass every year: education bills, bills for the protection of labor. When bills of Caritas type were the subject of dispute between the two houses, the Conservative representatives were willing that the dispute should be submitted to the arbitration of a joint committee about whose composition an agreement would eventually be reached. As regards financial measures, they agreed that the House of Lords should formally renounce the right to reject them, and were content to demand that the question whether or not a particular bill was or was not exclusively financial should be decided by the committee. But there was another class of bills for which, the Unionists claimed, a special procedure was necessary. They were measures which might be termed fundamental or constitutional laws, that is to say, laws which, if Britain had possessed a written constitution, would have formed part of it. At this point the question of a referendum was raised. The referendum is an institution which originated and has flourished in Switzerland. When Switzerland had achieved its unification in the 19th century on a federal basis, some of its cantons were still faithful to the principle of pure democracy, the direct government of the people by the people. All the citizens met to discuss, reject, or accept the measures submitted to them. The other cantons, which were governed by representative institutions, progressively rendered them more democratic and devised an indirect method of returning to the system of direct democracy, by enacting that on the demand of a certain number of electors any measure passed by the Legislative Assembly of the